She was wearing my favorite miniskirt and blouse, approaching with shy hesitation, and I thought it would be the most romantic night of high school. Until the piercing pain struck my neck. The pure goddess in my mind suddenly cracked a smile, revealing a mouth full of sharp fangs as she held me tight. She feasted on my flesh like it was a delicacy. I struggled desperately, wanting to ask why, but she only gave a sinister laugh, because we're the same kind. Now, I finally understand the thirst that has been troubling me for days. What I crave most isn't water, but the warm blood of those closest and dearest to me. My name is Sun Xing, an ordinary student sitting in the back row of a senior high-night self-study classroom, scrolling through Douyin with my head down. But the mysterious messages that suddenly appeared in my mind 5 days ago and the mutations in my body tell me this world is far more mysterious than I ever imagined. Lately, I keep coming across content, whether intentionally or not, about rocks shaped like humans or animals being spirits on the verge of taking human form. Must destroy videos before they succeed. The comments section exploded with information, ranging from century-old pacts to purple heaven divine thunder, all sorts of bizarre rumors accompanied by vivid photos. The most authentic one showed someone flying on a sword over Kyoto. A comment from someone called Black Mountain Old Demon caught my great interest. He first posted a picture of a long-legged beauty, then followed up with a horrifying photo of her in a bathtub, bloody and mangled, with her face skinned off. He explained that this beautiful neighbor had already died, but the next day, he actually ran into her again in the elevator. He even greeted me. Just as netizens were pressing for answers, Heishan Laoyao's update abruptly stopped, and all photos and comments were deleted by the system. I started to believe in these bizarre events because 5 days ago, the demon sequence 000 suddenly appeared in my mind. The great sage's mysterious message made me realize I was no longer an ordinary person. What's even more critical is that this sequence of information brought an overwhelming sense of discomfort and unprecedented thirst. No matter how much water I drink, it doesn't bring any relief. Besides hunger and thirst, I also developed a primal desire for flesh and blood towards the people around me. Whenever the thirst reaches its peak, a voice inside whispers, bite through their blood vessels and drink to your heart's content. Just as I was feeling uneasy, Lin Qingqian, the class belle from the neighboring class, suddenly sent me a message. Lin Qingqian, Sun Xing, are you free tonight? Lin Qingqian. My parents aren't home tonight and no one can pick me up. I'm a bit scared walking alone at night, could you please walk me home? She added some messages with an indescribable hint of provocation, making my heartbeat instantly quicken. The burning thirst in my throat grew even more intense. Every time I see Lin Qingqian, my thirst becomes stronger, like attracts like. I have a feeling I might find some clues from her. After evening self-study ended, my good buddy Yibai gave me a heavy pat on the shoulder, winking suggestively at Lin Qingqian, who stood gracefully by the classroom door. He warned me, Jincheng isn't safe lately, there seems to be a serial murder case going on, so don't wander outside at night. All unease was instantly cast to the winds by the beauty before his eyes. I was riding my bike with Lin Qingqian sitting sideways on the back seat, her warm body pressed tightly against my back, her breath whispering against my ear. It made my heart race. When we arrived at her place, a ground-floor apartment in an old-style residential complex, she shyly invited me in to sit for a while. You sit first, I'll go change clothes. Lin Qingqian entered the bedroom. I grabbed the cold boiled water on the table and gulped down several mouthfuls, as both physical and psychological thirst surged over me. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened. She had actually changed into a summer school uniform, a white shirt with a blue pleated mini skirt, looking both innocent and sexy. I just can't figure out this problem. Please teach me quickly. Holding the workbook, she sat down right next to me. Amid the rich fragrance, she slowly leaned her head closer, gradually closed her eyes, and slightly pouted her lips. I could no longer control myself and moved to meet her. Just as our lips were about to touch, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my neck. It's not a kiss, it's a bite. The arms wrapped around me were incredibly strong, locking me in place. Lin Qingqian let out a sharp, piercing, eerie laugh, her beautiful face contorted and distorted, her mouth corners splitting wide. She bared a mouth full of sharp fangs. Her nails grew long and black, piercing into the flesh of my back. Such fragrant flesh and blood, so pure in yang energy. Devouring you will surely allow me to advance further. The monster wearing Lin Qingqian's skin greedily sucked my blood. Because we're the same kind, you provide me with more nourishment than those lowly humans. The monster laughed hoarsely. Fuck your nonsense. Anger and the will to survive instantly overwhelmed my fear. Since you want to eat me, I'll eat you first. With all my strength, I bit down hard on Lin Qingqian's neck. The warm, coppery liquid instantly filled his mouth, sending an indescribable wave of pleasure throughout his entire body. The tormenting thirst that had plagued me for 5 days miraculously subsided considerably. I understand now. I haven't been human for a long time. I'm a monster who can only quench my thirst by drinking blood. Lin Qingqian screamed in horror and let go of me. I lunged forward again, biting down hard on her shoulder once more. A mighty surge of warmth exploded within my body as my flesh grew stronger, my bones crackled, and my muscles swelled. Even more bizarrely, golden monkey fur sprouted through the skin on my cheeks. A furry tail emerged from behind me. I was turning into a demon. First demon transformation completed. Awakened skill, fiery golden eyes. I suddenly activated my ability, and a brilliant golden light flashed through my eyes. The Lin Qingqian before me vanished, replaced by a hideous monster exuding an eerie emerald aura. Its body covered in a human skin as thin as cicada wings. A skinwalker demon. The skinwalker demon let out a terrified shriek, sensing soul-deep fear from my golden glowing eyes. Its black claws extended several feet, lashing toward my heart with a foul, blood-tinged gust. Just as I thought I was doomed, a blinding flash of light erupted. A flame sparrow the size of a palm shot toward the painted skin demon at a speed surpassing lightning. This was a demon king's technique. How is this possible? The painted skin demon let out its final desperate roar of life, instantly engulfed by the flames and burned to ashes. Only a delicate human skin remained, fluttering down. The flames dissipated, revealing a slender figure in a red dress standing at the center of the room. She bent down to pick up that human skin and began chewing it with relish, rolling it up like a pancake. Crunch, crunch. The voice was eerie and terrifying. She turned around, her cold, clear eyes falling upon me. My entire body froze. It's her, my beautiful roommate, Xia Li. In her eyes, I saw an undisguised glint of murderous intent. I activated my fiery golden eyes, only to find that her entire body was enveloped in a dense, impenetrable crimson demonic mist, making it impossible to see her true form. Speak, why are you here? Xia Li's voice was as cold as ice. To stay alive, I forced myself to remain calm and explain with a mix of truth and lies. 5 days ago, my body underwent strange changes, and bizarre information appeared in my mind. I noticed something both familiar and dangerous about Lin Qingqian's aura, so I came to figure out what it was. I never expected her to be a man-eating monster. I almost died. The killing intent in Xia Li's eyes faded, replaced by a hint of mocking amusement. Ha, overestimating yourself. A newly awakened demon-possessed human dares to provoke a fully grown painted skin demon? You're just here to deliver yourself to death. I can let you go. She changed her tone, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? I quickly asked. Xia Li, with her long legs, walked over to me, bent down, and extended her slender fingers to gently lift my chin, forcing me to meet her gaze. Those cool eyes now held a hint of playful amusement. Be my boyfriend. Chapter 4. You have no right to reject me. What the hell? Sun Xing felt like 100 crows had simultaneously defecated in his brain. Chaos reigned, accompanied by a constant buzzing. Be my boyfriend? Seriously? Are we that close? Sure, we're roommates, but we barely exchanged 10 sentences between us. And every single one was just pointless chatter like you're back, yeah, morning, or whatever. 1 second you want to kill me, the next you want me to be your boyfriend? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Sun Xing's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. He could even smell the lingering scent of burnt rice crust, the same charred aroma left behind after chewing the piece of human skin still clinging to her lips and teeth. That's the taste of death. Can I ask why? Sun Xing managed to speak, his voice trembling slightly. He had to understand the situation. This woman was definitely no saint. Behind every demand she made, there was undoubtedly a deeper meaning he couldn't even begin to fathom. Why? Xia Li straightened up, her arms crossed over her chest. The curves of her figure were instantly accentuated, becoming even more breathtaking. She looked down at Sun Xing with an air of superiority, her eyes filled with a cold indifference that seemed entirely justified. Because you need a shelter. And also, I need a nominal ally to conceal certain matters. That demonic aura within you, though newly awakened and pitifully weak, I can sense it's extraordinary. To those lowly demons, you're like a 10,000-watt spotlight in the night, blindingly bright, unbearably glaring, and a magnet for hatred. You think encountering that skin-shifting demon today was mere coincidence? Xia Li sneered coldly. No. It was inevitable. From the moment you awoke, you became the target of every demon nearby. They'll come for you relentlessly, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Devouring you would grant them immense power. Just as that skin-changing demon said earlier to merge with you and undergo another revolution. Sun Xing listened with his heart pounding. The wound on his back, freshly torn by sharp claws, seemed to throb faintly once more. So that's how it was. His Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage, wasn't just a golden ticket, it was a death warrant. He wasn't the Great Sage, he was the modern-day Tang monk's flesh. So if I become your boyfriend, I'll be safe? Sun Xing still found the whole thing far-fetched. Of course. Xia Li lifted her chin, her tone carrying an unquestionable air of dominance. Be my man, and you belong to me. From now on, not just in this city, but at least around our school, no one will dare touch you. Of course, this is only nominal. She paused, her gaze growing colder, laced with a stark warning. You'd better not get any funny ideas. To me, you're just a rare pet with some potential worth nurturing. Got it? Pet. Sun Xing's fist clenched tightly at his side, then slowly relaxed. The humiliation stabbed into his heart like a bayonet. But reason told him he had no choice. The situation was stronger than him. The woman before him was so powerful that he couldn't even muster the will to resist. She was right, he was nothing more than a fledgling bird just out of its shell. In this treacherous world of monstrous creatures, he could be swallowed whole at any moment. Survival was paramount. Dignity? That was something he could only speak of once he possessed the strength to match. I understand. Sun Xing took a deep breath, forcing down every emotion churning inside him. A smile twisted onto his face, uglier than a cry. Xia Li, no, dearest, from now on, I belong to you. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. First, I'll grab onto this strong, white, and powerful thigh. Put. Xia Li watched Sun Xing's frustrated yet resigned expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her laughter melted like an iceberg, blooming like 1,000 flowers, brightening the entire room. But Sun Xing felt even colder. This woman's mood swings were more unpredictable than June weather. You're a clever one. Xia Li retracted her smile, reverting to her icy demeanor. Remember, we're a couple, at least in public. You no longer need to worry about food, I'll take care of that. In exchange, all you need to do is grow stronger quickly and master your powers. I don't want my boyfriend to be a useless burden. Food? Sun Xing recalled that primal craving for blood from before, and the indescribable sense of relief after devouring the blood of the skin-shifting demon. His body truly needed nourishment. I need to drink blood? Sun Xing asked cautiously. What else? Xia Li shot him a glance, as if looking at an idiot. Do you think you're some enlightened monk who eats only vegetables and chants sutras? We're demons, monsters who grow stronger by devouring the essence, blood, and flesh of our own kind or humans. It's our instinct, our destiny. Of course, ordinary human flesh and blood are too impure, the effects are poor, and they leave behind a lot of trouble. Xia Li licked her lips, a hint of relish flickering in her eyes. The finest nourishment is always our own kind and the awakened. Especially demonic beings like you, possessing an exceptional demonic soul. To us, you're practically a walking panacea. Sun Xing's face drained of color. This woman spoke so bluntly, without any pretense. In her eyes, he was nothing more than a human-shaped elixir. Her so-called boyfriend, her so-called protection, nothing more than a scheme to fatten him up before devouring him whole. The thought sent a chill down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. How terrifying. This world was far crazier and more dangerous than he'd ever imagined. Don't look at me like that. Xia Li seemed to read Sun Xing's thoughts, replying coldly. If I wanted to devour you, you'd already be a corpse. Your worth extends far beyond that. Your demonic soul possesses a very unique ability, correct? Is there something wrong with your eyes? Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He had thought his use of the fire eye was well concealed, yet she had still detected it. Yes, it can pierce through certain disguises and illusions. He dared not conceal it. Yet a nagging doubt lingered in Sun Xing's mind. Xia Li kept mentioning a demon soul. Was the demonic sequence in his mind that very thing? It didn't seem like it. Yet the traits he displayed matched Xia Li's description of a demon soul awakening perfectly. Could it be that his demon nature was somehow unique? Sun Xing opened his mouth to ask, but immediately dismissed the thought. What if Xia Li discovered he lacked a demon soul? Would she kill him on the spot? Sun Xing dared not take that gamble. Very well. A satisfied curve lifted at Xia Li's lips. This ability is quite useful. In this world, humans and demons intermingle, divine followers run rampant, and ghosts lurk everywhere in human form. Being able to see through appearances means you can spot danger early and also find prey. From today onward, you are my eyes. After speaking, Xia Li turned toward the door. Yet to Sun Xing's eyes, her graceful silhouette loomed like a mountain poised to crush him at any moment. Come home with me, my boyfriend. Shouldn't we handle the scene? Chapter 5, Underground Lovers. Xia Li's answer was simple. The relevant authorities will naturally handle it. Stepping out of the residential building. The evening breeze caressed his face, and only then did Sun Xing feel truly alive again. This night had completely overturned his world. Not only had a demon perished, but he himself had walked back from the brink of hell. To top it off, he'd inexplicably gained a powerful and dangerous girlfriend. He glanced at Xia Li beside him, her expression cool and distant, and a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. Where was the real Xia Li? Where was the real Lin Qingqian? Sun Xing couldn't help but ask. After all, they had been classmates. Though they weren't close, the thought of a living person vanishing like that left a bitter taste in his mouth. She was dead. It should have been half a year ago when that skin-stealing demon stripped her skin and took her place. Xia Li's answer was simple and cold, and that was precisely why she had set her sights on Lin Qingqian. Big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. She, Xia Li, was the big fish. Sun Xing sucked in a sharp breath. Her parents hadn't noticed anything unusual? If their daughter had become a demon, did he really think her parents could survive? Sun Xing felt a chill in his heart, his scalp prickling. No wonder Lin Qingqian said her parents weren't around. Turns out she ate them. Sun Xing's face drained of color. A wave of nausea washed over him, leaving him utterly miserable. You're too weak. Mind your own business from now on. Xia Li's voice snapped him back to reality. Curiosity killed the cat, and it would kill the monkey too. What you need to do now is survive. Sun Xing fell silent. He knew Xia Li was right. In this world where man devours man and demon preys on demon, truth and justice were luxuries. Survival alone was the only truth. Back at the rental apartment, Sun Xing flopped onto the bed, his mind in turmoil. Demon Sequence 000, Fire Eye Golden Vision, Human-Demon Hybrids, Divine Disciples, Man-Eating Monsters, the powerful and mysterious Xia Li. It all felt like a bizarre nightmare. Yet the wounds on his neck and back reminded him that it was all real. He was no longer just an ordinary high school student worrying about college entrance exams. His world had been turned upside down. Gurgle. A protesting growl rose from his stomach, that familiar pang of hunger surging back once more. Though drinking the skin-changing demon's blood had eased most of it, it hadn't been eradicated. It felt like someone starved for days eating only half a meal. Sun Xing scratched his head in frustration, his future now shrouded in confusion and dread. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Sun Xing jolted upright. "Who is it?" "Me." It was Xia Li's voice. Sun Xing hesitated for a moment before getting up to open the door. Xia Li stood in the doorway, dressed in a silk nightgown that hinted at her stunning figure beneath the sheer fabric. She held a glass filled halfway with a deep crimson liquid. "Here, your midnight snack." Xia Li handed him the glass. A pungent, metallic scent of blood instantly filled Sun Xing's nostrils. Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply as a primal hunger surged through his throat. He almost lunged forward instinctively. But he fought it down with all his strength. Whose blood was this? A few days ago, some blind rat demon was lurking around downstairs. "I took care of it." Xia Li said it with such casual indifference, as if she'd merely squashed an ant. Sun Xing stared at the cup of blood, his stomach churning violently. Reason told him it was disgusting. But his body's primal instincts were screaming wildly, demanding he drink it. "What? Disgusted?" Xia Li raised an eyebrow. "If you don't drink it, you might end up knocking on old Wang's door next door tonight, driven by thirst and hunger. Or you'll just die of thirst. And when that happens, I won't be the one cleaning up your mess." Sun Xing gritted his teeth and took the cup. Closing his eyes, he downed the liquid in one gulp as if drinking poison. The salty sweet liquid slid down his throat and a wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his body. That agonizing thirst finally vanished completely. In its place came an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and power. He could even feel the wounds on his body healing at an astonishingly rapid pace. Was this the way of the demonic beings? To live, to grow strong. The price is the death of others. Go to sleep early, boyfriend. Xia Li watched Sun Xing finish his drink, nodded with satisfaction, then turned and went back to her room. School starts tomorrow, after all. Sun Xing stood frozen, clutching the empty cup. School? Right, school tomorrow. He was still a senior at Jincheng First High School. But after everything that happened tonight, could he really return to that sunlit campus filled with textbooks as if nothing had happened? Sun Xing let out a bitter laugh. He couldn't go back. Never again. The next day, Sun Xing was jolted awake by his alarm, dark circles etched beneath his eyes. He had barely slept all night. His mind replayed last night's events over and over: the bloodshed, the violence, the eeriness, the terror, and that powerful, dangerous woman. Sun Xing walked to the mirror and stared at his reflection. Apart from looking a bit pale, he appeared no different from any ordinary high school senior. But Sun Xing knew he was no longer the same. He instinctively focused his mind, attempting to activate his fire eyes. A faint warmth spread through his eyes, and the world before him instantly transformed. In the mirror, a faint, nearly invisible golden aura shimmered across his body's surface. It was most intense around his heart, where the golden light burned like a fiery ember. Behind him, a phantom golden monkey tail flickered in and out of view. "Is this what I look like after demonic transformation?" Sun Xing murmured to himself, simultaneously withdrawing his ability. Looking back at the mirror, everything had returned to normal. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this ability could be controlled at will. Otherwise, showing up to school with golden eyes would have gotten him labeled a freak and sent straight to a research lab for dissection. After washing up and stepping out of his room, Xia Li was already seated at the dining table. A simple breakfast lay before them: blood-red milk and bread. 2 servings. It looked perfectly normal, like a home-cooked meal. Having a girlfriend wasn't so bad after all. If he hadn't witnessed her devouring human skin and instantly slaying demons with his own eyes, Sun Xing would have genuinely believed she was just an ordinary, aloof beauty roommate. Finish eating and head to school. Xia Li didn't even look up as she said indifferently, "Okay." Sun Xing sat down stiffly, picked up a slice of bread, and mechanically shoved it into his mouth. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. After all, just last night, the two had established that peculiar couple relationship. "Remember, stay away from me at school." Xia Li suddenly spoke up. "Huh?" Sun Xing froze. "Aren't we a couple? We're an underground couple." Xia Li lifted her head, her cool eyes fixed on him. "I don't want to attract unnecessary trouble because of you. You don't want the whole school to know that you, this ordinary guy, hooked up with me, do you?" Sun Xing thought about it. That made sense. Xia Li was a campus legend, the famously aloof ice queen whose admirers could line up from the school gate all the way to the sports field. If anyone found out he was her boyfriend, he'd probably be stuffed into a sack and beaten senseless by the next day. I get it. Sun Xing nodded. One more thing. Xia Li added, keep your aura in check. Stop opening that damn eye of yours and gawking around for no reason. With your measly cultivation, you're as exposed as someone without pants in front of a true master. If you provoke someone neither of us can handle, you won't even know how you died. Sun Xing's heart sank. It seemed this world was far more treacherous than he'd imagined. Got it. Chapter 6, So Many of Our Kind. After breakfast, the two stepped out the door, one ahead of the other. Xia Li walked ahead, her graceful figure and flowing long hair drawing countless glances along the street. Sun Xing kept his head down, trailing more than 10 meters behind like a little sidekick. Upon reaching school, they parted ways without a word, one headed for Senior 3 Class 1, the other for Senior 3 Class 7. Stepping into the classroom, the familiar clamor hit them like a wave. The sound of reading, the clamor of play, the buzz of gossip. Everything was just as it always had been, brimming with the vibrant energy of youth. For a moment, Sun Xing felt as though everything that had happened last night was nothing but an unreal dream. Old Sun. Over here. A cheeky voice called out. Sun Xing looked up to see his buddy Yi by winking and making faces at him. How'd it go last night? Was the action intense? Did you get lucky with that little hottie? She doesn't seem to be here today. Did you her to death? Yi Bai leaned in with a gossipy expression, lowering his voice as he asked. Sun Xing looked at that familiar, infuriatingly cheeky face and felt a wave of warmth wash over him. In this cold and dangerous world, perhaps only this friendship remained genuine and warm. Instinctively, he activated his fire eyes once more. He wanted to see if his good buddy was also a monster in human skin. Thankfully. In Sun Xing's vision, Yi Bai's body was clean and pure, emanating only the faint white aura characteristic of ordinary humans. He was a pure human. Sun Xing breathed a sigh of relief. But when his gaze swept across the other students in the classroom, the color drained from his face in an instant. What had he seen? Seated in the front row, the usually quiet and introverted female class monitor wearing black-rimmed glasses, a small green snake, flickering its tongue, was coiled within her body. A snake demon? And the class monitor sitting by the window, the muscular basketball player, his true form was a massive, burly black pig. A pig demon? And that girl who always wore heavy makeup and revealing clothes, a shadowy, fluffy foxtail drifted behind her. Fox demon? But it wasn't just them. In the classroom, out of over 30 students, nearly 6 or 7 were shrouded in demonic auras of varying colors, some thick, some faint. Had they stumbled into a demon's lair? Sun Xing was so startled his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. How had he never noticed before that he was living among a horde of demons and monsters? Beneath the familiar smiles he saw every day lay such terrifying true forms. He forced himself to calm down and withdrew his fiery gaze. The world before his eyes returned to normal. The female class monitor studied intently, the class president gazed quietly out the window, and the fox spirit girl touched up her makeup. Everything appeared so harmonious. But Sun Xing's back was already soaked through with cold sweat. Xia Li was right, this world was full of demons in human skin. Demons in human form. Hey, old Sun, what are you spacing out for? Yi Bai nudged him. Why are you so pale? Did you overdo it last night and get drained? Get lost. Sun Xing snapped irritably, though his mind was a whirlwind of chaos. There were simply too many of his kind at school. This place is practically a gathering spot for those creatures. These transvestites lurking in human society, blending in like ordinary students, what the hell do they want? Sun Xing dared not dwell on it further. He felt like a husky that had stumbled into a pack of wolves. Though he might look somewhat like them, he was fundamentally not of the same species. No. No. Sun Xing suddenly grasped a crucial point. His fiery eyes could see through these demonic creatures' true forms, but they, it seemed, could not see through him. Whether it was the fox demon or the boar demon, the way they looked at him was no different from how they looked at ordinary people like Yi Bai. There was no sense of kinship between kindred spirits. What did this mean? It meant that my great sage demon soul, in status or essence, was fundamentally different from theirs. My disguise surpassed theirs in sophistication. This discovery filled Sun Xing with a mix of terror and a tinge of secret delight. This was practically a god-tier passive skill. They are in the open, while I remain hidden. As long as I don't reveal myself, no one will ever know that hidden within this class lurks a top-tier demon bearing the serial number 000. Sun Xing's emotions felt like a roller coaster plunging to the depths of despair only moments ago, now soaring skyward. He forced himself to suppress his excitement and began silently observing every one of his peers in the class. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. Having entered the wolves' den, he must first discern who were wolves, who were sheep, and who were wolves in sheep's clothing. His gaze finally settled on a tall, thin boy with a gloomy expression sitting in the far corner of the back row. That boy was Go Fei. He rarely spoke, always kept to himself, and had poor grades of virtually invisible presence in the class. But beneath Sun Xing's piercing gaze, a vicious, malevolent black aura of demonic energy coiled around Go Fei's body. Behind him, the shadowy form of a fierce-eyed, fanged earth dog with a green face glared menacingly ahead. A canine demon. Moreover, the demonic energy emanating from this canine spirit was denser and more concentrated than that of any other demonic entity in the class. This suggested his strength was likely the greatest of them all. Just as Sun Xing was observing him, Go Fei seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head, his icy gaze locking precisely with Sun Xing's. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately averted his gaze, pretending to look out the window. Damn it! He'd been spotted? Xia Li had just warned me not to look around carelessly. Sun Xing's heartbeat instantly quickened, his palms sweating profusely. He could feel that icy stare piercing his back like needles, lingering there for an eternity. Seconds later, the feeling of being watched finally faded. Sun Xing quietly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the other parties seemed to have merely sensed something, not confirmed it. He'd have to be more careful when using his X-ray vision from now on. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. Sun Xing pulled out his textbook, but couldn't focus on a single word. His mind was filled with the hideous faces of all kinds of monsters, and Go Fei's cold, sinister eyes. He had a premonition that this Go Fei would likely become a major problem. The entire day passed with Sun Xing living in constant fear. He dared not use his fire eyes lightly anymore, relying instead on memory to keep his distance from his peers. Finally, the afternoon bell rang. Sun Xing packed his backpack, desperate to rush home and seek refuge with that powerful ally. Old Sun, wait up. Yi Bai called out to him again. Got time tonight? I snagged 2 beta test headsets for the latest VR game, Immortal Battlefield. Let's play together at my place. Yi Bai waved the 2 boxes in his hands excitedly. Sun Xing was in no mood for games right now. He just wanted to get as far away from this trouble as possible. No, I've got stuff to do tonight. Sun Xing shook his head in refusal. Something important? What could be more important than gaming with your brothers? Yi Bai grew annoyed. You're not going to go see Lin Qingqian again, are you? Let me tell you, the lap of luxury is a hero's grave, don't get sucked in. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to explain. I really have plans. Another time, he said dismissively. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for the exit. The moment he stepped out of the classroom doorway, a figure blocked his path. It was Go Fei. Arms crossed, he leaned against the wall, his eyes dark and menacing as he stared at Sun Xing. Sun Xing. Go Fei's voice was hoarse and low, carrying an unquestionable commanding tone. We need to talk. Chapter 7, let's go all out. Sun Xing's footsteps halted. His heart skipped a beat. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. This Go Fei, he really is no ordinary man. What exactly was he after? Had he discovered my identity, or was he simply looking for trouble? Or perhaps feeding? Sun Xing's mind raced, yet his expression remained impassive. What's there to talk about? Spit it out. He feigned bewilderment, his tone laced with a hint of impatience. With people like this, the more afraid you appear, the more they push their luck. He had to dominate the situation from the start. Go Fei clearly hadn't expected Sun Xing's reaction and paused in surprise. He scrutinized Sun Xing from head to toe, his eyes brimming with even deeper contempt and suspicion. You're one of them. Go Fei sneered coldly, slowly closing in on Sun Xing. A faint, earthy aura of demonic energy emanated from him, making Sun Xing feel slightly nauseous. You've been spying on me all day. Don't think I haven't noticed. Spit it out. What's your real purpose? Did you devour Lin Qingqian? Last night, I saw you leave with her. This morning, I heard about the fire at her apartment complex. You did that, didn't you? And your eyes, something's wrong with them. Go Fei's voice was hushed, low enough that only the 2 of them could hear. Sun Xing's heart sank. So it was his keen eyes that had alerted the other to his unusual state. He'd been far too careless. Spying on you? Dude, are you a little too full of yourself? Sun Xing snorted derisively, his expression utterly incredulous. Do you look like Daniel Wu or Eddie Peng? Worth me spying on you? My eyes were feeling uncomfortable today, everything was a bit blurry, so I accidentally glanced at you a few times. Is this really worth such a big reaction? And did Lin Qingqian's house catch fire? How come I haven't heard a thing about it? You're so concerned about her, could it be you're secretly crushing on her? Even if there was a fire, what does it have to do with me? He said it with righteous indignation, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Anyway, I can't admit it now, not in a million years. Once I admit it, it's like laying my cards on the table. Your eyes are bothering you? Don't know? No big deal? Go Fei narrowed his eyes, clearly not buying Sun Xing's nonsense. I advise you to tell the truth. He leaned closer, almost pressing against Sun Xing's face, his voice cold and menacing. My patience is limited. Otherwise, I won't mind gouging out your eyeballs to see if you're really feeling unwell. And do you really think I can't smell the scent on you? The scent of your kind. Faint, but unmistakably demonic. A blatant threat. Students passing by sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly changed their routes. Only Yi Bai, reckless as ever, charged straight toward him. Hey! Go Fei! What do you think you're doing? Yi Bai yanked Sun Xing behind him like a mother hen protecting her chicks, glaring at Go Fei. In broad daylight, in plain sight, you want to beat someone up on school grounds? Let me tell you, I've already called the police. Sun Xing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. My dear friend, is this really the best way to stand up for someone? Isn't it a bit childish? Calling the cops? Do you think this is some elementary school brawl? Go Fei shot a look of contempt and disgust at Yi Bai, who stood blocking his path. Get out of the way. This doesn't concern you. The demonic aura surged from his body. Though invisible to ordinary people, the chilling, vicious aura sent a shiver down Yi Bai's spine, turning his face instantly pale. It was a primal, instinctive fear. It was like a rabbit facing a wolf. Yi Bai's legs were shaking like a leaf, but he gritted his teeth and stood firmly in front of Sun Xing. I refuse to leave. Go ahead and hit me too. Good buddy, sticking to your word. Go Fei let out a cruel laugh, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. He slowly raised his hand, black nails glowing eerily under the light. Sun Xing knew he couldn't let this play out any longer. Yi Bai was just an ordinary person. This blow would kill him or leave him gravely injured. He shoved Yi Bai aside and confronted Go Fei directly. Enough is enough. Sun Xing's gaze turned icy. I told you, I just happened to glance at you a few times. You're making a big deal out of nothing, right? If you think I have ulterior motives, then lay your cards on the table. What do you want? Sun Xing decided to lay his cards on the table. Constant retreat only makes others think you're easy to bully. Sometimes, you have to bare your fangs. Oh? Go Fei was somewhat surprised to see Sun Xing take such a firm stance. He withdrew his hand and watched Sun Xing with keen interest. You've got some guts. I don't want to make a big deal out of this either. Here's the deal, tonight, come alone to the small grove on the back mountain of the school. We'll have a proper talk. Go Fei deliberately emphasized the word talk. Sun Xing sneered inwardly. Talk? More likely, you're trying to lure me to a deserted spot to finish me off. Fine. Without a second thought, Sun Xing agreed. But you've got to promise no more trouble for my brothers. Deal. Go Fei agreed readily. In his eyes, Sun Xing was already dead tonight, nothing more than his meal, his nourishment. Holding grudges against a dead man was pointless. 10 o'clock tonight. Don't be late. Go Fei gave Sun Xing one last piercing look before turning away. Only after his figure vanished at the end of the corridor did Yi Bai collapse onto the floor, gasping for breath. Holy, that scared the hell out of me. Old son, have you lost your mind? You actually agreed to it? Yi Bai stared at Sun Xing in sheer terror. That Go Fei, he's clearly no good. He wants you to go to the grove? He's definitely up to no good. You absolutely mustn't go. Sun Xing pulled him up from the ground and brushed the dust off his clothes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Sun Xing's gaze was calm. After last night's life or death ordeal, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. A mere dog demon couldn't scare him. You've got nothing figured out. Yi Bai grew impatient. Don't you know who Go Fei is? I heard he hangs out with those street thugs outside campus. He's ruthless. This won't do. I need to tell Dad about this. He can find someone to handle it. Stop. Sun Xing held him back. This is my own business. I can handle it myself. He didn't want to drag Yi Bai into this. In this world, ordinary people can no longer solve problems with power and money. You. Yi Bai tried to say something, but seeing Sun Xing's eerily calm gaze, he swallowed his words. He realized his best friend seemed like a stranger overnight. That gaze bore no resemblance to what a high school student should possess. Cool, composed, and even tinged with a hint of menace? You be careful. Yi Bai could only manage to choke out those words. Sun Xing nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the school gates. Instead of heading straight home, he wandered the streets. He needed time to figure out how to handle tonight. Go toe-to-toe? He had only just awakened, still unskilled in demonic transformation. Facing a dog demon that seemed fully formed, his chances of victory weren't great. Outwit him? He knew nothing about how demonic creatures fought. How could he outsmart it? Sun Xing felt a headache coming on. His thoughts instinctively turned to Xia Li. That woman possessed power that was unfathomably deep. If she were willing to intervene, not just one Go Fei, but even 10 of them wouldn't be enough for her to swat away with a single slap. Should he ask her for help? The thought barely surfaced before Sun Xing extinguished it himself. No. Xia Li had made it crystal clear, she didn't want a useless burden dragging her down. If he couldn't even handle this minor trouble, what right did he have to be her eyes, her somewhat promising pet? Then, he'd likely be devoured whole as nourishment. This hurdle must be overcome by his own strength. Sun Xing's gaze gradually hardened. So what if it's just a dog? I'm the Monkey King. If it comes down to it, I'll fight him to the death. If I really can't beat it, I can always run, right? Sun Xing calculated silently. He found a secluded corner and attempted to transform. Golden monkey fur began sprouting beneath his skin and a bushy tail emerged. A surge of power instantly filled his entire body. But this transformation also brought intense exhaustion. He felt his stomach growling again. Growl. Damn it, energy depletion. Sun Xing frowned. It seemed that demonic combat required energy expenditure, and the source of that energy was food. He was empty-handed now. What could he possibly use to fight? He couldn't very well go into battle on an empty stomach, could he? Sun Xing walked along the road with growing irritation, unconsciously approaching a vegetable market. A pungent, fishy smell wafted through the air. Sun Xing's nostrils twitched as his gaze was drawn to a stall selling live poultry. Dozens of chickens, ducks, and geese were caged on the stall. These living creatures radiated a faint, complex vitality. Though faint, it's better than nothing, right? A bold idea popped into Sun Xing's mind. He walked up to the stall and pointed at the largest rooster in the cage. How much for this one? The vendor, a middle-aged man, glanced at him. Young man, buying a chicken? This one's a genuine free-range bird firm meat. 31 pounds. I'll take it. Sun Xing fished a few crumpled bills from his pocket. Hey, boss, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Could you put its blood in a bottle for me? Sun Xing said, looking a bit embarrassed. The owner stared at him as if he were crazy. Young man, what do you need chicken blood for? Isn't duck blood soup with vermicelli all the rage these days? My family's superstitious. They say drinking chicken blood wards off evil spirits. Sun Xing made up an excuse on the spot. The shopkeeper eyed him skeptically for a long moment, but finally relented. He found a mineral water bottle and filled it to the brim with chicken blood. Carrying the plucked rooster and a bottle of warm chicken blood, Sun Xing found a public restroom. He glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then slipped into a stall. He unscrewed the cap and tilted his head back to drink. The pungent, sweet liquid, carrying an earthy tang, instantly filled his mouth. It was disgusting. But Sun Xing forced himself to endure it, downing the entire contents in one gulp. A faint warmth rose in his stomach, slowly spreading through his limbs and bones. The gnawing hunger was suppressed just a little. It actually worked. Sun Xing's eyes lit up. Though its effect couldn't compare to demonic blood, at least it replenished his energy. He stared at the large rooster still in his hands, his eyes glinting green. Should I just bite into it raw? The thought startled him. No, that's way too extreme. He hadn't sunk that low yet. Sun Xing ultimately gave up. He stuffed the rooster into his backpack, smoothed out his clothes, and walked out of the restroom. The sky was gradually darkening. Several hours remained until 10 o'clock. Sun Xing found a park bench, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest and prepare himself. Tonight would be his first true battle since becoming a demon. Victory was the only option. Defeat meant death. The night was as dark as ink, and the park gradually emptied of people. Sun Xing opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. 9:50. Time was up. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and his gaze sharpened like a blade. Then, he strode purposefully toward the rear mountain of the school. Chapter 8, It's either you die or you perish. The hill behind Jincheng High School was really just a small mound of earth. Once a chaotic graveyard, it was steeped in ghost stories, and no one dared come near it normally. Overgrown with trees and thick with weeds, it felt eerie and desolate. Sun Xing walked alone along the pitch-black path, surrounded only by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the chirping of unidentified insects. In the past, he would never have dared come here alone. But now, he felt not a shred of fear. Because he knew this world, whether ghosts existed or not, he couldn't say. But demons definitely existed. Human demons. And he himself was one of them. Soon, he reached the small grove where they had agreed to meet. In the clearing, a figure was already waiting. It was Go Fei. He stood leaning against a large tree, arms crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The flickering glow of the cigarette tip danced in the darkness. Behind him stood two rough-looking youths. One with yellow hair, the other with green, both clearly schoolyard thugs. Seeing Sun Xing arrive alone, a cruel smile spread across Go Fei's face. Kid, you've got some guts. You actually dared to show up? He flicked his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it underfoot. Speak up. How do you want to die? Sun Xing ignored him, instead activating his fiery gaze to scan the three figures before him. The canine demonic features on Go Fei's body appeared even more solid than during the day, radiating a fierce aura. The two thugs behind him weren't ordinary humans either. Yellow Hair's true form was a cunning weasel. The green-haired one's true form was a hedgehog covered in sharp quills. Three demonic creatures. They truly intended to kill him. Sun Xing sneered inwardly, yet his expression remained calm. I said I came to talk with you. Talk my ass. The yellow-haired thug beside Go Fei, known for his explosive temper, blurted out the curse. Kid, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Brother Fei letting you come here is doing you a favor. Get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times, and we might consider letting you go out with a bang. Yellow face, your mouth stinks. Sun Xing gave him a cold glance. The yellow-haired guy froze. What did you say? I said, for a lowly weasel spirit, you sure talk big. Sun Xing's voice wasn't loud, but in the silent forest, it rang out with unusual clarity. Huang Mao's expression changed instantly. Go Fei and that green-haired hedgehog spirit also paled simultaneously. Their eyes locked onto Sun Xing, filled with shock and murderous intent. How did you know? What demon soul did you awaken? Go Fei's voice grew incredibly grave. As a canine demon, his nose was the sharpest capable of sniffing out demonic auras, though unable to discern their true forms. This was why he had detected the faint demonic aura emanating from Sun Xing. Unlike the other half-demons in their class, Sun Xing had clearly just awakened his demon soul. Being the weakest, he naturally became Go Fei's prey. Yet the moment Sun Xing spoke, he exposed their true forms. This astonished Go Fei. The seemingly ordinary high school student before him was definitely no ordinary demon soul. How I know is irrelevant. As for what kind of demon I am, you'll find out soon enough. Sun Xing flexed his wrists, making them crackle. You want to play? Then I'll play along. Since they've targeted me, I'll strike first. Sitting idly by and waiting for death was not Sun Xing's style. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Xing's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. A suppressed growl erupted from his throat. Golden monkey fur began sparsely appearing on Sun Xing's face. His body grew taller, muscles bulging, bones cracking under the strain. A bushy tail whipped out from behind him, gouging a shallow trench in the ground. His cheeks transformed, becoming sharply angular and radiating a primal charm. His eyes blazed like gold, piercing through the very soul. Demonization. This was the first time Sun Xing had fully unleashed his power while fully conscious. A monkey demon? Go Fei stared at Sun Xing's transformation, momentarily stunned, then burst into a derisive laugh. Ha! I thought it was some formidable great demon soul, but it turns out to be just a monkey that's just completed its first demonic transformation. The greed in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Heaven is truly on my side. Devouring you, consuming your flesh and blood, will surely complete my second demonic transformation. Then this entire territory will be mine. Attack! Go Fei let out a low growl and barked orders at his two henchmen. Tear him apart. Leave him barely breathing. The blonde and green-haired thugs exchanged a glance, their faces twisting into savage grins. Flanking him from both sides, they lunged viciously at Sun Xing. As he charged, yellow hair's form twisted rapidly, transforming into a half-human tall weasel. Sharp claws glinted coldly in the moonlight. Green hair arched his back, and the spiked punk hairstyle on his back instantly surged upward. Each spike stood rigid like steel needles, transforming his entire body into a rolling spiked ball as he slammed into Sun Xing's lower body. Sun Xing watched the two little demons closing in from both sides. His golden pupils held no trace of fear, only a boiling combat intent. He didn't dodge. Facing the foul-smelling weasel, Sun Xing advanced instead of retreating. He suddenly lowered his body, clenched his right fist, and unleashed a punch with every ounce of strength. Thud! Fist and claw collided with brutal force. Snap! The sound of shattering bone rang out clearly. The weasel spirit let out a piercing scream as its entire foreleg was reduced to a bloody, mangled mess by Sun Xing's punch, the white bone starkly visible. Yet at the same moment, Sun Xing's fist bore 5 deep gashes from the demon's claws, blood streaming freely. The searing pain only ignited the savage ferocity within Sun Xing. Just then, the rolling spiked ball closed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xing lashed out with his left leg. His calf, covered in golden monkey fur, struck the spiked ball like an iron rod. Thud! A series of sharp sounds echoed as metal pierced flesh. Over a dozen sharp bone spines pierced straight through Sun Xing's calf muscles, black poisonous blood instantly staining the golden monkey fur crimson. Ah! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a pained roar. But instead of retreating, his eyes blazed with savage fury. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he thrust his left leg forward with all his might, violently flinging the porcupine spirit into the air. Now! Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sun Xing's tail whipped out like a serpent, coiling around the airborne hedgehog spirit that couldn't brace itself. Then, he slammed it hard onto the ground. Thud! The hedgehog spirit was smashed senseless, many of its sharp quills snapping off upon impact. Before the creature could react, Sun Xing launched a tiger-like pounce, closing in with a gaping maw full of fangs. He sank his teeth deep into the hedgehog demon's neck. Squish! Scorching demon blood flooded his throat. A colossal surge of energy exploded within him, rapidly healing every wound on his body. No, no! The hedgehog spirit let out a desperate wail, its limbs thrashing wildly. Yet against the demon-possessed Sun Xing, its strength proved utterly insignificant. Within seconds, his struggles ceased entirely. Sun Xing released his grip, his mouth dripping with blood. His golden pupils glinted with a bloodthirsty light. He slowly rose to his feet, turning his gaze to the weasel spirit on the other side, its arms severed, trembling in terror. The weasel spirit's heart froze in terror under his gaze. With a shrill cry, it turned to flee. Trying to run now? Too late. Sun Xing snorted coldly, his figure flickering like a ghost as he pursued. He grabbed the weasel by the scruff of its neck, while his other hand plunged ruthlessly through its back. Ugh! The weasel spirit's body stiffened. In disbelief, it lowered its head to stare at the blood-soaked arm piercing through its chest. Sun Xing withdrew his arm, letting the weasel spirit's corpse collapse limply to the ground. He gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds, blood and mud mingling together, making him look utterly disheveled. But his gaze grew sharper and colder. All for survival. It's kill or be killed. The instant Sun Xing's guard slipped, a dark shadow swept silently from behind him, carrying a vicious gust of wind. Chapter 9, Divine Disciple. It was Go Fei. He had been watching the battle all along, waiting for this very moment. Ambush. Die, little monkey. Go Fei's body had partially transformed into a demonic form, a human torso atop a dog's head, his face a sickly green with fangs bared, drool dripping from his mouth. His claws, as sharp as steel, lunged viciously toward Sun Xing's back. Sun Xing's heart raced with alarm, but having just endured a life-or-death battle, his body was pushed to its limits. There was no time to dodge. Squish! The claws tore into flesh. 5 claws sank deep into Sun Xing's back, nearly ripping out his heart. Ugh! Sun Xing let out a piercing scream as the immense force hurled him backward, slamming him hard into a massive tree. He felt as if his spine was about to snap. Cough! Sun Xing lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood as his vision began to blur. It's over. I was too careless after all. Your flesh and blood are mine now. Go Fei advanced step by step, his eyes brimming with greed and cruelty. He opened his gaping maw and sank his teeth viciously into Sun Xing's neck. Just as Sun Xing thought his end was certain. A mournful howl pierced the night sky. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if winter had descended in an instant. A faint, shadowy portal formed of black mist materialized behind Go Fei. The Ghost Gate. Creak. The Ghost Gate slowly swung open, and a malevolent ghost constable clad in ancient bailiff attire, wielding a morning staff, and bearing a hideous visage stepped out from within. Following closely behind, a mysterious figure emerged, cloaked in black and wearing a green-faced, fanged demon mask. Who stands below the dais? Why do you bring charges against this official? Go Fei. The masked man's voice was hoarse and commanding, as if echoing from the depths of the underworld. You are guilty of malicious assault. The evidence is irrefutable. This court hereby sentences you to death. You are hereby arrested and shall be executed on the spot. Go Fei was startled by this sudden turn of events and whipped his head around. When he saw the demon constable and the masked man, he was startled at first. That power fluctuation, an awakened one. Divine disciple. Damn it! How did he attract such a troublesome individual? But after carefully sensing their aura, the terror in his eyes instantly turned to wild elation. So weak. The divine power fluctuations emanating from this divine disciple were pitifully weak, likely just a greenhorn who'd barely begun his training. The flesh and soul of a divine disciple were far more nourishing to them demonic beings than their own kind. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, and it came without any effort. A wet behind the ears divine disciple dares to play tricks before this lord? Perfect. Double good fortune today. Devouring both of you might just propel me straight to the 3rd stage of demonic transformation. Go Fei let out a maniacal laugh, abandoning Sun Xing on the ground as he lunged toward the masked man. Ghost officers, attack! The masked man barked the order. The demon constables beside him flashed crimson eyes, raised their morning clubs, and charged the colossal demon dog. Thud! 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 The morning staff clashed repeatedly with the sharp claws, producing a series of dull thuds. Though the masked man had summoned the ghost officers, his own strength was clearly no match for Go Fei. The demon constable was driven back step by step, the black aura around him dissipating. He was clearly on the verge of collapse. Ha! Is that all you've got? A mere disciple of the gods, nothing special. Go Fei swatted the ghost officers away with a single claw strike. The massive dog head turned toward the masked man, who stood frozen in place, seemingly petrified with fear. Your turn! Go Fei roared, lunging at the masked man. A flicker of panic crossed the masked man's eyes, but he forced himself to remain composed, his hands swiftly forming seals. Lin, Bing, Do, Jia. Your incantations. Go Fei didn't give him a chance to finish the incantation, slapping him hard across the face and sending him flying. The masked man slammed hard onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He was about to meet his end at the hands of this dog. Damn it! Sun Xing, lying prone on the ground, watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging with fury. Though he didn't know the origins of this divine disciple, the man had appeared to save him. He couldn't let him die like this. Gritting his teeth, Sun Xing mustered his last ounce of strength, leaping up from the ground like a cannonball and slamming into Go Fei's back. He spread his arms wide and clamped them tightly around Go Fei's thick waist. Quick! Strike! Sun Xing screamed at the fallen masked man with every ounce of strength left in his body. Go Fei, trapped in the embrace, couldn't break free. Roaring with fury, he turned his head and sank his teeth viciously into Sun Xing's shoulder. Ah! Sun Xing felt as if his shoulder blade was being crushed, yet he refused to let go. Seeing this opening, the masked man's eyes flashed with a resolute glint. He forced himself to his feet and barked at the scattered ghost constable. Slash. The scattered black mist of the ghost constable coalesced once more. The morning staff in its hand abruptly transformed into a ghost-headed broadsword, gleaming with a cold, menacing light. Swish. A flash of blade. A massive dog's head shot skyward. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the entire forest crimson. Gofei's massive headless corpse crashed to the ground. Sun Xing finally exhausted his strength, releasing his grip. He and the masked man both crashed heavily to the ground. Both lay in pools of blood, gasping for breath. In the silent forest, only the sound of their heartbeats echoed. After a long while, Sun Xing regained his strength. He looked at the masked man beside him and said weakly, "Thank you for saving my life." The masked man slowly sat up from the ground. He turned his head, and the green-faced, fanged mask appeared particularly terrifying in the moonlight. "Don't thank me just yet." His voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. "The next person I intend to kill is you." Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply. "What? Gods and demons are worlds apart, they cannot coexist." The masked man rose to his feet, towering over Sun Xing as he lay immobilized on the ground. "I am a disciple of the gods, you are a demonic creature. Killing you is my divine duty." Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. Out of the frying pan and into the fire? He couldn't comprehend what a divine disciple truly was. Was it some righteous organization dedicated to hunting down demonic creatures? But now, utterly drained of strength, he had no power to resist. Despair washed over him like a tidal wave. Just as Sun Xing closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Ha! A familiar, smug chuckle suddenly rang out. The masked man reached up and removed the mask from his face. Under the moonlight, the face revealed was Yi Bai's infuriatingly smug expression. "Old son, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Yi Bai chuckled. "If it had been any other divine disciple, you'd be dead today. But guess what? You got lucky you ran into me instead. I'm not one to follow the beaten path. I don't hold much prejudice against demons either. But seriously, how did you turn into a demon? And a monkey at that? I'm utterly shocked." Sun Xing stared blankly at him, his mind going completely blank. Seconds later, he finally snapped out of it and screamed with every ounce of strength. "Holy! You tried to scare the hell out of me." The heavy weight on his chest finally lifted. So this mysterious divine disciple was actually his own good buddy, Yi Bai. Sorry. Yi Bai scratched his head, looking a bit sheepish. "When I saw that jerk Gofei picking on you today, I knew something was off. I've always suspected he wasn't human and wanted to take him down, but I was afraid I couldn't handle him alone. Besides, with so many demons in school, I couldn't risk exposing myself. You wouldn't listen to my advice. I was worried something might happen to you, so I rushed over." At this point, a flicker of guilt crossed Yi Bai's face. "Sorry, old son. I actually reached the foot of the mountain long ago. But I kept hesitating whether to come up. Because I'm afraid of dying too. I knew I probably wasn't a match for Gofei, coming up would have been pointless." Sun Xing looked at him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He shook his head. "In the end, didn't you come up? That's enough." Sun Xing knew exactly what kind of person Yi Bai was, the sort who'd watch a horror movie and then avoid walking alone at night for days afterward. He was as scared as a mouse. "Now, to save him, I'm willing to fight the demons to the death. Had Yi Bai not appeared in time tonight, he might truly have perished here." Sun Xing took note of this favor. Yet a man who feared ghosts possessed the power to command ghost officers, truly unexpected. Sun Xing's mind was filled with curiosity about the divine disciple. This was clearly another kind of mysterious power. Dabai, what exactly is a divine disciple? Chapter 10, What kind of monster am I? Yi Bai wiped the smug grin from his face, his expression turning serious for the first time. He glanced at the three corpses on the ground, already beginning to grow cold, then looked at Sun Xing, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled. This wasn't the place for talking. Yi Bai fished a crumpled pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to Sun Xing. "Clean your wounds first. The divine disciple, the demonic being, I'll tell you about all that later." Sun Xing took the tissues and roughly wiped the blood from his face, but more blood seeped steadily from the wounds on his back and shoulders, staining his clothes a deep crimson. He could feel his vitality ebbing away with every drop of blood. Dizziness, vertigo, cold limbs. Since you're a divine disciple and come from a distinguished family, you must know far more than I do. Sun Xing leaned against the tree trunk, struggling to stay upright, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Bai. He desperately needed information. About this world, about the demons, about the divine followers, and most crucially, about himself. Yi Bai sighed, finding a relatively clean rock to sit upon. "Ah, you were never meant to know any of this. You could have lived a peaceful life as an ordinary person, got into a good university, landed a decent job, married a beautiful wife. How perfect that would have been. Who could have imagined you'd end up stepping into this mess too?" Yi Bai's voice carried a weariness unbecoming of his years. "This world is far more complex and dangerous than you can ever imagine. The struggle between the divine disciples and the demonic cultivators has raged for over 1,000 years. Long ago, the divine followers held absolute dominance, forcing demons to hide like rats scurrying through the streets. But for some reason, things changed about 100 years ago. Yi Bai's gaze grew solemn. The numbers of demons began to surge exponentially, and among them emerged several exceptionally powerful beings. From that moment onward, the tide of battle turned. Humans suffered defeat after defeat. Many ancient families of divine followers were wiped out in this war that had raged for nearly a century. Only in recent years, due to certain circumstances, did both sides achieve a fragile equilibrium. The leaders of both humans and divine disciples were forced to sit down with the strongest among the demonic creatures to negotiate territorial boundaries and establish rules, barely sustaining the current superficial peace. Sun Xing listened in silence, his heart churning with shock. Unbeknownst to him, this world had already endured a brutal, century-long war. His daily life of attending school and studying had been built upon the blood and bones of countless divine followers. What exactly were those demonic beings? Sun Xing voiced the question that weighed heaviest on his mind. You should know better than I do what a demon human is. Yi Bai shot him a glance, pointing to the faint, golden monkey tail still partially visible behind him. It's someone like you, a human whose demonic soul has awakened within their body for some reason. The timing and circumstances of this awakening are entirely unpredictable. Some awaken from childhood, born different from others. Others, like you, undergo sudden transformations upon reaching a certain age. Others might only sense it when death approaches, crawling back from the grave. As for the demonic souls themselves, it seems there are varying degrees of strength, though I don't know the specifics. Yi Bai scratched his head, seeming uncertain. But he shifted his tone, sizing up Sun Xing from head to toe, that infuriating smirk returning to his face. I see your monkey demon soul, shining all golden and stuff, but it doesn't seem all that powerful, huh? Getting beaten into the sorry state by a dog demon and two little demons? TSK, that's a bit embarrassing for a demon. Sun Xing ignored his taunts, though inwardly he dismissed the remark. A great sage demon's soul isn't that powerful? He'd only just awakened and didn't even know how to control his power yet. Given enough time, he wouldn't just take on a dog demon, he'd dare to stab even the heavenly king himself. What about that divine disciple? Sun Xing changed the subject. What is a divine disciple? At this question, a flicker of surprise crossed Yi Bai's eyes, his gaze growing complex. Pride mingled with loathing. The so-called divine disciples are us human awakened ones who inherited the mighty power of the gods. The powers we awaken are diverse and unique. Take me, for instance. Yi Bai cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. My awakened power is Divine Sequence 088, the Honorable Magistrate. Acting as heaven's envoy, adjudicating cases with divine precision, slaying demons and evil spirits, upholding righteousness in the mortal realm. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing the words Divine Sequence. Divine Sequence? Sequence? That cryptic message in his mind, Demon Sequence 000, great sage, could it mean? You mean, all divine disciples awaken sequences? Sun Xing suppressed his shock and pressed further. Of course. Yi Bai nodded matter-of-factly. Sequences are the source and proof of our divine disciples' power. What are its characteristics? Sun Xing's voice was slightly hoarse. Do you need to drink blood when thirsty? Yi Bai's eyes widened instantly, staring at Sun Xing as if he were a monster. What you're describing is the nature of you demonic beings. Drinking blood and devouring your own kind, how is that any different from beasts? We divine disciples are the agents of the gods on earth, enforcing their will. Beyond possessing immense power, we are no different from ordinary humans. Yi Bai's words struck Sun Xing's mind like a thunderclap. The sequence is the hallmark of a divine disciple. Drinking blood is the instinct of the demonic. Yet I possess both these utterly contradictory traits. What exactly am I? A demon? A god? Or a stitched-together monstrosity? I heard. Yi Bai's voice rang out once more, interrupting Sun Xing's thoughts. His expression turned more serious and cold than ever before. After a demon-human hybrid fully awakens its demonic soul, its humanity is completely devoured by its demonic nature, transforming it into a true demonic fiend driven solely by slaughter and consumption. They become ruthless, slaughtering without mercy. Sun Xing, if that day ever comes, and you become such a monster. Yi Bai stared into Sun Xing's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. I can't guarantee I'll show you mercy. The words poured over Sun Xing like a bucket of ice water, chilling him to the bone. He looked at Yi Bai's earnest face and knew he wasn't joking. If he truly became a monster, Yi Bai would kill him. Sun Xing didn't hear Yi Bai's solemn promise that followed. Yi Bai's earlier words echoed relentlessly in his mind. The power of the sequence. A demon-corrupted body. What exactly was he? This secret was too immense, too utterly shocking. Sun Xing made his decision in an instant. This matter must never be revealed to anyone, not even Yi Bai. Until he uncovered the truth about himself, this must remain his deepest, most solitary secret. Some things were better kept to oneself. This world had already become a city shrouded in mist. He couldn't place himself in even greater danger. He asked more questions about the divine disciples and the human-demon hybrids, but Yi Bai's knowledge was limited. Most of what he knew came from hearsay, and Sun Xing couldn't pry any more useful information out of him. He had no choice but to drop the subject. Just then, an intense wave of dizziness washed over him. Sun Xing's vision darkened, his body swayed, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He had lost too much blood. His injuries were far worse than he had imagined. "Hey! Old Sun! Are you okay?" Yi Bai jumped in alarm and quickly caught him. When his hand touched the deep gash on Sun Xing's back, where bone was visible, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. "How badly hurt are you? I heard you demon humans have healing abilities as astonishing as monsters." Yi Bai glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, hesitated, then spoke up. "And drinking blood and eating flesh can speed up recovery." "Eat flesh?" Sun Xing's gaze fell upon Go Fei's massive, headless corpse. That robust flesh contained immense demonic power. Consuming it might heal his wounds instantly and amplify his strength. An instinctive craving surged from his stomach, from every cell in his body. But accompanying it was an even more intense wave of nausea and revulsion. Eat human flesh? Even if these 3 dead before him were demons in human skin, technically no longer human. But they were still human in form. Sun Xing's reason and humanity screamed in fury, rejecting this horrifying notion. He couldn't do it. At least not now. As for drinking blood, Sun Xing's throat convulsed as that familiar, burning hunger once again consumed his body and mind. He stared at the pool of blood on the floor, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes. Yi Bai watched the intense hesitation and pain in Sun Xing's eyes and fell silent. He knew this was a hurdle Sun Xing had to cross on his own. A threshold marking the complete descent from human to demon. He patted Sun Xing's shoulder. "I have to go. I already alerted the authorities in a special way when I appeared. The guys from security should be here soon. They'll handle everything here, staging it as an accident, a gang shootout or something." Yi Bai stood up and reattached the green-faced, fanged demon mask. "You should leave quickly too, don't get caught by them. Those guys aren't as easy to deal with as I am. And be careful lately. I've heard demons from other cities are flocking to Jincheng. Trouble's brewing here." With that, Yi Bai's figure gradually faded into the darkness and vanished. In the empty forest, only Sun Xing remained. Along with 3 corpses, their flesh emitting an enticing, blood-soaked stench. The wind grew colder. Chapter 11, The Dangerous Woman. The warm, sweet, and bloody liquid surged wildly into Sun Xing's mouth, flowing down his throat and spreading throughout his entire body. Bliss. An unprecedented sense of relief. Like a man dying of thirst in the desert suddenly discovering an oasis. Or like a beggar starved for 3 days and nights, suddenly presented with a banquet table laden with delicacies. Sun Xing could distinctly feel every cell in his body rejoicing, leaping with delight and voraciously devouring this pure, potent energy. The nutrients in Go Fei's blood were far richer than those from the painted skin demon and the vial of rooster blood combined. The searing hunger within Sun Xing was swiftly sated. Not only that, but warm currents continuously repaired the damage inflicted on his body by demonic transformation, strengthening his bones and muscles. He sensed himself growing stronger once more. So devouring one's own kind truly did make one stronger. In this world where human life was worthless and danger lurked everywhere, strength alone was the only guarantee. Sun Xing suppressed his excitement, lifting his head to fix his gaze upon the other 2 corpses. A weasel spirit. A hedgehog spirit. Though their demonic power couldn't match Go Fei's, even the smallest mosquito was still meat. No waste. True to the virtuous tradition of diligence and thrift, Sun Xing hesitated not a moment, draining the essence blood from the other 2 demons clean to the last drop. After finishing, Sun Xing belched contentedly, a sense of unprecedented satisfaction welling up within him. He felt brimming with power, as if he could punch a cow to death with a single blow. He stood up and released his demonic transformation. The golden monkey fur and tail receded like a tide, restoring his body to its original form. However, his clothes were torn and tattered from the earlier muscle expansion. "Guess I'll need to keep a few extra sets of clothes handy for future fights." Sun Xing chuckled wryly. Then, Sun Xing dragged his weary body back to his rented room. The physical exhaustion was manageable, it was the mental toll that weighed heavily. His first kill, his first time actively feeding on blood. The events of this night had left him utterly shaken. He needed a good night's sleep. The moment he opened the door, the living room light flickered on. Xia Li sat on the sofa, her arms crossed, wearing that silk nightgown, her expression as cold as ice. Her cold, clear eyes darted towards Sun Xing the moment she saw him return. "Where have you been?" Her voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. Could this woman have waited up all night for him? Pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend didn't require this much dedication, did it? I went out to handle some business," Sun Xing mumbled. "Run an errand?" Xia Li gave a cold laugh, stood up, and strode towards Sun Xing with long strides. A powerful sense of pressure washed over him. What kind of errand takes an entire night? What kind of business leaves you reeking of blood and the foul aura of torn-up demons? Xia Li's nostrils flared, her gaze growing even colder. Did you take my words as wind passing by your ears? Sun Xing felt his scalp tingle under her gaze and instinctively took a step back. It wasn't them who approached me first. Sun Xing didn't hold back, recounting in detail how Go Fei had provoked him and set the trap. After hearing Sun Xing's account, the frost on Xia Li's face finally began to thaw slightly. But her expression remained unwelcoming. That Go Fei was a member of the Dog God Society. Though they were merely a pack of wild dogs, not worth much. But you killed one of their own. That's like poking a hornet's nest. Their leader, that old yellow dog, may not be particularly powerful, but he's fiercely protective of his own and holds grudges. He'll track it back to you in no time. Sun Xing's heart sank once more. What the hell do I do now? What can we do? Just deal with it. Xia Li shot him a disapproving look. You got yourself into this mess, you deal with it. Don't expect me to clean up your mess. Though she spoke harshly, Sun Xing detected a hint of softening in her tone. At least she wasn't furious at his disobedience, she'd even offered him advice. Got it. Sun Xing nodded. But? Xia Li shifted her tone, scrutinizing Sun Xing from head to toe with a mix of appraisal and doubt in her eyes. You've only just awakened your powers and can barely control your demonic transformation. How did you manage to take down 3 fully fledged demonic creatures all by yourself? And judging by your condition, your injuries don't seem that severe either? Here it comes. The very question Sun Xing dreaded most had finally arrived. He had anticipated Xia Li asking this. I don't know. Sun Xing scratched his head, putting on an innocent, honest expression. I was cornered at the time. My head just went blank, and I felt this surge of strength coursing through me. Then I just ended up beating them to death in a daze. Maybe my demonic soul is just really powerful? This explanation, half truth, half lie, was seamless. It highlighted the awesomeness of his bloodline while casting him as a prodigious rookie with immense potential but lacking control over his power. Of course, he cleverly omitted any mention of Yi Bai's appearance. Sure enough, after hearing this, the suspicion in Xia Li's eyes faded considerably, replaced instead by a hint of amusement and admiration. It seems the man I've chosen is indeed exceptional. She extended her slender fingers, gently lifting Sun Xing's chin as if admiring a precious artifact. But, your outburst must have taken quite a toll, right? Judging by your drained, weakened state, are you thirsty again? Her voice carried a hint of seduction. Sun Xing did feel somewhat lightheaded. Most of the blood he just consumed had been channeled into strengthening his body and healing his wounds, with only a small portion used for replenishment. Now that his mind relaxed, that hollow feeling surged back. Sun Xing honestly admitted it. Thirsty? Time to rehydrate. Xia Li's crimson lips brushed against Sun Xing's ear, her breath warm and sweet. My boyfriend can't go hungry. As she spoke, she unexpectedly extended her pink tongue and gently licked Sun Xing's earlobe. Boom! Sun Xing felt as if lightning had struck his brain, leaving him momentarily blank. An indescribable heat surged from his lower abdomen straight to the crown of his head. What is this woman doing? Was she seducing him? You. Just as Sun Xing opened his mouth to speak, a sudden chill touched his neck. Xia Li opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp little fangs, and gently bit into his neck. But she didn't pierce the skin. It was merely an ambiguous nibble. Your scent smells rather nice too. Xia Li's voice carried a hint of languid contentment. Far purer than the foul aura of those lowly demons. Sun Xing stiffened, daring not to move an inch. He could sense that Xia Li wasn't sucking his blood. Instead, she was feeding on the demonic energy emanating from his body, a mixture tainted with the aura of the great sage, born from his recent devouring of 3 demonic creatures. Was she treating him like a tonic? Holy! Was this even a thing? Sun Xing felt his worldview being shattered once again. Turns out, she kept him around not just to fatten him up for a later feast. She was keeping him around as an energy bar to nibble on whenever she felt like it? This is just too humiliating. Several minutes later, Xia Li finally released her lips with satisfaction. A charming blush spread across her pretty face and her eyes glistened with moisture. Tasted good. She licked her lips, still craving more. Seems like sending you into battle more often isn't such a bad thing after all. Not only does it help you grow faster, but it also provides me with fresh snacks. Sun Xing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. So all this fighting and risking my life is just to provide her with dessert? That's some pretty shrewd thinking. Go to sleep. Xia Li patted Sun Xing's face as if soothing a cat with its fur standing on end. Since you did well today, I'll keep an eye on the Dog God Society for you. But this is a one-time thing. Tomorrow's the weekend, you're coming with me somewhere. With that, she swayed her slender waist and returned to her room. Sun Xing was left alone, feeling disoriented in the living room. He touched his neck, where Xia Li's saliva and scent still lingered. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. No! This couldn't go on. He must grow stronger. Strong enough to break free from this woman's control. Strong enough to repay today's humiliation tenfold. A fierce fire ignited in Sun Xing's eyes. Clenching his fists, he strode into his room. That night, his sleep was restless. His dreams were filled with Xia Li's face capable of both playful scolding and radiant joy, yet dangerously alluring. Chapter 12, A Good Spot. The next day, Sun Xing was awakened by thirst. It was a thirst that seemed to come from the depths of his very soul. Ever since the strange changes had begun in his body, he found himself prone to intense hunger and thirst. He opened his eyes to find the sky already bright. After consuming the essence blood of 3 demonic creatures last night, his body had undergone unprecedented strengthening. His strength and speed had both surged dramatically. His physical recovery, in particular, was astonishingly swift. The severe injuries covering his body had healed almost completely overnight. But the cost was equally immense. Sun Xing felt he could devour an entire ox raw and drink a barrel of water in one gulp. He climbed out of bed and stepped out of the room. The living room was empty, only sunlight streaming through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. Xia Li was gone. Her door was tightly shut, and no sound came from inside. Had she gone out? Or was she still sleeping in her room? Sun Xing felt a twinge of unease. This woman was like an enigma, powerful, dangerous, and utterly unpredictable. He walked over to the refrigerator, pulled open the door, and found it empty except for a few bottles of red drink and a couple of loaves of bread. Of course. A demon of Xia Li's caliber had likely long since bid farewell to ordinary grains and vegetables. Her diet consisted of her own kind, their essence and blood. Sun Xing sighed, resignedly picking up a bottle of red drink. He twisted off the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls. The power of essence blood. Sun Xing returned to his room, crossed his legs on the bed, and attempted to sense the power within him. He could distinctly sense a golden energy coiled at the center of his chest, like a miniature sun. With each breath, it slowly flowed through his limbs and bones. Was this the power of Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage? How did it differ from Yi Bai's mystical divine sequence power? Was he a demon, a god, or some kind of monstrous hybrid? Sun Xing's mind was a chaotic mess. He spent the entire day in a daze. He dared not step outside, fearing he'd lose control and attack passersby. He couldn't accomplish anything either. The hunger gnawed at him like maggots in his bones, tormenting his nerves without respite. All he could do was lie in bed, replaying last night's battle over and over. From the initial passive defense, to the desperate counterattack, to the ultimate bliss of devouring the essence and blood. Every detail played out repeatedly in his mind. He realized he wasn't as repulsed by killing and bloodsucking as he'd imagined. When survival was threatened, the fragile moral boundaries of humanity seemed to lose their importance. Staying alive was the paramount concern. Growing stronger was the only way to live better. Sun Xing's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Since he couldn't change this rotten world, then I must change myself, accept it, adapt to it. He endured until evening, when the sun sank below the horizon and the city's neon lights began to flicker on one by one. Sun Xing's phone finally buzzed once. It was a text from Xia Li, containing only a few brief words. Phantom Bar. Come fast. Attached was a location. Sun Xing stared at the message, his heart sinking. A bar? That kind of mixed bag place? What did she want him there for? Sun Xing had a bad feeling, but he still leaped out of bed. He had no choice now. When it came to Xia Li, he could only obey. Her aura was simply too overwhelming. If he angered Xia Li, she could probably crush him as easily as squashing an ant. Changing into a relatively clean set of clothes, Sun Xing stepped out of the rented room. Xia Li's door remained firmly locked. She must have left long ago. Following the GPS coordinates, Sun Xing hailed a taxi. A few minutes later, the cab pulled up in front of a bustling bar street. The sign for Phantom Bar flickered with an ambiguous purple glow in the night. Several women dressed provocatively and heavily made up stood at the entrance, flirtatiously swaying their hips at passing men. A heady mix of alcohol, perfume, and hormones hit him like a wave. He frowned slightly and stepped toward the bar entrance. The bouncer at the entrance was a bald, muscular giant standing nearly 2 meters tall. He gave Sun Xing a lazy glance but made no move to stop him. Sun Xing stepped inside. The deafening music and blinding lights made him feel slightly uncomfortable. On the dance floor, countless young men and women writhed wildly to the pulsing beats, unleashing their pent-up energy. Sun Xing's gaze swept quickly across the crowd. He didn't activate his X-ray vision. Xia Li's warning still rang in his ears. Staring around recklessly in a place like this was tantamount to courting death. Demons powerful enough could sense his scrutiny, which was precisely why Xia Li had detected Sun Xing's unique ability the very first time she met him. Yet even without his fire-eye vision, Sun Xing could still sense the faint, elusive aura of demonic energy permeating the air through the keen instincts shared by his kind. It was thick, chaotic. The sheer number was staggering. This bar was hiding a vast number of demonic creatures. Sun Xing's heart instantly leapt into his throat. This was no ordinary bar. It was a demonic den. What on earth was Xia Li thinking, bringing him to a place like this? Sun Xing forced himself to calm down, finding a secluded booth to sit in as he silently surveyed his surroundings. He noticed the bartender behind the counter, a strikingly alluring man whose fluid, rhythmic movements as he mixed drinks drew the attention of many women. Sun Xing could sense the fox-like scent emanating from him, thick enough to spill over. A fox spirit. Then there were the men and women writhing wildly on the dance floor. Among them, many emitted various aura of demonic beings within Sun Xing's perception. Snakes, scorpions, spiders. This place was nothing short of a demonic menagerie. Sun Xing felt like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves, utterly uneasy. He fidgeted restlessly, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. Just then, a woman with a fiery figure, clad in a black bodycon skirt, swayed her hips like a water snake as she approached him, carrying 2 glasses of wine. It was Xia Li. She had changed her outfit and applied light makeup. Her originally cool and aloof aura, under the bar's suggestive lighting, now carried a hint of deadly allure. The moment she appeared, she instantly captured the attention of every male in the vicinity. Yet beneath the stares of astonishment and greed lay something deeper, a palpable sense of apprehension and dread. Been waiting long? Xia Li pushed a glass of liquor towards Sun Xing, seated herself without waiting, and crossed her legs. Her long, shapely legs, encased in black stockings, glowed seductively under the lights. Sun Xing didn't glance at the wine. His gaze remained fixed on Xia Li. What kind of place is this? His voice was dry. A good place. Xia Li sipped her drink, a trace of wine staining her crimson lips, making her appear even more alluring. The largest gathering place for demons in Jinchang, and also an intelligence hub. Here, as long as you can afford the price, you can buy any information you desire. Xia Li's tone was flat, as if she were discussing something utterly trivial. Yet upon hearing it, Sun Xing felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He looked at the people around him who were giving him strange looks, and suddenly understood something. In those gazes, there was curiosity, there was scrutiny, but more than anything, there was an unmasked sense of pity and sympathy. What were they lamenting? What were they pitying? Sun Xing's heart sank, bit by bit. Staring at the woman before him, her smile charming yet dangerously alluring, a terrifying thought began to take root in his mind. Had she brought him here to sell him? Chapter 13, Candle Sparrow Xia Li. Sun Xing's mind buzzed. Sell him? The moment the thought surfaced, he couldn't shake it off. Though he was merely a newly awakened novice to demonic beings, he was still considered a delicacy. If Xia Li sold him to obtain something she needed, the demon's heart was unfathomable. Sun Xing couldn't bear to think it through. He felt the blood in his entire body turning to ice. What's with that look? Xia Li seemed to read his thoughts, rolling her eyes at him in exasperation. Think I'm going to sell you out? Do I look that low class to you? Sun Xing said nothing, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. Oof. Xia Li let out a cold laugh, leaning back on the sofa with her arms crossed, her stunning curves perfectly accentuated. If I wanted to sell you, why would I bring you here? Wouldn't it be easier to beat you half to death in the rental and just ship you over? Besides, with your measly skills, you wouldn't fetch much on the market. Not even enough to fill my teeth. Harsh words, but true. After hearing this, the weight on Sun Xing's heart finally lifted slightly. But his guard remained firmly up. This woman was definitely the type who wouldn't get out of bed without a profit. She brought me here for a reason. Then why did you bring me here? Sun Xing asked in a hushed voice. To broaden your horizons. Xia Li lifted her wineglass, gently swirling the crimson liquid within. So you won't be startled by everyone you meet in the future, acting like a country bumpkin who's never seen the world. Oh, and to introduce you to my friends. She deliberately emphasized the word friends. Sun Xing followed her gaze and saw the alluringly seductive fox-like bartender flash them a meaningful smile. That's the owner of this bar, Sixth Master. Xia Li introduced her casually. A century-old fox spirit. Don't be fooled by his effeminate looks, he's ruthless and cunning, no good at all. Sun Xing felt a chill run down his spine. 100-year-old fox? Just how powerful a demon must that be? No wonder all the demons in the bar kept quiet and none dared cause trouble. Turns out there's such a big shot keeping the peace. Then what about us? Sun Xing was about to ask more when a slender teenager, dressed in a waiter's uniform and looking no older than 15 or 16, approached carrying a tray. The boy was quite handsome, but his complexion was unnaturally pale, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in years. He approached the booth, first casting a reverent glance at Xia Li before fixing his gaze on Sun Xing. That gaze, like those of the demonic creatures before, was filled with complex emotions. There was curiosity, but more than that, there was pity. Lord Candlebird, you're Bloody Mary. The youth carefully placed a cocktail before Xia Li, its color deeper and more intense than the one before Sun Xing, almost a dark crimson. Candle Sparrow? Sun Xing's heart stirred. Was that Xia Li's code name? It sounded far more formidable than her real name. Xia Li responded with a soft lifting the Bloody Mary but not drinking it. Instead, she held it to her nose and took a light sniff. An overwhelmingly rich, unmistakable scent of blood instantly filled the air. Sun Xing's throat involuntarily rolled. That hunger was stirred once more. He could sense that the energy contained within Xia Li's drink was far purer than the combined essence of the painted skin demon's blood and the three little demons' vital blood he had consumed before. This was definitely not the blood of an ordinary animal. Human blood. And what's more, it was the blood of an awakened being. New stock? Xia Li set down her cup and turned to the young waiter, asking calmly. Yes, Master Candle Sparrow. The youth answered respectfully. It arrived this afternoon. Some reckless rogue cultivator trespassed into our territory and was taken down by Sixth Master. Sixth Master said this batch is of excellent quality and specially reserved the finest first broth for you. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. A rogue cultivator? An awakened human? To be treated like merchandise and even have the first portion reserved? This world was far crueler and darker than he had ever imagined. Humans devour demons and demons devour humans. Only here, humans referred to those awakened with extraordinary powers. Good eye. Xia Li nodded approvingly, then shifted her focus, gesturing towards Sun Xing with her chin. He's my new boyfriend. From now on, he'll receive the same treatment as me. The young waiter stiffened visibly at the words. He stared at Sun Xing in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to Xia Li. The sympathy in his eyes instantly turned to pity. As if he were looking at a condemned prisoner about to be sent to the guillotine. Yes, Lord Candlebird. The youth stammered in reply, not daring to lift his head. I'll remember. Sun Xing's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He finally understood why the surrounding demons had been staring at him like that. In their eyes, he was likely not Xia Li's boyfriend. But rather, her new toy. Or rather, a reserve stockpiled for her to enjoy at any moment. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation gnawed at Sun Xing's heart like a venomous snake. He wanted to stand up right then and there, point his finger at Xia Li's nose, and tell her, I'm not your pet. But he couldn't. He could only clench his fist so tightly his nails dug deep into his flesh, using the pain to stay lucid. All right, you're dismissed. Get out. Xia Li waved her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. The young waiter, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply and scurried away. What? Not happy? Xia Li lifted the glass of human blood cocktail, sipped it elegantly, and looked at Sun Xing with a faint, ambiguous smile. Think I've embarrassed you? Sun Xing took a deep breath, forcing down the rage boiling inside him, and squeezed out a smile uglier than crying. No. It's my honor to be Candlebird Sama's boyfriend. Put. Xia Li couldn't help but laugh at his hypocritical act. Enough, stop pretending. I know you're not convinced. If you want to break free from me, then grow stronger quickly. Strong enough to crush me beneath your feet. She extended her crimson tongue, licking her lips, her eyes brimming with aggression and provocation. I look forward to that day. But until then, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't mind showing you what true despair feels like. With that, she pushed the glass of wine in front of her toward Sun Xing. Here, a gift for you. Drink it. It'll do you good. Sun Xing stared at the dark red liquid in the glass, its alluring aroma sending waves of nausea through his stomach. His reason raged against it, yet his body's instincts screamed, craving it. Could he refuse? Sun Xing's gaze fell upon Xia Li's eyes, filled with amusement. He knew he couldn't. Slowly, he reached out and lifted the cup. What was a cup of blood, after all? Chapter 14, Human Life as a Pawn. The glass was cold. But the liquid inside seemed to carry a searing heat. Sun Xing could feel his hand trembling slightly as he held the cup. Not from fear, but from excitement. Every cell in his body craved that pure, potent energy. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and drained the cup in one gulp. Boom! A surge of energy more colossal and more pure than any he had ever experienced before exploded within his abdomen. It was like tossing a lit bomb into a pile of dry kindling. The energy raged wildly, crashing and colliding as if it would burst every meridian and blood vessel within him. Sun Xing's face instantly flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as his body began to shake violently, beyond his control. What overwhelming power! This is the blood of an awakened being. Oomph, worthless trash. Xia Li snorted coldly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Yet she extended a single finger, gently touching Sun Xing's lower back. A cool, gentle energy instantly flowed into Sun Xing's body. Like a docile stream, it began guiding that raging energy along specific pathways within his meridians. Sun Xing felt as though he had been lifted from hell into heaven in an instant. The agony that had nearly torn him apart rapidly receded. In its place came an indescribable sense of ease and fulfillment. He could distinctly feel his body being rapidly transformed and strengthened by that energy. His bones grew harder, his muscles denser, and even the golden orb representing the great sage's power at his heart seemed to swell slightly. His body seemed poised for another evolution. Just a little more. After an unknown span of time, Sun Xing slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a long, heavy breath that carried a faint, metallic tang of blood. He felt power coursing through his entire body, as if he could punch through steel plates with a single fist. The weakness and hunger brought on by the battle and demonic transformation vanished completely. How do you feel? Xia Li withdrew her finger and asked calmly. Great. Sun Xing flexed his wrists, feeling the surging power within him, and replied sincerely. Better than ever. This is merely an awakened one who has just begun his journey. Xia Li's tone carried a hint of understatement. When you eventually devour demonic beings of the sixth master's caliber, or even more powerful divine disciples, you'll understand what true strength truly is. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. Devour sixth master? Devour divine disciples? This woman's ambition was downright terrifying. Just how powerful is she? Enough. Business comes first. Xia Li dropped the subject and snapped her fingers. Soon, the fox-like proprietor, sixth master, personally waltzed over, swaying her hips while carrying a bottle of wine that looked incredibly expensive. Oh, Miss Candlesparrow, what brings you to my humble establishment today? Sixth master's voice was soft and seductive, sending shivers down Sun Xing's spine. And who might this be? His gaze settled on Sun Xing, sizing him up from head to toe with eyes brimming with curiosity and scrutiny. My boyfriend, Sun Xing. Xia Li said indifferently. Boyfriend? The smile on sixth master's face visibly stiffened before turning even more amused. Wow, Candlesparrow sure has good taste. This young man does look quite tasty, doesn't he? He even flashed a flirtatious glance at Sun Xing. Sun Xing's stomach churned violently, nearly forcing him to vomit the human blood he'd just swallowed. Cut the crap. Xia Li cut him off impatiently. I came here today to buy some information from you. Oh? The flattery faded from sixth master's face, replaced by the shrewdness of a businessman. What might you wish to know, young lady? There's nothing happening in Jincheng that this sixth master doesn't know about. The Dog God Society. Xia Li uttered 3 words. Lately, they seem to be making some big moves. At the mention of the Dog God Society, a fleeting, barely perceptible look of disgust flashed across the sixth master's eyes. A pack of brainless wild dogs, what grand scheme could they possibly have? They just bark everywhere, relying on sheer numbers. That's not what I want to hear. Xia Li's gaze turned cold. My men killed 3 of their dogs a few days ago. One of them was named Go Fei. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. She knew after all. But then again, with her abilities and connections, finding out about this probably wouldn't be difficult. Sixth master froze upon hearing Go Fei's name. Go Fei? That old dog who seems to have some connection to the Dog God Society. TSK. Your people? They're so ruthless? That pack of wild dogs must be going mad by now, hunting the killer everywhere. I want to know what else they're up to besides hunting the killer. Xia Li's voice brooked no argument. Well now. Sixth master stretched out his tone, holding up 2 fingers and rubbing them together. You know how things work around here. Information doesn't come free. What's the payment? Don't worry. A cold curve touched Xia Li's lips. Your payment is already prepared. This afternoon, at the abandoned factory in the western part of the city, some reckless wolf demon tried to double-cross me. I took care of him on the spot. Its strength was decent, should fetch you a good price. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. He finally understood. Xia Li had been nowhere to be found all day. Turns out she'd gone hunting. And her prey? Those demonic creatures. She had slain the wolf demon and used its corpse as leverage to extract information from the sixth master. This woman had taken the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, to its absolute extreme. Oh? Sixth master's eyes lit up instantly. A wolf demon? And a fairly powerful one at that? Well, the girl sure is straightforward. Then I won't stand on ceremony. He pulled out his phone and tapped it rapidly, seemingly contacting his men to receive the goods. Only after completing these tasks did he turn his attention back to Xia Li, his smile now carrying a much more genuine warmth. Since you're being so sincere, I won't hold back either. Sixth master tucked away his phone, his expression turning serious. He leaned close to Xia Li's ear, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. But Xia Li leaned back slightly, avoiding him. Just say it here. She pointed at Sun Xing. He's not an outsider. Sixth master paused, then fixed Sun Xing with a deep, lingering gaze. The meaning in his eyes grew even more complex. He seemed surprised that Xia Li would place such importance on this new toy. He hesitated, but finally nodded. He pulled out his phone, opened the memo app, and typed 2 characters. Then he turned the screen towards Xia Li and Sun Xing. Sun Xing's gaze fell upon those 2 characters. His pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 15, Shanbao. Shanbao. The 2 black characters on the phone screen loomed like 2 invisible mountains, crushing Sun Xing's heart. Though he didn't know exactly what Shanbao was. But judging by the literal meaning in the online posts he'd seen about shape-shifting spirits, this thing was definitely no ordinary matter. No wonder the Dog Spirit Society had mobilized such a massive force. So this was what they were after. Shanbao? Xia Li stared at the 2 characters, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. Is the information accurate? Absolutely true. Sixth master retrieved his phone and declared with solemn conviction. This information cost me a fortune, purchased from a goblin who specializes in intelligence. Rumor has it that in Longzhou Mountain, west of Jincheng, a radiant glow has been piercing the heavens lately, accompanied by a pervasive aura of demonic energy. Numerous demons and divine followers have been drawn there by the scent. The Dog God Society's pack of wild dogs, relying on their numbers and keen sense of smell, should have been the first to discover it. By now, they've likely surrounded Longzhou Mountain entirely. They intend to claim the mountain treasure for themselves. As Sixth Master spoke these words, a flicker of disdain and greed passed through his eyes. However, the emergence of the mountain treasure caused such a commotion that they couldn't possibly conceal it. By now, anyone of any standing in Jincheng likely knows the news. A fierce battle is inevitable. Sixth Master chuckled with schadenfreude. By then, Longzhou Mountain would surely run red with blood. Who knows? I might even salvage a few decent corpses to use as ingredients for my concoctions. Sun Xing felt a chill run through his heart. These demonic creatures regarded human lives as worthless chaff, and the lives of their own kind were no different. For profit, they would slaughter each other without hesitation. Longzhou Mountain. A contemplative gleam flickered in Xia Li's eyes. She seemed to be weighing something. Thank you. Moments later, she rose to her feet and addressed the Sixth Master with a faint smile. I'll remember this favor. You're welcome. Sixth Master chuckled heartily. If you ever have any good stuff in the future, don't forget about me. Xia Li paid him no further attention, turning to walk toward the bar entrance. Sun Xing hurried after her. Stepping outside, the cold wind blew away the haze of alcohol and blood that had clouded Sun Xing's mind, clearing his head considerably. He trailed behind Xia Li, watching her slender silhouette, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This woman, though ruthless and unscrupulous in her methods. But just now, she had admitted in front of the Sixth Master that he was her boyfriend, even willing to share such crucial intelligence with him. This left Sun Xing somewhat perplexed. Was she genuinely considering him as someone worth cultivating as an ally? Or was this merely another sophisticated tactic to win people over? Sun Xing couldn't figure it out. He could only be certain of one thing: staying by this woman's side was dangerous, yet equally brimming with opportunity. At the very least, he could uncover the truth about this world at the fastest pace possible and gain access to resources that would make him stronger. The two returned to the rental apartment in silence. The moment the door closed, Xia Li kicked off her high heels and flopped heavily onto the sofa. Her long, shapely legs, encased in black stockings, casually sprawled across the coffee table, utterly disregarding any semblance of decorum. It seemed only when alone did she shed her icy facade, revealing a glimpse of feminine weariness and languor. Go. Get me a glass of water, blood. She commanded Sun Xing, who stood at the doorway, still a bit stiff. Sun Xing hesitated for a moment before resignedly heading to the kitchen to fetch her a glass of lukewarm water. Xia Li took the glass, took a sip, then turned her gaze to Sun Xing. How did you feel today? Did you learn something new? Sun Xing nodded. I have. It wasn't just broadening my horizons, it was a complete overhaul of my worldview. That's good. Xia Li set down her glass, leaning forward slightly. Her cool, clear eyes locked onto Sun Xing's. Right now, an opportunity to rapidly strengthen yourself lies before you. Do you want it? Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly what Xia Li was referring to. Shanbao? Exactly. A captivating curve lifted at the corners of Xia Li's lips. That thing is priceless for a demon like you, one who's just awakened or stuck at a bottleneck. Even a small fragment could transform your power beyond recognition. It might even unlock deeper powers within our awakened bloodlines. Her voice carried a hint of unmistakable fervor. Clearly, she too was captivated by that mountain treasure. Sun Xing's heart burned with the same fervor. Grow stronger. That was his most fervent desire now. If he could obtain the mountain treasure, would he be able to break free from Xia Li's control? Would he gain the power to protect himself? Could he even repay today's humiliation tenfold? You want to go snatch the mountain treasure? Sun Xing suppressed the surge of excitement in his heart and asked. What else? Xia Li shot him a withering glance. You think we're going sightseeing? Dragonhead Mountain must be a hotbed of trouble by now, demons swarming, masters everywhere. With just the two of us, trying to snatch food from the jaws of those mad dogs from the Dog Spirit Society and other hungry beasts lurking around won't be easy. Besides, Longzhou Mountain is vast. Searching it with just the two of us would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. We need more specific information and an ally. An ally? A sufficiently useful one. A calculating gleam flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Sun Xing watched her, suddenly feeling an uneasy premonition. What devilish scheme is this woman cooking up now? Your good buddy, Yi Bai. Xia Li suddenly mentioned a name Sun Xing hadn't expected. Wasn't he a divine disciple? And he should have joined the Divine Anomalies Bureau. With Shanbao's appearance, the Bureau must have been informed immediately. If we could win him over and get some inside intel, our odds of success would at least go up by 30%. Sun Xing's expression changed instantly. No. How did you know? Yi Bai. Sun Xing refused outright without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, he was deeply puzzled as to how Xia Li could possibly know that Yi Bai was an awakened one. Xia Li's expression turned amused. Before you showed up, your so-called best friend was actually my target too. Though he hid it well, deceiving others, he couldn't deceive me. I was just waiting for him to grow stronger before making my move. After all, we demons simply can't resist the scent of an awakened one. Of course, since you're my boyfriend now, I wouldn't dare touch your friends. But nothing is absolute. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll part ways? The threat in Xia Li's tone was unmistakable. Yi Bai is an ordinary human, I can't drag him into this. But Sun Xing still didn't want Yi Bai entangled in this bloody struggle. An ordinary person? Xia Li snorted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. You call someone who can summon ghost officers and has awakened a divine sequence an ordinary person? Sun Xing, have you still not grasped the situation? In this world, there's no such thing as an ordinary person. Only hunters and prey. From the moment your friend awakened, he ceased to be ordinary. Sooner or later, he'll have to face all of this. Just like you. Xia Li's words poured over Sun Xing like a bucket of cold water. He knew Xia Li was right. Yi Bai was an awakened one, a divine disciple. Slaying demons and exterminating evil was his divine calling. He couldn't remain detached forever. But I still can't let him take such risks. Sun Xing's stance remained unwavering. This is a matter among us demons. What kind of situation is it to drag a divine disciple like him into it? If something goes wrong, how could I possibly explain it to him? Oh? Xia Li watched him with keen interest, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Are you concerned about him? Or is it that, deep down, you still see yourself as human, while we are demons? So you want to protect your kind and fight against us outsiders? Xia Li's words stabbed like a sharp blade, piercing Sun Xing's heart. He froze. Is that it? Did he truly, deep down, still see himself as a pure human? Was that why he instinctively rejected his demonic identity and sought to protect Yi Bai? Sun Xing's inner world plunged into unprecedented turmoil and struggle. Chapter 16, Divine and Demonic Paths Diverge? Sun Xing fell silent. Xia Li's words cut like a scalpel, precisely dissecting the inner turmoil he had deliberately avoided confronting. He hadn't fully accepted his dual human-demon identity. His mindset, his moral compass, remained rooted in the world of an ordinary high school student. He craved power, craved survival. Yet deep down, he still saw himself as human, while Xia Li, the sixth master, and those from the Dog God Society were demons, monsters. That's why he instinctively wanted to protect Yi Bai, the friend he still saw as belonging to the human realm. Seems I was right. Xia Li watched the complex expression on Sun Xing's face, the curve of her lips growing more amused. You really are adorably naive. Her voice carried undisguised mockery. Sun Xing, I'll remind you one last time. Put away your pathetic human sympathy. In this world, the most useless things are kindness and innocence. Your friend, as a divine disciple, is our natural mortal enemy as demons and humans alike. If you don't win him over now, once he grows stronger, you might be the first one he kills. Do you really think he'll show you mercy just because you were once brothers? Xia Li's words cut deep. Sun Xing's face grew increasingly pale. He recalled the words Yi Bai had spoken to him on the back mountain. If that day ever comes, and you become that kind of monster, I can't guarantee I'll show you mercy. Yi Bai had meant every word. If he truly became a monster, utterly devoid of humanity, he would kill himself. Gods and demons follow different paths, they cannot coexist. This was no empty threat. Sun Xing's heart grew colder by the moment. He had always believed that the friendship between him and Yi Bai could transcend factions and identities. But now it seemed nothing was absolute. Sun Xing opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and unable to utter a sound. The things he had always held dear were crumbling. Alright, you'll have to think this through yourself. Xia Li seemed to sense his inner turmoil and didn't press further. I'll give you half an hour to think it over. Give me your answer soon. It's about bringing your best buddy along to seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is his chance too. Or watch helplessly as that mountain treasure falls into someone else's hands. The choice is yours. With that, she stood up and stretched, her perfect curves bathed in the light, radiating an astonishing allure. I'm tired. I'm going to take a shower first. She swayed her slender waist as she walked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air. Sun Xing was left alone, sitting on the sofa in a daze. His mind was a complete jumble. On one side lay a tremendous opportunity within easy reach, a shortcut to becoming stronger. On the other, the peril of potentially dragging his best friend into an abyss of no return. How could he choose? Sun Xing gripped his hair in agony. Choosing between friendship and duty felt like gambling with his very soul, a decision he found unbearably difficult. Just as his mind was in turmoil, a frantic ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Sun Xing pulled out his phone and saw the caller ID clearly displayed, Yi Bai. Speak of the devil. Sun Xing's heart instantly leapt to his throat. After a long hesitation, he finally pressed the answer button. Hey, old son. Yi Bai's familiar, cheeky voice came through the phone. What's up? Got a new girlfriend already? Forgot about your bro? Not even logging in on the weekend to play a few games with your buddies. At the mention of girlfriend, Sun Xing instinctively glanced toward the bathroom and lowered his voice. Get lost. Spit it out already. Heh, all that fire looks like you're frustrated. Yi Bai teased, then his tone turned serious. Let's get down to business. I might have to leave Jincheng for a few days. Leave? Sun Xing froze for a moment. Where to? To handle some personal matters. Yi Bai's voice sounded somewhat muffled. I might have to go out of town for a while. Not sure how long exactly. You kid, watch yourself while I'm gone. Especially the Dog God Society. I've heard they've already discovered Go Fei's death and are hunting you down everywhere. You'd better stay away from school for now and lie low. I'll figure out a way to handle this when I get back. Yi Bai's words weighed heavily on Sun Xing's heart. The Dog God Society had already come knocking. And Yi Bai, his only ally, was leaving at this critical juncture. This was trouble, big trouble. I understand. Sun Xing's voice was low and subdued. You take care of yourself too. Don't worry, your brother Yi Bai here is tough as nails. I'll be back to protect you. Yi Bai said with his usual nonchalance. Alright, gotta go. My flight's boarding. Hanging up now. Stay in touch. With that, Yi Bai hurriedly ended the call. Sun Xing stood frozen, clutching his phone. The only variable had vanished. Just then, the bathroom door creaked open. Xia Li emerged wrapped in a towel. She was drying her dripping wet hair, and droplets of water glistened on her snow-white skin, reflecting an alluring sheen under the light. The sight was enough to make any normal man's blood boil. But Sun Xing had no romantic thoughts at all. Have you made up your mind? Xia Li walked up to him, looking down at him from above. The scent of shower gel mingled with her body's natural fragrance drifted into Sun Xing's nostrils. Sun Xing lifted his head, meeting her cold, clear eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded with difficulty. I've made up my mind. He was going on a long trip. When he returned, I would contact him and get him to join. But you must agree to one condition. Oh? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, seeming somewhat surprised. Go on. If danger arises, you must guarantee his safety and you must not harm him. Sun Xing's gaze was utterly serious. This is my bottom line. Xia Li looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile held a hint of admiration, a hint of amusement. All right. She agreed readily. As long as he's not foolish enough to throw himself into danger, I can spare his life. After all, an extra powerful enforcer benefits us all. With her promise secured, Sun Xing finally felt a weight lift from his chest. Compared to other dangers, Sun Xing felt the woman before him was the most perilous. If he angered her and she turned against Yi Bai, Sun Xing understood that this woman's promise might not be entirely reliable. But at least, it offered a glimmer of hope. However, Xia Li shifted her tone, leaning closer until her red lips brushed Sun Xing's ear, her breath warm and sweet. You made me agree to your terms. Shouldn't you give something in return? Her voice carried a hint of seduction. Sun Xing's body instantly stiffened. He sensed a dangerous aura. What was this woman up to now? Chapter 17, Things Couples Should Do. Sun Xing felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken. He stiffly turned his head to gaze upon the breathtakingly beautiful face mere inches away. Xia Li's eyes held a hint of playful amusement. Those icy blue orbs now seemed like two whirlpools, threatening to suck his very soul in. What do you want? Sun Xing's voice cracked slightly. He felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. Nothing much. Xia Li extended her slender fingers, lightly tracing Sun Xing's lips, sending a shiver of sensation through him. It's just that, my boyfriend seems a bit too formal with me. Shouldn't we do what couples do? Her voice brimmed with innuendo and teasing. Boom! Sun Xing's mind felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly going blank. Things couples do? Was she trying to seduce me again? And his little brother just wouldn't cooperate. Sun Xing felt his body ignite, an indescribable heat surging from his lower abdomen straight to the crown of his head. Reason told him this woman was dangerous. Every move she made was calculated and purposeful. Yet his body's primal instincts made this deadly temptation impossible to resist. Just as Sun Xing's mind faltered, on the verge of being consumed by desire, Xia Li suddenly straightened up, creating distance between them. Watching Sun Xing's flushed, breathless, and flustered expression, the smile at the corner of her lips deepened. Giggle. Her laughter rang out like silver bells, brimming with triumph and mockery. Look at you, such a lightweight. Can't even handle a little teasing? How are you ever going to accomplish anything? Sun Xing's face instantly turned the color of liver. Humiliation. Rage. He felt like a clown being toyed with. This woman was deliberately toying with him. You. Sun Xing gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word through clenched jaws. Me? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, reverting to her icy demeanor. Don't forget your place. Right now, you're just my pet. Isn't it perfectly normal for a master to tease their pet? Pet. Those two words pierced Sun Xing's heart like two red-hot steel needles. He sprang up from the sofa, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His eyes locked onto Xia Li, blazing with furious rage. "I'm not your pet," he snarled, enunciating each word with deliberate force. This was the first time he had ever defied Xia Li directly. The smile on Xia Li's face slowly faded. In its place came a bone-chilling cold. A terrifying, suffocating pressure erupted from her body like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave crashing down, crushing Sun Xing with overwhelming force. Boom! Sun Xing felt as if he'd been struck head-on by a speeding truck. He grunted as his body flew backward uncontrollably, slamming hard into the wall before crashing to the floor. Sweetness filled his throat as a mouthful of blood spurted out. His internal organs felt shattered, agony searing through him. Was this her true strength? Merely the pressure of her aura had rendered him utterly powerless to resist. Sun Xing lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with both resentment and terror. "Seems you still haven't grasped your situation." Xia Li strode forward with long strides, stepping before Sun Xing. She looked down at him from above, her gaze as cold as if she were observing an insignificant insect. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll play along with you. But my patience is limited. If this happens again, I won't mind breaking every bone in your body to see if you're really that tough." Her voice was soft, yet each word felt like a cold blade piercing Sun Xing's heart. Sun Xing said nothing. He only stared at her intently with eyes burning like flames. He would etch this face, this haughty demeanor, deep into his memory. One day, he would repay today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Unconvinced? Xia Li seemed to relish Sun Xing's gaze filled with hatred yet utterly powerless. She extended her bare foot, clad only in slippers, and gently pressed it onto Sun Xing's face, grinding it back and forth. "Remember this feeling. The feeling of being trampled underfoot, of being humiliated without mercy. It will fuel your drive to become stronger. When you can put me under your feet, then come tell me you're not my pet." Only then did she withdraw her foot with satisfaction and turn to walk back to her room. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. Sun Xing was left alone, sprawled on the cold living room floor like a dead dog. His face still bore the humiliating imprint of her shoe sole. Sun Xing slowly rose from the floor, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He did not roar with rage, nor did he scream in frustration. His face was eerily calm. Yet within those eyes burned a flame capable of consuming everything. He walked to the mirror and stared at his own disheveled reflection, still bearing the imprint of a shoe on his face. He smiled. Silent, yet filled with madness. "Xia Li. You just wait." At the same time, high above Jincheng, a sleek, all-black fighter jet, radiating sci-fi futurism, tore through the clouds, streaking toward uncharted airspace at breakneck speed. Inside the cockpit, Yi Bai sat upright in a crisp black combat uniform, his face a mix of tension and excitement. This was far more thrilling than riding a commercial airliner. This time, he was heading to participate in the Mystic Bureau's initiation trial. Several others sat beside him. Passing this trial would grant him probationary membership in the Supernatural Bureau. Then, he would be an officially sanctioned divine servant. Let's see who dares look down on him then. The thought filled Yi Bai with delight. No longer would he have to hide his divine disciple identity like before, secretly performing acts of chivalry. Fearing discovery by demonic creatures, lest he become someone else's meal. More importantly, he'd heard that the Divine Mysteries Bureau possessed special secret techniques capable of suppressing or even eradicating the demonic nature within both humans and demons. If he could learn or obtain such a method, could old Sun be saved? The moment Yi Bai thought of Sun Xing, the smile on his face faded slightly, replaced by a trace of worry. That kid must be having a rough time right now. To be targeted by the Dog God Society at such a young age, it's like starting in hell. Once I pass the trials and become a full-fledged member, I'll find a way to pull him into the system. Then the two of us could slay demons and exorcise evil together, wouldn't that be splendid? In his mind, Yi Bai was already envisioning the glorious life ahead. Just then, the fighter jet began to slow down and descend gradually. Through the porthole, an endless expanse of primeval forest stretched below. Mountains stretched endlessly, ancient trees towering skyward, like a primordial land forgotten by modern civilization. Longshou Mountain. This was the location of the trial. But Yi Bai still didn't know what the trial entailed. The fighter jet hovered steadily on a helipad atop a mountain peak. The cabin door slowly opened. A primal, vast aura, mingled with the earthy fragrance of soil and vegetation, washed over him. Yi Bai took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his gaze hardened with resolve. This trial must succeed. Failure is not an option. For a brighter future. Let's do this. Chapter 18, That Crazy Woman. The weekend passed in a haze of humiliation and madness. Early Monday morning, Sun Xing opened his eyes. The internal injuries inflicted by Xia Li's overwhelming force had healed, and the humiliating shoe print on his face had long since faded. But the shame etched into his heart burned like a red-hot branding iron, leaving an indelible mark. He did not roar with rage, nor did he scream in frustration. He rose calmly, washed calmly, and walked calmly out of the room. In the living room, Xia Li was already seated at the dining table. She wore a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her demeanor cool and distant, as if nothing had ever happened. A simple breakfast lay on the table, blood-red milk and eggs. Sun Xing said nothing, silently sitting down and mechanically shoving an egg into his mouth. A suffocating silence hung heavy in the air. Xia Li seemed unfazed. She sipped her milk elegantly, her gaze fixed on Sun Xing's face, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. "You've recovered well," she remarked indifferently, as if appraising an object. "It seems pressure really is the best catalyst." Sun Xing paused mid-chew before resuming, still silent. Right now, he didn't want to say a single word to this woman. "What? Still angry?" Xia Li set down her milk glass, a playful smile curling her lips. "Because I stepped on your foot?" "Sun Xing, don't be so childish. In this world, being trampled underfoot is the norm. What you should do isn't get angry, it's figure out how to step right back down on them, with interest. I'll be waiting for that day." Her words pierced Sun Xing's heart like needles, stabbing him once more. Yeah, what good does anger do? What good is rage? Only strength is the ultimate truth. Sun Xing swallowed the last bite of his sandwich and stood up. "I'm off to school." He tossed out the words and walked out of the rented room without looking back. Xia. Xia Li watched his retreating figure, the smile in her eyes growing deeper. It was the satisfied smile of someone who had finally seen their prey begin to bare its fangs. All the way home, Sun Xing's mind replayed the scene of Xia Li's foot crushing his face over and over. The humiliation burned like fire within his soul. He swore that one day, he would make that woman kneel before him and lick the dust clean from the soles of his shoes. To achieve this, he needed power. Absolute power enough to crush everything in its path. His craving for power now burned more intensely than ever before. Arriving at school, Sun Xing took a deep breath, forcing all emotion deep within, and resumed his appearance as an ordinary high school student. As soon as he reached the school building, a familiar figure caught his eye. Xia Li. When had she gotten ahead of him? Xia Li stood not far away, chatting with a tall, handsome boy. Sun Xing recognized the boy Zhao Kuan from Class 2, Senior 3. A star player on the school basketball team, he came from a reportedly wealthy family and was one of the school's notorious rich kids. Among Xia Li's many admirers, he was the most high-profile. Sun Xing had no intention of acknowledging them, lowering his head to slip past. "Sun Xing." Xia Li's cool, clear voice suddenly called out to him. Sun Xing halted, lifting his head. He saw Xia Li say something to Zhao Kuan, then stride purposefully toward him with long, confident steps. Zhao Kuan's gaze followed her, and when he spotted Sun Xing, a flash of clear disdain and hostility crossed his eyes. Sun Xing's heart sank, a bad feeling settling in his gut. What does this crazy woman want now? Let's go upstairs together. Xia Li walked up beside Sun Xing and said in a natural tone. Then, before Sun Xing could react, she reached out and casually slipped her arm through his. Thud. Sun Xing's body froze instantly. He could feel the soft warmth radiating from her arm. He could also feel Zhao Kuan's gaze nearby, a gaze that felt like it was slowly dismembering him. What the hell are you doing? Sun Xing lowered his voice, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. Acting, boyfriend. Xia Li leaned close to his ear, her breath warm and fragrant, her voice tinged with playful teasing. Aren't we a couple? Isn't it perfectly normal for lovers to link arms? Sun Xing felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. This woman was absolutely doing it on purpose. What about our secret relationship? Now she pulls this stunt? Using herself as a shield, deliberately provoking that Zhao Kuan. Damn it, I just got humiliated by you, and now you want to use me as your pawn? Sun Xing tried to jerk her hand away, but Xia Li's arm was like an iron clamp not budging an inch. A faint yet unyielding force held him firmly in place. Don't move. Xia Li's voice turned icy. Cooperate with me, or else I won't mind helping you grow up again. A blatant threat. Sun Xing's rage was instantly doused like a bucket of ice water. He could only stiffen his body, allowing her to link arms with him as they walked step by step toward the classroom building. He could feel the murderous glare piercing his back like a sharp blade. Is he your new boyfriend? Zhao Kuan's icy voice echoed from behind. He caught up in a few strides and blocked their path. He looked down at Sun Xing with eyes brimming with scrutiny and contempt, as if observing an ant he could crush at any moment. Xia Li, when did your taste become so poor? Does this kind of trash even deserve you? Sun Xing's fist clenched silently beneath his sleeve. My taste is none of your business. Xia Li gave him a cold glance, her tone distant. Zhao Kuan, move aside. I won't. A savage expression flashed across Zhao Kuan's face. Xia Li, I've pursued you for so long, yet you've always kept me at arm's length. Now you're with this good for nothing. Are you deliberately humiliating me? Me humiliate you? Xia Li looked as if she'd heard the funniest joke. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Sun Xing on the cheek. We truly love each other, don't we, dear? She turned to look at Sun Xing, her eyes brimming with deep affection. Sun Xing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He felt like a puppet on strings, forced to perform a ridiculous and nauseating emotional charade. Around them, several passing students had already begun pointing and whispering. Isn't that Sun Xing from Class 7? How did he end up with the goddess of Class 1? Holy crap, this is huge. The Ice Queen is taken? Who's that guy? He looks so ordinary. Zhao Kuan's face turned green. This was going to be a good show. Sun Xing felt his face burning fiercely. He just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Great, just great. Zhao Kuan watched their intimate gestures, trembling with rage as his handsome face twisted in fury. He glared at Sun Xing with eyes that seemed ready to devour him alive. You just wait, kid. He ground the words out between clenched teeth before shooting Xia Li a venomous glare. Then he turned and strode away. Only after Zhao Kuan's figure vanished did Xia Li release Sun Xing's arm. The deep affection on her face vanished instantly, replaced by her ever-present icy composure. Nice acting. She patted Sun Xing's shoulder as if praising an obedient dog. Keep it up. With that, she turned and walked toward the senior class 1 classroom without looking back. Sun Xing was left standing alone, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Xia Li. You just wait. Chapter 19, The Dog in the Restroom. Sun Xing was distracted throughout the entire morning's classes. His mind was consumed by Zhao Kuan's murderous eyes and Xia Li's amused expression. He was now 100% certain that Xia Li, that crazy woman, was using him. She must have spotted something off about Zhao Kuan long ago. That's why she deliberately provoked him to use his hands to test or force Zhao Kuan into revealing his true colors. And he was the pitiful pawn pushed to the forefront. Damn it, this sucks. Sun Xing cursed silently. This feeling of being toyed with like a puppet was utterly miserable. As soon as the bell rang, Sun Xing felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and headed to the restroom. The restrooms at Jinchang High still had those old-fashioned squat toilets. The environment wasn't exactly pleasant, with a lingering, unpleasant odor that never seemed to dissipate. Just as Sun Xing finished his business and was about to stand up, the bathroom door was violently kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. Several rough-looking figures blocked the doorway. Leading them was none other than Zhao Kuan. Arms crossed, he stared coldly at Sun Xing crouched in the stall, his eyes brimming with mockery and cruelty. Sun Xing, my friend. We meet again. Sun Xing's heart sank, but his face remained expressionless. He slowly pulled up his pants, stood up, and flushed the toilet. Only then did he turn to face Zhao Kuan, his gaze steady and unflinching. Got something to say? Got something to say? Zhao Kuan looked as if he'd heard something amusing. Kid, you sure know how to put on a show. A male classmate behind him strode forward arrogantly, jabbing his finger at Sun Xing's nose. You know who Brother Kuan is? Stealing Brother Kuan's woman? You must be tired of living, huh? Sun Xing glanced at him indifferently. Take your finger off him. I won't say it again. His voice was level, yet carried an icy tone that brooked no argument. The classmate froze for a second before erupting in rage. You're talking back to me? He raised his hand, ready to slap him across the face. But before his hand could fully rise, Zhao Kuan blocked it. Enough. Don't waste your breath on him. Zhao Kuan waved his hand, signaling his henchman to step aside. He stepped forward, closing in on Sun Xing, his eyes locked on him. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Go tell Xia Li right now that you're not good enough for her, then stay the hell away from her. I'll pretend this morning never happened. Otherwise. He leaned close to Sun Xing's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper audible only to them both. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. A demonic aura carrying the earthy stench of decay emanated from him, identical to that of Go Fei earlier. Sun Xing didn't even need to activate his fire eyes to identify Zhao Kuan's demonic nature. A canine demon. Sun Xing sneered inwardly. So he really is a dog of the Dog God Society. What if I don't? Sun Xing not only showed no fear but stared back at him defiantly. Do you really think Xia Li is the kind of woman who believes whatever others tell her? She chose me for her own reasons. As for you. Sun Xing gave him a once-over, his face breaking into an unabashed sneer. A dog that only wags its tail and begs for scraps from its master, yet barks furiously at outsiders. Does such a creature deserve her? What did you say? Zhao Kuan's face instantly turned ashen. A violent surge of murderous intent erupted from him. The temperature in the entire restroom seemed to drop several degrees. You're asking for death. He could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor. Black demonic energy churned behind him, and his entire body began to show signs of demonic transformation. So you knew after all. Zhao Kuan's voice grew hoarse and icy. So you're no ordinary person either. If Sun Xing doesn't use his demonic powers, others can't sense that he's a demon. This is what sets Sun Xing apart from other demons. Of course, demons with sufficient power can conceal their demonic aura. But students at Jinchang High, even if they awaken demonic souls, rarely maintain that state for long, let alone develop the power to conceal their demonic aura. Did you kill Go Fei? Zhao Kuan suddenly mentioned a name. Sun Xing's heart stirred. It seemed the Dog God Society had uncovered some clues regarding Go Fei's death and had already pinned their suspicions on him. Who is Go Fei? I don't know him. Sun Xing replied without flinching. All I know is, if you've got the guts, go after Xia Li fair and square. Blocking my path here and threatening me, what kind of skill is that? What else does it prove besides making you look like a coward who only dares to scheme behind people's backs? Sun Xing's words cut deep. You. Zhao Kuan was so enraged his face turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He lashed out, his claws extending with a sharp glint of icy light, lunging for Sun Xing's throat. Just then. Ding dong ding dong. The class bell suddenly rang out. From the hallway came the teacher's voice urging students back to class. Zhao Kuan's attack froze mid-air. He glared at Sun Xing with venom, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. You're lucky. He withdrew his hand, his nails returning to normal. Sun Xing, you better remember this. This isn't over. With that, he stormed out of the restroom with his henchmen, cursing all the way. Sun Xing leaned against the wall, exhaling slowly. For a split second, he truly believed Zhao Kuan would attack. Though he wasn't afraid, it was best not to draw attention to himself on campus if possible. He pulled out his phone. On the screen, a newly received text message stood out. The sender was Xia Li. Have you figured out his background? Is he one of the Dog God Society's lackeys? Sun Xing stared at the message, his eyes turning icy cold. This woman had been watching him all along. She used him as bait, sending him out to draw fire while she lurked in the shadows, reaping the rewards. What a cunning plan. Truly a clever scheme. A cold curve formed at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. He swiftly typed a few words on his phone. Yes. And he suspects I killed Go Fei. He just had to let Xia Li know that trouble had finally caught up with him. Aren't you my girlfriend? Aren't you supposed to be looking out for me? I'll see how you help me. Soon, Xia Li's text came back. Got it. After school, find an opportunity to lure him to the back mountain. I'll talk to him. Sun Xing saw the word talk and knew Zhao Kuan was in for a world of trouble. Though he felt a twinge of satisfaction, the thought of being used as a pawn again dampened his mood. He tucked his phone away and stepped out of the restroom. Since there was no escaping it, he'd just have to grit his teeth and go through with it. The Dog God Society. Zhao Kuan. I'll see just how tough you dogs really are. Chapter 20, Dare You Climb the Mountain? Lunchtime after school, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. Sun Xing carried his tray, just finding a corner seat to sit down and eat. A figure carrying a steaming bowl of soup casually passed by him. Then, their foot slipped. Splash! An entire bowl of steaming tomato and egg soup landed squarely on Sun Xing's head. The sticky soup dripped down his hair, clinging to his face and clothes, leaving him utterly disheveled. The cafeteria fell silent for a second as every pair of eyes turned toward him. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry, Sun Xing. Zhao Kuan held his empty bowl, his face plastered with exaggerated remorse, yet his eyes sparkled with malicious glee. My hands just felt a bit slippery today, I don't know why. Behind him, his henchmen burst into unrestrained laughter. Brother Kuan, your technique's lacking, how'd you spill it all? Exactly. You should have just poured it down his throat. Sun Xing silently wiped the egg splatters from his face, feeling the mix of pity and schadenfreude in the surrounding stares. He didn't lose his temper. Not even the slightest flicker of emotion crossed his face. He simply rose slowly to his feet, his gaze calmly fixed on Zhao Kuan. It's fine. He said. A slippery hand is an illness, one that needs treatment. Zhao Kuan's smile froze. What did you say? I said, since your hands have a problem, I'll help you fix it. Sun Xing's lips suddenly stretched into a dazzling grin. He lunged forward, lightning fast, grabbing Zhao Kuan by the collar. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, he slammed Zhao Kuan's head into the plate of half-eaten braised pork right in front of him. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Zhao Kuan's handsome face made intimate contact with the greasy braised pork. The entire cafeteria fell instantly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, jaws practically hitting the floor. He's lost his mind. Has this Sun Xing lost his mind? How dare he lay a hand on Zhao Kuan? Ah! Zhao Kuan let out a blood-curdling scream. He jerked his head up, his face smeared with grease and bits of meat, strands of hair tangled with cabbage leaves, looking as wretched as a beggar crawling out of a slop bucket. Sun Xing! You! He completely lost it. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the demonic energy radiating from his body could no longer be contained, spreading wildly outward. A vicious aura instantly enveloped the entire cafeteria. Though invisible to the students around him, the demonic energy triggered an instinctive, soul-shaking terror. Their faces drained of color, limbs went limp, and they instinctively stumbled backward. What? You want to start something here? Sun Xing released his grip, took a step back, and maintained that same nonchalant smile on his face. There are too many people here, we can't move freely. Why don't we find somewhere else? He looked at Zhao Kuan, his eyes brimming with challenge. The small grove on the back mountain of the school, what do you say? You dare to come? Why wouldn't I? Zhao Kuan roared, his mind consumed with tearing Sun Xing to shreds. Sun Xing, today it's either you die or I perish. Very well. Sun Xing nodded. Then let's go. Without glancing at the terrified students around him, he turned and strode toward the cafeteria entrance. Zhao Kuan glared venomously at his retreating figure and followed closely behind. His henchmen hurriedly followed suit. The cafeteria incident thus concluded in a manner no one had anticipated. But everyone knew the real show was just beginning. At a window on the second floor of the cafeteria, Xia Li held a glass of juice, taking in everything unfolding below. A cold smile curved her lips. At least she's made some progress. She knows how to leverage her strengths to provoke a stupid dog. She set down the juice and in a flash, vanished from her spot. The back mountain of Jinchang High School. The same familiar, eerie grove of trees. Sun Xing and Zhao Kuan faced each other from a distance. A tense, murderous atmosphere hung between them. "Kid, gotta hand it to you, you've got guts." Zhao Kuan wiped the grease from his face, his eyes cold as ice as he stared at Sun Xing. "This is the first time in my life someone shoved my face into a plate. To reward your courage, today I'll make sure your death has rhythm. First, I'll break every bone in your body. Then, piece by piece, I'll tear off your flesh. Eat. You talk too much." Sun Xing picked his ear, looking thoroughly bored. "Fight me or get lost. You think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Zhao Kuan laughed bitterly in rage. He no longer restrained his power, and his body began to undergo drastic changes. His stature shot upward, muscles bulging as black fur erupted from beneath his skin, swiftly covering his entire body. His face transformed into a ferocious dog's head, a green-skinned, fanged visage with drool dripping from its jaws. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a handsome young man into a dog-like demon over 2 meters tall, radiating a savage aura. Second demonic transformation. This aura was far more powerful than Go Fei's had ever been. "Kid, ready to die?" Zhao Kuan let out a low, growling "RO," his voice dripping with cruelty and brutality. Sun Xing stared back, his gaze gradually turning icy. He was about to transform and meet the challenge head-on. A clear, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of languor, suddenly echoed from deep within the forest. "You'd better know who you're messing with. My man, do you think you can just move him around?" The words fell. Xia Li emerged from the woods with an elegant stride. She still wore that white dress, which seemed out of place in this gloomy setting, yet possessed a unique beauty. Zhao Kuan froze upon seeing Xia Li, then his eyes flared with wild delight and greed. "Xia Li! You really came!" he roared excitedly. "Did you come to watch me tear this worthless piece of trash apart? Don't worry, I'll dispose of him soon. Then, you'll be mine." He seemed utterly unaware of the danger closing in. "Yours?" Xia Li walked over to Sun Xing, halting beside him and observing him with keen interest. "Zhao Kuan, have you got something wrong? What makes you think I'd ever be interested in you?" "Because I'm better than him." Zhao Kuan pointed at Sun Xing and shouted with righteous indignation. "Because I have the powerful Dog God Society backing me. Xia Li, you're one of us. You should know that in this world, only the strong can have everything. You and I are a match made in heaven. If you agree to be my woman, I can introduce you to our Dog God Society. Then, with our combined strength, the entire city of Jinchang will be ours." He spread his arms wide, as if embracing a glorious vision of the future, his face radiating fervor and obsession. Sun Xing watched from the sidelines, utterly astonished. This guy wasn't just a mad dog, he was a delusional megalomaniac. Xia Li watched his self-satisfied expression and suddenly smiled. "Join the Dog God Society? Join forces with you? Zhao Kuan, do you think too highly of yourself? Or do you seriously think the doghouse of yours, hiding down in the sewers, is worthy of my attention?" Xia Li's laughter was filled with undisguised contempt and scorn. Chapter 21, You call this love? The fervor on Zhao Kuan's face froze instantly. "What did you just say?" He could scarcely believe his ears. "I said, you and the Dog God Society behind you are nothing but a bunch of worthless trash in my eyes." Xia Li's smile vanished, her gaze turning as cold as ice. "What is this so-called affection, this so-called love you speak of? Nothing more than your pathetic, male hormones craving to conquer everything. I hear your previous girlfriends all met rather unfortunate ends." Xia Li's gaze pierced Zhao Kuan's heart like 2 sharp blades. "They all died under mysterious circumstances, their remains never found. Am I right?" Zhao Kuan's expression changed instantly. The obsession and greed in his eyes were swiftly replaced by shock and wariness. How did you know?" He had kept this matter extremely secret. Aside from a few within the Dog God Society, no one knew. "You killed them all, didn't you?" Xia Li didn't answer his question, instead pressing further. "Because they were just ordinary humans, unable to satisfy your ever-growing desires and demonic nature, you grew bored with them and devoured them like snacks, bite by bite?" Zhao Kuan's breathing grew ragged. He stared fixedly at Xia Li, his eyes shifting restlessly. "So what if I did?" Moments later, he suddenly roared, as if the ugliest scar had been ripped open, embracing utter recklessness. "Those lowly humans are nothing but our food and playthings. My favor upon them is their privilege. Their flesh and blood becoming part of my power is their supreme glory." His voice was filled with twisted madness and utter disregard for life. "You're different, Xia Li." His crimson dog eyes fixed on Xia Li once more, brimming with a sickening possessiveness. "You are my kind. A noble demon. Only you are worthy of me. Only you deserve to stand by my side." Sun Xing frowned deeply as he listened. This guy has completely lost his mind. His demonic nature had completely supplanted his humanity. In his mind, humans are mere livestock to be slaughtered and toyed with at will. Is this the world of demons? To become stronger, could one truly become so depraved and extinguish all humanity? Sun Xing's heart grew colder by the moment. He suddenly realized an unbridgeable chasm had opened between himself and his kind. He craved power, yet deep down, he could never accept this notion of treating human life as worthless as grass. Finished? Xia Li's face showed no emotion. If you're done, it's time to hit the road. On our way? What does that mean? Zhao Kuan froze for a moment. Literally. The moment Xia Li finished speaking, her figure vanished instantly from where she stood. Too fast. Sun Xing hadn't even caught her movement. By the time he reacted, Xia Li had already materialized behind Zhao Kuan. She extended a slender, delicate hand, pale and seemingly fragile yet with astonishing speed. She gently pressed it against Zhao Kuan's back. Thud. A deep, thunderous boom echoed. Zhao Kuan's massive frame, struck as if by lightning, flew violently forward, smashing through a tree trunk as thick as a bull, snapping it clean in half. Put. He collapsed face down on the ground, spewing a torrent of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror. You. He struggled to turn his head, only to discover his body had completely ceased to obey his commands. A searing, overpowering force raged within him, ravaging his body and destroying every trace of life. How could this be? I've undergone secondary demonic transformation. His voice grew weaker and weaker. Xia Li slowly approached him, towering over him with a gaze as cold as if she were looking at a dead dog. Second demonic transformation, is that so powerful? She extended her high-heeled foot, gently pressing it onto Zhao Kuan's dog-like head, grinding it back and forth. Exactly as she had done to Sun Xing. Before me, you don't even have the qualifications to make me take you seriously. Endless terror finally filled Zhao Kuan's eyes. He finally realized the terrifying entity he had provoked. This woman's power far exceeded his wildest imagination. In fact, she might be even more terrifying than the leader of the Dog God Society. Who are you? He managed to ask with his last ounce of strength. Someone you can't afford to provoke. Now, answer my questions. If I'm not satisfied, you know what happens? Xia Li's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Who is the true leader of the Dog God Society? Her toes ground lightly against Zhao Kuan's skull, producing a bone-chilling crunch. I don't know. Zhao Kuan wailed in agony, his body convulsing violently. All I know is he was a very, very old yellow dog. But I've never seen his true face. Every time he appeared, he wore a bronze dog god mask. Only his closest confidants knew what he truly looked like. Xia Li's eyebrows arched slightly. This answer largely matched the intelligence she possessed. Seems this dog isn't quite that stupid. He knows lying would only make things worse. What has the Dog God Society been plotting lately? Xia Li pressed her foot down a little harder. Is it for the mountain treasure of Lonzhou Mountain? I don't know. I really don't know. Zhao Kuan's screams grew even more piercing. The mountain treasure is a secret known only to the leader and a few core brothers. I'm just a low-level lieutenant on the periphery, tasked with recruiting new members at the school and gathering routine intelligence. I have absolutely no access to such core secrets. Please, spare me. I've told you everything I know. Tears and snot streamed down his face. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by raw terror and desperate pleas for mercy. Xia Li listened quietly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Useless. She uttered the two words flatly. Since he couldn't yield any more information, keeping him alive was pointless. Sun Xing watched from the side, a sudden wave of intense unease washing over him. He saw the fleeting glint of murderous intent in Xia Li's eyes. Wait. He was about to say something. Xia Li's foot came down without hesitation, landing with a heavy thud. Thud. A dull thud, like a watermelon being smashed. Zhao Kuan's dog-like head exploded instantly beneath Xia Li's foot. Red and white splattered across the floor. The headless corpse, still twitching, struggled twice before its life completely ceased. The thick stench of blood and demonic energy instantly filled the small grove. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. His stomach churned violently. He stared at the woman in the white dress, her feet planted in a pool of brain matter, yet her expression remained utterly impassive, as if she had merely crushed an ant. A chill that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul instantly swept through his entire body. This woman was a demon. She kills her own kind without batting an eye. Now, it's your turn. Xia Li turned, fixing her gaze on Sun Xing. Sun Xing's heart tightened. What does this mean? Though he was a worthless piece of trash, he was still a demon who had undergone secondary demonization. Xia Li pointed at the still warm corpse on the ground. His flesh and blood would be a powerful tonic for you. Drink his blood, eat his flesh, and your power will at least double. It might even trigger your own second demonic transformation. Xia Li's voice dripped with temptation. Sun Xing stared at the mangled corpse, his stomach churning violently. Drinking blood, he could barely tolerate that. But eating flesh? especially the flesh of such monstrous creatures. Was something he simply couldn't bring himself to do? What? Can't bring yourself to eat it? Xia Li raised an eyebrow. Sun Xing, remember this: mercy shown to your enemies is cruelty inflicted upon yourself. In this world, if you don't eat others, others will eat you. Any chance you let slip today to grow stronger may become the blade that kills you tomorrow. Sun Xing fell silent. He knew Xia Li was right. But the barrier within his heart remained insurmountable. Forget it. Xia Li seemed to sense his inner conflict and didn't press him further. If you can't bring yourself to say it, then I'll find another way. She suddenly reached out, grabbed Sun Xing by the collar, and yanked him right up to her face. What are you doing? Sun Xing exclaimed. Xia Li said nothing, only thrusting her other hand violently into Zhao Kuan's corpse. When she withdrew her hand, it held a black heart still faintly pulsing. Demon heart. Open your mouth. Xia Li clutched the demon heart, which radiated a potent aura of demonic energy, and commanded Sun Xing. Sun Xing's face turned green. You want me to eat this? What else? Xia Li's gaze brooked no argument. This is the essence of his entire demonic power. It'll be more effective than if you ate him whole. Hurry up, don't make me repeat myself. Gazing at the blood-soaked heart still steaming with warmth, Sun Xing felt his worldview shatter once more. Chapter 22, Second Demon Transformation. Sun Xing felt his stomach cramping violently. Eating a heart still warm to the touch? This ing feels more intense than eating raw beef. Hurry up. Xia Li's voice carried a hint of impatience. Sun Xing looked into her icy eyes and knew he had no room to refuse. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and adopted a heroic expression of sacrifice. Bring it on. Xia Li snorted coldly, shoving the demon heart ruthlessly into Sun Xing's mouth. An indescribable, foul, fishy stench exploded instantly in Sun Xing's mouth. The texture tough, slimy, and oddly warm and elastic made him nearly vomit on the spot. Swallow it. Xia Li barked coldly. Sun Xing fought back the nausea, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forced the demon heart down his throat. Boom! The instant the demon heart entered his stomach, an energy more violent and colossal than any he'd ever felt erupted violently. It felt like a nuclear bomb had detonated inside his stomach. Ugh! Sun Xing let out a pained growl, his entire body curling uncontrollably into a shrimp-like shape. He felt his internal organs, meridians, and blood vessels straining to the breaking point under the terrifying pressure of this energy. Beads of blood seeped from his skin, turning him into a horrifying, blood-soaked figure. Useless. Xia Li stood by, watching coldly, showing no intention of helping. If you can't even handle this much energy, how can you talk about getting stronger? Hold on. If you can't even pass this test, then you have no right to exist. I'll twist your head off myself, rip out your demon heart, and eat it as my snack. Her words were cold and cruel, like a knife stabbing at Sun Xing's nerves, already on the brink of collapse. I can't die. I can't die here. I haven't trampled this madwoman underfoot yet. I haven't repaid her 100-fold for the humiliation she inflicted today. A fierce will to survive and a burning rage of refusal surged from the deepest recesses of Sun Xing's heart. Ah! He let out a roar that sounded nothing like a human's, echoing toward the heavens. His body began to undergo even more violent transformations. Golden monkey fur erupted wildly from beneath his skin, instantly covering his entire body. His frame shot upward, muscles swelling, bones cracking under the strain. A thick, powerful monkey tail whipped out from behind him, gouging a deep trench into the ground. His cheeks became sharply defined, radiating savage ferocity. His eyes blazed like two golden flames, radiating an intense, fiery glow. Second demonic transformation. Under the dual pressure of mortal peril and overwhelming energy stimulation, Sun Xing had achieved his second demonic transformation in such a short span. An aura more powerful, more solid, and more ancient than Zhao Kuan's emanated from his body. A flicker of astonishment finally crossed Xia Li's eyes. He had actually achieved a second demonic transformation? Moreover, this aura. She could sense that after completing his second demonic transformation, the demonic power emanating from Sun Xing had become purer and more overbearing. It was an absolute suppression of other demonic beings, originating from the depths of his bloodline. Even she felt a faint, almost imperceptible pressure. It seems I underestimated you after all. A satisfied curve lifted at Xia Li's lips. Your demonic soul seems to hold some potential. At that moment, the mysterious message echoed once more within Sun Xing's mind. Second demon transformation complete. Awakened skill, Divine Weapon Art. Divine Weapon Technique grants any weapon additional weight, with the weight limit increasing alongside one's own strength. Current limit, 1000 gene. Divine Weapon Technique? Sun Xing's heart began to race. This skill sounds incredibly powerful. Just grab any stick, and it becomes a divine weapon weighing 1000 gene? Wasn't this tailor-made for him? Sun Xing forced down the wild excitement surging in his chest and remained silent. After an unknown span of time, the raging energy within Sun Xing finally began to subside, gradually absorbed by his body. He slowly rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him. An unprecedented sense of strength welled up inside him. He felt like he could crush a tank with a single punch now. How does it feel? Xia Li walked up to him, scrutinizing his transformed appearance from head to toe, as if admiring a masterpiece. Very good. Sun Xing's voice had grown deep and husky, filled with magnetic resonance. He lifted his golden eyes to meet Xia Li's gaze. This time, his eyes no longer held the fear and submission of before. Instead, it held an unabashed, aggressive fighting spirit. Xia Li seemed to relish that look, the smile on her lips growing even wider. Not bad. Now that's more like the man I know. Now you're looking more like yourself. But don't think that just because you've completed your second demonic transformation, you can act so cocky in front of me. She extended a finger and lightly tapped Sun Xing's solid chest. To me, you're still nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. Squashing you would still be effortless. Sun Xing said nothing, only his golden pupils contracted slightly. He knew Xia Li was telling the truth. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Enough. Put away that look like you want to pick a fight with me. Xia Li withdrew her fingers. Now that the trouble's taken care of, we should get down to business. Business? Shanbao. Xia Li uttered the two words. Those dogs from the Dog God Society, if they find out their loyal hounds are dying one after another, they'll definitely send someone to investigate. After all, loyalty is their top priority. Then we can follow the trail and reel in the big fish behind them. Sun Xing's mind stirred. You want to use Zhao Kuan's death to lure the snake out of its hole? What else? Xia Li shot him a withering glance. You think I really killed him just to help you out of a bind? A worthless piece of trash like him wasn't worthy of my personal attention. Everything I've done has been for Shanbao. And you, Sun Xing, are merely the most useful pawn in my hand, a blade. Sun Xing's gaze turned cold once more. Pawn. Blade. This woman always speaks so bluntly, so hurtfully. What? Not happy again? Xia Li seemed to relish watching Sun Xing struggle to contain his anger. Alright, drop the deadpan expression. You did well this time, you deserve a reward. She suddenly leaned in close, her red lips brushing Sun Xing's ear as she blew a soft breath. Tonight, come to my room. I'll personally guide you on how to better harness this new power of yours. Her voice was laced with deadly allure. Chapter 23, When Demons Clash, Magic Knows No Bounds. Sun Xing's mind buzzed. Go to her room? Personally guide? Those words sounded utterly wrong no matter how he heard them. Especially coming from Xia Li, that unpredictable, life-disregarding madwoman. They made his scalp crawl. Was she planning to use him as a punching bag for sparring practice, beating him to a pulp? Or perhaps she planned to use some even more twisted method to drain the power he'd just acquired? After all, she'd already gnawed on him like an energy bar before. What? Afraid to come? Watching Sun Xing's tense and wary expression, Xia Li's lips curved into an even more amused smile. Afraid I'll eat you? Sun Xing said nothing, but the look on his face spoke volumes. Click. Xia Li let out a silver bell-like laugh. Look at you, such a wimp. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you until you lose your usefulness. I just think that now my boyfriend has grown stronger, it's time for us to have a deeper conversation. She deliberately emphasized the words deeper connection. Sun Xing's heartbeat accelerated against his will. Reason told him this was definitely a trap. Yet his body's instincts stirred an unwarranted flicker of anticipation. After all, Xia Li's looks and figure held a deadly allure for any normal man. Alright, stop standing there like an idiot. Xia Li tapped his cheek. First, break the demonic transformation. Then, clean up this place. Don't leave any loose ends. If ordinary people discover this, it'll be a huge hassle. With that, she swayed her slender waist and turned to walk out of the woods. I'll be waiting for you tonight. She glanced back, flashed Sun Xing a seductive wink, and vanished into the night. Sun Xing remained alone, staring at the two corpses on the ground that were already beginning to grow cold. He felt overwhelmed. Dispose of the bodies? How exactly? Dig a hole and bury them? Or just set them ablaze? He didn't possess Xia Li's ability to conjure flames out of thin air. Sun Xing scratched his head in frustration before settling on the most primitive and safest method. He shed his demonic form, then found a low-lying spot nearby. With his bare hands, he dug two large pits and tossed Zhao Kuan's body into them. By the time he finished, Sun Xing was exhausted as a dog, covered in mud, and looking utterly bedraggled. By the time he returned to his rented room, it was deep into the night. The living room light was on. Xia Li had already finished showering. Wearing that familiar silk nightgown, she sat on the sofa, leisurely watching TV while applying a face mask. Seeing Sun Xing return in such a state, she merely gave him a lazy glance. Slow as molasses. Like a groundhog. Sun Xing ignored her sarcasm, walking straight into the bathroom to take a shower. By the time he emerged, Xia Li had already peeled off her mask, revealing her flawless complexion. Come here. She beckoned to Sun Xing with a flick of her finger. Sun Xing's heart tightened, but he steeled himself and walked over. When you're the fish on the chopping block, you can't fight it, you just have to endure. Sit. Xia Li patted the spot beside her on the sofa. Sun Xing sat down as instructed, his body tense as a spring ready to snap. Relax. Xia Li shot him a disapproving look. I'm not going to eat you, she said, yet her body suddenly leaned in, pressing almost entirely against Sun Xing. The scent of shower gel mingled with her skin instantly enveloped Sun Xing. Sun Xing's body froze instantly. What do you want? His voice cracked slightly. Didn't I tell you? I'm guiding you. Xia Li extended her slender fingers, lightly tracing Sun Xing's chest, sending a shiver of sensation through him. You've just completed your second demonic transformation, your power surged, but you have no idea how to control it. It's like a 3-year-old suddenly grabbing a machine gun. All they can do is spray bullets wildly. Not only will they fail to hit the enemy, but they might even hurt themselves. What I will teach you is how to precisely control every ounce of power within your body. Make it an extension of your body, as natural as moving your own fingers. Her voice was filled with seductive allure. How exactly do you teach that? Sun Xing felt as though an invisible hand had clamped down on his throat. Of course. Xia Li's crimson lips drew close to Sun Xing's ear, her breath warm and sweet. The most primal, yet most effective way. When demons fight, their powers are boundless. Haven't you heard? Boom. Sun Xing's mind felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, instantly going blank. Fairies fighting. Unbounded magical power. What does she mean by that? Could it be the legendary dual cultivation? Sun Xing felt his body ignite, an indescribable heat surging from his lower abdomen straight to the crown of his head. Just as his mind faltered, on the verge of being consumed by desire, Xia Li suddenly sat up straight, creating distance between them. Watching Sun Xing's flushed, breathless, and flustered expression, the smile on her lips deepened. Clink. Her laughter rang out like silver bells, brimming with triumph and mockery. Look at you, such a loser. Got me again, huh? Sun Xing's face instantly turned the color of liver. Damn it. This woman was toying with him again. She's a complete and utter devil. You. Sun Xing gritted his teeth, forcing out a single word through clenched jaws. What about me? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, reverting to her icy demeanor. When I said fight, I meant it literally. Come on, let me see how much you've improved after your second demonic transformation. Right here in this living room. If you satisfy me, I'll let you go today. If you fail to satisfy me. She licked her lips, a dangerous gleam flashing in her eyes. I won't mind devouring your flesh and drinking your blood. Sun Xing's chest heaved violently. Rage burned like fire at the crown of his head. Fight? Fine. If you want to fight, then I'll fight you. Today, even if you beat me to death, I'll bite a chunk of flesh from your body. Ah! Sun Xing let out a suppressed roar, all hesitation vanishing as he instantly triggered his demonic transformation. Golden monkey fur covered his entire body. His frame grew taller, muscles bulging with explosive power. He unleashed a punch, carrying a vicious gust of wind, smashing viciously towards Xia Li's face. He would smash that woman's infuriating, smug smile to pieces. Facing Sun Xing's furious strike, Xia Li's face still bore that same serene, carefree smile. She didn't even flinch. She merely raised one hand casually. Chapter 24, a despair-inducing gap in power. Fist and palm collided with a thunderous crash mid-air. No earth-shattering roar. Only a dull thud. Sun Xing felt as though he'd struck an indestructible divine iron. A terrifying counterforce surged back from the opponent's palm. Snap. His knuckles shattered instantly. Agony surged through him. Sun Xing grunted, his body flying backward uncontrollably. He slammed hard into the wall before crashing to the floor. Clutching his completely mangled hand, he was drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Meanwhile, Xia Li remained seated on the sofa, perfectly unharmed, not even shifting her posture. She waved her pale, unblemished hand, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. Too weak. Both strength and speed were lacking. Is this the full extent of your power after your second demonic transformation? Not even enough to tickle me. Her voice dripped with undisguised contempt. Sun Xing's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt like a clown performing a ridiculous show before her. He'd thought that after his second demonic transformation, even if he couldn't defeat Xia Li, he could at least make her take him seriously. Reality, however, delivered a resounding slap across his face. The gap between them was far greater than he had imagined. So vast it was utterly despairing. Again. Xia Li beckoned him with a flick of her finger, as if teasing a pet. Show me everything you've got. Let me see just how much potential this little monkey has. Ah! Sun Xing was utterly enraged by her contemptuous attitude. He leapt to his feet, ignoring the searing pain in his right hand, and charged forward once more. This time, he unleashed his full power. His left fist struck like a cannon, his right leg lashed like a whip, and the tail behind him whipped through the air like a steel rod. With a piercing whistle, he attacked Xia Li's vital points from every possible angle. Yet it all proved futile. Xia Li remained seated on the sofa, not moving an inch. She casually waved her arms, sometimes striking, sometimes blocking, sometimes deflecting. Each strike landed precisely on Sun Xing's most vulnerable points. Each collision felt to Sun Xing like being struck by a car. Thud. 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 The dull thuds echoed relentlessly through the living room. Sun Xing was sent flying time and again, only to scramble back up and charge forward once more. His body was already covered in wounds, bones broken beyond count. Yet the fire in his eyes burned ever brighter. Like an indestructible mad bull, he knew neither fatigue nor pain. A flicker of admiration finally appeared in Xia Li's eyes. Not bad. That kind of tenacity, I like it. Battle is not merely a contest of strength and speed, but a clash of will and spirit. Only with an indomitable heart of a true warrior can one unleash power beyond limits in the face of utter despair. As she spoke, she tightened her grip. Thud. This time, she slapped Sun Xing so hard he flew backward, smashing straight through the coffee table before tumbling to the floor. Sun Xing lay sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath as blood gushed from his mouth. He felt as though his internal organs were about to shatter from the impact. His consciousness began to blur. Was this the end? No. I can still fight. Sun Xing gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the ground. Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. Divine weapon technique. Right. I still have divine weapon technique. His gaze darted toward the wooden mop handle used for cleaning nearby. That's it. A resolute glint flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he whipped his tail around, snatching the mop handle and gripping it tightly. Then, he poured every last ounce of demonic power remaining within him into the mop handle with frenzied intensity. Divine weapon technique, activate. Hum. The unremarkable mop handle instantly emitted a faint hum. A faint golden glow began to shimmer across its surface. A weighty aura, heavy as mountains, emanated from it. 1000 Jin. This was the current limit of the divine weapon technique. Xia Li also sensed the shift in this aura, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Oh? There's more? What kind of ability is this? To actually alter an object's weight? Could it be awakening a demon king skill? To awaken a demon king technique on your second demonic transformation? You really know how to surprise me. She seemed quite intrigued by Sun Xing's new ability. Die. Sun Xing summoned every ounce of strength, gripping the heavy mop handle with both hands. He leapt off the ground and swung it down with all his might, aiming a crushing blow straight for Xia Li's head. This strike channeled all his strength, all his rage, all his refusal to accept defeat. With this single blow, he would shatter this woman's pride, smash her haughty demeanor to pieces. Facing this earth-shattering blow, the playful smile finally vanished from Xia Li's face. In its place appeared a look of solemn gravity. She finally rose from the sofa. She did not raise her hands to block it. Because she could sense that the force behind this blow was now potent enough to threaten her. Chirp! A clear, piercing bird call erupted from within her. A terrifying aura of extreme heat erupted from her body. Scarlet flames instantly enveloped her entire body. Behind her, the magnificent and noble silhouette of a flame vermilion bird slowly materialized, unfurling wings vast enough to obscure the sky. The temperature in the entire living room surged to terrifying levels, the air itself beginning to warp. Was this her true power? Vermilion bird demon soul. Sun Xing's heart nearly stopped beating in that instant. He finally understood just how vast the chasm between himself and this woman truly was. It wasn't the difference between a strong ant and a human. It was the gap between an ant and a divine dragon. But the arrow was already on the string, it had to be released. Sun Xing roared with fury, and the 1,000-pound club in his hands still came crashing down without hesitation. Xia Li watched the heavy club hurtling toward her, a flicker of admiration crossing her eyes. Interesting. She extended her right hand, enveloped in crimson flames, fingers splayed wide, directly meeting the descending club. Let me see, is your club harder, or is my hand harder? Her voice brimmed with absolute confidence and dominance. The next second, the heavy club and her palm collided once more. Boom! This time, it wasn't a dull thud. Instead, a deafening, thunderous roar. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the two combatants. Every piece of furniture in the living room was instantly torn to shreds. The walls were covered in spiderweb like cracks. The entire rental apartment shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Sun Xing felt an irresistible, terrifying force surge through the mop handle. The 1,000-pound club in his hands shattered inch by inch the moment it touched Xia Li's flame-engulfed palm, turning into a cloud of dust. As for him, he was hurled backward like a baseball, crashing through the wall behind him and landing in the hallway outside. Put! A fountain of blood erupted from his mouth. His consciousness plunged into utter darkness at that moment. He had no idea how much time had passed. Sun Xing slowly regained consciousness from his stupor. He found himself lying on his bedroom bed, covered by a quilt. A searing, tearing pain radiated throughout his entire body, yet he could sense a warm energy slowly repairing his flesh. It was Xia Li's demonic power. Sun Xing struggled to sit up and examined his body. To his astonishment, the horrific wounds had already scabbed over. The broken bones were also healing at an astonishing rate. Was this the regenerative power of a high-tier demonic creature? It was even more insane than Wolverine's. He tossed aside the blankets and stepped off the bed. Stepping out of the room, he found the living room once a complete mess had been restored to its original state. The shattered furniture had been replaced with new pieces. The cracks in the walls had vanished. It was as if last night's earth-shattering battle had never happened. Only a faint trace of the Suzaku demon soul's scorching aura lingered in the air. Xia Li was gone. Her door remained tightly shut. Sun Xing walked over to the sofa and sat down, his mind in turmoil. Last night's battle had made him acutely aware of the gap between himself and Xia Li. Xia Li's door creaked open. She emerged, her face looking somewhat pale, as if she had been greatly drained. She glanced at Sun Xing indifferently. "Awake?" Sun Xing replied, keeping his head down, unable to meet her eyes. "Still dwelling on last night?" Xia Li walked over and sat down across from him. "Do you think your efforts are ridiculous?" Sun Xing remained silent, which counted as an admission. "Sun Xing, I've told you before, your potential far exceeds your own expectations." Xia Li's voice, unusually, carried a hint of seriousness. "Last night, your final blow was already enough to threaten me. Had I not activated my skill to block that strike head-on, I would have been injured. Your potential is truly surprising." Sun Xing snapped his head up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Really? I never lie." Xia Li looked at him. "Your growth rate has surpassed my expectations. Especially that ability of yours to imbue weapons with weight. It's powerful and highly unusual. That isn't an innate ability of the demon soul, is it?" She cut straight to the heart of the matter. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He knew this matter could no longer be concealed. Just as Sun Xing struggled to respond, Xia Li asked, "Have you awakened a Demon King technique?" "I suppose so, divine weapon art." Sun Xing went with the flow. "Divine weapon technique?" A thoughtful gleam flickered in Xia Li's eyes. "It seems your demon soul possesses more abilities than I imagined. Typically, only after becoming a demon king do demons awaken their demon king techniques. Yet you've already awakened your demon soul. But that doesn't matter." She shifted her tone. "What matters is that you master this power swiftly. The mountain treasure is about to emerge, and the Dog God Society has already begun its operations. I need you to become the sharpest blade in my hand. Do you understand?" Sun Xing fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Circumstances dictate one's choices. Until he gained sufficient strength, he had no choice but to cooperate. "Very well." Chapter 25, The Mysterious Bureau Arrives. Xia Li nodded with satisfaction. "Starting today, I will subject you to genuine special training. I will squeeze every last drop of potential from you in the shortest time possible, transforming you completely. This process will be excruciating, so painful you'll wish you were dead. But if you endure it, I guarantee you'll see a whole new world." Her voice carried an unquestionable authority. Sun Xing stared at her and suddenly asked, "Why are you helping me like this? Is it just because I can be your eyes and your blade?" He always felt there was more to it than that. Xia Li looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile held a hint of complexity, a hint of amusement. "Because your worth extends far beyond that. When you can truly stand beside me, rather than being shielded behind me, you'll understand." She stood up and stretched, her perfect curves radiating astonishing allure. "All right, special training begins now. The first task is to teach you how to perfectly control your demonic power in battle. Not like last night, when you relied solely on brute force." She snapped her fingers. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire living room. "This is the Demon Veil. It was also a Demon King technique. Within it, you can fight to your heart's content without fear of destroying the house or being discovered by outsiders. Come on, my boyfriend. Let's see how many minutes you can last against me today." Xia Li beckoned Sun Xing with a flick of her finger, her eyes once again blazing with fierce combat intent. Sun Xing looked at her and slowly rose to his feet. Gone from his eyes were last night's despair and resentment. Instead, they held an unprecedented resolve and tenacity. If resistance was futile, then he would embrace it with everything he had. Enjoy the process of becoming stronger. Ah! He transformed once more, his golden pupils blazing with flames potent enough to consume everything. A hellish special training regimen commenced. In the days that followed, Sun Xing endured a hellish existence. By day, he had to play the role of an ordinary high school student at school, juggling heavy coursework while constantly guarding against possible retaliation from the Dog God Society. At night, he endured Xia Li's brutal training within the barrier she had set up. This so-called training was nothing but one-sided beatings. Xia Li suppressed most of her power, matching Sun Xing's strength level to spar with him. But her combat skills and experience were simply too vast. Every strike targeted Sun Xing's vulnerabilities. Before her, Sun Xing resembled a toddler just learning to walk, being brutally beaten in unimaginable ways by a world martial arts champion. Every night, he was beaten to a pulp by Xia Li, his bones shattered and tendons torn, only to be healed by her demonic power while unconscious. The next day, he would wake up and continue. The cycle repeated endlessly. This dual torment of body and mind would shatter any ordinary person. Yet Sun Xing endured it all. For he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger at a terrifying pace. His combat skills advanced by leaps and bounds under Xia Li's guidance. His control over his own power grew increasingly precise. He could now even wield divine weapon techniques with mastery while in his demonic state, making an ordinary steel pipe dance with fierce, whirling force. More crucially, his will had grown increasingly resilient and icy cold through this hellish forging. Like a stubborn piece of iron, he was being forged into a blade that could cut through steel like mud under Xia Li's relentless hammering. Meanwhile, the Dog God Society had grown quiet since Zhao Kuan's death. They no longer sent people to cause trouble at the school, as if the incident had never occurred. But Sun Xing and Xia Li both knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Those mad dogs were undoubtedly plotting something in the shadows. Like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, they were poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. It was Friday. Sun Xing dragged his weary body into the classroom. No sooner had he sat down than a classmate approached him, face aglow with excitement. "Son! Big news!" "What news?" Sun Xing asked weakly. He wasn't interested in any news right now, all he wanted was to lie down and catch some sleep. Last night, Xia Li had knocked him unconscious with a chair. "Looks like some big shots coming to our school," the other person whispered mysteriously, lowering their voice. "When I arrived this morning, I saw several black sedans parked at the school gate, all sporting special license plates we couldn't recognize. Plus, there were these guys in black suits and sunglasses, they look just like secret agents in the movies, super cool. The dean told me it's some special department from the city conducting a security inspection at our school." "Special department?" Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recalled what Yi Bai had mentioned earlier, the security department. Could it be people from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau? What were they here for? Was it because of Zhao Kuan's death? Sun Xing's heart instantly leapt into his throat. "What's wrong, old son? Why do you look so pale?" "Nothing." Sun Xing shook his head, forcing himself to stay calm. "Probably didn't sleep well last night." Sun Xing couldn't possibly say these people were likely here for him. Sun Xing ignored the other person. He just wanted to tell Xia Li about this immediately and discuss a plan. Just then, the classroom door swung open. Class advisor Li Xiaoming entered, followed by two men in black suits. The two men had stern expressions and piercing gazes, radiating an intimidating aura that made strangers feel unwelcome. The classroom instantly fell silent. Everyone felt the invisible pressure. "Students, quiet down." The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. "These two gentlemen are investigators from the Municipal Security Department. They've come to our class to gather some information. I hope everyone will cooperate fully." "Security Department?" Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. The security department was merely the commoner's name for them. In reality, they were agents from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Moreover, the aura emanating from these two was something ordinary people simply couldn't possess. Clearly, they were both awakened. He could feel their gazes, like two sharp blades, sweeping across every face in the classroom. When their gaze landed on Sun Xing, it lingered for a full 2 extra seconds. Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. This is bad. He was marked. Sun Xing. One of the investigators, a square-jawed man who appeared older, suddenly called out his name. "Step outside, please. We have some questions we'd like to ask you privately." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The entire class's gaze instantly focused on Sun Xing. Curiosity, surprise, and confusion mingled in their gazes. Sun Xing rose slowly to his feet. He knew this was a hurdle he couldn't avoid. He followed the two investigators out of the classroom to an open area at the end of the hallway. "Mr. Sun Xing, there's no need to be nervous." The square-faced investigator forced a relatively gentle smile. "This is just a routine interview. We want to know what you know about the disappearance of Zhao Kuan from Class 2, Senior 3. Disappeared?" Sun Xing froze. Wasn't Zhao Kuan killed by Xia Li? How did it become a disappearance? Could it be that the Supernatural Bureau deliberately framed it as a disappearance to minimize the incident's impact? The dynamics between the Supernatural Bureau and the demons seemed far more complex than he'd imagined. I don't know." Sun Xing shook his head, feigning bewilderment. "I'm not close with him, but I heard he was pursuing Xia Li from Class 1. "Is that so?" Another younger investigator with piercing eyes suddenly sneered coldly. "According to our investigation, before Zhao Kuan went missing, he had a heated confrontation with you in the cafeteria. You even pinned him down on a tray. Is that correct?" His gaze fixed intently on Sun Xing, as if trying to read something from his face. Sun Xing frowned. It seemed the Supernatural Bureau had already uncovered everything worth investigating. Was there any point in feigning ignorance now? Chapter 26, A Dirty Deal. At that moment, Sun Xing felt as if he'd been stripped naked and thrown into the snow, utterly exposed. These two weren't here to gather information, they were after him. "Mr. Sun Xing, there's no need to be nervous." The square-jawed investigator's voice sounded again, attempting to ease the tension. "We just need to confirm a few details. After all, a student going missing near campus would be very bad publicity. Moreover, there have been multiple disappearances at your school recently. You were the last person Zhao Kuan had contact with before he went missing, which is why we're here to question you. We hope you'll cooperate with our investigation. His words sounded reasonable enough, but Sun Xing didn't believe a single word. Cooperate? How exactly? Tell him Zhao Kuan had his skull crushed by a scarlet bird demon named Xia Li, then I dug a hole and buried him? That would probably get me arrested as a lunatic or an accomplice the next second. I really don't know. Sun Xing resolved to stick to his story no matter what. He shook his head, his face etched with innocence. Many people witnessed that conflict in the cafeteria. It was just a minor altercation. Young people get hot-headed and threw a few punches. After that, he just left. I never saw him again. Is that so? The young investigator sneered coldly again. His sidekick saw you go up the back mountain with him and he never came down. How do you explain that? Still claim you had nothing to do with it? Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Damn it! Sun Xing's mouth opened, his mind going blank. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be utterly defenseless. The young investigator's eyes sharpened as he stepped forward, his overwhelming aura bearing down on Sun Xing. But that wasn't all. Go Fei and his two accomplices were found dead in the back mountains days ago. Their deaths were gruesome, their essence and blood completely drained. According to our leads, they had clashed with you before their deaths. And before that, Lin Qingqian from Senior 3, Class 1, her home burned down, and she vanished without a trace. No body was ever found. And the last person she met before vanishing? That was you, Sun Xing. Once is coincidence, twice is accident, but what about the third time? Sun Xing, what secrets are you hiding? The young investigator's voice fell like a hammer, blow after blow, striking Sun Xing's heart with brutal force. With each word, Sun Xing's face paled further. Go Fei, Lin Qingqian. They've uncovered all these events and pieced them together. The power of the Supernatural Bureau was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Sun Xing felt as if his throat had been clogged, unable to utter a single word. All right, Xiao Wang. The square-jawed investigator cut off the younger investigator who was about to press further. He approached Sun Xing, his tone still gentle, yet his eyes held no warmth whatsoever. Mr. Sun Xing, some matters are not convenient to discuss here. Please come with us. Rest assured, we won't wrong an innocent person, nor will we let a criminal go unpunished. If you are innocent, we will ensure justice is served. His voice carried an undeniable force. Sun Xing knew he had no choice. He slowly nodded his head. In the face of absolute authority and irrefutable evidence, any resistance or evasion seemed futile. He followed the two investigators out of the academic building. In the hallway, countless students pointed and whispered at him. Isn't that Sun Xing? What did he do? No idea. But if security took him away, it must be serious. He always seemed so quiet and well-behaved. Who would have thought? Those stares felt like needles piercing Sun Xing's body. But he had no time to care about that now. Escorted by two investigators flanking him, he was ushered into a black sedan parked at the school gate. The moment the doors closed, all outside sounds were shut out. The atmosphere inside was suffocatingly oppressive. Sun Xing sat in the back seat, sandwiched between the square-jawed man and the young investigator flanking him. He secretly slipped his hand into his pocket, intending to send Xia Li another message. To tell her he'd been taken away by the security department. But the thought was extinguished the moment it arose. No. Both of these men were awakened ones. No small move could escape their notice. Now, he could only rely on himself. Besides, he had already sent a message to Xia Li. The Supernatural Affairs Bureau was sending investigators. Xia Li would surely take action. The sedan slowly pulled away, merging into the traffic. Sun Xing watched the street scenes rush past the window, his heart growing icy cold. He had no idea what lay ahead. Would it be brutal interrogation, or being dissected like a monster for research? Kid, drop the act. The young investigator's voice suddenly rang out beside him, breaking the silence inside the car. Is there someone behind you? Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat as he turned to face him. What do you mean? I don't understand. Don't understand? The young investigator snorted derisively. Then let me make it crystal clear. You're a demon, right? Sun Xing's heart clenched violently. He stared intently at the other man, neither confirming nor denying. No response? That's your admission. The young investigator's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. To have slain those three little demons who killed Go Fei, and to have survived Zhao Kuan's men, your demonic soul is no ordinary thing. But you're still too green. You think you covered your tracks? To us at the Supernatural Bureau, your little tricks are as laughable as children playing house. Sun Xing's fist clenched silently at his side. He knew he was completely exposed. Since that's the case, there's no point in pretending anymore. I am not a demon. Sun Xing gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. This was his bottom line, his last desperate struggle. He refused to admit he was that kind of monster that devoured humans. Oh? Not a demon? The square-jawed investigator perked up, turning to stare at Sun Xing. If you're not a demon, then how did you kill those demons? Could it be that you're like us, an awakened one who's tapped into divine power? Sun Xing's heart stirred. Right. Why couldn't I be an awakened one? Yi Bai is an awakened one, and so are they. And within me lies Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage, a hallmark of awakened ones. Claiming to be an awakened one shouldn't be a problem, right? If I admit I'm an awakened one, could I shed my demon identity? Could I even join them, become part of the righteous side, and break free from that madwoman Xia Li's control? This thought pierced the darkness within Sun Xing's heart like a ray of light. Yes. Sun Xing nodded without hesitation. I am the awakened one. After speaking, he looked at the two of them with eager anticipation. He believed that by revealing his identity as one of them, their attitude would change. But he was disappointed. The square-jawed man and the young investigator exchanged a glance, then both burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with mockery and pity. An awakened? The young investigator laughed until tears nearly streamed from his eyes. Kid, you've got some nerve. Fine, let's say you are an awakened one. The square-jawed investigator dropped his smile, fixing Sun Xing with a cold stare. But you've provoked the wrong people and killed the wrong dogs. We didn't come here today to arrest you. We're here to hand you over. Hand you over? Sun Xing froze. To whom? The Dog God Society. Boss Huang. The square-jawed investigator uttered the name with a flat tone. Boom. Sun Xing's mind felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, instantly going blank. The Dog God Society? Boss Huang? He stared in disbelief at the two uniformed investigators before him, symbols of state authority. You're from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. How could you hand me over to those monsters? Sun Xing was furious. He had always believed the Supernatural Bureau embodied justice, the guardians of humanity. But now, they were treating one of their own as a gift to be handed over to the enemy? Kid, you're too naive. The national investigator sighed, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Do you really think we want this? Zhao Cohen was one of the few juniors Boss Huang held in high regard. Now he's died on our turf under mysterious circumstances. If we don't hand you over to appease that old dog's rage, once he goes berserk, the entire western district of Jinchang will descend into chaos. Who knows how many innocent civilians would die then? For the greater good, sacrificing you is necessary. The young investigator added coldly. Sacrifice me? Sun Xing laughed a laugh filled with utter desolation and seething fury. How nice of you to say. You're not doing this for some bull greater good, you're just scared. Scared of the Dog God Society, scared of that old dog. So you're using me, a powerless nobody, as your scapegoat. Sun Xing's eyes blazed with furious rage. He finally saw the true nature of this world. Whether human, demon, or so-called awakened. Everything hinges on strength. Without strength, you're but fish on a cutting board, at the mercy of others. So-called justice and order were nothing but fig leaves used by the strong to cover their own shame. Filthy deals. Think whatever you want. The square-jawed investigator offered no further explanation, leaning back into his seat. The car fell silent once more. Sun Xing leaned against the window, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, his heart growing icy cold. After an unknown amount of time, the car slowed to a stop. We're here. Get out. The young investigator's voice rang out. Sun Xing turned to look. The car had stopped in front of a somewhat shabby-looking billiard hall. This place was definitely not the headquarters of the Supernatural Bureau. This was the lair of the Dog God Society. The aura of demons hit him like a wave. Chapter 27, Loyal Doghouse. The billiards hall's door was shut tight, looking as though it had long since closed for business. A faded sign hung above the entrance, its 4 characters passionate collision chipped and peeling. Sun Xing, flanked by 2 investigators, pushed open the creaking glass door. A pungent mix of smoke, sweat, and intense demonic aura hit him like a wave. The pool hall was dimly lit, with only a few old chandeliers casting a yellowish glow. A dozen pool tables stood haphazardly scattered about, their surfaces thick with dust. A dozen or so young men, looking like street thugs, were gathered in small groups. Some were smoking, some were playing cards, and others were polishing the cold gleam of machetes in their hands. As Sun Xing and his group entered, every pair of eyes turned toward them in unison. Those gazes were filled with undisguised ferocity and cruelty, like a pack of starving wolves scrutinizing their next meal. Sun Xing's heart sank to the bottom. This was a stronghold of the Dog God Society. Yo, Brother Wang, Brotherly, you're here. A young man with dyed blonde hair and a row of ear studs, looking like a slacker, stood up from the innermost booth and walked over with a smile. He was the third in command of the Dog God Society, Golden Hair. A golden-haired dog demon who had undergone 9 demonic transformations, possessing formidable power. Third Brother Gold. Brother Wang, the square-jawed investigator, plastered on a fawning smile, a stark contrast to his strictly professional demeanor back at the school. Mission accomplished, sir. I've brought the person you requested. Like a lapdog, he groveled and pushed Sun Xing forward before Golden Retriever. Thank you both for your efforts. The blonde man nodded in satisfaction, eyeing Sun Xing up and down as if appraising merchandise. Not bad. Looks like he's got soft skin and tender flesh, good material. As long as Brother Jean is satisfied. Young investigator Brother Li quickly chimed in. We'll be on our way then, so as not to disturb Brother San's initiation ceremony. He winked at the blonde-haired man, grinning lecherously. Go ahead. Golden-haired brother waved his hand impatiently. Brother Wang and Brother Li, relieved as if granted a pardon, bowed and scraped their way out, thoughtfully closing the billiard hall door behind them as they left. As the door closed, the entire billiard hall became a prison cut off from the outside world. Watching the two investigators' humble retreating figures, the last shred of hope in Sun Xing's heart shattered completely. These were humanity's guardians? This was the so-called justice? Ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. Kid, stop watching. The blonde man's voice rang in his ear. He reached out and slapped Sun Xing's face, the force of it making a sharp smacking sound. Today is the day you die. You should consider yourself honored. Sun Xing said nothing, only glaring at him with an icy stare. Oh? Still not convinced? The blonde man grew irritated by the stare, tightening his grip slightly. I know you've got some skills, even that good-for-nothing Zhao Kuan fell at your hands. But I don't believe you could take down Zhao Kuan after his second demonic transformation all by yourself. Spill it. Who's your partner? The blonde's gaze sharpened. Just name him, then join our dog god society willingly, and today's incident will be forgotten. Otherwise. He pointed toward the wall at the farthest end of the pool hall. Written in blood across the wall were two startlingly large traditional Chinese characters. Loyalty and righteousness. Beneath those characters, a charred, unrecognizable form was bound to an iron frame. The creature sizzled as oil dripped from its skin, filling the entire pool hall with a rich aroma of roasting flesh mingled with the pungent stench of blood. Sun Xing's stomach churned violently, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. See that? The blonde man laughed cruelly. That's what awaits you. As blood sustenance, becoming nourishment for our brothers to grow stronger. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Blood offering. Eating people. Dogs actually eating people? What a goddamn upside-down world. You have two choices. The golden-haired man's voice sounded like a demon's whisper. First, name your accomplices. Then, devour this blood offering and swear your allegiance. You shall become the most loyal dog of our dog god society. Second, if you refuse, you will take his place as our new blood offering. Golden Retriever spoke as he picked up a sharp dagger from the nearby table, slicing a piece of still steaming flesh from the charred corpse. Then he walked over to a boy who looked only 16 or 17, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Come. Eat it. From this day forward, you are a member of our Inugami Society's reserve ranks. The youth stared at the blood-dripping flesh, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes, but more than that, a look of fervor. His hands trembling, he took the meat, closed his eyes, and bit down hard. The next second, something bizarre happened. The youth's body began convulsing violently. Fine black hairs started sprouting across his face, while his ears grew pointed and elongated. His demonic soul, originally just an ordinary civet cat, had begun to mutate into a canine demon after devouring that blood offering. Sun Xing watched in horror, his eyes bulging. This blood offering was problematic. Not only did it provide energy, but it could also forcibly alter a demon's bloodline, assimilating them into canine demons. What a vicious, tyrannical method. Your turn. Golden Hair approached Sun Xing, holding a larger piece of meat. Two henchmen pounced, pinning Sun Xing to the ground and prying his mouth open. The blood-soaked meat, reeking of foulness and savory aroma, was forcibly shoved into his mouth. Sun Xing struggled frantically, but his strength proved utterly insignificant against these formidable demonic creatures. No. I won't. I'm a monkey demon who inherited the great sage's demonic lineage. How could I become a dog begging for scraps? A man may be killed, but he cannot be disgraced. Just as Sun Xing prepared to bite his tongue and die rather than endure this humiliation. Boom! The billiard hall's front door was kicked to smithereens from the outside. Wood splinters and glass shards flew everywhere. Two figures flew in through the entrance like torn sacks, crashing heavily to the floor, dead as a doornail. They were the two investigators from the Supernatural Bureau who had just left Brother Wang and Brother Li. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The piece of meat in the blonde man's hand fell to the floor. Sun Xing seized the moment to break free from his restraints, scrambling backward to the side while coughing violently. He lifted his head and looked toward the doorway. A slender figure clad in a red school uniform glided in, bathed in moonlight. Scarlet flames danced around her, casting her exquisite face in a demonic glow, as if a fallen deity had descended to earth. It was Xia Li. An indescribable surge of ecstasy welled up within Sun Xing. Big sis. You finally made it. It turned out that on the short walk from the classroom to the school gate, he had taken advantage of the investigator's inattention to blindly type a distress message in his pocket at lightning speed and send it to Xia Li. He had gambled that Xia Li wouldn't abandon a pet with some potential value. Now it seemed his gamble had paid off. Xia Li had followed all the way, not only locating the Dog God Society's hideout but also taking care of those two scum who'd aided and abetted the villains. Who are you? Golden Retriever stared at Xia Li, whose aura radiated power, trembling at the terrifying pressure that made his very soul quake. You dare meddle in our Inugami Kai's affairs? Have you grown tired of living? Xia Li ignored him. She merely cast a cold glance at the battered Sun Xing, a flicker of barely perceptible anger flashing in her eyes. Then, she turned her gaze toward the golden-haired man and the pack of canine demons behind him. His head is mine. Who among you dares to touch it? Her voice was soft, yet it thundered like a bolt of lightning in everyone's ears. Chapter 28, Demon King Technique, Vermilion Bird Incinerates the Heavens. Yours? The blonde man froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke. Ha! Hey, girl, do you even know who you're talking to? This is the territory of the Dog God Society. You think you can just barge in and cause trouble all by yourself? The dozen or so underlings behind him joined in with a chorus of derisive laughter, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at Xia Li. To them, this woman might have a strong presence, but she was still just a woman. They, on the other hand, numbered over a dozen, each a formidable demon in their own right. A single spit from each of them could drown her. Seems you didn't understand my warning. Xia Li's gaze turned completely cold. What she hated most was being looked at like that, and she despised it even more when others questioned her strength. If you can't understand, then you'll remember it through death. No sooner had the words left her lips than her figure vanished instantly from where she stood. Too fast. So fast that even Sun Xing's keen eyes could only catch a blurred afterimage. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly pierced the air. The dog demon minion closest to Xia Li hadn't even seen what happened before his head shot skyward without warning. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the floor. The entire billiard hall fell deathly silent in an instant. Everyone was petrified by the bloody scene. What the hell just happened? Where is she? The remaining dog demons frantically scanned their surroundings, desperately searching for Xia Li's figure. But they could see nothing. Only a shadow of death hung over each heart. Second. Xia Li's icy voice, like the Grim Reaper's verdict, rang in another dog demon's ear. The demon dog trembled violently and whipped its head around. All he saw was a pale, slender hand, engulfed in crimson flames, growing larger and larger in his pupils. Thud. His head shattered like a watermelon under the force of the blow. Red and white splattered across the floor. The third. The fourth. Xia Li's figure darted through the pack of dog demons like a ghostly apparition. Each time she appeared, it was accompanied by a scream and a falling corpse. She didn't even use any fancy moves. Just the simplest, most direct blows: a punch, a kick, a slap. Yet these seemingly casual attacks proved utterly unblockable. Their claws seemed as fragile as paper before Xia Li. Their demonic power, when met with Xia Li's overwhelmingly domineering vermilion bird demonic flames, couldn't even raise a ripple. It was a one-sided slaughter. A crushing slaughter. Sun Xing watched from the sidelines, utterly stunned. He knew Xia Li was powerful, but he never imagined she could be this formidable. These dozen or so canine demons, whom he had considered formidable masters, were no different from chickens or ducks awaiting slaughter before Xia Li. Was this the true power of the vermilion bird demon soul? Terrifying. She's a demon. The remaining few dog demons finally broke down. Gone was their earlier arrogance and ferocity. Now, trembling in terror, they turned and fled for their lives. But could they really escape? Xia Li snorted coldly and snapped her fingers. Boom! Scarlet flames instantly shot skyward from the billiard hall's doors and windows, forming an impenetrable wall of fire that completely sealed off all their escape routes. Trying to escape? Did you get my permission? Xia Li slowly walked up to the last standing dog demon. The dog demon had already collapsed onto the floor, terrified, his pants damp and warm, emitting a foul, musky stench. No, don't kill me. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he bowed his head repeatedly, begging for mercy. Xia Li stared at him expressionlessly, slowly raising her foot. In your next life, be a good demon. Boom! One kick down, another head exploded into a mist of blood. In an instant, the entire billiard hall was empty of life save for Sun Xing and the golden-haired man. The thick stench of blood assaulted Sun Xing's senses, stirring his craving for blood once more. But he forced himself to suppress it. He didn't want to show his bloodthirsty side in front of Xia Li. Now, it's your turn. Xia Li turned, fixing her icy gaze on the golden retriever who had stood frozen in place the entire time, seemingly petrified with fear. The blonde man's body shook violently. Staring at the corpses littering the floor and the woman who looked like a killing god, the terror in his eyes reached its peak. But he did not beg for mercy. Because he knew begging for mercy was useless. Who are you? The golden-haired man asked in a trembling voice. Why are you opposing our dog god society? Because you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Xia Li advanced step by step toward him. Also because I'm quite interested in your so-called mountain treasure. Mountain treasure? The golden-haired man's pupils suddenly contracted. You came for Shanbao? What else could it be? Xia Li sneered coldly. You think this worthless piece of trash is worthy of me taking him down personally? She pointed at Sun Xing beside her. Sun Xing's face instantly darkened. Sis, could you please not put me down like this in front of outsiders? Can you spare me some face? Now, tell me who exactly is the leader of your dog god society? That old yellow dog? And where is Shanbao? Xia Li's eyes blazed with murderous intent. If you tell me, I'll give you a quick death. A wretched smile spread across the golden-haired man's face. Ha! Do you really think I'd betray the boss? We dog demons value loyalty above all else. Think you'll get the boss's secrets out of me? Dream on. Goldenhair suddenly let out a deafening roar. His body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Golden fur erupted wildly, his stature soared, muscles bulged in an instant, he transformed into a colossal golden-haired demon dog over 3 meters tall, radiating a terrifying aura. 9th stage demonic transformation. Half-demon physique. This was his true power. A violent surge of demonic power erupted from his body, sending the surrounding pool tables flying. Even if I die, I'll tear a chunk of flesh from your body. The golden-haired beast roared, its limbs surging with power as it charged towards Xia Li like a cannonball. Its gaping maw was large enough to swallow Xia Li whole. Facing this desperate, frenzied attack, Xia Li's face remained as calm as ever. Not even a trace of gravity flickered across her features. Loyalty? Nothing more than an excuse for the weak to huddle together for warmth. She slowly raised her right hand, her slender fingers splayed open. Demon King technique, vermilion bird incinerates the heavens. A clear, piercing bird cry echoed through the night sky. A magnificent illusory vermilion phoenix, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters and formed entirely of crimson flames, slowly materialized behind Xia Li. The temperature within the entire billiard hall instantly surged to terrifying levels, the air itself warping and igniting. The once arrogant golden-haired demon dog appeared as insignificant as an ant before the vermilion phoenix's shadow. The madness in its eyes was instantly replaced by boundless terror and despair. No! He let out the final, defiant roar of his life. The next second, his massive body was completely engulfed by the flaming vermilion bird descending from the heavens. Not even a single speck of ash remained. Chapter 29, Awakening Immobilization Technique. The flames dispersed. The entire billiard hall had been reduced to scorched earth. The walls were charred black, the pool tables reduced to ashes, and the air thick with the acrid stench of burnt rubber. Only the wall bearing the characters for loyalty and righteousness remained standing, eerily silent as if mocking something. Xia Li slowly withdrew her hand, her face looking somewhat pale. Clearly, unleashing the vermilion bird's heavenly incineration had taken a significant toll on her. She approached the charred corpse of the blood offering, frowned, and a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. Then, she reached out and gently scooped at the charred corpse's heart. A fist-sized heart, still faintly pulsing and radiating pure energy, was extracted. Without a second glance, Xia Li tossed it into her mouth and began crunching it like candy beans. Sun Xing watched from the side, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. This woman was truly ruthless. Decisive in killing, cold and ruthless, even her eating habits were brutally savage. Useless. Chewing the candy beans, Xia Li walked up to Sun Xing and looked down at him from above. If I'd arrived a moment later, would you have been devoured like dog food, gnawed down to the bone? Her voice dripped with undisguised contempt. Sun Xing's face turned the color of liver. He wanted to retort, but not a single word came out. Because what Xia Li said was the truth. Had she not arrived in time, he would likely have ended up as nothing more than a pile of Sun Xing opened his mouth, but in the end, he lowered his head. Sorry. What good does an apology do? Xia Li snorted coldly. What I want isn't an apology. I want you to remember how this feels today. This helplessness, where even life and death are beyond one's control. Then, I fought tooth and nail to become stronger. I refuse to have to clean up after you again, you worthless piece of trash. Xia Li's words stabbed like knives, piercing Sun Xing's heart. Humiliation, resentment, rage. A whirlwind of emotions churned within him. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his flesh. I understand. He ground the words out between clenched teeth. Xia Li looked into his eyes, now burning with fire, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Seems you're not quite a complete fool after all. Her tone shifted as her gaze swept over the scattered corpses of dog demons. These trash creatures, though of mixed bloodlines, are plentiful. For you right now, they're quite the nourishing feast. Don't waste them. Sun Xing froze for a moment before grasping her meaning. She wanted him to devour every last one of these corpses? The corpses of over a dozen canine demons. Sun Xing stared at the scattered limbs and mangled flesh littering the ground, his stomach churning violently once more. Though he had accepted the fact that he needed to drink blood. But to suck the blood from these corpses like a beast? Was something he truly couldn't bear. What? Can't bring yourself to do it again? Xia Li raised an eyebrow, seemingly reading his thoughts. Sun Xing, let me teach you one more thing. In this world, to survive, you must abandon your ridiculous human morality. Survival of the fittest, that's the world's true law. If you don't eat them, they'll eat you. Today, you have only two choices. Either swallow all this stuff and grow stronger. Or I kill you right now, bury you alongside this trash, and spare myself the trouble of worrying about you later. Her voice was cold and unquestionable. Sun Xing's heart grew colder by the second. He knew Xia Li wasn't joking. If he dared say no, this madwoman would truly kill him. He stared into Xia Li's icy eyes, then scanned the corpses littering the ground. Finally, the struggle in his eyes gave way to a glimmer of madness. Fine. I'll eat. So what if I feed off a few corpses? To survive, to grow stronger, to never again be at the mercy of others like today. Forget eating demons, even eating, I'll take it. Sun Xing let out a suppressed roar, all hesitation gone. He lunged directly at the nearest dog demon corpse. He opened his mouth and sank his teeth in with brutal force. The foul-smelling blood and tough muscles instantly filled his mouth. Nausea. Revulsion. But he didn't stop. Closing his eyes, he tore and swallowed with frenzied abandon. He would swallow every ounce of humiliation, every shred of resentment, along with this flesh and blood. Xia Li watched silently from the side, her face expressionless. Yet deep within her eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of approval passed. This little monkey was finally starting to show some promise. He didn't know how long it had been. Sun Xing finally drained the last drop of essence from the final canine demon. He lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body drenched in blood, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. A torrent of colossal, frenzied energy surged violently within his body. He felt his body like a balloon being inflated non-stop, ready to burst at any moment. Ugh! Sun Xing let out a pained growl. His body began to undergo drastic changes once more. Golden monkey fur, denser than ever before, erupted wildly from beneath his skin, covering his entire body. His frame shot upward, muscles swelling, bones creaking under the strain. His eyes blazed like molten gold, as if two fiery orbs burned within them. Another demonic transformation. Under the stimulation of immense demonic power, his body was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. At that moment, the mysterious message echoed in his mind once more. Third demon transformation complete. New skill awakened, immobilization technique. Immobilization technique enables one to command with words, binding targets weaker than oneself. Duration correlates with the power disparity between both parties. Against stronger opponents, the effect is significantly weakened or even nullified. Immobilization technique? Sun Xing's heart began to race. Wasn't this one of Sun Wukong's signature abilities from myth and legend? Though limited, it was undoubtedly a life-saving, game-changing technique in critical moments. Sun Xing forced down the wild excitement surging in his chest. He made no sound. This was his new trump card. A trump card he couldn't let Xia Li know about just yet. The violent energy within him gradually subsided, fully absorbed by his body. He rose slowly to his feet, feeling the surging power within him. An unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him. He felt he was now at least twice as strong as before. Seems like he'd gained quite a bit. Xia Li's voice snapped him out of his euphoria. Sun Xing lifted his head and looked at Xia Li. This time, his gaze held an added measure of confidence and a barely perceptible chill. Thanks to you, he said indifferently. Xia Li seemed oblivious to the shift in his gaze, nearly rubbing her temples with irritation. The lead had gone cold again. That golden retriever was loyal to the end, preferred to self-destruct rather than reveal a single scrap of information. The Dog God Society's pack of mad dogs is tougher than I imagined. She shot Sun Xing a withering glance. It's all your fault, you useless piece of trash, causing all this trouble. Sun Xing. How is this my fault? It's clearly your own fault for wanting to find Shanbao and making this whole mess. This woman changes her mood faster than you can flip a book. But he dared only think those words. Alright, let's go. Xia Li waved her hand. The Bureau of Divine Affairs will find this place soon. We can't stay here long. Sun Xing nodded and followed Xia Li out. As he passed the charred corpse of the awakened whose heart had been ripped out, his footsteps faltered. He noticed what appeared to be the corner of a notebook peeking out from the pocket of the charred corpse. Driven by curiosity, he reached out as if compelled by some unseen force and pulled the notebook out. The notebook was charred and torn beyond recognition, yet faintly visible on its cover were several words scrawled in blood. The Great Sun Breathing Technique. What was this? Sun Xing's mind was filled with confusion. Chapter 30, The Great Sun Breathing Technique. Sun Xing slipped the scorched, tattered notebook unobtrusively into his ragged pocket. His movements were light, yet his heart pounded like a drum. This thing absolutely must not be discovered by Xia Li. Otherwise, who knew if that crazy woman Xia Li would snatch it and claim it as her own? Following Xia Li out of the billiard hall, the night breeze carried a chill that cooled his fevered mind. Looking back, the small billiard hall now resembled a vast black tomb burying not only a dozen dog demons, but also Sun Xing's former, laughable sense of right and wrong. From tonight onward, he was no longer that innocent high school student. He was a demon. A monster who would devour his own kind to survive. What are you still looking at? Xia Li's icy voice rang out ahead. Can't bear to part with tonight's spoils? Sun Xing snapped back to reality and hurried after her, saying nothing. He didn't want to talk to this woman right now. On one hand, the humiliation of being dominated by her still lingered. On the other hand, he harbored a secret, fearing that speaking might give him away. Xia Li seemed equally uninterested in provoking him further with words. The two returned to their rented apartment in silence. The moment the door closed, Xia Li collapsed onto the sofa as if drained of all strength, not even bothering to change her shoes. Her stunningly beautiful face bore an unmistakable pallor and weariness. The Zhuke Fenshin technique had clearly taken a tremendous toll on her. Watching her like this, the suppressed hatred in Sun Xing's heart quietly surfaced once more. She wasn't invincible. She could grow weary. She could be wounded. One day, he would surely trample her beneath his feet. What are you staring at? Xia Li sensed his gaze and opened her eyes impatiently. Look again and see if I don't gouge your eyes out? No. Sun Xing immediately averted his gaze, hanging his head like a child who'd done something wrong. I just wanted to ask. He decided to begin his probing. What? Xia Li rubbed her temples, looking ready to explode at any moment. Those two investigators from the Supernatural Bureau today, they're awakened too, right? Sun Xing carefully chose his words. Yeah, just two low-level nobodies. What's the big deal? Xia Li's tone dripped with contempt. I'm just a bit curious. Sun Xing feigned an eager-to-learn expression. We demons grow stronger by devouring flesh and blood. Then what about those awakened ones? How do they cultivate? Those two looked about as weak as ordinary people. Do they even deserve to be called awakened? He deliberately disparaged those two investigators to make his questions sound more like innocent curiosity and disdain, rather than a calculated probe. Awakened ones? Xia Li seemed slightly intrigued by his question. She sat up straight and gave a cold laugh. They call that cultivation? They just got lucky and awakened a bit of so-called divine power. Their path is entirely different from ours, the demonic beings. We demons cultivate our physical bodies, our demonic power, the primal force of our bloodline devouring and evolving. This is the most direct and ruthless path. As for them, a flicker of contempt crossed Xia Li's eyes. They cultivate something far more ethereal and elusive called divine power. Divine power. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat, yet his face remained blank. Divine power? What is that? You could think of it as psychic energy or divine consciousness. Xia Li seemed quite talkative and continued her explanation. After awakening, the awakened must cultivate their divine consciousness through a unique method. They call this method the breathing technique. Breathing technique. The notebook in Sun Xing's pocket, titled The Great Sun Breathing Technique, felt as though it were burning hot. He forced himself to calm his racing heart as he pressed on with his questions. Breathing technique? Sounds pretty powerful. Impressive my ass. Xia Li snorted in disdain. It's just a clumsy method of channeling stray energies from the heavens and earth to temper one's spirit. The stronger their divine consciousness, the more divine power they could command, and the more formidable their bizarre secret techniques became. But it remains an external path. Their physical bodies remain fragile and utterly defenseless. At the same level, any demonic creature could easily tear an awakened one to shreds. Sun Xing nodded, feigning sudden understanding. So that's how it is. No wonder those two were so weak. Yet within his heart, a storm of realization raged. Demon cultivators focus on the physical body, divine cultivators focus on the spirit. Two entirely different paths. But what about himself? He had awakened the demon sequence, possessing a demon-corrupted body and bloodthirsty instincts, undoubtedly a demon. Yet Yi Bai had also stated that his sequence was the hallmark of divine disciples. And now, by a stroke of luck, I've obtained the breathing technique, a cultivation method only accessible to awakened ones. Does this mean he could cultivate both paths simultaneously? Possessing both the formidable physique of a demonic being and the unfathomable divine abilities of an awakened one? The very thought made Sun Xing feel his breathing quicken. If it were truly possible, then his future would hold limitless possibilities. Enough. Xia Li impatiently waved her hand, cutting off his daydream. Why are you asking all these questions? What does it matter to you? You're a demon. Do you really think you can practice their breathing techniques? Stop dreaming. Our demonic constitution is entirely different from humans. We can't sense or contain that so-called divine power. Your path is to stick to devouring flesh and blood. Instead of wasting time on useless thoughts, you'd be better off figuring out how to digest all that energy you swallowed tonight. Don't burst your guts. With that, Xia Li stood up and swayed her hips as she walked back to her room. The door slammed shut with a bang. In the living room, Sun Xing was left alone. He stood rooted to the spot, motionless for a long while. Xia Li's words still echoed in his ears. Demons cannot cultivate breathing techniques. This is the ironclad law of this world. But what about me? As a demon possessing the demon sequence, am I an exception? A flame unlike any he had ever known ignited within Sun Xing's heart. He hesitated no longer, turning and entering his room before locking the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he calmed his racing heart before carefully pulling the tattered booklet from his pocket. The Great Sun Breathing Technique. The three ancient black characters on the cover now seemed to hold boundless magic in his eyes. Sun Xing took a deep breath, his hands trembling as he turned to the first page. Chapter 31, I Want It All. The booklet was thin, its pages yellowed, the edges charred black as if scorched by flames. Written in a style almost primitive, it detailed a cultivation method called the Great Sun Breathing Technique. No ornate language, no esoteric theories. Only simple diagrams of human meridians and plain, unadorned annotations remained. Draw the great solar energy of heaven and earth to temper the divine will. The divine mind becomes a furnace focus intent upon the purple palace, visualize the great sun. Sun Xing's heart pounded fiercely. Cross-legged on his creaking single bed, he etched every word from the scroll into his mind. Xia Li's words still echoed in his ears. Demonic creatures cannot cultivate breathing techniques. Because their physical constitution cannot sense or contain that ethereal divine power. This was an ironclad law of this world. But Sun Xing believed he might be an exception. Demon sequence is the hallmark of divine disciples. Demonization is the instinct of demonic beings. He himself was a stitched-together monstrosity, an entity that theoretically should not exist at all. So did this ironclad law still apply to him? A flicker of madness passed through Sun Xing's eyes. Screw it. Let's try it. At worst, I'll lose my mind and blow myself apart. Better than spending my entire life under that madwoman Xia Li's heel, treated like a pet and emergency rations. With that thought, Sun Xing hesitated no longer. He closed his eyes, forcing away all distracting thoughts, and began his first attempt at cultivation according to the methods recorded in the manual. He adjusted his breathing, slowing the rhythm from rapid to deep and sustained. His spirit intensified, sinking into the ancestral cavity at his brow, the purple palace, as the text referred to it. Then, he began his visualization. He visualized a resplendent sun, suspended high in the heavens, radiating boundless light and heat. At first, it was difficult. His mind was a chaotic jumble, flooded with distracting thoughts. There was the humiliation of being dominated by Xia Li, the confusion about his future, and the yearning for power. The sun he visualized was merely a blurry ball of light, flickering on and off, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Calm down. I must calm down. Sun Xing bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his mind awake. He forced himself to forget everything, immersing his entire being in that illusory sun. He had no idea how long it had been. Perhaps minutes, perhaps hours. As Sun Xing's spirit neared exhaustion and his head pounded like it was splitting apart. Hum. A faint humming sound, as if emanating from the depths of his soul, suddenly resounded. The great sun he had visualized finally stabilized. Though still dim, it now truly existed within his purple palace. The next instant, Sun Xing felt a faint, almost imperceptible warmth drawn from the surrounding heavens and earth. It flowed into his body with each breath. This warmth was entirely different from the demonic power he gained by devouring flesh and blood. Demon power was violent and domineering, brimming with primal savagery that acted upon the physical body. This warm current, however, was gentle and pure, like a trickling stream flowing directly into his brow, merging with that illusory great sun. Divine power. This was the divine power Xia Li had spoken of. I can actually cultivate. I'm a genius. An indescribable ecstasy surged within Sun Xing's heart. He could distinctly feel that as each thread of divine power flowed in, his spirit exhausted from prolonged meditation was being swiftly nourished, restored, and even slowly strengthened. It felt like pouring clear spring water into a nearly parched sponge. It felt so damn good. So this was the sensation of cultivation. Unlike the frenzied thrill of devouring flesh and blood, this was a tranquil and serene satisfaction that welled up from the depths of his soul. Sun Xing greedily absorbed the stray divine power drifting through the heavens and earth, completely immersed in this wondrous state, utterly unable to pull himself away. Only when his stomach growled in protest did he snap out of his cultivation trance. Opening his eyes, he saw daylight streaming through the window. The night had passed in an instant. Sun Xing felt his mind clearer than ever before. The restlessness and bloodlust brought on by devouring over a dozen canine demons last night had been significantly suppressed. He stood up and stretched his body. Despite practicing all night, he felt not the slightest fatigue, but rather an invigorating energy, as if he possessed inexhaustible vitality. The Great Sun Breathing Technique. Sun Xing stared at the tattered booklet, his eyes burning with intensity. This was undoubtedly a treasure. It was his true trump card for survival in this cruel world, even for resisting Xia Li. Demon cultivators focus on the physical body, divine cultivators focus on the spirit. If I could master both paths to their utmost limits, then how boundless would my future become? Sun Xing's eyes blazed with unprecedented ambition and fervor. He carefully stowed the scroll away again, keeping it close to his body. This thing was more precious to him than his own life. Stepping out of the room, Xia Li was already seated on the living room sofa. Her stunningly beautiful face still bore a hint of pallor from exhaustion, yet her gaze had regained its usual icy sharpness. She merely gave Sun Xing a faint glance as he emerged. Awake? Sun Xing kept his head down, avoiding her gaze, afraid she might see through him. How's the digestion going after swallowing all that energy last night? Xia Li asked, her tone devoid of emotion. It's fine. Sun Xing replied vaguely. The demonic energy within him still felt somewhat bloated, but after practicing breathing techniques all night, his enhanced mental power had significantly improved his control over his body. At last, that feeling of being on the verge of bursting had subsided. Xia Li nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Once you're done digesting, get ready. We have things to do today. Got it. Sun Xing acknowledged with a word before turning and stepping into the bathroom. Gazing at his own clear, deep eyes in the mirror, he knew that from this day forward, everything would be different. He was no longer a passive pawn at the mercy of fate. He would take the initiative, seizing his destiny firmly in his own hands. The power of demons, the power of gods. I want it all. Over the next few days, Sun Xing lived a life that could only be described as split. By day, he remained the same little pet in the rented room, constantly ordered around and beaten by Xia Li. He kept his head down, adopting a submissive demeanor that lulled Xia Li's guard to its lowest point. But at night, after Xia Li retired to her room to rest, Sun Xing's second personality awoke. He would lock the door from the inside, then carefully retrieve the book titled The Great Sun Breathing Method. He discovered this breathing technique seemed tailor-made for him. Especially during the day, when he bathed in sunlight, the cultivation yielded the best results. He could feel the invisible, scorching energy in the air rushing into his body, strengthening the great sun within his purple palace. His divine consciousness grew stronger at a pace visible to the naked eye. Like a single drop of water. The most obvious sign was how effortlessly he now commanded his own power. Before, when he transformed into his demonic state, he was like a drunken man possessing brute strength but unable to control it, staggering even when walking. Now, even in his demonic state, he could precisely control the exertion of every muscle. Moreover, he could now channel a small portion of demonic power onto his fists and feet without transforming, amplifying the destructive force of his attacks. This silent, gradual strengthening gave Sun Xing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and security. This was the true power that belonged solely to him. Something Xia Li could never take away. Of course, he kept all of this hidden from Xia Li. He knew that if this secret were ever exposed, Xia Li would never let him off the hook. That madwoman would never tolerate her pet possessing power that could threaten her. As for the Dog God Society, they remained surprisingly quiet. Ever since the billiard hall massacre, they seemed to have vanished into thin air, never again sending anyone to trouble Sun Xing. The entire city of Jinchang was enveloped in an eerie calm, like the stillness before a storm. That night, Sun Xing practiced cultivation in his room as usual. As he infused the last shred of divine power into the great sun within his purple palace, he sensed his spiritual energy had reached a bottleneck. No matter how much he absorbed, he couldn't make the great sun grow any larger. It seemed he had hit a wall. Sun Xing opened his eyes and murmured to himself. The manual of the Great Sun breathing technique had also recorded that cultivating divine consciousness could not be achieved overnight. It required gradual progress. Each bottleneck demanded either serendipity or external force to break through. Sun Xing wasn't in a hurry. He was already quite satisfied with the progress he'd made in just a few short days. He put away the booklet and prepared to sleep. Just then, the living room door was suddenly knocked upon. Thud. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. What could Xia Li possibly want at this hour? He opened the door to find Xia Li leaning against the frame, wearing that familiar silk nightgown. Her beautiful legs crossed, she was studying him with a scrutinizing gaze. You're recovering well, Xia Li remarked with a hint of amusement. You've been looking pretty lively these past few days, not half dead like before. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. I'm fine. Thanks to you. I've mostly processed all that energy I absorbed that day. He kept his head down, avoiding Xia Li's eyes. Is that so? A meaningful smile curved the corners of Xia Li's mouth. Somehow, I feel like something about you has changed. She extended her slender fingers, lightly tracing Sun Xing's chest. You seem to have become more appetizing. Sun Xing's body froze instantly, holding his breath so tightly he dared not breathe. This woman's intuition is terrifying. She actually noticed the small change in me. Don't be nervous. Xia Li seemed quite pleased with Sun Xing's reaction and withdrew her hand. A little change is a good thing, it means you're growing. Staying cooped up at home forever isn't the answer. Come on, let's go out for a walk. Out? Now. Sun Xing froze. It was the middle of the night. What else? Wait till dawn to watch the old folks dancing in the square? Xia Li shot him a withering look. That pack of puppies from the Dog God Society are quieter than usual. I need to check on them. What the hell are they up to? Change your clothes and come with me. Xia Li tossed the words over her shoulder before swaying back to her room. Sun Xing watched her retreating figure, his heart churning with turmoil. Was she taking him to witness the true world of demons? Though dangerous, this was also an opportunity. A chance to understand this world and find a breakthrough. Sun Xing hesitated no longer. He quickly changed into clean clothes and followed Xia Li out of the rented apartment. The night was as dark as ink, the city's neon lights flickering with an ethereal glow. Xia Li didn't hail a cab. Instead, she led Sun Xing through several quiet alleys to a bustling bar street. At the entrance of Phantom Bar. Come on in. Xia Li led the way inside. Sun Xing took a deep breath and followed her inside. Chapter 32, Yi Bai's distress call. Stepping inside the bar, deafening music and dazzling lights assaulted their senses. On the dance floor, countless young men and women writhed wildly, releasing their excess energy. Sun Xing trailed behind Xia Li, his gaze darting warily around the space. This place was a paradise for demons. The woman with the fiery figure, dancing most wildly in the center of the dance floor, was a beautiful snake demon. The burly man drinking alone in the corner booth was a black bear spirit. Stop staring. Xia Li's icy voice cut through the air as she strode straight to the bar, finding an empty seat and sitting down. Sun Xing hurried after her. Well, if it isn't Little Candle Sparrow. What brings you to my humble establishment today? The fox spirit proprietor, Sixth Master, spotted Xia Li and immediately plastered on a fawning smile, approaching her personally. His gaze swept over Sun Xing, a fleeting, barely perceptible surprise flickering in his eyes. He seemed to have noticed Sun Xing's transformation too. Cut the small talk. Xia Li couldn't be bothered with pleasantries. 2 Bloody Marys, please. Right away. Sixth Master responded eagerly, turning to mix the drinks. Soon, 2 deep-hued cocktails, exuding a rich, bloody aroma, were placed before them. Sun Xing stared at the drink, his throat involuntarily gulping. The blood of an awakened one. Without hesitation, he lifted the glass and downed it in one gulp. A surge of pure, colossal energy exploded within his stomach, coursing through every limb and bone. Good stuff. So, what brings you here today? Sixth Master wiped the glass, asking with a smile. The Dog God Society. Xia Li set down his cup and cut straight to the point. What the hell are they up to lately? Why hasn't there been a single sign of movement? The Dog God Society? At the mention of those 3 words, the smile faded from Sixth Master's face, replaced by a hint of gravity. Those mad dogs? They've been quite busy lately. Oh? Xia Li raised an eyebrow. Sixth Master lowered his voice and leaned closer. I told you last time they seem to have discovered a mountain treasure on Longzhou Mountain in the western suburbs. Now it seems they're close to pinpointing its exact location. Master Lu said, enunciating each word deliberately. Is the information reliable? Xia Li's gaze sharpened. Absolutely true. The Sixth Master declared with solemn conviction. They've practically emptied their entire nest. All the demons have scattered across Longzhou Mountain. As the Sixth Master spoke, a flicker of greed crossed his eyes. Of course, the other demons have probably all rushed over, drawn by the scent. Longzhou Mountain is bustling with activity right now. After hearing this, Xia Li fell silent. Her clear, cool eyes flickered with contemplation. Sun Xing's heart stirred with excitement. The mountain treasure. Whatever it was that could drive so many demonic creatures mad must be no ordinary thing. If I could obtain it, could he break through his bottleneck and advance his divine consciousness once more? Or even break free from Xia Li's control altogether? The moment this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire within Sun Xing's mind. Thank you. Moments later, Xia Li rose to her feet and addressed the Sixth Master with a faint smile. You're too kind. The Sixth Master's laughter shook like a trembling flower branch. Xia Li paid him no further attention, turning and striding toward the bar exit. Sun Xing hurried after her. Just as he was about to step through the bar's entrance, his phone in his pocket suddenly began vibrating frantically. He pulled it out to find a text message from Yi by staring back at him. The message contained only a few brief words and a string of GPS coordinates. But each word felt like a heavy hammer, striking Sun Xing's heart with brutal force. Old son, save me. Longzhou Mountain. I'm trapped. They're trying to kill me. Everyone's after me. Yi Bai? How could he be at Longzhou Mountain? And being hunted down? Wasn't he supposed to be home for something? Looks like he lied to me earlier. His appearance at Longzhou Mountain, could it also be related to Shanbao? What's wrong? Xia Li keenly sensed Sun Xing's unease, halting her steps to glance back at him. Sun Xing's face was twisted into an expression of utter dread, and his hand gripping the phone was trembling slightly. My friend's in trouble. Sun Xing lifted his head, turning his phone screen towards Xia Li, his voice dry and strained. Yi Bai is at Longzhou Mountain. He's asking me for help. Xia Li's gaze fell upon the phone screen, where she saw the distress message and location coordinates. Her elegant eyebrows arched slightly. Yi Bai? A flicker of understanding and amusement crossed her eyes. So it seems the guys from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau have indeed set their sights on the mountain treasure. I heard they've been organizing some kind of trial lately. And it seems they've chosen Longsho Mountain, a place teeming with all sorts of unsavory characters, as the testing ground. Are they trying to force these greenhorns to grow quickly through life or death combat? Truly as cold-blooded as ever. Her tone brimmed with contempt and disdain for the Supernatural Bureau. We have to save him. Sun Xing's tone brooked no argument. Yi Bai was his best brother. Now that he was in trouble, Sun Xing couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Save him? Xia Li snorted as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Sun Xing, have you not grasped the situation yet? What is Longsho Mountain now? It's a slaughterhouse for demons, an arena for the strong. The Dog God Society rogued demons from all corners, and now the Divine Anomaly Bureau has joined the fray. With just the two of us, barging in to rescue someone? Do you think we're going on a picnic? That's suicide. Xia Li's words poured over Sun Xing like a bucket of ice water. He knew Xia Li spoke the truth. But he couldn't give up. He's my only friend. Sun Xing's gaze was unwavering. Even if it meant walking through a sea of fire and blades, I'd go. If you're afraid, you don't have to come. I'll go alone. Sun Xing finished speaking and turned to leave. He knew going alone meant facing certain death. But he had to go. This was his fundamental principle as a man. Stop. Xia Li's icy voice rang out from behind him. Who said I was afraid? Sun Xing halted and turned to face her. Xia Li was studying him with keen interest, her gaze suggesting she was observing a fool who was overestimating his abilities, yet somehow endearingly so. I'm merely stating the facts. But her tone shifted abruptly, a calculating curve lifting at the corner of her mouth. Your friend isn't entirely useless. Since he's a trial member of the Supernatural Bureau, he must possess more precise intelligence about the mountain treasure than we do. Rescuing him and using him to find the mountain treasure could be a decent option. Sun Xing's brow furrowed. Use him? What else? Xia Li shot him a withering glance. Do you think I'm running a charity? Risking my life to save some god follower who has nothing to do with me? Sun Xing, put away your ridiculous saintly heart. In this world, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. We save him, he provides intel that's called quid pro quo. Sun Xing fell silent. He despised Xia Li's blatant utilitarian logic. Yet he couldn't deny that this might be the harshest, most genuine law of this cruel world. Fine. In the end, he nodded reluctantly. As long as it gets him out, you call the shots. Very well. Xia Li patted Sun Xing's shoulder, a hint of approval in her tone. Let's go, my little pet boy. Let's head to Dragonhead Mountain and cause a proper ruckus. A fierce battle cry ignited in Xia Li's eyes. It seemed like ages since she'd felt this exhilarated. Under the cover of night, a black taxi sped along the highway leading to the western suburbs. Sun Xing sat in the front passenger seat, watching the street scenes rush by outside the window, his heart heavy. The taxi soon left the city behind, entering the winding mountain roads of the western suburbs. Street lights grew sparse, and the surroundings turned increasingly desolate. A faint, almost imperceptible, foul stench, the scent of demonic creatures, began to permeate the air. Driver, please stop at the next intersection, Xia Li suddenly spoke up. Ha? Miss, this is the middle of nowhere. What brings you here? The driver asked, puzzled. To see the scenery, Xia Li replied indifferently. The driver shot them a look as if they were lunatics, but still pulled the car over to the side of the road. Sun Xing and Xia Li stepped out. The taxi sped off in a flash, as if afraid to linger here for even a second longer. Let's go. Xia Li glanced at the distant mountain range, which loomed like a colossal beast crouching in the night. The real adventure was only just beginning. Chapter 33, Dragon's Head Mountain. Dragon's Head Mountain lived up to its name. The undulating mountain range resembled a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth. Yet now, a grim and eerie atmosphere hung over the dragon's body. Under the cover of night, ghostly figures flashed through the forests, accompanied by muffled growls and the clang of clashing blades. Clearly, a bloody feast of slaughter had already begun in the early stages of the battle for the elusive mountain treasure. Sun Xing followed closely behind Xia Li, navigating the dense forest with utmost caution. His nerves were stretched tighter than ever before. He could sense countless pairs of greedy, bloodthirsty eyes lurking in the surrounding darkness. The owners of those eyes were his kind. His prey and sustenance. Contain your aura. Xia Li's voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the restless demonic energy surging within Sun Xing due to his tension. In a place like this, the slightest leak of excess energy would make you the target of everyone's attention. Sun Xing drew a deep breath, striving to control the power within him. He realized that after cultivating the Great Sun breathing technique, his control over his demonic energy had indeed improved significantly. At the very least, he could now completely conceal his demonic energy, not letting a single trace escape, making himself appear like an ordinary college student exploring the mountains. Following the coordinates Yi Bai had sent, the two crept deeper into the heart of Longsho Mountain. The deeper they ventured, the thicker the demonic energy in the air became, and the more traces of battle they encountered. Broken trees, shattered rocks, and dark crimson bloodstains littered the ground everywhere. Evidently, quite a few unlucky souls had already been eliminated. Xia Li gazed at a pool of blood on the ground, a cold smile curling her lips. Sun Xing said nothing, only clenching his fists silently. He knew that among those unlucky souls, he could easily be next. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass ahead. Sun Xing and Xia Li halted simultaneously, holding their breath. 3 figures emerged from the bushes, creepy-looking, reeking of a strong demonic aura. They were dragging a young man covered in blood, already unconscious. The youth wore a black combat uniform with a distinctive emblem on his chest. People from the Supernatural Bureau. Members who participated in the trial alongside Yi Bai. Haha, boss, we're in luck today. A man with beady eyes, resembling a rat demon, flattered the leader with his hook nose. We've snagged another rookie from the Supernatural Bureau. This must be the third one, right? MHM. The hawk-nosed one, whose true form seemed to be a vulture, flashed a cruel gleam in his eyes. Those fools at the Supernatural Bureau really do treat us like sharpening stones. Perfect. Let's round up these tender-skinned rookies and present them to His Majesty the Snake King. Once His Majesty the Serpent King seizes the mountain treasure, we brothers won't miss out on our share of the spoils. Another boar spirit, his face a mass of bulging muscles, grunted in agreement. Enough chatter. Dispose of them quickly before complications arise, the vulture spirit snapped impatiently. Strip him of anything valuable, drain his blood dry, then toss the corpse into the mountain ravine. Got it. The rat demon and boar demon grinned savagely, about to attack the unconscious youth. Stop. A cold voice suddenly rang out behind them. The 3 demons froze, whipping their heads around. Under the moonlight, a stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress and an unremarkable-looking youth stood there quietly. Who are you? The vulture demon stared at the suddenly appearing Xia Li and Sun Xing, his eyes filled with wariness. He could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the woman that made his heart race. Passers-by, Xia Li replied indifferently. Leave that person behind. Then get lost. Her voice was soft yet carried an undeniable air of authority. What did you say? The vulture spirit snorted as if hearing the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Get lost? The little brat, did you even know who you were talking to? We're from the Serpent's Lair. Our Serpent King is a renowned demonic powerhouse in these parts. I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Xia Li vanished from her spot in an instant. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The vulture spirit hadn't even seen what happened before his head exploded into a bloody mist without warning. The headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The rat demon and boar demon were so terrified by this bloody scene that their livers froze and their souls fled. Big brother. Demon. They let out a shrieking cry and turned to flee. But it was too late. Your opponent is me. Sun Xing's figure appeared before the wild boar spirit like a ghostly apparition. He did not transform into a demon. Yet his eyes blazed like molten gold. Fire eyes. Under the gaze of those fiery eyes, every weakness on the wild boar spirit's body was laid bare. You're asking for it. Though terrified, the boar demon's innate ferocity was ignited. It bellowed, swinging its palm-sized hands like giant fans, slamming them viciously toward Sun Xing's head. Sun Xing neither dodged nor retreated. Just as the massive paw was about to strike, his body shifted at an impossible angle, tilting slightly to the side. He narrowly evaded the deadly blow. Simultaneously, a branch he'd picked up from somewhere darted like a venomous snake, striking the boar demon's eye with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! The branch pierced through the wild boar demon's eyeball, driving deep into its brain. Arg! The boar demon let out a piercing scream. Its massive body crashed to the ground, twitching a few times before all movement ceased. One strike, one kill. Sun Xing stared at the corpse at his feet, gasping for breath. In that instant, he had pushed the divine perception cultivated through the Great Sun breathing technique to its absolute limit. With the aid of his fiery golden eyes, he anticipated every possible attack path and seized upon that single, fleeting opening. Then, one strike, one kill. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Combining divine consciousness with demonic power could unleash such terrifying might. Meanwhile, the rat demon hadn't managed to escape either. Trapped beneath Xia Li's foot, immobilized, it could only emit desperate wails. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Xia Li stared at him expressionlessly, slowly lifting her foot. In your next life, be reborn as a smarter rat. Boom! Another head exploded into a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, 3 demons considered formidable by Sun Xing's standards were dispatched cleanly and efficiently by the 2. Sun Xing walked over to the 2 corpses. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and began to suck their essence and blood. He needed energy. Colossal energy. Xia Li watched silently from the side, her face expressionless. Yet deep within her eyes, a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of surprise and admiration flickered. This little monkey was growing at a pace far faster than she had imagined. Chapter 34, Demon King. Rich demon blood slid down his throat into his belly, transforming into colossal energy that surged through every bone and muscle in Sun Xing's body. He could distinctly feel his strength surge once more. The demonic power within his body grew increasingly solid, bringing him one step closer to his next demonic transformation. More importantly, the great sun within his purple palace seemed to brighten slightly after absorbing the mental energy dispersed from this surge of power. Demon power and divine consciousness could actually complement each other, growing together. This discovery filled Sun Xing with wild excitement. It meant his growth rate would be several times faster than that of ordinary demonic creatures or divine disciples. Suppressing his excitement, Sun Xing drained the two corpses until they became desiccated husks. He stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and fixed his gaze on the still unconscious member of the Divine Mystery Bureau. What should be done with this man? Sun Xing looked toward Xia Li. Leave him here to fend for himself. Xia Li's response was as cold as ever. He's not one of us. His life or death is none of our concern. Sun Xing frowned. Reason told him Xia Li was right. But the thought of watching a human die alone in these wild mountains still tugged at his conscience. He might know something about Yi Bai. Sun Xing ventured. They participated in the trial together, perhaps he knows where Yi Bai is now. Xia Li shot him a glance, seemingly seeing right through his thoughts. Still, she didn't seem to mind. You have a point. She stepped before the young man, extended a finger, and lightly tapped his forehead. A surge of pure demonic energy flowed into his body. Boom! The youth let out a pained groan and slowly regained consciousness. The moment his eyes opened, he saw Xia Li and Sun Xing standing before him, along with the three corpses of demonic creatures lying nearby in gruesome states. Who are you? Demons! He recoiled in terror, his eyes brimming with wariness and dread. Calm down. Sun Xing tried to make his voice sound as gentle as possible. We saved you. Saved me? The young man froze, then recalled the scene of being surrounded and attacked just before he lost consciousness. He glanced at the three desiccated corpses, then looked at Sun Xing and Xia Li. The terror in his eyes hadn't diminished one bit. To him, these two humans seemed far more dangerous than those three monstrous creatures. Especially that woman, the faint, yet palpable aura of terror emanating from her made his very soul tremble. We're here to ask about someone, Sun Xing cut straight to the point. Yi Bai. Do you know him? Yi Bai? The young man's expression grew even more peculiar upon hearing the name. What do you want with him? He's my friend. Sun Xing stated. Friend? The young man stared at Sun Xing as if he were an idiot. A demonic creature, friends with a disciple of the gods? Are you kidding me? Believe it or not. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to explain. I only ask you this, where is he now? The youth hesitated, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he spoke. After we entered Longzhou Mountain, we split up. The trial's objective was to track down the mountain treasure. That guy Yi Bai had unbelievably good luck. Not long after entering, he claimed to have found a clue and headed off alone toward the northwest. Then, we never heard from him again. But he paused, a flicker of fear crossing his face. I've heard that area in the northwest is deeply unnerving. It's perpetually shrouded in thick white fog, and no one who's ventured in has ever come out alive. Some say it's the forbidden domain of the mountain god, while others claim a terrifyingly powerful demon lurks there. In short, it's a place of death. The thick white mist. Sun Xing and Xia Li exchanged glances, both seeing a trace of gravity in each other's eyes. Yi Bai was likely trapped within that fog. Thank you. Having obtained the intelligence he sought, Sun Xing paid no further attention to the young man. Let's go. He and Xia Li turned to leave. Wait. The young man suddenly called out to them. You're heading into that fog? Is that any of your business? Xia Li turned back, giving him a cold glance. I just wanted to warn you, it's truly dangerous there. The young man seemed reluctant. I had a senior brother far stronger than me who refused to believe the rumors. He ventured in and never came out. The Supernatural Bureau has already designated that area as a restricted zone. No one is allowed to approach it. Going there now is suicide. Suicide? A faint, contemptuous curve touched Xia Li's lips. In this world, a place capable of sending Xia Li to her death hasn't even been born yet. With that, she dismissed the young man entirely, taking Sun Xing and striding directly toward the northwest. The Bureau of Divine Anomalies youth stood frozen in place, his face etched with utter shock. His status was unique. He had once seen Xia Li's name in his clan's secret scrolls. Xia Li? The Candle Sparrow? She was the legendary Vermilion Bird Demon King, the Candle Sparrow who single-handedly destroyed the entire Black Wind bandit camp? Good heavens! Had he just been conversing with a demon king? Sun Xing and Xia Li pressed on toward the northwest. Soon, they encountered an eerie, thick white mist shrouding the mountain forests. The fog was thick enough to hide one's hand from view, carrying a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to seep into one's very marrow. This must be the place. Xia Li halted, her gaze fixed intently on the fog before them. This mist was peculiar. It seemed to blot divine perception and could even create illusions. Sun Xing sensed it too. When he tried to probe the mist steps with his divine sense, it vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, instantly swallowed whole. Stay close to me, Xia Li warned. Don't get separated. If you do, even I won't be able to save you. With that, she stepped first into the thick fog. Sun Xing took a deep breath and followed closely behind. The moment he stepped into the fog, Sun Xing felt as though he had entered another world. Everything around him was a blank white, making it impossible to tell north from south. An unsettling aura permeated the air. From time to time, faint, eerie sounds reached his ears, sounds that could be mistaken for a woman's sobs or a baby's cries. Playing tricks. Xia Li snorted coldly, and crimson flames flared around her, dispersing some of the surrounding mist. Sun Xing also activated his fiery golden eyes. Through his golden pupils, the world before him instantly became crystal clear. He saw that the white mist was actually composed of countless minute, invisible, and obsessions. These resentments were relentlessly attempting to invade their minds, stirring the deepest fears and desires within their hearts. Careful! This mist can cloud your mind. Sun Xing immediately warned. Just then, the scene before Sun Xing's eyes abruptly shifted. He found himself back in the classroom of Jincheng First High School. Surrounding him were familiar classmates and desks. On the podium, the teacher was passionately lecturing, spittle flying. Everything felt so real. Old son, what are you spacing out for? His buddy Yi Bai nudged him with his elbow. Hey, look! Lin Qingqian stealing glances at you again. Sun Xing instinctively turned his head and saw Lin Qingqian, dressed in her school uniform, flashing him a sweet smile. It's an illusion. A warning bell rang in Sun Xing's mind. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. The illusion before his eyes shattered like glass. He found himself back in the eerie white mist. Not far away, Xia Li seemed to have fallen into an illusion as well. She stood rooted to the spot, utterly still, her exquisite face contorted with pain and struggle. Xia Li! Sun Xing shouted, rushing toward her. He grabbed Xia Li's arm and channeled the demonic energy within himself into her. Xia Li's body trembled violently. Her eyes snapped open, the confusion and pain instantly replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Get away! She snapped, flames erupting around her body, violently tearing open a massive gap in the surrounding mist. In the very center of the gap, a frail figure sat cross-legged, shivering violently. It was Yi Bai. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale, as if enduring immense agony. Countless blacks, like flesh-eating maggots, were relentlessly surging into his body. Yi Bai! Sun Xing cried out in alarm, about to rush forward. Don't move! Xia Li grabbed him by the arm. He's already been invaded by his inner demons. If you go now, he'll only see you as an enemy and drag you into the illusion with him. What should we do? Sun Xing panicked. The only way is to shatter his heart demon with even greater power. A resolute glint flashed in Xia Li's eyes. She drew a deep breath and formed hand seals. Vermilion bird incinerates the heavens. Chapter 35, a fortune worth billions, begging my brother to let go. A clear, piercing bird cry echoed throughout the mist-shrouded forest. A magnificent illusory vermilion phoenix, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters and formed entirely of crimson flames, slowly materialized behind Xia Li. Terrifying heat instantly vaporized the surrounding mist. The black resentment coiling around Yi Bai, encountering its nemesis in the scarlet bird's divine fire, emitted piercing, shrill screeches before being instantly incinerated into nothingness. Break! Xia Li's command echoed as the flaming vermilion bird let out a piercing cry, charging straight toward Yi Bai. Just as the vermilion bird was about to collide with Yi Bai, its massive form suddenly dissolved into scattered sparks of flame and vanished. Xia Li withdrew her attack just in time. Poof! Yi Bai let out a pained groan and snapped his eyes open. The confusion and fear in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by the clarity of someone who had narrowly escaped death. Where am I? He looked around in bewilderment. When he saw Sun Xing and Xia Li standing before him, he froze in place. Old son? Goddess Xia Li? What are you two doing here? Yi Bai's face was etched with utter disbelief. You're the one asking. Sun Xing charged forward with a scowl and punched him. If we hadn't arrived in time, you'd be nothing but a dried-up corpse by now. He. Yi Bai scratched his head, flashing that familiar, cheeky grin. It's not like you guys were here. Old son, you're the real deal. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, then fixed Xia Li with a burning gaze. Goddess Xia Li, thank you for saving my life. I have nothing to repay you with, except... I never expected you to be a demon too. Yi Bai gasped. Shut up. Xia Li cut him off coldly. My rescue comes at a price. Huh? Yi Bai froze. Xia Li ignored him, instead fixing her gaze on Sun Xing. Her eyes seemed to say, it's your turn. Sun Xing got the hint, cleared his throat, and wrapped an arm around Xia Li's shoulder. Turning to Yi Bai, he said in an incredibly annoying tone, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Xia Li. Boom! Yi Bai's mind felt like it had been struck by a bolt of divine lightning from the heavens, instantly going blank. He stared blankly at Sun Xing, then shifted his gaze to Xia Li, who was being held in his embrace without any sign of resistance. His entire worldview crumbled to pieces in that instant. Your girlfriend? Yi Bai's voice trembled. How could this be? How could Goddess Xia Li possibly be interested in a broke loser like you? This defies logic. He felt like he must still be dreaming. What? Got a problem with that? Xia Li shot him a cold glance. And no. Yi Bai shuddered in fright and shook his head hastily. But the look he shot Sun Xing was filled with bitter resentment and deep sorrow. That look was like staring at a shameless thief who'd snatched his most cherished toy. Old Sun. You're not human. Yi Bai pointed at Sun Xing with heartfelt indignation. I treated you like a brother and you went and hit on my goddess? Tell me. What did you offer Goddess Xia Li that made her agree to be your girlfriend? Sun Xing ignored him, cutting straight to the point. Enough of this nonsense. Are you here for the trial? How did you end up trapped here alone? When the topic turned serious, Yi Bai's expression darkened. Don't even get me started. This trial is nothing but a trap. He looked utterly shaken. As soon as we entered Dragonhead Mountain, we were told the trial involved finding something called the mountain treasure. Whoever uncovered its whereabouts would emerge as the ultimate victor, earning not only the Divine Mysteries Bureau's lavish rewards but also immediate formal membership. Luck was on my side. Shortly after entering, I discovered an extremely hidden cave. I sensed the mountain treasure might very well be inside. But I never imagined that outside that cave lay such an eerie mist forest. The moment I stepped in, I was ensnared by an illusion, trapped within the phantom realm and nearly unable to escape. Fortunately, I managed to send out a distress signal in time. If you hadn't arrived in time, Yi Bai said, casting another grateful glance at Xia Li. Where's the cave? Xia Li asked directly. Right at the deepest part of this mist forest. Yi Bai pointed in a direction. I'll lead you there. Guided by Yi Bai, the trio quickly traversed the eerie mist forest and arrived at a hidden cave entrance, concealed by vines and scattered boulders. Inside the cave, pitch-black darkness reigned, with chilly drafts blowing out intermittently. This is the place, Yi Bai stated. I can sense it. That mountain treasure is inside. Let's go. Xia Li showed no hesitation, stepping inside first. Sun Xing and Yi Bai followed closely behind. The interior of the cave was far more spacious than imagined. Countless bizarre stalactites hung from the ceiling, resembling monstrous creatures lurking in the darkness, ready to devour anyone who approached. An underground river wound its way from the depths of the cave, its gurgling sound echoing through the space. The trio followed the river, venturing deeper into the cavern. After about 10 minutes, the space suddenly opened up before them. A vast underground cavern stretched before them. At the very center of the cavern, a stalactite of unimaginable size loomed. The formation's shape was unmistakably that of a giant serpent poised to take flight. Its body, formed from countless delicate stalactites, was strikingly lifelike, emanating an ancient and desolate aura. It seemed to possess a life of its own, commanding awe and reverence. Within the serpent's gaping maw, a fist-sized stone fong, crystal clear and radiating a soft, precious glow, floated motionless. An energy fluctuation of utmost purity emanated from the stone fong, causing Sun Xing and Xia Li's breathing to quicken. The mountain treasure. This was the very mountain treasure that had driven countless demonic beasts and divine disciples mad. Found it, Yi Bai murmured excitedly. But at that moment, Sun Xing's eyes suddenly narrowed. He grabbed Yi Bai and Xia Li, who were about to step forward. Wait. There are others here. His keen eyes clearly detected several powerful auras lurking in the shadowy corners of the cavern. Demons and humans alike. Come out. Xia Li had sensed it too, her voice cold. What kind of heroes hide like this? As her words fell, several figures slowly emerged from the darkness. At the head was an emaciated old man clad in a yellow traditional Chinese robe, his face concealed by a vicious dog mask. Behind him followed several dog demons radiating fierce auras. The Dog God Society. On the other side, a voluptuous woman in revealing red attire emerged, swaying her serpentine waist. Trailing behind her was a swarm of serpent demons, their tongues flickering menacingly. Snake Den. Poof. Who would have thought even the renowned Candle Sparrow would take an interest in this mountain treasure? That elderly man in the yellow Tang-style robe, the leader of the Dog Spirit Society, old Huang, gazed at Xia Li with a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Xia Li didn't recognize him, but he had heard of her formidable reputation. Yet despite her strength, the Dog God Society held the advantage of sheer numbers. Moreover, he was determined to claim the mountain treasure. So your big brother Huang. How come you're still alive? Xia Li looked at him, a mocking curve playing on her lips. This mountain treasure was discovered first by our Snake Denver. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The voice of the red-robed Snake King was seductive, yet her words were laced with venom. You're worthy? Yellow Boss and the Snake Queen were clearly sworn enemies. Their meeting sparked immediate confrontation, the air thick with tension. A major battle was about to erupt. Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Yi Bai became the most unpredictable variables in this murky situation. Yi Bai watched the tense standoff, his legs beginning to tremble again. He quietly tugged at Sun Xing's sleeve and whispered, "Old Sun, maybe we should just get out of here? This is way over our heads." His gaze flickered towards Xia Li, whom Sun Xing was shielding behind him, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "Son, I'm serious. Just hand over goddess Xia Li to me and I'll let you inherit my entire fortune. What do you say? Sun Xing. What the hell are you thinking about right now? Picking up girls? Chapter 36, The Third Party. Shut up. Sun Xing was already overwhelmed with problems. He seriously wanted to slap you by this ill-timed guy so hard against the wall he'd stick there like glue. What the hell is wrong with you, still obsessing over romantic nonsense? Can't you see those two old dogs and that beautiful snake up ahead are about to tear each other apart? Old dog Huang, this mountain treasure is a divine spirit of heaven and earth that belongs to those of virtue. The queen of the snake den, red tongue, flickered her venomous tongue, her voice dripping with seductive honey, yet her gaze was as poisonous as a dagger dipped in venom. You old hound, reeking of lust, do you truly think you deserve to lay claim to such a treasure? You Tai Fox, you're asking for death. Huang Laogo, struck at his core, erupted in fury. He loathed being called a dog-smelling bastard. A violent surge of demonic power erupted from his gaunt frame. Behind him, the canine demons bared their teeth one by one, revealing their monstrous true forms. Afraid of you? The Snake Queen sneered coldly, her form twisting as the shadowy outline of a massive red king cobra materialized behind her. Its icy serpentine eyes locked onto Huang Laode. A battle between great demons was about to erupt. What should we do? Yi Bai hid behind Sun Xing and whispered the question. Watch the show. Xia Li's voice sounded indifferently as she folded her arms, adopting an attitude of detached indifference. Wait until they've both been battered to a pulp. Then we'll reap the benefits. Sun Xing nodded in agreement. That truly is the best option for now. Let them fight like dogs, both end up with fur in their mouths. Kill. Huang Lao and Snake King clearly had no intention of negotiating. With a furious roar, the two factions instantly plunged into battle. In an instant, the entire cavern was filled with surging demonic energy and chaotic power. The howls of canine demons and the hissing of serpent demons intertwined into a bloody symphony. Yellow Boss's strength was truly formidable. Though he appeared lean and gaunt, his demonic transformation rendered him a colossal earth dog over 3 meters tall. His claws were like blades, his fangs like swords, each strike carrying the force to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. The Snake Queen, however, was no pushover either. Her body twisted with boneless fluidity, evading every lethal strike. Simultaneously, her Crimson King Cobra Phantom spewed venomous mist. Touch it and die, brush against it and perish. The two fought fiercely, locked in a bloody stalemate. Sun Xing activated his Fire Eye Golden Vision, observing the battle silently from the sidelines. He memorized every attack and every opening, etching them firmly into his mind. This was an unparalleled learning opportunity for him. He observed that these long-renowned demonic creatures wielded their demonic power with far greater subtlety than he could muster. They no longer relied solely on brute force, but had integrated their demonic power into various bizarre secret techniques. Yellow Boss's Dog God Claws and Snake King's Serpent Bone Whip both left him utterly amazed. Though not as absurdly powerful as Xia Li's Demon King technique, they were still formidable. Seems I've got a long way to go, Sun Xing reflected inwardly. The battle soon reached a fever pitch. Both sides fought with bloodlust, suffering heavy casualties. Big Brother Huang's arm was torn clean off by the Snake King, blood gushing everywhere. Meanwhile, the Snake King's back bore several deep gashes from Huang Lao's claws, exposing stark white bone. Their underlings behind them were nearly wiped out, dead or wounded. The entire cave was nearly filled with blood and corpses. You crazy! You really want to fight me to the death? Huang Lao gasped for breath, his voice thick with venom. Well, dragging you old dog along with me on my journey isn't such a bad deal. Though severely wounded, Snake King still smiled seductively. Fine. Then we'll go down together. A flicker of madness passed through Huang Lao's eyes. The last remnants of his demonic power began converging toward his heart at a terrifying speed. He was going to self-detonate. Taking this madwoman down with him. The Snake Queen's expression finally shifted. She hadn't expected this old dog to be so fiercely stubborn. At this critical moment, a cold, commanding voice suddenly echoed from the cave's entrance. A bunch of vermin dare to run wild here? As the words fell, a dazzling sword light, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, instantly pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. The sword light was swift to the extreme, and sharp to the extreme. Thud! Before Yellow Boss and Snake King could even react, their bodies were cleaved clean in two by that blade of light. Blood spilled across the floor. Both pairs of eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. The sword light dissipated. A middle-aged man clad in a black trench coat, his face stern, slowly emerged from the cave entrance, a bronze ancient sword in hand. The aura emanating from him was powerful and pure, radiating an aura of sacred, inviolable authority. An expert from the Divine Anomaly Bureau. And his strength far surpassed those two worthless investigators Xia Li had dispatched in an instant. A bunch of reckless fools, saving me the trouble. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at the two gravely wounded demons writhing on the ground. His gaze fixed directly on the mountain treasure radiating a precious glow, his eyes brimming with greed. He strode step by step toward the giant serpent stone sculpture. No! Yi Bai cried out in alarm. This was Chen Wangbei, the renegade ace investigator from the Supernatural Bureau, the Sword Ghost. That bastard was ruthless. The demons who died by his hand numbered at least 800, if not 1,000. We gotta get out of here. Yi Bai's face drained of color as he grabbed Sun Xing and tried to flee. But it was too late. Chen Wangbei's gaze had already locked onto them. Oh? 3 little mice? He halted, observing Xia Li and the others with keen interest, his eyes brimming with the playful amusement of a cat toying with mice. A vermilion bird demon, a newly initiated monkey demon, and a rookie from the Divine Anomalies Bureau? His gaze finally settled on Yi Bai, brimming with murderous intent. A mere mortal disciple associating with demonic creatures? Are you courting death? Yi Bai trembled under his gaze, unable to utter a word. Chen Wangbei. Xia Li slowly stepped forward, shielding Sun Xing and Yi Bai behind her. This mountain treasure was mine first. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to snap your sword right here today. Xia Li's voice was cold and unquestionable. Ha! Chen Wangbei burst into maniacal laughter as if he'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Zhuke Demon King, Candle Sparrow, I admit you're powerful. But do you truly believe that with just you and 2 useless burdens, you can defeat me? Today, not only will the mountain treasure be mine, but I'll take all 3 of your lives as well. Chen Wangbei cut to the chase. The bronze ancient sword in his hand emitted a clear, piercing ring. A sword intent, sharp to the extreme, shot skyward, locking onto Xia Li and the others. Bring it on! Xia Li's eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. An even more terrifying battle was about to erupt. Chapter 37, Sword Ghost Chen Wangbei. Looking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Wangbei's eyes. No more words were needed. The bronze ancient sword in his hand emitted a clear, piercing ring. His entire body transformed into a streak of light, thrusting directly toward Xia Li's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless. It carried a fierce sword intent that seemed capable of severing everything in its path. The attack style of a divine disciple was indeed entirely different from that of a demonic creature. They did not rely on brute force, but instead channeled divine power into various forms to launch their assaults. A hint of gravity finally appeared on Xia Li's face. The sword ghost's strength now rivaled that of a demon king. She did not meet it head-on. Her toes lightly touched the ground, and her figure drifted backward like a ghostly apparition, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Boom! The sword's light missed its mark, slashing viciously into the cavern's stone wall. The solid rock split open like tofu, revealing a deep, bottomless gash. Not bad. Chen Wangbei was unsurprised by his missed strike. With a flick of his wrist, he shifted his sword's momentum. A storm of sword shadows descended like a raging tempest, sealing off every possible retreat for Xia Li. Vermilion bird feathers. Xia Li let out a fierce cry. Crimson flames gathered around her, coalescing into flaming feathers that formed a shield before her. Clang! 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 Sword shadows and fiery feathers clashed relentlessly, producing a series of metallic clangs as sparks flew everywhere. Though Xia Li blocked most of the attacks, several stray sword energies still tore through her robes, leaving faint blood trails upon her snow-white skin. She's hurt. The goddess was wounded. Yi Bai watched helplessly, his heart burning with anxiety, yet he dared not intervene. At this level of combat, he'd be cannon fodder if he intervened. Old son, what should we do? He could only turn to Sun Xing for help. Sun Xing's expression was equally grave. His keen eyes were fixed intently on the battle unfolding in the arena. He could see that although Xia Li possessed formidable strength, her combat techniques seemed inferior to the cunning Chen Wangbei. Every strike from Chen Wangbei was cunning and ruthless, aiming straight for vital points. Xia Li's attacks, however, were broad and sweeping. While immensely powerful, they also consumed an astonishing amount of energy. If this continued, Xia Li would inevitably collapse from exhaustion and lose. He had to find a way to help her. But what could he possibly do? Charge in headlong? He doubted he could even block a single strike. Just as Sun Xing was burning with anxiety, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. The immobilization technique. Right. I still have the immobilization technique. Though he didn't know if it would work against an opponent of this caliber, he had no choice but to try it now, nothing to lose. Sun Xing drew a deep breath, channeling all his demonic energy into his throat. He fixed his gaze on Chen Wangbei, waiting for that one fleeting opportunity. The battle intensified. Xia Li's breathing had grown noticeably ragged, and the pallor on her face deepened by the second. Chen Wangbei, however, grew bolder with each strike, his swordplay becoming ever more fierce. It's over, Demoness. Chen Wangbei seized Xia Li's momentary pause for breath, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The ancient bronze sword in his hand blazed with light, transforming into a ferocious sword dragon that roared as it lunged towards Xia Li. Now! Freeze! Sun Xing roared the word with every ounce of strength in his body. An invisible, mysterious force instantly bridged the spatial distance, bearing down upon Chen Wangbei. Chen Wangbei's body stiffened abruptly. Though it lasted less than half a second. But for a master of Xia Li's caliber, it was more than enough. Asking for death. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Xia Li's eyes. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, she didn't retreat but advanced instead. Her entire body hurtled forward like a cannonball, crashing into the embrace of that sword dragon. Her slender, pale hand, enveloped in crimson flames, pierced through layer upon layer of sword energy and slammed into Chen Beishuan's chest. Demon King technique, Vermilion Bird incinerates the heavens. Boom! Terrifying flames instantly erupted across Chen Beishuan's chest. Chen Beishuan let out a piercing scream, his body flying backward like a, crashing heavily into the stone wall and gouging out a human-shaped crater in the rock face. You. He stared at Sun Xing in disbelief, his eyes filled with venom and resentment. Then, like a streak of light, he fled the cave, his severely wounded body barely keeping pace. What the hell was that bizarre immobilization technique? Put. Xia Li also spat out a mouthful of blood, her face growing even paler. Withstanding the Dragonblade strike had taken a tremendous toll on her, inflicting immense damage. The mountain treasure is ours. Cough. Xia Li coughed violently several times, her body swaying dangerously as she nearly collapsed. Sun Xing rushed forward to steady her. Where his hand touched her, she felt soft and warm. I'm fine. Xia Li pushed Sun Xing away and steadied herself with effort. Her gaze fixed on Sun Xing, her eyes brimming with complexity. Surprise. Admiration. What was that move you just pulled? She asked coldly. I don't know either. Sun Xing kept playing dumb. It just came out when I felt a rush of adrenaline. Is that so? Xia Li gave him a deep look and didn't press further. She knew this little monkey harbored more secrets than she could ever imagine. Just then, Yi Bai scrambled over, stumbling and crawling. Goddess. Are you okay? His face was plastered with concern, practically screaming lapdog from every pore. Xia Li ignored him, instead focusing her gaze on the mountain treasure in her hand. She could sense that within this stone tooth lay an essence of heaven and earth, pure to an extreme degree. Absorbing it would undoubtedly elevate her strength to a new level. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth, ready to swallow the mountain treasure. But just as her lips were about to touch the mountain treasure, a sudden change occurred. The entire cavern began to shake violently. The colossal serpent stone sculpture coiled at the cavern's center, its stone eyes, tightly shut, slowly opened. An ancient, malevolent aura erupted, a force 100 times more terrifying than Huang Laode and the Snake King combined. Oh no! Xia Li's expression changed instantly. This mountain treasure possesses a spirit. Those open stone eyes held no pupils, only an abyss of bottomless chaos. Like two vortexes connecting to the 9 hells, threatening to suck everyone's souls in. Xia Li was the first to feel its pull. Her mind buzzed violently as an irresistible, terrifying psychic force instantly shattered her consciousness. The scene before her eyes began to twist and shatter. She felt as though she had fallen into an endless nightmare. Within that nightmare, she returned to her blood-soaked childhood, witnessing the horrifying deaths of her loved ones, scenes etched forever into her memory. She saw the man who had rescued her from a sea of corpses and blood, only to push her into an endless abyss, a man who was both her mentor and father. No! Xia Li let out a pain howl, her exquisite face etched with agony. The vermilion phoenix flames on her body flickered, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Xia Li! Sun Xing watched the scene unfold, his heart racing with panic. He knew Xia Li had been pulled into a mental illusion. This colossal serpent stone sculpture was a terrifying entity skilled in psychic assault. What to do? What to do? Yi Bai was also panicking, darting around like a hot potato. Old son, think of something. If anything happens to the goddess, I'm done for. Shut up. Sun Xing roared, forcing himself to calm down. Psychic attack? An illusion? The great sun breathing technique I'd been cultivating, it cultivates divine consciousness. Perhaps I can help her. Sun Xing hesitated no longer. He sat cross-legged and pushed the great sun breathing technique to its absolute limit. The great sun within his purple palace blazed with intensified radiance, emanating scorching yet pure divine power that enveloped his entire body. Then, he activated his fire-eyed golden vision. Chapter 38, Mountain Treasure Serpent Fong. Pierce the illusion. He uttered a low command, and 2 dazzling beams of golden light shot forth from his golden pupils, striking directly at Xia Li. Hum. A violent roar echoed within Sun Xing's mind. He felt his consciousness being violently yanked by a powerful force, instantly tearing him from his body and hurling him into a bizarre, surreal space. It was a world drenched in blood. The sky was blood red, the earth was blood red, and even the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Xia Li knelt amidst a sea of corpses and blood, clutching cold, lifeless bodies as she wept helplessly. Before her, a terrifying serpent, its body so immense it obscured the sky, slowly rose from the sea of blood. It gazed down at her with a pair of emotionless, chaotic eyes. Give up, little girl. The serpent's voice, vast and icy, echoed throughout the crimson expanse. Your heart is filled with pain and hatred. Surrender to me, become part of me, and you shall find eternal peace. Bu Xia Li shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I won't. You have no choice. The giant serpent opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow Xia Li whole. Monstrous fiend. Cease your insolence. At that moment, a thunderous roar, like a bolt of lightning, exploded across the crimson sky. A golden light descended from the heavens. Sun Xing's figure materialized before Xia Li. He was no longer the ordinary high school student he once was. He wore chainmail armor of pure gold, crowned with a purple gold diadem adorned with phoenix wings, shod in lotus silk cloud treading shoes, and wielded a gleaming golden mop handle. Ahem, though the weapon might be a bit tacky, that presence? Absolutely the great sage equal to heaven himself. Who are you? The giant serpent stared at Sun Xing, who had suddenly appeared, a flicker of confusion crossing its murky eyes. Your grandfather, Sun Xing, that's who I am. Sun Xing slammed his mop handle into the ground and declared with towering bravado. He knew this was just an illusion, and his current form was merely a figment of his imagination. But this feeling of borrowing someone else's authority? Damn, it felt awesome. Sun Wukong? The giant python seemed to ponder the name. Never heard of him. However, the aura emanating from you is rather intriguing. Since you've come, you'll all become my nourishment. The giant serpent roared, its massive tail, as thick as a mountain range, crashing down fiercely toward Sun Xing. Bring it on! Sun Xing felt not fear but delight. He had been eager to test the limits of his imagined power. He channeled every ounce of his divine consciousness into the mop handle in his grasp. Divine weapon technique, activate. Hum. The unremarkable mop handle instantly blazed with golden light, its weight surging dramatically. 1,000 Jin. 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. Empowered by divine consciousness, within this fantasy, the limits of the divine weapon technique seemed shattered. Take this from old Sun. Sun Xing roared furiously, gripping the heavy golden staff with both hands. He swung it viciously at the descending serpent's tail. Boom! A deafening, earth-shattering roar echoed. The giant serpent's tail was shattered into a bloody pulp by a single blow from his staff. Arg! The giant serpent let out an agonized shriek. It never imagined this seemingly insignificant little monkey possessed such terrifying brute strength. But it wasn't over yet. Sun Wukong pressed his advantage, charging forward once more. His golden staff whirled with fierce momentum, each strike carrying earth-shattering force as it slammed into the giant python's body. The giant serpent was driven back step by step, its massive body covered in wounds. Damn it! Damn it! The serpent's fury boiled over. It opened its massive jaws, and a black energy sphere, formed from pure spiritual power, rapidly coalesced within its mouth. Die! The energy sphere shot towards Sun Xing like a black sun, radiating an aura of utter destruction. Sun Xing knew this strike was utterly unblockable. At that critical moment, a clear, piercing bird call rang out behind him. Xia Li had finally broken free from her inner demons. Gazing at the figure standing before her, small yet towering in stature, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Thank you, she murmured softly. Then, she soared skyward, crimson flames coalescing around her into a dazzlingly magnificent flame vermilion bird. Vermilion bird incinerates the heavens. The flames collided violently with the black energy sphere mid-air. The entire crimson space shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. In the real world, Yi Bai stared in horror at the colossal serpent stone sculpture and the unconscious Sun Xing and Xia Li. He had no idea what was happening in the illusion. All he could see were the cracks spreading across the stone statue's surface. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. The mountain treasure suspended in the serpent's mouth suddenly blazed with intense light. Then, astonishingly, it split into two, transforming into two streaks of light that shot into the centers of Sun Xing and Xia Li's foreheads respectively. The next second, Sun Xing and Xia Li opened their eyes simultaneously. They were back. Boom! Without the mountain treasure's support, the colossal stone statue could no longer maintain its form. It crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of rubble. Put! Xia Li coughed up another mouthful of blood, her face as pale as paper. Clearly, the battle had taken a tremendous toll on her as well. Yet her eyes shone with excitement. She could feel a colossal energy surging within her, frantically reshaping her body. Meanwhile, Sun Xing's transformation was even more astonishing. His body began to monstrously transform beyond his control. Golden monkey fur, denser than ever before, erupted wildly from beneath his skin. His frame shot upward, muscles swelling, bones cracking under the strain. The fourth demonic transformation. Fifth transformation. Sixth transformation. Seventh transformation. Propelled by Shanbao's terrifying energy, he managed to complete 4 consecutive demon transformations. An aura so powerful it made Xia Li's heart race emanated from him. 7th demon transformation complete. New skill awakened, grounding technique. New skill awakened, gather form, disperse chi. Mysterious messages echoed once more within his mind. Sun Xing's heart began to pound wildly. 2 skills. This time, the gains were enormous. What about mine? Yi Bai looked at the two who had undergone a complete transformation, then glanced at the scattered debris on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. After all that effort, why did I get nothing? I'm the protagonist here. This script is all wrong. Xia Li shot him a dismissive glance, too lazy to bother with him. She walked up to Sun Xing, studying his face now transformed by the demonic energy, wild and captivating. A hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Not bad. Finally starting to look the part. Just then, outside the cave, a cacophony of footsteps and demonic growls echoed. Members of other factions had arrived. Go! Xia Li acted decisively, grabbing Sun Xing and the still mopey Yi. Flames flared around her, and in an instant, she vanished from the spot. All that remained was an empty, chaotic, and crumbling cave. Chapter 39, Parting Ways. Rumble. The echoes of the cave's collapse reverberated through the mountain's belly, stirring up a sky-filling cloud of dust. Xia Li moved with lightning speed, grabbing Sun Xing's arm with one hand while hoisting the still moping Yi like a small chicken with the other. Crimson demonic energy surged from her body like erupting flames. Go! She barked the command. The trio shot forward like arrows released from a bow, bursting through another hidden fissure torn open by the shockwave. In an instant, they vanished into the deep, deathly silent forest of Longzhou Mountain. Behind them, the clatter of chaotic footsteps, the howls of monstrous creatures, and the thunderous clashes of divine power surged like a tidal wave, swiftly filling the cavern they had just fled. Damn, they're closing in fast. The mountain wind whipped Yi Bai's face until it tingled. He glanced back and nearly lost his soul in terror. At the cave entrance, flames, swordlight, and demonic energy intertwined in a chaotic blur. At least 4 or 5 factions had collided, mercilessly slaughtering each other in the fight for the mountain treasure that no longer existed. Among them, he even spotted several figures clad in the standard trench coats of the Divine Mysteries Bureau, locked in fierce combat with a pack of demonic hounds. Goddess Xia Li, where do we go now? Yi Bai asked nervously, his voice trembling. Getting involved in this battle between immortals would leave a small fry like him with nothing but bones. Xia Li offered no reply. She guided the two through the forest at breakneck speed, her movements ghostly and elusive as she shifted direction constantly, attempting to shake off the pursuing aura that had caught up. Sun Xing's fiery eyes were wide open. Through his golden pupils, the entire terrain of Longzhou Mountain and the flow of energy within it were crystal clear. He could see an invisible net woven from various factions rapidly closing in on them. To the east lay the mad dogs of the Dog God Society, their demonic energy skyrocketing. The aura of their leader alone was several times more powerful than the combined strength of the dead golden-haired man and Zhao Kuan. Likely the Kenjin Kai's second in command. To the west, agents of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau swept the area with pure, piercing divine power, like searchlights cutting through the night. To the south and north, several unfamiliar demonic and divine energy fluctuations lurked, clearly solitary cultivators and rogue demonic creatures drawn by the scent, each like a hyena waiting in the shadows for its chance. They were surrounded. This was unsustainable. Sun Xing's voice was low and composed. Having just completed his 7th demonic transformation, his perception of power had become sharper than ever before. Their encirclement was tightening. In 5 minutes at most, they would be completely cut off. Xia Li's footsteps halted abruptly. These foot soldiers held no real threat to him. The crux was that she sensed a powerful presence lurking in the distance. It was the aura of a divine lord, and it unsettled her. Xia Li halted atop a colossal ancient tree that required several men to encircle. Her icy gaze swept the surroundings, her expression growing more grave than ever before. You're right. She looked at Sun Xing, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. This little monkey was growing far too fast. Not just in strength, but in this ability to analyze calmly even when cornered. We have 3 options now. Xia Li extended 3 slender fingers. First, break out. Pick any direction and fight our way through. Second, find a place to hide, suppress all traces of our presence, and gamble that they won't find us. Yi Bai immediately raised his hand. I'll take the second option. I just learned the turtle breathing technique. I can lie flat on the ground and not move for 3 days and nights. Xia Li shot him a glance, as if he were an idiot. Hide? Do you think they're idiots? The moment Shanbao's aura vanished and the 3 of us took off, it's obvious as day we're carrying the goods. They'll turn the entire Dragon's Head mountain upside down until they find us. Then I choose the first option. Yi Bai immediately changed his tune. Charge out. Fight them head on. Even if I die, Yi Bai will go down with a bang. With just the 3 of us? Xia Li scoffed coldly. The Dog God Society, the Supernatural Bureau, and those rogue stragglers lurking in the shadows combined, there are at least 7 or 8 individuals no weaker than Chen Wangbei. Charging out now would make us sitting ducks. Nothing works, nothing works. What do we do then? Yi Bai was utterly at a loss, scratching his head in frustration. Sun Xing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xia Li. He knew the answer already lay within her heart. Sure enough, Xia Li retracted 2 fingers, leaving only the last one extended. We'll split up and run. Her voice was soft, yet it exploded like thunder in Yi Bai and Sun Xing's ears. What? Split up? Yi Bai exclaimed, that's impossible. We have each other for backup. Splitting up just makes us easier targets for them to pick us off one by one. No. Xia Li shook her head, her clear, cold eyes flashing with a rationality bordering on cruelty. Their true target is me. The title of Candle Sparrow Demon King holds far greater allure to them than that elusive mountain treasure. My presence alone will draw most of their attention. She paused, her gaze settling on Sun Xing. The aura of the mountain treasure now resides within both you and me. If we split up, they'll have to divide their forces. Only by muddying the waters can we seize a sliver of hope. As for you, Xia Li finally turned to Yi Bai. You carry neither Shanbao's aura nor any significant status. If you're smart, find a place to hide. That's your best chance to survive. Yi Bai froze. He hadn't expected Xia Li to offer such a cool-headed analysis at this moment. She was right, this was indeed the only viable option left. Cruel as it was, it offered the best chance of survival. Aye. Yi Bai opened his mouth to speak but found his throat parched. Cut the nonsense. Xia Li cut him off impatiently. This was an order. She pulled 2 amulets from her bosom, each woven from vermilion bird feathers and strung with red thread, handing one to Sun Xing and the other to Yi Bai. These are my life-bound demon feathers, imbued with a thread of my demonic power. Should you face mortal peril, crush one to block a single attack. Remember, we're splitting up in 3 different directions. Whether you survive depends entirely on your own skills. 3 days from now, if you're still alive, meet me at the mass grave on the western outskirts of Jincheng. With that, Xia Li showed no further hesitation. Go! Scarlet flames erupted around her body, shooting skyward like a dazzling meteor. Without hesitation, she charged straight toward the east, toward the direction of the Dog God Society's pack of mad dogs. The demoness is there. Quick, pursue her. Don't let her escape. From the dense forest in the east, waves of furious roars and howls erupted instantly. Most of the Inugami Kai's demons were indeed drawn to Xia Li, chasing after her like mad. Old son, take care. Yi Bai watched Xia Li vanish into the distance, clenched his jaw, and gave Sun Xing a firm nod. Clutching the vermilion bird talisman tightly in his hand, he chose the southern direction and plunged headlong into the deeper forest, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. In an instant, Sun Xing was left alone in the tree. Clutching the feather talisman still warm with Xia Li's body heat, he felt a complex mix of emotions. This woman, domineering and cold-hearted as she was, hadn't abandoned them when it mattered most. She had used herself as bait to create a chance for their survival. Sun Xing took a deep breath, suppressing every emotion within him. Now was not the time for sentimentality. He activated his fire eyes, his golden pupils scanning the surroundings. Xia Li's plan had succeeded. Most of the pursuers had been lured eastward by her. Yet 2 lingering auras, like maggots clinging to bone, had pierced through the chaotic battlefield. One approached from the south, the other from the north, swiftly encircling him and Yi Bai. The pursuit targeting Yi Bai carried weaker demonic auras, likely opportunistic rogue demons seeking easy prey. Given Yi Bai's status as a divine disciple and his resources, self-defense should pose little problem as long as he wasn't surrounded. But the one pursuing him. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. One aura pulsed with pure, razor-sharp divine power, radiating an aura of sacred, inviolable majesty. The other was chaotic and icy, brimming with greed and the scent of slaughter. 2 divine disciples. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the divine power fluctuations, that divine disciple's strength was likely not much weaker than that of sword ghost Chen Wangbei. They moved like 2 seasoned hounds, working in perfect coordination to seal off all of Sun Xing's escape routes from 2 directions. Come on then. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. Far from fear, his eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. He was eager to test just how powerful he had become after his 7th demonic transformation. The energy of the mountain treasure still surged within him. The 2 newly awakened skills, grounding technique and shape-gathering, chi dispersing, had yet to be tested. Sun Xing chose not to flee. He withdrew all his aura and activated the grounding technique. His figure seemed to merge with the shadows of the surrounding trees, becoming faint and elusive, almost impossible to detect. Then, like a patient hunter, he lay in wait, motionless, awaiting his prey. Here, he would turn the tables and strike back. Chapter 40, Prey and Hunter. On a distant mountain peak, a middle-aged man with regal bearing, wearing a fierce dragon head mask that radiated authority, watched the scene with keen interest. Boss, aren't we going to seize the mountain treasure? A mere snake fong? You call that a mountain treasure? The true treasures of the mountain lie hidden deep within these peaks. The man's gaze grew intense. The night was as black as ink, the dense forest pitch dark. The whistling wind, the chirping insects, and the faint sounds of distant combat wove together into a bloody symphony. Sun Xing lay motionless like a lifeless rock, blending seamlessly into the thick undergrowth. The effect of the body concealment technique surpassed his expectations. It wasn't merely suppressing his aura, it felt like a complete assimilation with his surroundings. He could feel his own heartbeat, breathing, even the sound of his blood flowing, all achieving a strange resonance with the surrounding wind and the rustling of plants. He had become part of this forest. Unless someone searched inch by inch with their eyes, detecting his presence through aura alone would be utterly impossible. Sun Xing possessed extraordinary patience. His eyes glowed faintly golden in the darkness, like those of a top predator lurking in the night. Under his piercing gaze, every movement within hundreds of meters was clearly visible. He saw two figures approaching his position at breakneck speed, one on his left and one on his right. The one on the left was a youth clad in black, tight-fitting armor, a long sword engraved with thunder patterns strapped to his back. His face was stern, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. With each step he took, fine sparks of electricity seemed to flicker beneath his feet. The divine power fluctuations emanating from him were pure and ferocious, brimming with the destructive aura of thunder. A divine disciple. And one specializing in thunder magic. Unbelievably, the one pursuing him was none other than this man. To his right stood an old man, hunched over and clad in tattered Taoist robes, clutching a ghastly white bone staff. He appeared on the brink of death, yet moved with astonishing speed, darting through the forest as silently as a nocturnal specter. His aura was chaotic and icy, saturated with venom and greed. Young Master Lei, that boy's aura vanished right around here. The old man halted, his voice raspy as he spoke, his cloudy eyes scanning the surroundings warily. He won't get away. Lin Qingqian's voice was as cold as ice. He slowly drew the thunder-patterned blade from his back, its surface swirling with electric light. Under my divine sequence 132, Thunder's might, my thunder eyes have locked onto this entire area. Even if he turned into a fly, he couldn't escape my grasp. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two faint flashes of lightning truly flickered across his eyes. Divine sequence 132, Power of Thunder. Sun Xing's heart sank. This guy actually possesses a tracking-type pupil technique? Clearly, relying solely on the hiding technique to conceal himself wouldn't work. He must take the offensive. Sun Xing's gaze settled on the old man. Pick on the weak. Though this old man looks strange, the energy fluctuations emanating from him are clearly weaker than those of young Master Lei. Take him out first, then focus on dealing with that Thunder Law disciple. Sun Xing's plan solidified instantly. He did not immediately strike. He waited. For the perfect moment. Found it. Lightning-like brilliance flared in Lin Qingqian's eyes as he abruptly turned toward the bushes where Sun Xing lay concealed. Thunder slash. He growled, and the thunder-patterned longsword in his hand transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, tearing through the night sky as it came crashing down toward Sun Xing. Now! The instant his opponent struck, Sun Xing moved. Instead of attempting to block the lightning strike head-on, he activated another new skill. Shape Gathering, Chi Dispersal. The instant the lightning struck his body, it exploded with a boom, transforming into a golden mist that scattered in all directions. Boom! The lightning strike cut through empty air, leaving a bottomless, charred gash in the ground. The surrounding vegetation instantly turned to ash. What? Lin Qingqian's pupils contracted sharply, his face contorting with disbelief. Where is he? How could they vanish into thin air right under his nose? Even the wandering cultivator elder stood frozen in shock. An illusion? He instinctively swung his bone staff, releasing a cloud of black mist to dispel any illusions that might linger. But in that very instant of distraction, from the shadows behind him, the dissipating golden mist silently coalesced once more. Sun Xing's figure materialized like a specter. His eyes blazed with golden flames, his face covered in a fine layer of monkey-like fur, radiating a savage, murderous intent. He wielded no weapon. His hand just completed its seventh demonic transformation, now covered in golden fur was the deadliest weapon of all. Death! Sun Xing growled lowly, his fingers curling into a claw. Without any flourish, he aimed straight for the old man's back. This claw strike was swift, precise, and merciless. It channeled the terrifying physical power unleashed by his seventh demonic transformation. No! The wandering cultivator was, after all, a seasoned veteran. Facing the threat of death, he reacted instantly. With a shrill cry, he slammed his bone staff backward. Bone shield. A shield formed from countless pallid bones materialized behind him. Crack! The bone shield proved as fragile as paper against Sun Xing's claws, instantly shattered to pieces. Yet, this fleeting obstruction bought the old man a sliver of life. Using the recoil from the shattered shield, he lunged forward, narrowly evading the deadly claw. Splatter! Sun Xing's claws sliced across his back, tearing away chunks of flesh and leaving 5 deep gashes that exposed bone. Ah! The old man let out a piercing scream as he crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with venom and terror. He never imagined this seemingly novice demonic creature possessed such terrifying explosive power. His first strike missed, but a fierce glint flashed in Sun Xing's eyes as he lunged forward again without hesitation. He would strike while the iron was hot, finish him off. He would give his opponent no chance to breathe. You little bastard. You're asking for it. Seeing this, a flicker of madness crossed the old man's eyes. He suddenly pulled from his robe a fist-sized, still twitching, blood-soaked heart. The heart was covered in eerie black runes. Blood sacrifice ritual. The old man opened his mouth and bit down on the heart. Gulp! Gulp! He swallowed the entire heart, blood and all. Boom! A force of unimaginable evil and savage fury erupted from his gaunt frame. His body began swelling at a visible pace, black bone spines erupting from his skin, transforming him into a monstrous creature neither human nor ghost. I'll tear you to pieces. The old man roared, swinging his now monstrously thick arms, slamming them viciously towards Sun Xing. Sun Xing was not alarmed, but rather delighted. Enraged? Perfect. He concentrated all his divine consciousness into his right fist. He could feel Shanbao's colossal energy surging through his body, blending perfectly with his own demonic power. Bring it on! Sun Xing roared with fury, neither dodging nor retreating, and unleashed a punch of his own. Boom! A large fist and a small fist collided with a thunderous crash midair. This time, it wasn't the crisp crack of shattered bone shields. Instead, a thunderous roar, muffled to the extreme, like two mountains colliding. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out once more. But this time, it wasn't Sun Xing's fist that shattered. Instead, it was the arm of the wandering cultivator, an arm thicker than Sun Xing's thigh. The old man's arm, transformed by his berserk state, was shattered clean in two by Sun Xing's single punch. The stark white bone pierced through the blackened skin, exposed to the air. Impossible. The old man stared at his deformed arm, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. His prideful blood sacrifice technique had actually failed? Defeated by this little monkey's brute strength? This isn't over yet. Sun Xing, seizing the advantage, lunged forward once more. His uninjured fist rained down like a storm, striking the old man's body with frenzied intensity. Thud! 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 Each punch carried the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Each punch drew a piercing scream from the old man. The old man was beaten into utter helplessness, his bone spurs snapping one by one. His massive frame lay like a torn sack, beaten into a bloody pulp. Young Master Lei! Save me! The old man finally succumbed to fear, his desperate plea echoing in the air. Yet the only response was a blade's gleam colder than the night itself. Splatter! A large, grotesque head flew skyward. It was Lei Qianfeng. He had appeared on the other side of the battlefield without anyone noticing. With a single stroke, he severed the old man's head, ending his life. Useless. Lei Qianfeng stared at the headless corpse on the ground, coldly uttering two words. Then he turned, his eyes flashing with lightning, locking onto Sun Xing. You, however, have surprised me. Not only did you survive, but you even killed an awakened one at the Drip Realm. So it seems that mountain treasure is indeed on your person. His voice dripped with greed and murderous intent. Drip Realm? Is that one of the divine disciple realms? Am I also at the Dripwater Realm? Sun Xing slowly straightened his body, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed on the Thunder Law divine disciple before him, eerily calm. Though he had dealt with one, he knew the real battle had only just begun. This young master, a master of thunder magic, was far stronger than that old man who only relied on underhanded tricks. Chapter 41, The Thunder Cultivator. In Lei Qianfeng's view, everything that had happened to Sun Xing was due to that legendary mountain treasure. For a newly initiated demonic being to possess such formidable power, there was no other explanation besides the mountain treasure. Sun Xing remained silent. He merely circulated the demonic energy within his body in silence, feeling the colossal power of the mountain treasure merge with his own strength. After his seventh demonic transformation, his physical strength had reached terrifying levels. The mountain treasure's energy acted like an infinite amplifier, making the demonic power within him flow endlessly, unceasing and inexhaustible. More crucially, after mastering the Great Sun breathing technique, his spiritual perception had made remarkable strides. This elevated his control over power to an entirely new realm. He was no longer a beast who relied solely on brute force to charge recklessly. He was a true warrior. Hand over the mountain treasure, and I, Lei Qianfeng, will grant you a swift death. Lei Qianfeng slowly raised the thunder-patterned long sword in his hand, its tip pointing distantly at Sun Xing. Silver arcs of lightning crackled along the blade's surface, scorching the surrounding air until it warped and twisted. Otherwise, I'll make you taste the agony of 10,000 thunderbolts tearing at your heart. You call yourself Lei Qianfeng? You talk too much. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. He had no desire to waste words with this man. Since it had come down to a fight to the death, let fists do the talking. Right now. Sun Xing moved. His body suddenly lowered, power surged from his feet, and he launched forward like a cannonball, charging straight at Lei Qianfeng. No fancy tricks, just pure, raw speed and power. Foolhardy. A flicker of contempt crossed Lei Qianfeng's eyes. In his view, Sun Xing's head-on approach was tantamount to suicide. As a disciple specializing in thunder magic, his greatest strength lay in head-on confrontation. Thunder surge. Lei Qianfeng growled lowly. Instead of swinging his long sword, he thrust it violently into the ground. Boom! Centered on him, thick silver lightning serpents spread wildly across the ground like living creatures, instantly forming a thunderous net spanning dozens of meters. Each serpentine bolt contained devastating power. Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply. Such blindingly fast casting speed. Such an immense attack range. This thunder net sealed off every possible route forward. Force my way through? He'd be fried to a crisp in an instant. Retreat? He'd only be slowly worn down by the enemy's follow-up attacks. At this critical moment, Sun Xing's mind grew unusually calm. He showed no sign of panic as the demonic power within him surged wildly. A new skill activated in an instant. Shape gathering, chi dispersal. Boom! The instant he was about to touch the lightning net, Sun Xing's body exploded into thin air, transforming into a formless golden mist that scattered in all directions. Sizzle! The furious lightning net swept through, plowing countless scorched gullies into the ground, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever on the golden mist. What? The scorn on Lin Qingqian's face froze instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. What kind of demonic art is this? How could it be immune to my thunder power? In that split second of distraction, from the shadows behind him, the dissipating golden mist silently coalesced once more. Sun Xing's figure materialized like a ghostly apparition. His fist, covered in golden fur and the very one that had just shattered the old man's arm, gathered all his strength. Without the slightest mercy, it slammed viciously into the center of Lin Qingqian's back. This punch was swift, precise, and brutal. It was the most powerful strike he could unleash at this moment. No! After all, Lin Qingqian was a divine disciple at the Flowing River realm. His combat experience far surpassed that of the wandering cultivator elder. Faced with the threat of death, he reacted instantly. He didn't turn to block, it was already too late. He made the most correct choice. Thunder armor. He roared with fury as divine power erupted from within him without restraint. A layer of silver armor, forged from pure lightning energy, instantly enveloped his entire body. Boom! Sun Xing's fist slammed squarely into the thunder armor. A thunderous, muffled roar exploded through the silent forest. Crack! The lightning armor shattered instantly. Countless sparks of lightning scattered in all directions, leaving scorched holes in the surrounding trees. Yet, it was precisely this layer of lightning armor that bought Lin Qingqian precious time. Using the immense force of the impact, he lunged forward, scrambling away in a clumsy roll, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Even so, he felt a surge of blood in his back, a sweet taste in his throat, and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Lin Qingqian leapt to his feet, glaring at Sun Xing with equal parts shock and fury. He never imagined this seemingly unremarkable monkey demon possessed such bizarre and formidable abilities. Not only was he immune to Lin Qingqian's lightning net, but he could unleash such terrifying physical strength that even Lin Qingqian's protective lightning armor shattered under a single punch. Was this creature truly just a fledgling demon? It wasn't over yet. Sun Xing, his strike having missed, flashed a fierce glint in his eyes. Seizing the advantage, he pressed forward relentlessly. He wouldn't give Lin Qingqian a moment to breathe. You're asking for death. Lin Qingqian erupted in fury. He held nothing back. The lightning pattern long sword in his hand blazed with intense light. Secret technique, Thunder Dragon Devour. The blade in his hand seemed to come alive, transforming into a ferocious thunder dragon. Roaring with world-shattering might, it lunged towards Sun Xing, intent on devouring him. This strike unleashed his full power. He would utterly obliterate this monkey demon who had brought him such shame. Facing this earth-shattering strike, a flicker of gravity passed through Sun Xing's golden pupils. He sensed the power of this strike had surpassed his current limit for direct confrontation. To take it head-on meant certain death. But he had no room to retreat. In that split second of life and death, Sun Xing abruptly pulled from his bosom a talisman woven from vermilion bird feathers, strung together with red thread. It was the very demon feather that Xia Li had given him before her departure. Xia Li, this time it's up to you. Sun Xing growled lowly, crushing the talisman in his hand without hesitation. Hum. A clear, piercing bird cry echoed through the night sky. A terrifying demonic power, scorching hot to the extreme, erupted violently from the shattered talisman. A magnificent crimson Juke apparition materialized out of thin air, spreading its wings ablaze with fiery flames to shield Sun Xing firmly behind it. Boom! The thunder dragon and the flaming vermilion bird collided violently mid-air. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the two figures. Surrounding trees were instantly uprooted and reduced to ash. The earth shook violently, as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Lightning and flames intertwined, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. Thud! Lin Qingqian was sent flying backward as if struck by a heavy blow, crashing heavily to the ground. The thunder pattern long sword slipped from his grasp. His most powerful secret technique had been broken? Though the illusory image of the vermilion bird dissipated along with it, Sun Xing remained unscathed. Now! A flash of madness flickered in Sun Xing's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced back the surging blood within his body, pushing his demon-corrupted physique to its absolute limit. Braving the raging energy aftershocks, he charged once more toward the gravely wounded Lin Qingqian. He would trade injury for injury. Risk his life for his life. You madman! Lin Qingqian watched Sun Xing, covered in blood yet still charging recklessly toward him, and fear finally flickered in his eyes. He wanted to crawl up, to flee. But it was too late. Sun Xing's figure was already upon him. He didn't use his fists, nor his claws. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged viciously at Lin Qingqian's neck. This was the most primitive, the most savage form of attack. Ah! Lin Qingqian let out a piercing scream. He could feel his blood and divine power being voraciously drained from his body. His strength was rapidly draining away. No, no. He struggled in terror, but it was all in vain. Sun Xing clung to him like a ravenous beast, biting down relentlessly until the last shred of energy within him was completely drained. Lei Qianfeng's body rapidly shriveled, ultimately becoming a skeletal husk. Sun Xing released his grip, his mouth dripping with blood, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. He stared at the desiccated corpse at his feet. Without hesitation, he extended his claws, ripped open the chest, and tore out the heart still pulsing with immense thunderous power despite its lifeless beat. Then, he swallowed it whole. Boom! An energy more terrifying than any previous surge exploded within him. 8th demon transformation activated. The mysterious message echoed in his mind once more. Chapter 42, Xia Li is injured. Ugh! Sun Xing let out a pained yet exhilarating howl to the heavens. Colossal energy surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. It was Lei Qianfeng's entire thunder divine power, along with his heart the very source of divine sequence 132, thunderous might. This force was purer and more powerful than any demonic creature he had devoured before. Sun Xing's body began to undergo another intense transformation. The golden monkey fur covering his body grew more dazzling, as if forged from pure gold, each strand flickering with faint arcs of electricity. His stature no longer grew taller, but his muscles became denser and more compact, radiating explosive power. Every inch now held the might to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. His bones cracked and popped, as if undergoing a new round of reshaping, becoming harder than steel. The most striking transformation, however, came from his eyes. Within those golden pupils, beyond the burning flames, a faint silver lightning now flickered, making them appear even more profound and majestic. 8th demon transformation complete. 9th demon transformation complete. Acquired skill, Thunder Power. Thunder Power allows manipulation of the thunderous might of heaven and earth. The greater one's strength, the greater the control over Thunder Power. New information surfaced in his mind. Sun Xing's heart began to race. Thunder Power? After consuming the divine disciple who possessed thunder power, has this power now awakened within me? Why? Could it be? Sun Xing dared not think it through. If his suspicions were correct, his abilities would be utterly monstrous. The ability to devour divine disciples' divine sequence power? Sun Xing slowly rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him, so intense it felt like it might overflow. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his heart. He sensed he was now more than twice as powerful as before. He was but a step away from the half-demon realm. This was the sensation of power. This was the sensation of becoming stronger. Sun Xing glanced down at the shriveled corpse on the ground, his eyes devoid of any pity. In this world of survival of the fittest, it was either you die or I perish. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the restless agitation surging within him from the sudden surge of power. He hadn't forgotten he still had more important matters to attend to. His promise to Xia Li and Yi Bai. West suburb of Jinchang, Massgrave Hill. Sun Xing assessed his bearings, then dragged his still weak and battered body deeper into the darkness. His current state was dire. Though he had completed his 6th demonic transformation, the relentless battles, especially the aftermath of directly confronting the Thunder Dragon's devouring, had left him with significant internal injuries. Now, his sole desire was to find a safe place quickly and properly assimilate the power within him. West suburbs of Jinchang, the graveyard of the Nameless. As the name suggested, this place had once been a burial ground for unclaimed remains. Though abandoned, it remained eerily desolate and uninhabited. At this moment, behind a tombstone in the graveyard, a figure fidgeted restlessly, peering cautiously around. It was Yi Bai. He had journeyed southward, encountering several groups of reckless stray demons along the way. Yet, with his elusive ghostly attendant and the various magical artifacts his family had provided, he had navigated these encounters with only a scare and no real danger. He had arrived at the rendezvous point long ago, yet waited, but neither Sun Xing nor Xia Li showed up. Damn it, had something happened? Yi Bai scratched his head in frustration. Especially Xia Li, the goddess she'd gone after that pack of mad dogs from the Dog God Society. Those were some tough nuts to crack. And old Sun, those two pursuers? Their auras screamed trouble. Old Sun, please don't die. If you die, who's going to inherit my billions? Yi Bai muttered to himself. Just as he was about to call the police in desperation, a rustling sound came from the nearby woods. A figure covered in blood and ragged clothes staggered out of the darkness. Old Sun. Yi Bai recognized the figure and cried out in shock, rushing forward. When he saw Sun Xing's pitiful state, he couldn't help but gasp. Holy! Old Sun, did a tank run you over? How did you end up looking like this? Sun Xing's body was covered in wounds of all sizes, some so deep they exposed bone. He looked like a man pulled straight from a pool of blood. Don't even ask. Sun Xing waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. Ran into two tough nuts. Almost didn't make it back. He gave a concise account of the recent battle, carefully omitting any mention of his demonic transformation or new abilities. Yi Bai listened, his eyes wide with shock. Holy! You counter-killed Lei Qianfeng? And you ate his heart? Yi Bai stared at Sun Xing as if he were a freak. Lei Qianfeng's name was no stranger to him within the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. He was a once-in-a-century prodigy from the Lei family of thunder magic, a powerhouse at the Flowing River realm, someone the Supernatural Bureau desperately wanted to recruit. And now old Sun just slaughtered him like that? And devoured him clean? That's brutal. What the hell kind of monster are you now? Yi Bai felt his worldview being shattered once again. A monster who had to grow stronger just to survive. Sun Xing spoke calmly, his eyes holding a world weariness and coldness that belied his age. Yi Bai stared at him, falling silent. He knew his once close friend could never return to who he was before. What about goddess Xia Li? Yi Bai changed the subject. Has she not arrived yet? Sun Xing shook his head, glancing toward the east, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Given Xia Li's strength, even if she was under attack, she shouldn't still be unable to break free after this long. The two waited anxiously in the mass grave. Time ticked by, second by second. The night grew deeper and deeper. Just as Sun Xing and Yi Bai were beginning to fear that Xia Li might truly be in trouble, a faint, weak aura suddenly drifted in from the east. Immediately after, a crimson figure plummeted from the sky like a crashing heavily onto the ground. It was Xia Li. Sun Xing and Yi Bai's expressions changed drastically as they rushed over. The sight before them left both men stunned. Xia Li's red dress was now torn and tattered, covered in slashes from blades and scorched marks. Her exquisitely beautiful face was now deathly pale, devoid of any color, with a stark streak of blood still clinging to the corner of her mouth. Her vital energy was faint to the extreme, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Sun Xing had never seen Xia Li so battered and weakened. In his memory, this woman had always been so powerful, so domineering, as if nothing could ever harm her. But now, a complex wave of emotions surged within Sun Xing. Shock, worry, and a hint of gratitude he hadn't even noticed himself. He knew Xia Li had sustained such injuries to draw away most of the pursuers, creating a chance for him and Yi Bai to escape. This woman, though sharp-tongued and ruthless in her actions, had truly used her own body to bear the brunt of everything for them. Cough. Xia Li coughed violently several times, spitting out another mouthful of blood. She struggled to rise, but her body swayed and she collapsed powerlessly, slipping into unconsciousness. Goddess! Yi Bai cried out in shock. Sun Xing's heart sank abruptly. Xia Li was injured so severely she'd even lost consciousness. This was trouble, big trouble. Who could have injured her like this? The Demon King? Or a powerful figure from the Divine Anomalies Bureau? Chapter 43, The Joys of the Wealthy Are Beyond Imagination. Xia Li had passed out, and the situation instantly became incredibly precarious. She now resembled a colossal treasure, radiating a deadly allure from every pore. Whether it was her identity as the Candle Sparrow Demon King or the potential aura of a mountain treasure within her, either alone was enough to drive any demon or divine disciple mad. And now, this treasure had lost its strongest guardian, leaving it utterly vulnerable. What to do? Old Sun, what do we do now? Yi Bai was utterly panicked, pacing around Xia Li like an ant on a hot pan. Take her to the hospital? No, her injuries clearly weren't ordinary. Going to the hospital would expose her for sure. Hide somewhere? Out here in the wilderness, where could we possibly hide? Should we call the police? Shut up! Sun Xing snapped, cutting off Yi Bai's incoherent babbling. He forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. Call the police? Don't be ridiculous. Those guys at the Supernatural Bureau would love to see a powerful demon like Xia Li dead. If they even showed up, not kicking her while she's down would be a miracle, let alone saving her. Now, the only ones they could rely on were themselves. We must leave this place immediately. Sun Xing made his decision instantly. This desolate graveyard may be remote, but there's no guarantee pursuers won't search here. We must find a completely safe place for her to recover. A safe place? Yi Bai's face fell. We're like rats on the run now, hunted by everyone. Jinchang may be big, but where could we possibly hide? Returning to their previous rental apartment was out of the question. It had long been marked by various factions. What about your place? Sun Xing suddenly turned to Yi Bai. Didn't you say your family was wealthy? Surely you have more than one house? My family? Yi Bai froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Right. How could I have forgotten that? He slapped his thigh, his face breaking into that familiar, mischievous grin. Old Sun, you're my lucky charm. Come on. Follow me. I'll take you to a great place. Yi Bai said mysteriously. My dad used to worry about my mom checking up on him, so he bought several secret properties outside. Not only outsiders, but even my mom doesn't know about them. One of them is a villa with top-notch security, absolutely safe. Sun Xing. He now understood a bit why Yi Bai's father had met with misfortune. No time to waste. Sun Xing hoisted the unconscious Xia Li onto his back, while Yi Bai led the way ahead. Xia Li's body was light, yet the spot where he held her burned intensely, the result of the Suzaka demonic fire raging uncontrollably within her. Sun Xing could sense pure demonic energy leaking uncontrollably from her body. This weighed heavily on his heart. Under cover of night, they avoided all major roads and surveillance, weaving through alleys and shadows. After over half an hour, Yi Bai led Sun Xing to a detached villa in Jincheng's affluent district. Towering walls, formidable electric fences, and surveillance cameras lurking in the corners all underscored the extreme security of this place. This was the place. Yi Bai pulled a black card from his pocket and swiped it over an inconspicuous device at the entrance. Beep. Identity verified. Welcome home, young Master Yi. A cold electronic voice sounded as the heavy alloy doors slid silently open to either side. Sun Xing followed Yi Bai inside. The scene before him left even this worldly demon speechless. A massive fountain, immaculately manicured lawns, and an outdoor swimming pool rivaling a school sports field. The villa's interior decoration was nothing short of extravagant. Crystal chandeliers, leather sofas, smart home systems, everything reeked of money. Holy! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a curse. What the hell do you do for a living? Print money? Nothing special, just the third richest in the world. Yi Bai puffed out his chest with pride. Hurry up and get the goddess settled in. Sun Xing gently laid Xia Li onto the absurdly oversized Simmons bed in the second-floor bedroom. Watching Xia Li slip into a deep sleep, her face still etched with a trace of pain, Sun Xing felt a complex mix of emotions. This woman domineering, cold-hearted, and always teasing him, yet in critical moments, she proved utterly dependable. Old son, you need to tend to your injuries too. Yi Bai's voice snapped Sun Xing back to reality. I have the finest wound medicine here, a secret family recipe passed down through generations. Guaranteed to heal any injury. He rummaged through a high-quality medical kit, pulling out a pile of bottles and jars. Sun Xing shook his head. No thanks. His gaze fell upon the wounds slowly healing across his body, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. I need blood. What? Yi Bai froze. I need a large amount of high-energy blood. Xia Li needs it too. Sun Xing spoke each word deliberately. After his 9th demonic transformation, his body's craving for energy had reached an unprecedented level. Ordinary food could no longer satisfy his consumption. Only blood, especially blood imbued with potent energy, could allow him to recover swiftly and grow stronger. Moreover, the gravely injured Xia Li also required energy replenishment to recover. Yi Bai stared into Sun Xing's eyes, now flickering with golden light. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Alright, I'll figure something out. He knew Sun Xing had already embarked on a path with no turning back. As a brother, all he could do was support him with every ounce of his strength. Yi Bai made a call, leveraging his family's connections. Before long, a man in a black suit and sunglasses appeared silently at the villa entrance, carrying a silver briefcase. Yi Bai took the case and handed the man a black card with unlimited credit. Inside were several bags of the freshest type O blood from Jincheng Blood Bank, along with a few vials of demon beast blood procured through special channels. Yi Bai opened the case and an intense, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Sun Xing's eyes instantly turned red. Without hesitation, he grabbed a bag of human blood, tore open the packaging, and forcefully poured it into Xia Li's mouth. Then he took a large gulp himself. The icy liquid slid down his throat, transforming into streams of pure energy that nourished his parched body. Awesome. Money really is great. Sun Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a heartfelt sigh. Yi Bai watched his satisfied expression, a complex look crossing his own face. Just then, his phone rang. It was an internal message from the Supernatural Bureau. Old son, something's happened. Yi Bai stared at the content on his phone, his expression turning grim. The entire city of Jincheng was in an uproar. Chapter 44, Total Chaos. What's going on? Sun Xing saw the grave expression on Yi Bai's face and felt a chill run down his spine, knowing immediately that it couldn't be good news. See for yourself. Yi Bai handed him the phone. The screen displayed an urgent internal bulletin from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. The contents caused Sun Xing's pupils to suddenly contract. Urgent notice, massive supernatural creature conflict erupted in the Longzhou mountain region, resulting in heavy casualties. Over half the members of the Dog Spirit Society and Snake Den organizations were lost. Renegade top-tier investigator Chen Wangbei, known as the Sword Ghost, has surfaced. Genius disciple Lei Qianfeng of the Thunder Magic Clan is missing, presumed dead. Preliminary investigations suggest the incident stemmed from a dispute over a newly emerged mountain treasure, though the treasure's whereabouts remain unknown. Currently, the Dog Spirit Society and Serpent's Den have issued a citywide manhunt in Jincheng, targeting 2 supernatural beings, 1 male, 1 female, suspected of involvement with the missing treasure. The Thunder Arts clan is enraged and has dispatched elders-level masters to Jincheng, vowing to find the murderer of Lei Qianfeng. The Jincheng branch of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau has classified this as a top-tier S-level incident. All personnel have had their leave revoked and are fully mobilized for the investigation. Each piece of information exploded like a heavy bomb in Sun Xing's mind. The entire city of Jincheng had descended into utter chaos. The Dog God Society, the Snake Den, the Thunder Clan, the Supernatural Bureau. Nearly every extraordinary faction on Jincheng's surface had been drawn into the fray. And at the very center of it all were the three of them. Holy, we've stirred up a hornet's nest. Yi Bai looked utterly terrified. The Dog Spirit Society and Snake Den were bad enough, but the Thunder Magic Clan was a colossus, a divine lord lineage. Rumor had it their ancestor had once served a god, their foundations unfathomably deep. And then there's the Divine Anomalies Bureau and S-Class incident? Just how big of a deal is this? Old son, we're truly public enemies now. No, you are. Sun Xing's expression was equally grim. He never imagined things would escalate to this level. Now, they felt like a tiny boat adrift in a raging storm, ready to be swallowed at any moment. Scared? Sun Xing looked at Yi Bai. Scared? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Yi Bai immediately straightened his chest, but his trembling legs betrayed him. I just find it a bit thrilling. Seeing his stubbornly defiant expression, the heavy weight pressing on Sun Xing's heart lifted considerably. When the enemy comes, meet them head on. At this point, fear and regret were useless. The only way out is to keep getting stronger. Strong enough to strike fear into every enemy. If evasion was impossible, then battle was inevitable. Sun Xing's eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. Perfect. I'm eager to see just how far my power has reached after this 9th demonic transformation. But before that, there are things I need to understand. Sun Xing's gaze sharpened. Yi Bai, since you come from a lineage of divine disciples, you should understand the cultivation realms better than I do, right? Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. He still only had a rudimentary understanding of this world's extraordinary power systems. Of course I know that. The moment his specialty was mentioned, Yi Bai perked up instantly. The fear on his face vanished, replaced by a trace of pride. Our divine disciples' cultivation path is entirely different from your beast's barbaric evolution of eating raw flesh and drinking blood. We cultivate divine power and divine consciousness. Yi Bai cleared his throat and began his explanation. After awakening, the first realm for divine disciples is called the Dripwater realm. At this stage, practitioners primarily familiarize themselves with and master the divine order energy within their bodies, enabling them to cast simple divine spells. At this realm, the divine power within a divine disciple coalesces into a liquid state, like a water droplet, ever flowing and unceasing. Both the quality and quantity of divine power undergo earth-shattering transformations. Like when I summoned an ordinary ghost attendant earlier. The second realm is called the Flowing River realm. Divine disciples at the Flowing Stream realm possess strength comparable to those among you demonic beings who have completed 9 demonic transformations and condensed a half-demon physique. That late Xianfeng you killed had likely broken through to this realm. At this stage, divine disciples must open all 361 acupoints throughout their bodies. This allows divine power to flow like 100 rivers converging, bridging heaven and earth, granting them the nascent power to channel the forces of the cosmos. Flowing River realm. Sun Xing's gaze sharpened slightly. Lei Qianfeng's strength was indeed formidable. Had he not possessed Xia Li's protective talisman, seized the element of surprise, and ultimately fought with his life on the line, he likely would have perished at Lei Qianfeng's hands. This realization meant that his strength during his 9th demonic transformation was now sufficient to confront a divine disciple at the Flowing River realm head-on, even to slay one. This realization instilled a newfound confidence within Sun Xing. What comes after the Flowing River realm? Sun Xing pressed further. Beyond the Flowing River realm lies the Returning Sea realm. A hint of yearning flickered in Yi Bai's eyes. At this realm, divine power converged within the sea of consciousness like rivers flowing into the ocean. Divine thoughts took form, capable of unleashing all manner of astonishing supernatural abilities. Every master at the Sea Return realm is a formidable powerhouse, capable of commanding a domain, becoming an ace investigator for the Divine Anomaly Bureau, or an elder of a great clan. Take that sword ghost Chen Wangbei, he stands at the pinnacle of the Sea Return realm. As for what lies beyond the Sea Return realm, that's the Divine Sovereign. How one becomes a Divine Sovereign? I have no idea. After all, beings of that caliber are renowned throughout the entire Great Xia. Yi Bai finished his explanation in one breath, feeling parched. He grabbed the soda on the table and took a big gulp. Sun Xing listened quietly, finally grasping a clear outline of this world's cultivation system in his mind. The 9 stages of demonic transformation for humans corresponded to the Divine Disciples' Dripping Water realm. The half-demon realm corresponds to the Flowing River realm. The Great Demon realm corresponds to the Sea Return realm. Beyond that lay the formidable realms of Demon King and Divine Sovereign. Though his strength had surged greatly, he still had a long way to go before reaching the level of a true powerhouse. It seemed he must redouble his cultivation efforts. Sun Xing clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a hunger for power. Just then, Yi Bai's phone buzzed again. He glanced at it, his expression turning utterly peculiar. Surprise, excitement, and a hint of frustration mingled together. What's up? Sun Xing asked. Yi Bai lifted his head, looking at Sun Xing with a dazed tone. I passed the Divine Anomalies Bureau's trial. From today onward, I'm an intern investigator for the Supernatural Bureau. Sun Xing froze. He stared at Yi Bai, speechless for a long moment. Was this plot twist surreal or what? A guy who was just forced to team up with a demonic creature to take out several divine disciples and monsters, and now he's suddenly become a Bureau of Divine Anomalies investigator representing justice? This world is messed up. Sun Xing couldn't help but curse under his breath once more. Chapter 45, The Softness of the Female Demon. Old Sun, what's with that look? Yi Bai watched Sun Xing's ghost-stricken expression and nervously tucked away his phone. Don't look at me like that. I didn't know it would turn out like this either. I joined the Supernatural Bureau purely for our revolutionary friendship. I heard they have special cultivation methods internally that can suppress demonic nature. I thought if I could get my hands on them, wouldn't that save you? Sun Xing said nothing, only staring silently at him. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable under his gaze, Yi Bai decided to throw caution to the wind and slapped his thigh. You know what they say? This is exactly what they call blind spots. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who would have thought that the new intern investigator at the Supernatural Bureau had two S-class fugitives hiding out in his own home? He grew more animated as he spoke, that smug grin returning to his face. This move is called undercover. Sun Xing finally couldn't take it anymore and smacked him hard on the back of the head. Undercover my ass. You're part of the Supernatural Bureau now, what do they want you to do? Yi Bai was stumped. Scratching his head awkwardly, he pulled out his phone and opened the internal task system. When he saw the first new recruit assignment pop up on the screen, the smile on his face instantly froze. Intern Investigator Yi Bai, ID 9527. Assignment: immediately assist Senior Investigator Wang Lei in patrolling and screening the Lijing Villa district in Jinchang's affluent area. Focus on locating two targets from the S-Class Bulletin, a male and female demonic entity, and the whereabouts of the missing disciple Lei Qianfeng from the Lei Fa clan. Mission requirements: upon locating targets, report immediately. Do not act independently. Yi Bai stared blankly at his phone screen, then stiffly lifted his head to look at Sun Xing, then glanced at the massive sign outside the villa engraved with Lijing Villa. Me. He let out a despairing wail. Old Sun, this is heaven trying to destroy me. Even a thief shouting stop thief wouldn't play it like this. This is like making me arrest myself. Seeing Yi Bai on the verge of tears, the heavy weight pressing on Sun Xing's chest lifted considerably. He walked over, patted Yi Bai's shoulder, and spoke in an extremely calm tone. Don't panic. It's just a technical adjustment. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That's called lying low. He repeated Yi Bai's earlier words verbatim. Yi Bai. He felt like dying right now. What should I do? Old Sun, what should I do now? Yi Bai was utterly at a loss, like a helpless child. If he went, he'd definitely be exposed. If he didn't go, disobeying orders on his first day meant he'd never be able to work here again. Sun Xing's gaze drifted toward the second-floor bedroom. There, Xia Li still lay unconscious. You must go. Sun Xing made his decision instantly. What? Am I supposed to go to my death? Yi Bai jumped to his feet. Let me finish. Sun Xing cut him off. Not only must you go, but you must go willingly and enthusiastically, showing more eagerness than anyone else. Think about it, a freshly recruited, pure-blooded rich kid rookie at the Supernatural Bureau, eager to prove himself and earn merit. Isn't that perfectly normal? The more you act like this, the less others will suspect you. As for us. Sun Xing's eyes flashed with a cold gleam. We'll be leaving here for now. Leave? Yi Bai froze. What about the goddess? She's so badly injured, how can we move her? Carry her. Sun Xing's answer was simple and direct. This place is no longer safe. The Lei family and the Dog God Society could show up at any moment. Yi Bai stared into Sun Xing's eyes, now flickering with golden light, and fell silent. Once she wakes, I'll get her out of here as soon as possible. After countless life and death battles, this once close brother had transformed into a cool-headed, decisive, even ruthless warrior. All right. Yi Bai nodded firmly. Old Sun, go with peace of mind. I'll keep an eye on the Supernatural Bureau for you. I'll notify you as soon as I have any news. I may be afraid of death, Yi Bai, but I'd never betray my brothers or my goddess. Besides, my billion-dollar fortune still needs an heir. Sun Xing looked at him, a wave of warmth surging through his heart. In this cold, cruel world, having a brother who never abandons him might be his greatest fortune. He stepped forward and gave Yi Bai a heartfelt hug. Take care. You too. Yi Bai patted his back, then took a deep breath. A smile that looked worse than crying forced itself onto his face as he strode out of the villa. Watching his desolate yet tragic figure recede, Sun Xing knew that from this day forward, the two brothers would embark on two entirely different yet inextricably linked paths. One in the light, one in the shadows. Sun Xing wasted no time, turning and hurrying up the stairs to the second floor. The urgent task at hand was to get Xia Li away from this place of trouble. He pushed open the bedroom door, and a wave of heat, mingled with the stench of blood and the scorching aura of the vermilion bird's demonic flames, hit him like a blast. Xia Li lay unconscious on the bed, her brow deeply furrowed. Her face twisted in agony, as if she were enduring a terrifying nightmare. Sun Xing approached the bedside, his heart filled with complex emotions as he gazed upon her face, pale as if drained of all color. Just then, Xia Li's lips twitched slightly, uttering a few whispers so faint they were almost inaudible. "Dad. Mom. Sister. Don't go." Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with a hint of pleading and helplessness. "Don't leave me all alone." Sun Xing froze. He leaned closer, pressing his ear nearer, certain he'd misheard. This woman, usually domineering, cold-hearted, treating human life as worthless, and ordering him around like a pet, could actually produce such a fragile sound? "It hurts so much. Don't kill me, please." The broken whispers spilled from Xia Li's lips. Her body trembled slightly, and a fine layer of cold sweat beaded on her forehead, as if she were trapped in an excruciating nightmare. Sun Xing's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by something sharp. This was the first time he had ever seen Xia Li so vulnerable, so helpless. In his memory, this woman had always been so strong, so aloof, as if nothing could ever make her afraid. But now, she resembled an abandoned child, crying helplessly in the depths of a nightmare. Beneath that icy armor, she too harbored a heart that could be wounded, that could bleed. It turned out that her seemingly unbreakable strength was merely a mask to conceal the scars within. In that moment, the hatred, humiliation, and resentment Sun Xing had harbored towards Xia Li quietly faded away. In their place emerged a tenderness he hadn't even recognized within himself. He reached out, gently wiping the cold sweat from Xia Li's forehead. His fingertips met searing heat. The vermilion phoenix demon fire within her raged uncontrollably, scorching both her body and soul. The blood alone could barely sustain her life, yet it could not quell the raging force within her. He had to find a way to help her. A thought flashed through Sun Xing's mind. The power of thunder. By devouring Lei Qianfeng's heart, he had gained the ability to command thunder. Thunder, the ultimate yang and the most vigorous, was the most destructive yet purifying force in the heavens and earth. And the vermilion bird's demonic fire was likewise a flame of supreme yang and utmost rigidity. Can hardness overcome hardness? Or perhaps, harness the power of thunder to guide the demonic fire raging within her? This idea was bold and perilous. Two forces of supreme yang and utmost rigidity colliding within Xia Li's body, the slightest misstep could tear her apart, obliterating both her body and soul. But now, it seemed there was no better option. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sun Xing drew a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He extended his right hand, and within his palm, strands of silver lightning began to crackle and sputter. He carefully controlled this newly born thunderous power, slowly pressing his palm against Xia Li's scorching forehead. Sizzle. The moment the silver arc of electricity touched the faint crimson aura surrounding Xia Li's body, a faint crackling sound erupted. Xia Li's body jerked violently. Sun Xing's heart instantly leapt to his throat. He could feel the thunderous energy within him being drawn uncontrollably into Xia Li's body. Yet the Suzaka demonic fire within Xia Li, which had previously raged out of control upon encountering this thunderous energy, not only failed to violently reject or clash with it, but instead, as if finding an outlet for its pent-up energy, began to grow docile. It worked! Sun Xing's heart leapt with joy. Without hesitation, he increased the output of thunder energy. Stream after stream of pure thunder energy flowed steadily from his palms into Xia Li's body. He could distinctly feel the violent demonic energy within Xia Li being gradually combed through, guided, and restored to calm by this thunderous force. Xia Li's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The pain etched on her face faded away. After an unknown amount of time, Sun Xing felt the thunder energy within his own body nearly drain dry. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead. Within Xia Li, the demonic energy finally settled completely. Her scorching body temperature returned to normal. Sun Xing exhaled a long sigh of relief, just as he was about to withdraw his hand. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Without warning, Xia Li's tightly closed eyes snapped open. Chapter 46, The Realm of the Half-Demon, Invincible as Diamond. Their gazes locked. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Xia Li's eyes first held confusion and chaos, but swiftly, that bewilderment faded, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness and alert vigilance. Her gaze, like two unsheathed blades, locked onto Sun Xing, mere inches away. "What do you want?" Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion whatsoever. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively tried to pull his hand away from her forehead, only to find it held fast as if by an invisible force, unable to move. I was just trying to help you." Sun Xing felt his throat go dry. "You were talking in your sleep just now. You looked so distressed, so I..." "What did I say?" Xia Li's voice grew sharper, cutting him off. A faint yet palpable killing intent radiated from her, causing the temperature in the entire bedroom to drop several degrees. Sun Xing's back instantly became drenched in cold sweat. This woman's mood swings were faster than turning a page. Just moments ago, she'd been pitifully vulnerable, but now she'd reverted to that cold, ruthless demon queen. You kept calling out for family, saying not to kill you." Sun Xing forced himself to speak. The moment the words left his lips, he felt the murderous intent locked onto him surge violently. A flash of undisguised savagery and madness flickered in Xia Li's eyes. You heard that? What you shouldn't have heard should stay buried deep inside. Otherwise, I won't mind helping you by cutting out both your tongue and ears. Her words pierced Sun Xing's heart like an icy blade. Sun Xing had no doubt that if he uttered another word, this madwoman would actually carry out her threat. I didn't hear anything. Sun Xing immediately retracted his words, his face etched with sincerity. Xia Li stared at him intently, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. After a long moment, she slowly withdrew the terrifying murderous intent. Hopefully that's the case. She snorted coldly, her body swaying as she struggled to sit up on the bed. Only when she moved did Sun Xing feel the suction on his hand vanish. He jerked his hand back as if electrocuted. Xia Li ignored his little gesture. She crossed her legs, closed her eyes, and began to assess the injuries within her body. Moments later, she opened her eyes again, her expression turning grim. Damn it! She muttered under her breath. The Demon King's primordial essence was damaged. It would be impossible to recover in the short term. That damned divine lord, once I'm healed, I'll grind his bones to dust. Her eyes burned with venom and resentment. Sun Xing listened nearby, his heart sinking. The Demon King's primordial essence damaged? It sounded far more serious than he had imagined. It seemed he couldn't count on this powerful ally anytime soon. Everything would have to depend on himself alone. After venting her frustration, Xia Li gradually calmed down. She lifted her head and surveyed the lavishly decorated bedroom. Where was this? Yi Bai's place. Sun Xing replied. The place we were renting wasn't safe, so we moved here. Yi Bai? Xia Li's brows furrowed slightly. A place belonging to a divine disciple, you call that safe? Where is he now? He went to report to the Supernatural Bureau. He might be delayed for a couple of days. Sun Xing said awkwardly. He passed the trial and became an intern investigator. Upon hearing this, Xia Li froze for a moment before bursting into low laughter, as if she'd heard the most ridiculous joke imaginable. Gak! That laughter, though clear and pleasant, sent a chill down Sun Xing's spine. How amusing. Truly amusing. A man who had just moments ago been collaborating with demonic creatures to plunder mountain treasures, a wanted criminal with a citywide manhunt on his head, suddenly transformed into an investigator for the Supernatural Bureau, representing justice? This world was getting more and more entertaining. She regarded Sun Xing, her eyes sparkling with amusement and calculation. Seems like your friend is more useful than I imagined. A bad feeling settled in Sun Xing's stomach. What are you up to? Nothing much. Xia Li stretched lazily, her tattered dress unable to conceal her breathtaking curves. It's just that, within the Supernatural Bureau, it seems we need someone on our side. An undercover agent who can feed us intel. She licked her rosy lips, like a fox fixated on its prey. You think your buddy would agree to that? Sun Xing's face darkened instantly. Have Yi Bai go undercover? How could she even think of such a thing? With Yi Bai's timid and cowardly nature, sending him undercover would be like pushing him into a pit of fire. He'd never agree. Without a second thought, Sun Xing flatly refused. Oh? Xia Li raised an eyebrow. How do you know he won't? What if I have a way to make him have no choice but to agree? Her gaze fixed on Sun Xing as the curve of her lips grew increasingly dangerous. Like, using your life to threaten him? Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. This woman was a complete madwoman, a devil who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Or, other methods? The days that followed. Sun Xing relentlessly strengthened his physique. After all, the blood Yi Bai had procured with his cash ability couldn't go to waste. After his 9th demonic transformation, he felt he had touched an invisible barrier. That barrier separated the line between full-fledged demons and half-demons. Breaking through it would allow him to achieve a leap in his life's level. And today, the moment had arrived. The energy within his body had reached its peak. Lei Qianfeng's heart, imbued with thunderous power, Shanbao's vast, pure primordial force, and the immense quantities of blood consumed over recent days, 3 entirely distinct energies had achieved a wondrous equilibrium within him. And now, they began to fuse. Ugh! Sun Xing let out an agonized howl, his face contorted in pain. His body began an uncontrollable, complete transformation into a demonic form. Brilliant golden monkey fur, like wildly sprouting weeds, instantly covered his entire body. Each tip of the fur flickered with faint silver arcs of electricity. His stature didn't grow taller, but his muscles hardened like cast steel, radiating explosive power. His bones cracked and popped, as if undergoing a fundamental reshaping. His face transformed completely into that of a monkey, yet it bore not the savage ferocity of a beast, but rather an uncanny majesty. Especially those pupils, burning with golden flames and silver lightning, seemed capable of piercing the depths of the underworld and seeing through the cycles of reincarnation. A tail covered in golden scales whipped out from behind him, like a whip forged from divine iron, lashing the air with a series of explosive crackles. The half-demon realm. He had finally shattered that barrier, stepping into the realm coveted by countless demonic beings. Half-demon realm achieved. Physical enhancement, awakened talent, invincible vigor. Invincible, physical strength greatly enhanced, possesses extreme resistance to physical and energy attacks, and gains accelerated regeneration. New information surfaced in his mind. Sun Xing could distinctly feel an invisible golden aura enveloping his skin, impenetrable and unbreakable. The demonic power within him underwent a qualitative transformation, becoming more condensed and substantial, like a surging river. He felt himself now more than 10 times stronger than before. This was the power of a half-demon. Sun Xing slowly rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him, so immense it threatened to overflow. An unprecedented sense of strength filled his heart. He clenched his fist, squeezing the air until it crackled with a sharp pop. He walked into the villa's garden and gazed at a massive ornamental rock formation towering over 6 feet tall. He drew a deep breath, then unleashed the purest, most unadorned punch, a single, brutal blow. Boom! A deep, thunderous roar echoed. The rock-hard granite rockery crumbled like tofu under Sun Xing's fist, instantly shattering into a cloud of dust. Not even a single white mark remained on his fist. Holy! Sun Xing was stunned by his own feat. This destructive power was insane. Just as he was reveling in the euphoria of his surging power. On the second floor of the villa, a window silently slid open. Xia Li stood by the window, silently watching the monkey demon radiating golden light in the garden. Her face still bore a sickly pallor, yet her gaze held an immense complexity. Surprise, admiration, and a hint of apprehension. She hadn't even recognized herself. This little monkey was growing far too fast. So fast that it even made her feel a hint of threat. From the helpless frailty of their first meeting to now stepping into the realm of a half-demon, it had taken less than a month. Such speed was an absolute rarity, even among the ancient demon clans with millennia of heritage. It seems the prophecy is true. Xia Li murmured to herself, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Master, was it right or wrong for you to send me to find him and accelerate his growth? Can this power of his truly be harnessed for our cause in the future? She couldn't make sense of it. All she knew was that this little monkey was no longer the pet she could manipulate at will. He had grown fangs and claws. Though these fangs and claws were still tender. But one day, they would be strong enough to tear apart gods. In the garden, Sun Xing also sensed Xia Li's gaze. He lifted his head, his golden pupils meeting Xia Li's cold, clear eyes in midair. Gone were the fear and submission of before. Nor was there any deliberate provocation or defiance. What remained was only an equal gaze. A scrutiny reserved for equals of the same caliber. Xia Li looked at him and suddenly smiled. That smile was no longer playful or mocking. Instead, it was a genuine smile, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Not bad. She silently mouthed 2 words. At last, you're starting to look the part. Then she turned and drew the curtains shut. Sun Xing watched the window close once more, slowly withdrawing his gaze. He knew that from this day forward, the relationship between him and Xia Li would undergo a subtle shift. He was no longer a pet, no longer a pawn. But an ally. An ally worthy of fighting alongside her. Sun Xing took a deep breath, suppressing all the thoughts churning in his mind. He shed his demonic form, his body reverting to human shape. Though outwardly restored, he sensed that the very essence of his body had undergone a profound transformation. Just then, his phone began vibrating frantically. He pulled it out to find a series of urgent messages from Yi Bai flooding the screen. Chapter 47, Big Trouble. Old Sun. Old Sun. Something major has happened. Run. Run now. We've been exposed. Message after message, accompanied by a dozen terrified emojis, frantically refreshed on the screen. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Exposed? How could this happen? He immediately dialed Yi Bai's number. The call connected almost instantly. Hey! Old Sun! Did you see that? Run now! Yi Bai's anxious voice came through the receiver, laced with suppressed gasps, sounding like he'd just finished an 800-meter dash. Calm down, speak slowly. What's going on? Sun Xing forced himself to stay composed. The more critical the situation, the more you must avoid panic. I was practicing breathing techniques at the Supernatural Bureau when I heard something. Yi Bai's voice trembled. A bunch of lunatics, I don't know what kind of demonic artifact they're using, something called a sky-seeking compass. They've actually locked onto our location. Li Jing Villa. And those dogs from the Dog God Society, their noses are sharper than actual dogs. They've sniffed out our scent too. The Supernatural Bureau has sent people too, planning to team up with the Lei family and the Dog God Society to wipe you both out. I'm pretending to have a stomachache right now, calling you from the bathroom. Run. Run now. If you don't run, it'll be too late. Yi Bai blurted it all out in one breath, feeling like he might suffocate. Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. A tracking artifact from a mysterious faction? The Inugami Society's nose? They really think highly of us. So many forces have been mobilized to hunt them down. I understand. Sun Xing's voice remained calm. Be careful yourself. Don't expose yourself. Don't worry about me. I have my own ways. What plan do you have? Yi Bai grew frantic. With so many experts gathered outside, how many could you possibly take on? Relax. A cold smile curved Sun Xing's lips. Perfect. I'll use them to test this new power of mine. Yi Bai opened his mouth to protest, but hearing Sun Xing's confident tone, he swallowed his words. He knew this brother of his was no longer the same man he once was. Then be careful, Yi Bai said, gritting his teeth. All right. After hanging up, Sun Xing's expression instantly turned grave. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged upstairs. He kicked open Xia Li's door. Something's happened. We've been exposed. He explained the situation concisely. Xia Li, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed healing her injuries, snapped her eyes open at the news. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes. These trashy bastards really won't let it go. She rose to her feet. Though her aura remained weak, the overwhelming pressure of a demon king froze the air in the entire room. Go! Her decision was swift. Leaving now might already be too late. Sun Xing's gaze pierced through the walls, scanning the villa's exterior. Just then, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong! Sun Xing and Xia Li exchanged glances, both seeing a flicker of caution in each other's eyes. Who could be coming at this hour? I'll go check. Sun Xing rose and cautiously made his way downstairs. Xia Li leapt off the bed. Though her body was weak, her gaze remained as sharp as a blade. She followed behind Sun Xing, her entire body's demonic power quietly on high alert. Sun Xing reached the door and peered through the peephole. Standing at the door was a stranger dressed in a black suit and sunglasses. The man seemed to sense his gaze and offered a cold, eerie smile through the peephole. The next second, Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. Behind the man, a massive, gaping tiger. It seemed to be roaring. A tiger demon. Sun Xing's mind buzzed as a primal sense of alertness and revulsion surged through him. This aura was utterly domineering, truly befitting the mountain's king, the mighty tiger. Definitely no pushover. Who is it? Xia Li's icy voice came from behind him. I don't recognize him, Sun Xing replied in a hushed tone, his expression grave. But it's no good. The demonic aura emanating from it is intense and utterly domineering. A tiger demon. A tiger demon? A bad feeling rose in Xia Li's heart. She thought of the top demonic faction entrenched in Jincheng. Great King. Young King. Just then, the man in the black suit outside seemed to lose patience. He raised his hand and flicked the thick alloy door lightly. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The door, forged from top-grade alloy and capable of withstanding rocket attacks, suddenly caved inward without warning, leaving a distinct fist-shaped dent. The entire villa shook. Holy! Sun Xing couldn't help but curse under his breath. What the hell kind of strength is this? Just the force of his fingers could smash an alloy door like this? This guy's strength must far surpass that of Lei Qianfeng, the one I took down. Candle Sparrow Demon King, I know you're in there. The man's icy voice pierced through the door panel, carrying clearly inside. My master wishes to invite you over for a visit. Come quietly with me, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear this turtle shell apart and drag you out like a dead dog. His voice carried an unquestionable air of dominance and threat. Who is your master? Xia Li's voice echoed from behind Sun Xing. She stepped forward slowly, her face pale yet radiating the undiminished aura of a demon king. You'll find out once you're gone. The man outside sneered coldly. All you need to know is this: resistance means death. Is that so? Two crimson flames ignited in Xia Li's eyes. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. It seems I've been dormant too long, allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come barking at my feet. No sooner had the words left her lips than a terrifying, searing demonic power erupted from her body. The temperature within the entire villa shot up instantly. Boom! The dented alloy door could no longer withstand the force, shattering completely from the inside out. Countless flaming metal fragments rained down like a storm, hurtling toward the man in the black suit outside the door. The man's expression darkened. Behind him, the serpentine shadow of a 9-headed serpent suddenly opened its 9 gaping maws, spewing a thick, emerald-green mist that blocked the flaming shards. Vermilion bird demon fire? So you still have the strength to fight? A flicker of greed and apprehension crossed the man's eyes. Pity you're mortally wounded now. How much of your full strength can you still muster? Enough to kill you. Xia Li vanished from her spot in an instant. The next second, she materialized before the man in the black suit. Her slender, pale hand, enveloped in crimson flames, bore the might to incinerate everything in its path as it slammed fiercely toward the man's chest. His pupils contracted sharply. Unwilling to meet the blow head-on, he retreated violently. But Xia Li's attack followed like a shadow, leaving him no chance to breathe. Damn it! The man roared in fury, ceasing his evasion as he unleashed a punch of his own. His fist was covered in a layer of tiger fur, with the faint outline of a tiger's head emerging. It carried a fierce gale as it met Xia Li's fiery palm. Boom! Fist and palm collided. A terrifying shockwave of energy exploded outward. The entire front yard of the villa was instantly leveled. The massive fountain was hurled skyward, and the neatly manicured lawn was plowed with countless gullies. Sun Xing was sent reeling backward by the aftershock, his blood surging violently. This tiger demon is no pushover. Truly a great demon. Even its mere aftereffects were terrifying. He stared intently at the center of the battlefield. There, Xia Li and the man in the black suit were locked in a fierce struggle. Flames and tiger shadows intertwined, each collision unleashing earth-shattering power. Though Xia Li was gravely wounded, her combat experience and skill far surpassed her opponents. Her attacks were simple and direct, yet cunning and ruthless, striking straight at the vital points. The man in the black suit, though possessing immense strength and bizarre demonic power, found himself at a disadvantage against Xia Li, constantly on the defensive. Thud! Seizing an opening, Xia Li slammed her palm into the man's shoulder. Crimson flames instantly engulfed half his body. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The flames on his body refused to be extinguished, instead burning ever brighter, filling the air with the acrid smell of roasting flesh. Is this the power of the vermilion bird demon king? He stared at Xia Li in disbelief, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. Even gravely wounded, he remained this terrifying. Now, can you tell me who your master is? Did the great king send you? Or the young king? Xia Li slowly approached him, towering over him with a cold, piercing gaze. Poof! The man suddenly let out a bitter laugh. You think you've won? My master is infallible. He knew long ago that I was no match for you. I was merely a pawn used to wear you down. No sooner had he spoken. Suddenly, towering beams of light erupted from every direction around the villa. Four beams converged mid-air, weaving a colossal net of light that enveloped the entire villa complex. A powerful sealing force descended from the heavens, binding everything in its grasp. No! It's the four-direction demon sealing array. Xia Li's expression finally changed. This was a top-tier formation cultivated by divine disciples, specifically designed to counter powerful demonic beings. Once trapped within it, even at her peak strength, she would find it difficult to escape. And now, she was gravely wounded. Ha! Candle Sparrow! Enjoy this grand gift your master has prepared for you. The man in the black suit on the ground burst into maniacal laughter as his body suddenly began to swell. He was about to self-detonate. Sun Xing gasped in alarm. A flicker of gravity crossed Xia Li's eyes. The explosive force of a half-demon powerhouse's self-detonation was no less than that of a small nuclear bomb. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed Sun Xing, her body erupting in flames that formed a crimson shield, enveloping them both within its protection. Boom! The terrifying explosion erupted. The entire Lijiang Villa district shook violently, as if hit by a magnitude 12 earthquake. Blinding white light engulfed everything. Who knows how long it lasted? The light faded. All that remained was a bottomless, colossal crater. Xia Li and Sun Xing stood at the edge of the crater. Xia Li's complexion was even paler than before, a trickle of golden blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. That was her primordial essence blood. Withstanding that self-detonation had only compounded the severe injuries already ravaging her body. She coughed violently several times. Sun Xing hurriedly supported her. Are you okay? Not dead. Xia Li pushed him away, her gaze cold as she stared at the massive net of light in the sky. We're trapped. At that moment, powerful auras surged from all directions, rapidly closing in. Dogs from the Dog God Society, divine disciples from the Thunder Magic Clan, and various wandering cultivators drawn by the scent. Of course, these could also be the king's men. They were trapped like fish in a barrel. Chapter 48, The Poise of a Master. Sun Xing's golden pupils clearly saw powerful auras closing in from all directions, completely sealing off the entire villa. An invisible net was silently closing in. At that moment, a shrill alarm pierced the sky within the villa complex. The infrared sensors and pressure detectors surrounding the villa had been triggered simultaneously. The enemy had already infiltrated. Sun Xing and Xia Li exchanged a glance, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. The villa's immaculately manicured lawn was now filled with figures. One group consisted of dog demons clad in black suits, their faces fierce and menacing. Leading them was a young man sporting a golden pompadour and a flashy floral suit, his eyes dark and filled with venomous hatred. He was none other than the second in command of the Dog God Society, the golden-haired dog demon, Jin Air. The golden-haired dog demon who had been instantly defeated by Xia Li at the billiard hall was his younger brother. The other group comprised devotees clad in traditional Taoist robes embroidered with thunder patterns, each wielding various ritual implements. Each bore a stern expression and haughty gaze, their bodies crackling with sparks of electricity. They were the Thunder Magic Clan. Further away lurked scattered demons and wandering cultivators, each radiating distinct auras. Like a pack of hyenas sensing blood, they watched from the shadows, ready to pounce and claim their share of the spoils. The Candle Sparrow Demon King, and that murderer. Jin Air's voice boomed like thunder, filled with boundless hatred. You killed my third brother and stole our mountain treasures. Today, I'll see where you run to. Hand over the murderer and we'll let you die painlessly. From the Thunder Magic clan side, a middle-aged divine disciple who appeared to be their leader spoke coldly. His voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. Xia Li watched the scene outside and sneered coldly. What a grand display. To deal with just the two of us, they've mobilized this many people. It seems we are truly honored beyond measure. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. But Sun Xing could sense her clenched fists and the slight tremor in her body. She was nervous too. After all, she was now severely injured, her strength greatly diminished. Outside, there were at least 5 or 6 half-demons and Ryukawa-level powerhouses alone. Not to mention the countless lesser foes lurking in the shadows. This battle held little hope for survival. You go first. Sun Xing suddenly spoke, stepping in front of Xia Li. His broad back loomed like a mountain. I'll hold them off. Xia Li froze for a moment, staring at Sun Xing's retreating figure with a complex expression. Is this little monkey protecting me? With you? Her words remained sharp as ever. You've barely stepped into the half-demon realm and already think you can take on so many alone? Don't die, you useless fool. Though her words were sharp, a strange warmth flowed through her heart. Sun Xing said nothing more. He answered Xia Li with his actions. He drew a deep breath and his body began to transform once more. A dazzling golden radiance erupted from his body, bathing the entire space in a golden glow. You want to touch her? You'll have to step over my dead body first. His deep growl echoed throughout the entire villa district. A domineering aura, characteristic of a half-demon powerhouse, erupted violently, colliding head-on with the dozens of formidable auras outside. A great battle was about to erupt. What a bold claim! Old Jean second-eyed the monkey demon radiating golden divine light with a flicker of disdain. A mere novice who's just stepped into the half-demon realm dares to spout such nonsense in front of me? Brothers, attack! Tear him to shreds. I'll use his bones to make soup for my third brother. At his command, the dozen or so ferocious canine demons behind him erupted in deafening howls, surging like a tidal wave toward Sun Xing. Though most of these dog demons had only undergone 7 or 8 transformations, their sheer numbers and seamless coordination gave them an advantage. In an instant, sharp claws and fangs, carrying a foul stench, closed in from all sides, sealing off every escape route for Sun Xing. Inside the villa, Xia Li watched the scene unfold, her heart leaping into her throat. She wanted to intervene, but the Demon King's essence within her body sent waves of tearing pain, leaving her unable to even stand steadily. Damn it! She could only watch helplessly as Sun Xing was swallowed by that pack of rabid beasts. Yet, in the next instant, her cold, clear eyes suddenly widened in shock. Surrounded by the pack of demon dogs, Sun Xing showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a fierce battle intent blazed in his eyes. Bring it on! He roared with fury, charging forward instead of retreating against the overwhelming onslaught. Invincible vigor! He pushed his half-demon realm talent to its absolute limit. The golden aura on his skin instantly solidified, forming a layer of golden armor that seemed to envelop him. Clang! Clang! The demon dog's claws and fangs struck his body, producing a series of metallic clangs as sparks flew everywhere. They couldn't even breach his defenses. How could this be? All the dog demons stood stunned. What was this monkey demon's flesh made of? How could it be harder than alloy? In that split second of distraction, Sun Wukong moved. His golden eyes, blazing with fire and lightning, instantly locked onto the closest dog demon. Thunder power. He unleashed a punch, his fist coiled with blinding silver arcs of lightning. Boom! The dog demon didn't even have time to scream before the fist slammed squarely into its chest. The savage thunderous force instantly pierced through its body, electrocuting its internal organs into charred carbon. His massive body twitched twice before crashing to the ground, dead as a doornail. One punch. A single punch instantly obliterated an elite demon dog that had undergone 8 transformations. This terrifying display of power sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd. But it wasn't over yet. Sun Xing, having landed the decisive blow, pressed his advantage relentlessly. Like a tiger among sheep, he unleashed a bloody massacre upon the demon dog horde. Each punch and kick carried the power to split mountains and shatter rocks, wrapped in devastating thunderous force. Those canine demons, once considered masters in his eyes, now seemed as fragile as paper. He smashed skulls with punches, snapped spines with kicks. Blood and severed limbs stained the entire lawn crimson. Piercing screams rose and fell in waves. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. Jin watched his men being slaughtered by Sun Xing as easily as slicing melons and vegetables. Rage boiled within him, distorting his handsome features. He could no longer contain himself. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat as his body began to undergo a violent transformation. Golden fur erupted wildly, his stature soared, muscles bulged in an instant, he transformed into a colossal golden-haired demon dog over 4 meters tall, radiating a terrifying aura. The half-demon form. This was his true form. A half-demon aura, more powerful and concentrated than Sun Xing's, erupted from him, sending the terrified minions flying. You little bastard. I'll kill you. Golden Second roared, his limbs surging with power. His massive body hurtled forward like a cannonball, lunging viciously at Sun Xing. That gaping maw could swallow a car hole. Sun Xing watched the savage wind bearing down on him, a flicker of gravity passing through his golden pupils. As fellow half-demons, Jean Lauer's strength truly surpassed his own. A direct confrontation would likely leave him at a disadvantage. At that critical moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Sun Xing's mind. Instead of meeting the attack head-on, he stomped his foot hard, his figure sliding sideways like a ghostly apparition. He narrowly evaded the deadly lunge, sliding several meters away. Simultaneously, the golden tail behind him whipped out like a serpent emerging from its lair, coiling around and snatching up the decorative bronze cauldron weighing hundreds of pounds from the nearby garden. Divine weapon technique. He channeled every ounce of his demonic power into the bronze cauldron. The ancient bronze cauldron instantly blazed with golden light. Under the enhancement of divine weapon technique, its weight began to surge at a terrifying rate. 1,000 Jean. 5,000 Jean. 10,000 Jean. After stepping into the half-demon realm, the upper limit of divine weapon arts had also been greatly enhanced. Get the hell back! Sun Xing roared furiously, clutching the 10,000 Jean bronze cauldron with both hands. He mustered every ounce of strength and hurled it with all his might at the massive canine demon, which had just turned around and hadn't yet regained its footing. Jean Eyre felt the terrifying pressure bearing down on him, his dog eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. He never imagined this monkey demon possessed such bizarre abilities. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The 10,000 Jean bronze cauldron, carrying the force to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth, crashed down onto his dog's head. Boom! A thunderous, muffled roar exploded through the silent night sky. The entire earth trembled violently. Jean Eyre's massive body flew backward like a baseball hit out of the park, smashing through over a dozen trees before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a huge, deep crater in the earth. His rock-hard dog head was smashed to a bloody pulp, his brain splattered, and he clearly wasn't going to survive. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Both the members of the Thunder Magic clan and the wandering cultivators stared in stunned silence at the monkey demon clutching the bronze cauldron, his body drenched in blood, looking like a demon god. A single encounter had instantly slain a renowned half-demon powerhouse? What the hell kind of monster was this? Sun Xing gasped for breath, the previous strike having nearly drained him of all his strength. He tossed aside the bronze cauldron, now twisted and deformed, his icy gaze sweeping over every person present. Who else? His deep voice carried an unquestionable dominance. The lone cultivators who had hoped to reap the benefits were so terrified by his gaze that they backed away one after another, not daring to meet his eyes. Even the arrogant disciples of the Thunder clan's lineage revealed deep apprehension in their eyes. Inside the villa, Xia Li watched the scene unfold. Her cool, clear eyes sparkled with astonishment. Good lad. He really does have the bearing of a true master. She murmured to herself, a captivating curve lifting the corners of her lips. Just as Sun Xing believed he had intimidated the entire crowd. An aura even colder and more powerful than Jean Eyre's suddenly surged up from within the crowd of the Lei clan. Chapter 49, The Great Battle Against the Lei Clan Elders. That aura pure and razor-sharp radiated the destructive fury and judgmental intent of thunder. A stern-faced middle-aged man, clad in an ornate Taoist robe embroidered with silver thunder patterns, slowly emerged from the crowd. With each step he took, fine sparks of electricity seemed to flicker beneath his feet, scorching the ground into charred patches. The thunder-patterned long sword in his hand hummed ominously, radiating a terrifying, heart-stopping pressure. Luchuan Realm. This was a genuine Stream River Realm divine disciple. His power far surpassed that of the previous golden second by several fold. Elder Lei Xiao of the Lei clan. What was he doing here? It's over, that monkey demon is as good as dead. The surrounding independent cultivators, upon seeing this middle-aged man, let out suppressed gasps of shock. The fear etched on their faces was even more intense than when they witnessed Sun Xing instantly slaying Jean Eyre earlier. Lei Xiao, the law enforcement elder of the Lei clan, was notorious for his ruthlessness and formidable power. The half-demons who had met their end at his hands numbered at least 80, if not 100. He was a true force to be reckoned with in the extraordinary world of Jincheng. Sun Xing stared at Elder Lei Xiao, his golden pupils suddenly contracting. He could sense the immense divine power emanating from the man, exerting an unprecedented pressure upon him. Like a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, its explosion would be enough to swallow him whole. The real battle had only just begun. You are Sun Xing? Lei Xiao's gaze, like two sharp blades, locked onto Sun Xing with icy detachment. You killed my nephew, Lei Qianfeng? Sun Xing offered no reply, silently channeling his demonic energy within, guarding himself. No words? That means you admit it. Killing intent surged in Lei Xiao's eyes. You killed my Lei family's once-in-a-century genius. You've got some nerve, kid. Today, even if a great immortal descended from the heavens, they couldn't save you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thunder-patterned blade in his hand transformed into a dazzling silver bolt of lightning. It ripped through the night sky and came crashing down toward Sun Xing. This strike was fast beyond measure. And its ferocity knew no bounds. Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to dodge, only to find his body locked in place by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. Was this the power of a Ryusen realm expert? Not even granting the chance to strike back? At this critical moment, a flash of insight struck Sun Xing's mind once more. Gather form, disperse chi. Boom! The instant the lightning was about to strike, Sun Xing's body exploded into thin air, transforming into a formless golden mist that scattered in all directions. Boom! The lightning strike cut through empty air, leaving a terrifying gash several meters deep in the ground. The surrounding villa ruins were shredded to pieces by the furious blade energy. What? The cold expression on Lei Xiao's face froze instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. Where is he? What kind of demonic art is this? To vanish into thin air under my thunder's might? In that split second of distraction, from the shadows behind him, the dissipating golden mist silently coalesced once more. Sun Xing's figure materialized like a ghostly apparition. The fist that had just shattered the bronze cauldron now channeled his entire body's strength, wrapped in raging thunder. Without a shred of mercy, it slammed viciously into Lei Xiao's back. This punch was swift, precise, and brutal. It was the most powerful strike he could unleash at this moment. Oh no! Lei Xiao, after all, was a renowned powerhouse with vast combat experience. Faced with the threat of death, he reacted instantly. He didn't turn to block, it was already too late. He made the most correct choice. Thunder God Armor. With a furious roar, the divine power within him erupted without restraint. A layer of armor, forged from pure thunderous energy and shimmering with silver runes, instantly enveloped his entire body. Bang! Sun Xing's fist slammed squarely into the Thunder God armor. A thunderous, muffled roar exploded through the silent night sky. Crack! The indestructible Thunder God armor shattered instantly. Countless sparks of lightning scattered in all directions, leaving scorched holes in the surrounding ground. Yet, it was precisely this layer of Thunder God armor that bought Lei Xiao precious time. Using the immense force of the impact, he lunged forward, his body sprawling awkwardly. By the skin of his teeth, he evaded the deadly strike. Even so, he felt a surge of blood in his back, a metallic taste in his throat, and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Lei Xiao leapt to his feet, glaring at Sun Xing with equal parts shock and fury. He never imagined this monkey demon, who appeared to have only recently entered the half-demon realm, could possess such bizarre and formidable abilities. Not only was he immune to Lei Xiao's lock-on, but he could unleash such terrifying physical strength that even Lei Xiao's protective thunder armor shattered under a single punch. Was this guy really a rookie? This isn't over yet. Sun Xing's eyes flashed with even greater ferocity after his first strike missed. He wouldn't give Lei Xiao a moment's respite. He closed in once more, unleashing a torrent of attacks like a raging storm upon Lei Xiao. You're asking for it. Lei Xiao was utterly enraged. Holding nothing back, the lightning-patterned blade in his hand blazed with intense radiance. Secret technique, 10,000 Thunder Prison. He thrust his blade violently into the ground. Boom! Centered on him, within a 100-meter radius, countless thick bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Like bars of a prison cage, they instantly formed a massive, impenetrable prison made entirely of thunder. Each bolt contained devastating power, transforming the entire area into a sea of thunder and lightning. Let's see how you dodge this time. The roar of thunder echoed through the celestial prison like the wrath of the thunder god. Sun Xing watched this world-shattering spectacle, his expression turning grim. He could sense that the power of this strike had surpassed the limits of what he could currently withstand head-on. To take it head-on meant certain death. Gathering his form and dispersing his energy might grant him a momentary escape, but as long as the heavenly prison remained active, he would be slowly drained to death. There was no retreat. Then, he had no choice but to fight to the death. In that life-or-death instant, Sun Xing was trapped within a cage of thunder and lightning. Surrounded by raging thunderbolts, each more terrifying than the blade, like flashes of the thunder roar, they wove an impenetrable web of death, steadily contracting and squeezing his living space. Sun Xing's expression grew more grave than ever before. He sensed that this 10,000 Thunder Prison was not merely a physical confinement. It carried a powerful energy lockdown that made the circulation of his demonic power within his body grow sluggish and obstructed. It felt like being trapped in a deep-sea vortex, where every movement subjected him to immense pressure. You little beast, let's see how you dodge this time. Lei Xiao's voice echoed outside the celestial prison, brimming with delight and cruelty. Standing before the cage, his face contorted with rage, yet his eyes brimmed with the smug satisfaction of certain victory. He would witness with his own eyes the murderer of his nephew being consumed by 10,000 thunderbolts, reduced to charcoal. Sun Xing ignored his taunts. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The more critical the moment, the more he must avoid panic. He attempted to activate, shape-gathering, chi-dispersing, transforming his body into a golden mist. Yet the thunderbolts seemed to gain eyes, instantly growing more ferocious. Countless slender lightning serpents shot from the thunder cage, crackling and sizzling against the golden mist, trapping it completely. Useless. Lei Xiao sneered coldly. My 10,000 thunder prison locks not only your physical form but also your demonic soul. Even if you turn to ash, you won't escape. Sun Xing reformed his body, his face growing even paler. Head-on confrontation? I can't win. I can't evade it with tricks. Must I truly die here today? No. I cannot die. A surge of defiant rage ignited within Sun Xing's heart. He thought of Xia Li, that domineering and dangerous woman. Though she always bullied him, she had also provided him with protection in ways he hadn't realized. He thought of Yu Bai, that cowardly, boastful brother who, at the critical moment, had stepped in front of him without hesitation. He refused to die. He hadn't yet trampled that woman Xia Li underfoot, hadn't yet slain demons and monsters alongside Yu Bai, hadn't yet uncovered the true nature of this world. Ah! Sun Xing let out a roar of defiance. Flames and lightning intertwined within his golden pupils, burning with extreme intensity. He was ready to fight to the death. Even in death, he would tear a chunk of flesh from these chains. Just as the thunder roar prepared to contract the celestial prison for its final strike against Sun Xing, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Chapter 50, A Brush with Death. In an instant, the sky above the entire villa district darkened without warning. It wasn't the kind of darkness brought by storm clouds, but an eerie, deathly stillness that seemed to swallow even the light itself. A wailing, chilling wind swept in from nowhere, stirring the debris and blood on the ground, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. What was happening? Lei Xiao froze, his eyes darting warily around the area. The wandering cultivators and demons who had been lurking in the distance retreated in panic, their faces etched with terror. Above the thunder prison, space rippled like water. A massive portal, formed from pure black mist and radiating an endless chill and deathly stillness, slowly materialized. The portal was ancient and weathered, covered in incomprehensible, eerie runes, as if connecting to another world. The Ghost Gate. Creak. Accompanied by a bone-chilling creak, the Ghost Gate slowly opened a crack. Two figures clad in ancient constable attire, one in black, one in white, emerged from within, chains and tokens in hand, their faces expressionless. The black and white impermanence. The moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet several degrees. An oppressive aura emanating from their very souls instilled a deep-seated dread in every demonic creature present. Following them, a mysterious figure emerged from the gate. Enveloped in a black cloak, he wore a mask depicting a green-faced demon with fangs. He carried no weapon, merely standing there in silence. The eyes hidden beneath the mask seemed to pierce through all the wickedness in the world. Who stands below the dais? Why do you abuse private justice here, treating human life as grass? The masked figure's voice was hoarse and commanding, utterly devoid of emotion, like a judge from the underworld interrogating an unforgivable demon. Sun Xing witnessed this scene and was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? That overwhelming aura was undeniably real. Especially that masked figure. Though the power fluctuations emanating from him weren't exceptionally strong, they gave Sun Xing an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Playing tricks. Lei Xiao, after all, was a powerhouse at the Flowing River realm. Though shocked at heart, he quickly regained his composure. What upstart dares to act so brazenly before me? He could sense that the masked man, despite his eerie aura, possessed strength at most at the peak of the Dripwater realm, not even touching the threshold of the Flowing River realm. As for those two ghost officers, though frightening in appearance, their energy fluctuations were merely equivalent to half-demon level. The Lei Fa clan. Lei Xiao? The masked figure slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the lightning cage to land squarely on Lei Xiao. You indulged your clan disciples in indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, then set this killing array here to settle personal grudges and commit murder. Each and every charge stands proven beyond doubt. I, in the name of the honorable judge of the blue sky, sentence you. The masked figure paused, his voice suddenly turning as cold as ice. Death. Black and white impermanence, seize him. At his command, the two expressionless ghost officers instantly transformed into streaks of black and white light. The chains in their hands, like venomous snakes seeking prey, shot straight toward Lei Xiao. You're asking for death. Lei Xiao erupted in fury. Some greenhorn who appeared out of nowhere dared to judge him? And sentence him to death? Absurd! He abandoned his defense of the celestial prison, swinging his blade in a backhand strike. A thicker bolt of lightning crashed down, slashing viciously at the two chains. Boom! The lightning bolt collided with the chains. A terrifying shockwave erupted once more. Lei Xiao was sent reeling backward, his blood surging violently. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. How could this be? The power of these two ghost officers was so condensed, not at all inferior to that of a true half-demon warrior. Who exactly was that masked figure? To summon such formidable ghostly deities. Seize him! The masked figure barked again. The black and white impermanents pressed their advantage relentlessly, their chains whipping through the air with fierce precision. Their seamless coordination left Lei Xiao scrambling and retreating step by step. The moment the cage shattered, Sun Xing rolled on the ground, dodging the residual energy shockwave. Watching the fierce battle unfold, then glancing at the masked figure standing motionless as if orchestrating everything from the shadows, his heart surged with shock. That mask, that voice, that entrance. Damn it, the more he looked, the more it resembled that idiot Yu Bai. Though temporarily suppressed, Lei Xiao remained a formidable Ryukawa realm expert with vast combat experience. Roaring with fury, the lightning surged around him once more. He forced back the black and white impermanence with a single slash, then transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight toward the masked figure standing rooted to the spot, seemingly unable to move. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once this summoner was dealt with, the two ghost officers would collapse without a fight. Oh no! Sun Xing watched the scene unfold, his heart instantly leaping to his throat. That masked figure seemed to be nothing more than a summoner, lacking significant combat prowess himself. He watched helplessly as Lei Zhao's lightning-patterned blade was about to cleave the masked man's head. At that critical moment, the masked man suddenly let out a piercing scream that didn't belong to him. Holy! Old Sun! Save me! That voice was Yi Bai. It really was that bastard Yi Bai. Sun Xing's mind buzzed. Before he could think further, his body reacted before his brain could process it. He channeled every ounce of strength into his legs, launching himself like a cannonball hurtling toward Lei Zhao's back. Thud! Lei Zhao staggered from the sudden impact, his blade's trajectory veering off course. By the narrowest of margins, it grazed past Yi Bai's scalp, slicing off a few strands of hair. You little bastard! How dare you ambush me? Lei Zhao spun around, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Sun Xing. Your opponent is me. Sun Xing roared furiously, lunging forward once more. He wrapped his body tightly around Lei Zhao, using his own weight to pin him down and buy time for Yi Bai. Yi Bai was so terrified he plopped down onto the ground, his entire body trembling. For that split second, he truly believed he was going to die. Watching his brother shield him from a fatal blow with his own flesh and blood, Yi Bai's eyes instantly reddened. Old Sun! He roared, leaping to his feet. The fear and hesitation vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented fury and resolve. Black and white impermanence. Merge. Yin-yang command. Divine punishment. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations. The two ghostly officers, now battered and faintly ethereal, suddenly transformed into two streams of energy, one black, one white, merging into his body. Yi Bai's aura began to surge at a terrifying speed. A terrifying aura erupted from him, surpassing the Ryukawa realm and faintly touching upon an even higher tier. Thunder roar, old dog. Come and die. Yi Bai's figure vanished instantly from his original spot. The next second, he materialized behind Lei Zhao. In his hand, a massive ghost-headed cleaver, formed from condensed black and white chi, had materialized without warning. Yin-yang reincarnation slash. He swung the blade down. Space itself seemed to tear apart beneath that single stroke. No! Lei Zhao felt the terrifying force capable of annihilating his very soul and soul, letting out a desperate roar. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Splash! The ghost-headed cleaver sliced through his body without resistance. Lei Zhao's body froze in place. He looked down in disbelief, staring at his own chest. There was no wound. Yet his life force was draining away at a terrifying speed. His soul had been severed cleanly by that single blow. Put! Yi Bai coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura receded like a tide, and his entire body slumped, collapsing backward stiffly. The backlash from using power beyond his level was equally devastating. Sun Xing rushed over and caught him. Big White! How are you? Yi Bai looked at him, forcing a grimace that was uglier than a cry. Old Sun, was that move of mine pretty cool or what? With that, his head lolled to the side, and he passed out cold. Sun Xing gazed at his unconscious comrade in his arms, then at the body of the Lei family elder slowly collapsing in the distance. His heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. This battle had been brutal to the extreme. But they had won. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, a force 1,000 times more dreadful than the thunderous roar or Yi Bai's earlier might. It felt as though the entire sky itself had collapsed. Dare to kill my Lei family's people. You shall all die. A cold, commanding voice, like the judgment of a deity, boomed across the heavens and earth. Chapter 51, The Divine Lord Arrives. That overwhelming pressure felt tangible. Sun Xing felt as though an invisible mountain had crushed him, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. Yi Bai, unconscious in his arms, turned deathly pale, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even Xia Li, lying gravely wounded amidst the villa's ruins, let out a muffled groan. Her already pallid complexion darkened further. Merely the residual ripples of that aura were terrifying. What level of existence was this intruder? Sun Xing struggled to lift his head and gazed skyward. Above the night sky, clouds swirled violently, and lightning serpents danced wildly. An elderly man, clad in a purple robe adorned with thunder patterns, his hair and beard entirely white, stood majestically suspended in the air. He made no effort to project his aura, yet his very presence seemed to compel the entire world to bow before him. His eyes, like two stars containing thunder, gazed down upon everything below. His gaze was filled with indifference and coldness, as if he were observing a swarm of insignificant ants. Divine Lord. This was undoubtedly a genuine Divine Lord-level powerhouse. Was he the Divine Lord of the Thunder Arts clan? Or an even higher-ranked being? Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. It's over. This time, it was truly over. Earlier, when they fought Lei Xiao, a cultivator at the flowing river realm, the three of them had already exhausted their strength, played all their trump cards, and barely managed to slay him. Yet they all ended up gravely wounded and near death. Now, a divine lord had arrived 100 times more powerful than Lei Xiao. How could they possibly fight this? With our heads? Despair. An unprecedented wave of despair engulfed Sun Xing's entire being. Ancestor. On the ground, the surviving disciples of the Lei Fa clan saw the old man and knelt down one after another, their faces lit up with fanatical reverence. Please avenge Elder Lei Xiao, family head. Avenge senior brother Qianfeng. Please, patriarch, slay this beast. The old man paid no heed to the disciples' cries. His gaze swept slowly across the devastation, finally settling upon the cold, lifeless body of Lei Xiao. A fleeting, almost imperceptible shadow of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Useless. He uttered the two words indifferently. Only then did his gaze shift to Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Bai. When he saw Xia Li, a flicker of surprise crossed his otherwise unreadable eyes. The vermilion bird demon king? Who would have thought even a great demon of your caliber would end up in such a pitiful state? His voice was flat, yet carried an air of condescending scrutiny. Xia Li struggled to her feet from the rubble, wiped the blood from her lips, and met his gaze with icy eyes. Lei Dongtian. The revered divine lord of the Thunder clan actually resorting to attacking us juniors, don't you find that beneath your station? Her voice was weak, yet the pride of a demon king remained undiminished. Status? The elder known as Lei Dongtian snorted derisively. Before absolute power, status is the most meaningless thing. You killed my Lei family's people and ruined our reputation. Today, even if the demon emperor himself were here, you'd still have to answer for this. His gaze finally settled upon Sun Xing. And you little monkey. Having just entered the half-demon realm, you managed to slay Lei Xiao of the flowing river realm and devoured Shan Bao. You hold many secrets. His gaze pierced like two sharp scalpels, threatening to dissect Sun Xing from the inside out. Sun Xing felt his very soul trembling. Before the divine lord, all his secrets seemed laid bare. Surrender the mountain's treasures, then take your own life. I may spare you a proper burial. Lei Dongtian's voice carried not a shred of emotion, as if he were reading an irrevocable verdict. Dream on. Xia Li snapped coldly. The crimson flames around her flared once more, faint yet stubbornly persistent. If you want to kill us, we'll see if you have the guts. Ability? Lei Dongtian shook his head, a trace of pity flickering across his face. It seems you still don't understand what it truly means to be a divine lord. He slowly raised his right hand. No earth-shattering aura, no dazzling light effects. He merely pressed forward gently. Hum. The entire world seemed to freeze in that instant. The wind ceased, the clouds dispersed, and even the flow of air froze solid. An indescribable force of utter, pure destruction pressed down slowly from the palm of his hand. It was neither magic nor divine power. It was the law. It was the power of words becoming law, the mastery over heaven and earth. This was the power of a divine sovereign. They had already touched upon the fundamental rules of this world, able to channel the power of these rules for their own purposes. Under that single palm strike, Sun Xing felt himself shrink to the size of a speck of dust. All his strength, all his techniques, seemed laughably feeble and futile before this force of the rules. He tried to resist, only to find his body utterly unable to move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as that seemingly slow, yet inescapable palm drew ever closer. The shadow of death once again enveloped him. This time, it was true, inescapable despair. A look of sheer terror finally flashed in Xia Li's eyes. The vermilion phoenix demon flames on her body flickered and died, extinguished inch by inch under the crushing pressure of this force of law. Had she not been injured, she would have had the strength to fight. But now, with one injury piling upon another, she was no match for the divine lord. Master. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. She murmured to herself, slowly closing her eyes. At this critical moment, when everyone believed death was inevitable, a voice, enchantingly seductive and tinged with lazy amusement, suddenly pierced the silent night sky. Oh my, what a grand display of might. The esteemed Thunder clan's divine lord personally intervening to bully a few children who haven't even grown up yet. If word of this gets out, what will become of your Lei clan's reputation? Accompanying this laughter, the frozen space around them suddenly rippled like a lake disturbed by a pebble, sending out concentric waves of pink. Lei Dongtian's world-shattering palm strike was effortlessly neutralized by these rippling circles. A pink mist began to spread from an unknown source, carrying a peculiar fragrance that enveloped the entire villa district. Everyone who caught the scent, whether Lei family devotees or wandering cultivators, began to gaze hazily, their faces breaking into rapturous smiles. They seemed to glimpse the deepest, most coveted desires within their own souls. Even the divine lord Lei Dongtian, whose eyes resembled thunder and stars, experienced a momentary flicker of distraction. A figure of ambiguous gender, holding a glass of red wine, glided silently onto the scene with a cat-like stride. Lord Lei, it's been a long time. All is well? Chapter 52, Rescued. The newcomer was none other than the owner of the Phantom Bar. Sixth Master. He still sported that same effeminate, alluring style. From the glass in his hand drifted not the scent of liquor, but wispy pink mist capable of clouding the mind. It's you? The moment Lei Dongtian saw the Sixth Master, the dazed look in his eyes vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. The owner of Phantom Bar, the Demon King, the six-tailed celestial fox. What brings you here? Do you also intend to meddle in the affairs of the Lei family? Though his voice still carried the majesty of a divine lord, it now held a palpable weight. Clearly, he held deep apprehension toward this effeminate-looking fox spirit. Interfere? Sixth Master covered her mouth with a soft laugh, a sound so seductive it could make one's bones melt. You jest, Thunder God. As a mere bar owner, how could I presume to meddle in the affairs of prestigious sects like yours? I was merely passing by and found the commotion here rather entertaining, so I came to take a look. Little did I expect to witness Lord Thunder God personally stepping in to bully the weak. Sixth Master's gaze swept over the three severely wounded and dying figures on the ground, Sun Xing and his companions, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. And these three little ones. I rather like them. Especially this little monkey, he's quite handsome. I happen to be in need of a male attendant to serve tea and fetch water. How about you do me a favor, Lord Thunder God, and hand them over to me? His words were spoken with casual ease, yet they sent a collective gasp of shock through the entire crowd. Stealing people from a divine lord? And expect the divine lord to grant him a favor? What kind of fox spirit is this? How dare he? Six-tailed fox, don't push your luck. Lei Dongtian's expression darkened completely. These three have slain members of my Lei family's direct line. They deserve death 1,000 times over. No one will take them from me today. An even more terrifying aura erupted from him, as lightning serpents danced wildly in the surrounding air, crackling with explosive pops. Oh? Facing this overwhelming pressure, Sixth Master remained as calm as ever. He gave the wineglass in his hand a gentle swirl. Thunder God, are you here to fight me? You'd better think this through. Within my enchanted illusion, how much of your thunder magic's power can truly manifest? It would be unfortunate if you accidentally harmed yourself. A sinister curve lifted at the corner of Sixth Master's mouth. Thunder Heaven's pupils suddenly contracted. Only then did he realize he had somehow found himself in an endless sea of peach trees. Pink peach blossoms fell like rain, carrying an intoxicating fragrance. Everything around him felt utterly unreal. An illusion. He had fallen into the other's illusion without even realizing it. What a formidable seduction technique. Lei Dongtian's heart raced with alarm. He knew the Celestial Fox clan excelled in illusions. But he never imagined the opponent's cultivation had reached such a staggering level. Even he, a divine lord, had fallen victim without warning. What exactly do you want? Lei Dongtian demanded coldly. He dared not act rashly. In the enemy's illusion, they lurk in darkness while we stand in the light. Acting rashly will only trap us in a more disadvantageous position. I don't want anything. Sixth Master approached Sun Xing and gently lifted him from the ground, his movements as delicate as if handling a priceless treasure. Ignoring Sun Xing's wary and resistant gaze, he extended his tongue and gently licked the blood from the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. Truly pure demonic energy. Mixed with a hint of thunder and divine aura. Little monkey, you've got quite a few secrets hidden away, haven't you? Sixth Master's voice, filled with enchantment, echoed directly within Sun Xing's mind. Sun Xing stiffened, feeling as though he stood naked before this old fox, stripped bare and laid bare. I'll vouch for these three today. I'll add one more thing, Dragon Boss sent me here. Sixth Master straightened up, turning his gaze back to Lei Dongtian. His tone became unquestionable. Lord Thunder, will you walk out on your own, or shall I see you out? You. Lei Dongtian was so enraged that steam seemed to pour from his 7 orifices, his beard and hair standing on end. As the revered divine lord of the Thunder clan, when had he ever faced such a threat? But circumstances were stronger than man. He sensed that this six-tailed celestial fox possessed power that was unfathomably deep, likely not inferior to his own. If they were to fight here, victory was far from certain. Moreover, the opponent held the advantage of familiar terrain. And most crucially, he had mentioned Dragon Boss, the most mysterious and powerful figure in Jinchang. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Good. Very good. Lei Dongtian fixed his gaze on the Sixth Master, then glanced at Sun Xing, whom he was shielding behind him. Six-tailed fox, I'll let you off today. But mark my words, this brat's life belongs to the Lei family. Let's go. He roared furiously, a flash of thunder light erupting from his body as he forcibly tore through the illusion before him. The Lei family disciples still immersed in the illusion jolted awake. They stared at the empty peach grove, then glanced at the ruins of the surrounding villas, their faces etched with utter bewilderment. Ancestor, what happened? Enough chatter. Get moving. Lei Dongtian bellowed, sweeping his sleeves to gather all the Lei family disciples. They transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the night sky. With their departure, the scattered cultivators and demons scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in a flash until they vanished without a trace. In an instant, the once chaotic battlefield was left with only Sun Xing, Xia Li, Yi Bai, and the enigmatic Sixth Master. The pink mist enveloping the area gradually dissipated. Put. Sixth Master suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. His lazy, seductive demeanor vanished, replaced by a hint of exhaustion. Damn it, this old bastard is a real pain in the ass, he muttered under his breath. Clearly, the previous exchange had not been easy for him either. Sun Xing witnessed this and felt a stir within. It seemed this old fox wasn't as effortlessly in control as he appeared. Thank you, Sixth Master, for coming to my rescue. Sun Xing struggled to his feet and bowed to the Sixth Master. Regardless of his motives, he had saved the lives of all three of them. Enough with the formalities. Sixth Master waved his hand impatiently. He walked over to Xia Li and Yi Bai, inspecting their injuries. His brow furrowed even deeper. One had suffered damage to the source of a demon king's power, the other had exhausted their divine soul. Both were badly hurt. What a hassle. He grumbled, yet still pulled two exquisite porcelain vials from his robe, feeding one pill each to Xia Li and Yi Bai. Then he approached Sun Xing and handed him the last pill. Take it. It will temporarily stabilize your injuries. Sun Xing took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A cool, medicinal energy instantly dissolved within his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs and bones, significantly easing the tearing agony he had been enduring. Let's go. Sixth Master grabbed one of each, lifting Xia Li and Yi Bai as if they were little chicks. First, come back to the bar with me. Whatever happened, we'll discuss it when you're awake. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pink mist once again swirled around him. Sun Xing felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, they had materialized in a lavishly decorated room filled with an air of suggestive intimacy. This was the top floor of the Phantom Bar. Surrounded by familiar furnishings, Sun Xing glanced at the scene. Xia Li and Yi Bai tossed onto two large beds, while the Sixth Master lounged casually on the sofa, legs crossed. Confusion filled his mind. Sixth Master, why did you save us? That was the question burning in his mind. Sixth Master glanced at him, a familiar, businesslike smile curling his lips. Awake, little monkey? You're recovering quickly. Chapter 53, This is a Deal. Sun Xing ignored the Sixth Master's teasing. He struggled to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the other man. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you save us? He refused to believe this old fox, who seemed shrewd to the core, would act without reason, especially risking the wrath of a divine lord-level powerhouse. There must be a deal behind this that he didn't know about. What's the rush? Sixth Master curled his fingers like a delicate orchid, picked up a cigarette from the nearby table, lit it, and took an elegant puff. Once your girlfriend wakes up, I'll tell you both together. He seemed to relish the sense of controlling everything, of teasing out the suspense. Sun Xing frowned but pressed no further. He knew better than to pry words from this old fox when he wasn't ready to speak. He walked to Yi Bai's bedside and looked at his brother's face, pale as paper. A wave of guilt surged in his heart. This time, he had dragged Yi Bai into this mess. Had it not been to save him, Yi Bai wouldn't have forcibly activated that divine punishment, exhausting his soul essence until he fell into an unconscious stupor. His gaze shifted to Xia Li on the other bed. Though still unconscious, her brow was tightly furrowed, a hint of pain etched across her features. Clearly, her so-called demon king's origin was far more severely damaged than he had imagined. 3 casualties, 2 unconscious. Now, the only hope seemed to lie with this old fox before him, a figure whose allegiance remained uncertain. Sun Xing's mood grew heavy. He disliked this feeling of having his fate controlled by others. Don't look at me like that. Sixth Uncle seemed to read Sun Xing's thoughts, speaking lazily. I may not be a saint, but at least I believe in fair deals. I saved you, so you naturally have to pay the corresponding price. This is a transaction, nothing more. A deal? Sun Xing's heart stirred. What kind of deal? I said we'll discuss it once she wakes up. After saying this, the Sixth Master closed his eyes and paid Sun Xing no further attention. Sun Xing had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the ground, silently channeling his demonic energy to mend his injuries. His immediate task was to regain his strength as quickly as possible. In this world, strength alone was the only hard currency. He had no idea how much time had passed. Xia Li, lying on the bed, let out a pained moan as she slowly regained consciousness. The moment her eyes opened, her cold, clear gaze instantly filled with alertness. When she saw the unfamiliar surroundings and the Sixth Master sitting on the sofa smoking, her pupils contracted sharply. Sixth Master? You brought us here? Her voice remained icy, yet tinged with a hint of weakness. Oh, little candle sparrow, you're awake? Sixth Master opened his eyes, smiling warmly at her. How do you feel? My 9-turn soul-restoring pill tasted pretty good, didn't it? Xia Li didn't answer him. Instead, she struggled to sit up and examined her own body. Moments later, her expression darkened further. The damage from the Demon King's primordial essence was too severe. Your pill could only suppress it temporarily. To fully recover, it would likely. She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. If it can save your life, that's already a miracle. Sixth Master dismissed the notion with a wave. To withstand a divine lord's rule-based attack and not have your soul scattered on the spot, you, little vermilion bird, are truly blessed with extraordinary luck. Xia Li didn't argue. She turned her gaze to Sun Xing and the still unconscious Yi Bai. Why did you save us? She voiced the same question Sun Xing had asked. I told you it was a deal. Sixth Master stubbed out his cigarette, finally sitting up straight. The flirtatious expression on his face faded somewhat, replaced by the shrewdness of a businessman. Someone paid a hefty sum to have me keep all 3 of your lives intact. Someone? Xia Li's frown deepened. Who? In this city, who would risk offending the Lei Fa clan for their sake? And who could possibly sway the Sixth Master, that old fox who never gets up before dawn without a profit? I cannot say. Sixth Master shook his head. That's the rule among us businessmen. All I can tell you is that person needs your strength. Especially you, Candle Sparrow Demon King. Sixth Master's gaze lingered on Xia Li for a moment. And this little monkey with boundless potential. His gaze shifted back to Sun Xing. Sun Xing felt as though he were being stared at by a venomous snake, his entire body bristling with unease. Need our strength? Xia Li snorted coldly. One of us has damaged primordial essence, another has exhausted their divine soul, and the third is just a greenhorn. What strength do we have left that's worth anyone paying a high price for? What we lack now doesn't mean we won't have it later. An inexplicable light flickered in Sixth Master's eyes. I will find a way to heal your wounds. I possess Jincheng's finest healing resources. Demon beast essence, blood, 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, even the primordial essence of divine disciples. With each item he mentioned, Sun Xing's heartbeat quickened. This old fox's resources were far more substantial than he had imagined. Once you've recovered, my client will naturally come to find you. Whether you choose to cooperate or refuse will be entirely up to you. With that, the Sixth Master rose to his feet, preparing to depart. Until your injuries heal, stay here and rest. This is the safest place in all of Jincheng. He walked to the door, then turned back to glance at Sun Xing. Oh, and Monkey Boy. Your divine disciple friend suffered the worst injuries. His divine soul is nearly disintegrating. Ordinary medicine won't help him. There's only one way to save him. What is it? Sun Xing asked urgently. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Sixth Master's lips. Use your blood. Your bloodline is unique, containing a profoundly pure essence of life and a sacred aura. Perhaps it could mend his damaged soul. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Whether it proves effective depends entirely on whether you are willing to sacrifice it. With that, the Sixth Master pushed open the door and stepped out, leaving Sun Xing and Xia Li staring at each other in silence. The room fell into a deathly silence. Sun Xing gazed at the unconscious Yi Bai, then looked at himself, his mind in turmoil. Use my blood to save him? Seeing Sun Xing's conflicted expression, Xia Li suddenly spoke up. Don't listen to that old fox's nonsense. Your bloodline is precious, don't waste it on some mere disciple of the gods. If he dies, he dies. Xia Li's words remained as cold and ruthless as ever. He's not a burden. Sun Xing abruptly lifted his head, rebutting Xia Li for the first time with such unyielding force. He's my brother. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'll save him. Sun Xing's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. Xia Li stared at him, momentarily stunned. Then, a complex expression flickered across her cool, clear eyes. There was disdain, amusement, and even a hint of admiration she hadn't even noticed herself. As you wish. She finally uttered only 2 words in a faint tone before closing her eyes and beginning her meditation. Sun Xing hesitated no longer. He walked to Yi Bai's bedside, extended his hand, and lightly drew his fingernail across his own wrist. A slash appeared, and golden blood slowly trickled out. He brought his wrist close to Yi Bai's lips. The golden blood trickled down the corner of Yi Bai's mouth, drop by drop, flowing into his body. He didn't know how long it had been. Sun Xing felt dizzy and disoriented, his face turning pale. Yet on the bed, Yi Bai's face, once as pale as paper, actually began to flush with a hint of color. His faint breaths grew steadily more even. It worked. It really worked. An indescribable joy surged through Sun Xing's heart. Just then, Yi Bai's door suddenly swung open. Sixth Uncle entered, carrying a steaming bowl of medicinal soup that carried a strong, pungent blood scent. Awake? It seems your blood truly is a treasure. Perfect timing, I just finished brewing a bowl of 10 treasure-nourishing soup to help you regain your strength. Drink it up, and I guarantee you'll be as strong as an ox. Sixth Uncle handed the bowl of dark, murky herbal broth to Sun Xing. Sun Xing stared at the churning mass of unidentifiable flesh and blood inside the bowl, his stomach churning violently. But he knew he needed energy now. He took the bowl and downed it in one gulp. 10 days later, Sun Xing's injuries had fully healed. Nourished by the Sixth Master's potent tonic soups, he sensed his strength had grown significantly stronger than before. His half-demon realm had solidified completely. Xia Li's injuries were also mostly healed. Though the damage to her Demon King's essence remained unresolved, she had at least regained the bulk of her combat strength. As for Yi Bai, he finally stirred back to consciousness 3 days ago. Upon learning that Sun Xing had saved him with his own blood, Yi Bai was so moved he nearly kowtowed to Sun Xing on the spot. Old Sun. You're like my own brother. From now on, anyone who dares to touch you will have to step over my dead body first. He pounded his chest, vowing solemnly. But when he saw Sun Xing's still pale face, he grew hesitant. Old Sun, you really shouldn't save me with your blood anymore. I'm worried you'll lose too much blood and it'll stunt your growth. Sun Xing. Like hell I believe you. You're just afraid of owing me a favor. That day, sixth uncle appeared in their room once more. How are you all resting? He still wore that same beaming smile. My client can't wait any longer. He's waiting downstairs. Please come in. Chapter 54, The Big Shots Gather. Phantom Bar. The lowest level, a chamber sealed within layers of protective barriers. The air here was oppressive, suffocating. Sun Xing followed Sixth Master down the spiral staircase, step by step, feeling as if he were descending into an abyss. Xia Li and Yi Bai flanked him. Xia Li's expression remained as perpetually cold as ever, but Sun Xing could sense her clenched fists and the slight tension in her body. Clearly, she was nervous too. Yi Bai was so terrified his face had gone pale. If Sun Xing hadn't been supporting him, he'd likely have collapsed from weakness long ago. Sixth Master, what kind of client is this guy, anyway? This whole scene is terrifying. Yi Bai whispered to the Sixth Master. You'll see when you meet them. Sixth Master turned back and flashed him a charming smile. I guarantee it'll blow your minds. Finally, they reached the end of the staircase. A massive door, crafted from an unknown metal and radiating a bone-chilling aura, stood before them. Sixth Master extended his hand and pressed lightly against the door. Squeak! The heavy door slid silently open to either side. The sight within caused Sun Xing's pupils to suddenly contract. The chamber was vast, decorated in a style both rustic and opulent. At its center stood an enormous round table. Several figures were already seated around its edges. Each figure radiated an unfathomable, mountain-like aura of terror. Sun Xing's keen eyesight seemed shrouded in thick fog before these auras, unable to penetrate their depths. He could only instinctively sense the bone-chilling danger. Seated at the head of the table was a man wearing a fierce dragon-headed mask. Sitting there in silence, he radiated an air of supreme authority and majesty. A faint yet palpable dragon's aura emanated from him, making Sun Xing feel his very blood tremble with an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. Beside the dragon-headed masked man sat another figure, dressed plainly and resembling an old farmer. He kept his head bowed, silent as a lifeless statue. Yet Sun Xing sensed terrifying power within that seemingly ordinary frame, enough to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. On the other side, Sun Xing detected a familiar aura. A young man in a flashy floral suit embroidered with tiger patterns sat with his legs crossed, eyeing them with keen interest. This must be one of the two kings mentioned by Xia Li, the leader of Jincheng's most formidable demonic faction. Beyond these demonic overlords, what shocked Sun Xing even more was the presence of two unexpected figures. One was the highest-ranking official of Jincheng's Supernatural Affairs Bureau, that stern-faced middle-aged man always seen in internal bulletins. The other. Sun Xing's fist clenched instantly. It was Lei Dongtian, the divine lord of the Lei Fa clan, who had nearly crushed all three of them with a single slap. He was here too. Demons and divine disciples, two factions that should never coexist, sitting at the same table? This world is utterly surreal. Sun Xing felt his brain was struggling to process it all. He felt like an ant that had stumbled into a gathering of immortals, where every being around him could crush him effortlessly. Well, everyone's here early. Sixth Master surveyed the scene, his face still plastered with that same cheerful grin. He swayed his hips as he walked over to an empty seat, then beckoned to Xia Li and the other two. Come, sit. Xia Li's expression turned grave. She clearly hadn't expected this kind of scene. She pulled Sun Xing and Yi Bai to sit beside Sixth Master. The moment they sat down, she felt several hostile gazes piercing her. Lei Dongtian's eyes were filled with murderous intent, Xiao Wang's gaze held a hint of amusement, and the director of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau's eyes were scrutinizing. Sixth Master, is this the client you mentioned? Xia Li's voice was as cold as ice. Don't you owe me an explanation? An explanation? Sixth Master chuckled. Don't be in such a hurry, little candle sparrow. He glanced at the man wearing the dragon head mask seated at the head of the table. Dragon boss, it's your turn to speak. The dragon-headed masked man slowly raised his head, his eyes hidden beneath the mask sweeping over every person present. Finally, his gaze lingered a second longer on Xia Li and Sun Xing. I've gathered you all here today for one purpose only. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Cooperation. Collaboration? The moment those two words left his lips, the atmosphere in the secret chamber turned eerily tense. Every person present was a formidable figure in their own right. Xiao Wang, the Lei Fa clan, the Supernatural Bureau. These factions have been locked in open and covert conflict for untold years, their mutual enmity running deep as the sea of blood, too numerous to recount. Now, this mysterious dragon boss actually wants them to cooperate? It's nothing short of a fairy tale. Cooperation? Lin Qingqian was the first to let out a cold laugh. His eyes, crackling with thunder, fixed on Xia Li and Sun Xing, his murderous intent unmasked. Fine. First, hand over the murderer who slaughtered my clan. Then return that mountain treasure to its rightful owner. Otherwise, nothing is negotiable. The Divine Lord's pressure surged from his body, causing the air within the entire chamber to freeze solid. Yi Bai was knocked back by the force of the pressure, grunting softly as a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Sun Xing swiftly shielded him behind his own body, bearing the terrifying pressure with his own flesh. Lin Qingqian, don't push your luck. Two crimson flames ignited in Xia Li's eyes. That little beast of yours deserved every bit of his death. If you want revenge, wait until we're out of this place. I'll gladly oblige any time. But here, you'd better behave yourself. Though her primordial essence was damaged, the aura of a demon king remained undiminished. Oomph. A gravely wounded demon king dares to bark at me? Disdain filled Lin Qingqian's eyes. Do you believe I could obliterate your very soul right now? You dare. Xia Li retorted sharply. It looked like the two were about to come to blows right then and there. Ahem. The man who had remained silent all along, looking like an old farmer, suddenly coughed twice. His voice was soft, yet it struck Xia Li and Lin Qingqian like two heavy hammers, pounding hard on their hearts. Both men grunted simultaneously, their expressions twisting with pain. So powerful. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. This seemingly ordinary old farmer might possess strength even more terrifying than Lin Qingqian's. On Dragon Boss's turf, everyone better behave. The old farmer slowly raised his head, revealing a face deeply etched with wrinkles and weathered by time. His gaze was cloudy yet serene, like the bottomless depths of an ancient well. Any grievances? After we've settled the business at hand, you may take it outside. Fight however you wish, no one will interfere. His words carried an unquestionable authority. Lin Qingqian and Xia Li exchanged a glance, both snorting coldly as they reined in their aggression. The cooperation? The director of the Supernatural Bureau, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He was a middle-aged man who appeared refined and scholarly, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade. The mission of our Supernatural Affairs Bureau is to slay demons and monsters, upholding order in the mortal realm. To suggest we collaborate with a bunch of demons is utterly preposterous. I don't care what you're up to. Today, I came here to make one thing clear. Xinjiang is our bureau's territory. You demons had better behave yourselves. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to request military intervention from higher-ups, blasting every last one of you skyward with missiles. His words brimmed with official sternness and threat. Gak! Xiao Wang suddenly burst into laughter, shaking like a leaf. Director Zhang, what an imposing official demeanor you have. Blast us with missiles? Who are you trying to scare? You know what? Before you even press that launch button, I can turn the entire city of Xinjiang into a ghost town. He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. You! Director Zhang's face turned ashen with rage. For a moment, the air in the chamber thickened with tension, the atmosphere charged with explosive potential. Sun Xing watched from the sidelines, his mind gradually calming. He realized that while these big shots appeared arrogant and formidable, they also seemed to be filled with mutual wariness and checks and balances. None dared to act rashly. Enough. The masked man in the head seat finally spoke again. His voice was quiet, yet it felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing everyone's fiery tempers. I know it's difficult to get you sworn enemies to sit down and cooperate. But what if this opportunity determines the future of every single one of us? His gaze swept across every person present. Thunder God, do you wish to elevate your clan's thunder arts to a new level, perhaps even touch upon the realm beyond that of a divine lord? Lin Qingqian's pupils suddenly contracted. Director Zhang, would you like to see the power of your Supernatural Bureau utterly crush all demonic forces in Xinjiang, leaving you free from worry? Director Zhang's breathing grew slightly ragged. Xiao Wang, do you want to devour all demonic factions and become the sole demonic overlord of Xinjiang? A flicker of greed passed through Xiao Wang's eyes. And you, Candle Sparrow. The man in the dragon-headed mask finally turned his gaze to Xia Li. Do you want your little vermilion bird to truly undergo phoenix-like rebirth, transforming into the genuine divine beast, the vermilion bird? Xia Li's body trembled violently. For the first time, shock and longing flickered in her icy eyes. Who exactly was this dragon-headed masked man? How could he know so many secrets? He seemed to see through everyone's hearts, laying bare their deepest desires on the table. What you're saying has nothing to do with our partnership. Lin Qingqian asked coldly. Of course it matters. The man in the dragon head mask let a mysterious curve play across his lips. Because the opportunity to make all this happen lies within Dragonhead Mountain. But that object neither any one of you nor any single faction can obtain it alone. Only by working together do we have a glimmer of hope. He paused, his voice growing deeper. I'm not referring to the mountain treasure you fought tooth and nail over. That thing is merely a mountain python, a fragment of the true treasure's essence, condensed into form. A mere appetizer. Chapter 55, The True Mountain Treasure. An appetizer? The dragon-headed masked man's words exploded like a heavy bomb within the secret chamber. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by the revelation. That mountain treasure, the one that had driven both half-demons and Ryukawa-level powerhouses mad, even drawing the Divine Lord himself into the fray, was merely an appetizer? Then what kind of earth-shattering marvel must the true treasure be? What do you mean by that? Lin Qingqian was the first to snap out of it. He fixed his gaze on the dragon-headed masked man, his eyes brimming with suspicion and greed. Could it be that within Dragonhead Mountain there existed something even more precious than that mountain treasure? Far more precious than that. The dragon-headed masked man's laughter carried a hint of mockery. They weren't even in the same league. What you were fighting over earlier was merely a byproduct, a fragment of primordial energy that had escaped during its incubation and condensed into existence. The true treasure remains buried deep within the earth's veins of Longzhou Mountain. It is undergoing its final transformation. Once it successfully emerges, the entire landscape of Jincheng, indeed, the entire Great Xia, will be forever altered. The words of the dragon-headed masked man caused everyone present to hold their breath. They were all formidable figures whose vision and knowledge far surpassed that of ordinary people. For the dragon-headed masked man to describe something as capable of altering the landscape, it must be a legendary treasure of supreme value, one worthy of provoking even the Divine King and the Demon Emperor to vie for it. What could it possibly be? Director Zhang of the Divine Anomalies Bureau couldn't help but ask aloud. His usually stoic face betrayed an unmistakable flicker of excitement. The dragon-headed masked man did not respond immediately. He slowly rose to his feet and walked to one of the chamber's walls. He extended his hand and pressed lightly against the wall. Golden runes suddenly illuminated the wall, and then a massive three-dimensional map composed of light and shadow appeared before everyone. The map clearly depicted the entire Golden City and the terrain of Dragonhead Mountain in the western suburbs. Look! The man in the dragonhead mask pointed to Longzhou Mountain on the map. The undulating mountain range, outlined by light and shadow, resembled a colossal dragon coiled upon the earth. The dragon's head, body, claws, and tail were vividly rendered. Since ancient times, Longzhou Mountain has been a crucial node in the dragon vein of our Great Xia. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, gathered the brilliance of sun and moon, and after thousands of years of nurturing, finally, the voice of the man in the dragon head mask grew feverishly intense. It has given birth to a true earth dragon. Earth dragon! These two words caused the pupils of everyone present to contract sharply. Dragon! That was a creature of legend. A terrifying existence standing at the apex of the food chain, capable of challenging the gods themselves. Though earth dragons were a lesser branch within the dragon lineage, they were still dragons. You mean to say that within the belly of Dragonhead Mountain lies a living earth dragon, on the verge of taking human form? A tremor crept into Xia Li's voice. This news was utterly staggering. Correct. The man in the dragon head mask nodded. That earth dragon is now at the final stage of its transformation. It was frantically absorbing the earth's energy from Dragonhead Mountain. Once it successfully passed the tribulation of transformation, it would break through the earth and soar through the heavens. To become a divine being, one must first transform. When that time comes, not just Jincheng, but the entire Shanbei province would likely be thrown into utter chaos. A fully grown earth dragon possessed power rivaling that of a true celestial demon. By then, it would be an invincible force. Before it, all of us would be but ants. The words of the man in the dragon-headed mask weighed heavily upon the chamber. Everyone fell silent. They imagined the apocalyptic scene, a demon emperor-level dragon appearing above Jincheng. It would be an absolute catastrophe. A catastrophe no one could endure. Therefore, we must stop it before it successfully takes physical form. The voice of the man wearing the dragon-headed mask sounded once more. And its Earth Dragon essence is our ultimate target this time. Earth Dragon essence. That is the very core essence of a true dragon. Its value far surpasses that so-called mountain treasure by 1,000-fold. If we could obtain it, not only would breaking through bottlenecks be possible, but even ascending to immortality in broad daylight might not be beyond reach. A raging fire of greed ignited in everyone's eyes. Even Lin Qingqian momentarily forgot his grudge, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the map. Is your information reliable? Director Zhang took a deep breath, forcing down his excitement, and asked calmly. This is no trivial matter. If we make a mistake, we're all finished. Absolutely reliable. The dragon-headed masked man's tone brimmed with confidence. Why do you think I know Dragonhead Mountain like the back of my hand? Because monitoring this earth dragon has been our lineage's mission, passed down for over 1,000 years. The moment he finished speaking, the aura emanating from him shifted abruptly. That overbearing dragon might, commanding all under heaven, grew purer and more ancient. Behind him, the shadowy form of a golden dragon flickered into view, letting out a soul-shaking roar. You're from the Long family, the Great Xia's guardian clan? A look of unprecedented shock spread across Lin Qingqian's face. What? The Long family? The legendary clan that has guarded the Great Xia dragon vein since ancient times? Director Zhang gasped aloud. Sun Xing had no idea about the Dragon Clan, but judging by the reactions of these big shots, he knew the man in the dragon head mask was terrifyingly powerful. Correct. The man in the dragon head mask acknowledged his identity. I am Long Outyan, the current heir of the Long family. Sun Xing. What a name, plain yet utterly formidable. Now, do you still doubt my intelligence? Long Outyan. No, Dragon Boss scanned the crowd with his gaze. All fell silent. The Long family's reputation is a golden brand in the extraordinary world of Great Xia. If he says so, then this matter is most likely true. All right. Lei Dongtian was the first to respond. I agree to cooperate. As long as I can obtain the Earth Dragon Essence, I can temporarily set aside my nephew's revenge. I agree as well. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. Preventing the Earth Dragon's emergence and safeguarding Jincheng's stability were, after all, the very duties of his supernatural bureau. Moreover, there was the immense benefit of the Earth Dragon Essence. Xiao Wang and the old farmer both nodded in turn. Finally, all eyes turned to Xia Li. Xia Li looked at Dragon Boss, then glanced at Sun Xing, and finally nodded. Agreed. But once the task is done, we'll compete for the Earth Dragon Essence with our own skills. That goes without saying. Dragon Boss smiled. My Long family exists solely to protect the Dragon Vein. We have no interest in the Earth Dragon Essence. When the time comes, whose hands it falls into will depend entirely on your own abilities. Chapter 56, Dragon Slaying Nails. Since everyone agrees to cooperate, let's discuss the specific plan. Seeing consensus reached, Dragon Chief retracted his terrifying dragon aura and resumed his seat at the head of the table. The tension in the chamber eased considerably. Though the various factions remained outwardly harmonious yet inwardly divided, at least for now, faced with the immense shared interest of the Earth Dragon Essence, they temporarily set aside their mutual hatred and wariness. According to generations of observations and calculations by my Long family, that Earth Dragon will undergo its final transformation and breakthrough at midnight, 3 days from now. Dragon Elder held up 3 fingers. That means we have only 3 days left. In these 3 days, we must make thorough preparations. Should we miss this window, once it successfully transforms, we will have no further opportunity. Everyone's expressions turned grave. 3 days' time is extremely tight. What's your plan? Lei Dongtian asked in a deep voice. Though he still harbored reservations about this dragon chief, faced with absolute stakes, he chose to submit for now. The Earth Dragon's power stemmed from its deep connection to the earth veins of Dragonhead Mountain, allowing it to draw boundless energy from the earth. Dragon Boss pointed at the light and shadow map, marking 7 distinct points across the Dragonhead Mountain range. These 7 points were the dragon's 7 vital dragon dens, its most critical life-sustaining points where it connected to the Earth's veins. Our plan is to strike simultaneously at these 7 dragon dens with our Long family's specially crafted dragon-slaying nails during its most unstable moment when it transforms and surges through the barrier. Success would sever its connection to the earth veins instantly, leaving it like water without a source or a tree without roots. At that point, not only would its transformation fail, but its power would plummet to rock bottom, leaving it at our mercy. Dragon-slaying nails? Pin down the 7 dragon veins? Sun Xing was utterly baffled, feeling as though he were listening to a mythical tale. But the other elders all wore expressions of understanding. Dragon-slaying nails, I've heard of them. Commissioner Zhang of the Supernatural Bureau pushed his glasses up and said. Legend has it that in ancient times, the great sage of the human race forged 7 divine spikes from celestial meteorite iron infused with his own vital essence to suppress the malevolent dragons ravaging the mortal realm. Each contained terrifying power capable of suppressing dragon veins and severing karmic bonds. Who would have thought such an artifact truly existed and that it was in the hands of your Long family? A flicker of intense desire passed through his eyes. These are legendary artifacts from the ancient era. Just a replica. Dragon Elder shook his head. The genuine dragon-slaying nail was lost long ago in that ancient war. These 7 in our Long family were painstakingly replicated by our ancestors over generations. Though their power doesn't even reach 1/10,000th of the genuine article, they're more than sufficient to deal with an earth dragon that hasn't yet taken human form. He flipped his palm, and 7 nails appeared on the tabletop completely black, engraved with golden runes, and radiating an ancient, sharp aura. The problem is. Xia Li stared at the 7 spikes and spoke coldly. These dragon-slaying nails may be formidable, but driving them into a dragon's lair won't be easy, will it? A dragon's lair is where the essence of the earth's veins converges, inevitably guarded by powerful energies. Forcing them in would inevitably trigger a furious backlash from the earth's veins. Exactly. Dragon Chief cast an appreciative glance at Xia Li. Truly worthy of the vermilion bird demon king, your insight is extraordinary. To drive the dragon-slaying nail into the dragon's lair, there is only one condition. The one wielding it must possess the strength of a demon king or a divine lord. Only power of this caliber could barely withstand the backlash of the earth's veins and successfully drive the dragon-slaying nail home. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes instinctively swept across the figures gathered in the secret chamber. Dragon Boss, Lei Dongtian, Director Zhang, Little Wang, that mysterious old farmer, and Sixth Master and Xia Li. Exactly 7 individuals. Sun Xing's mind instantly cleared. He finally understood why Dragon Boss had gathered all these sworn enemies together. Because he needed 7 demon kings or divine lords to act simultaneously, driving in these 7 dragon-slaying nails. Not one could be missing. What a deep scheme. This dragon lord wasn't just immeasurably powerful, his scheming was equally terrifying. He had calculated everyone into the scheme, forcing them to cooperate. So our mission is for each of us to take 1 dragon lair? Lei Dongtian asked coldly. Exactly. Dragon Boss nodded. 3 days from now, at midnight sharp, the 7 of us will strike simultaneously to pin down the dragon veins. If the plan succeeds, the Earth Dragon essence will be ours for the taking. Then, whoever can seize it will do so by their own skill. This plan sounded flawless. But everyone knew the risks were equally immense. First, executing simultaneously demanded impeccable timing. The slightest misstep could ruin everything. Second, the backlash from the Earth veins would be no small matter. Even if they were demon kings or divine lords, they could still suffer severe injuries. Who would have the strength left to vie for the Earth Dragon essence then? More crucially, none of the participants present were pushovers. Who could guarantee that, at the critical moment, someone wouldn't secretly sabotage the others, seeking to eliminate their rivals? This so-called cooperation has been steeped in suspicion and scheming from the very start. I have no objections. Lei Dongtian was the first to speak up. Fortune favors the bold. For the hope of reaching greater heights, this risk is worth taking. I'm fine with it too. Director Zhang nodded in agreement. The others followed suit, expressing their agreement one after another. Finally, all eyes turned once more to Xia Li. Xia Li glanced at Sun Xing beside her, then at the unconscious Yi Bai. She knew she had no choice. She needed the Earth Dragon essence to repair her core essence. Sun Xing also needed this opportunity to grow stronger. All right. She finally nodded. Deal. Very good. Dragon Boss smiled with satisfaction. 3 days hence, at midnight, atop Dragon's Head Mountain, be there or be damned. As for these 3 days, I hope everyone can temporarily set aside their grievances. Whoever dares to play dirty tricks behind the scenes during this period and disrupt my plan. His voice suddenly turned icy cold. Don't blame me, Long Outyan, for turning my back on you. A terrifying aura of murderous intent flared from him, sending a chill through every major figure present. With that, Boss Long rose to his feet, preparing to depart. The mysterious old farmer also rose to his feet. Just as they were about to step out of the secret chamber, Dragon Boss's footsteps halted abruptly. He turned back, his eyes hidden beneath the mask, fixing a deep, lingering gaze on Sun Xing. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. That gaze felt so familiar. As if he had seen it somewhere before. But before he could dwell on it, Dragon Boss had already withdrawn his gaze, vanishing into the darkness with the old farmer. Chapter 57, Hidden Agendas. The stone door of the secret chamber slowly closed, sealing those faces, each harboring their own hidden agenda, within the darkness. One by one, they emerged from the secret passageway of the Phantom Bar, returning to the neon-lit, hedonistic chaos of the nightlife world. Yet not a single soul felt inclined to revel in the decadent music. Dailongyiwen. These 3 words weighed on everyone's hearts like a heavy mountain. Lei Dongtian was the first to leave. He didn't even bid farewell to anyone, but before departing, he fixed Sun Xing with a piercing gaze from those thunder-filled eyes. That gaze was cold, filled with venom, and brimming with unmasked murderous intent. Sun Xing met his gaze without flinching. He was no longer the soft target anyone could push around. So what if he was a divine lord? Your nephew, Lei Qianfeng, a powerhouse of the flowing river realm, wasn't he still devoured by me, his heart becoming the nourishment for my own growth? Old man, you'd be wise not to cross me. Otherwise, one day, I won't mind wiping out your Lei family. Lei Dongtian seemed to read the defiance in his eyes. With a cold snort, he transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished into the night sky. Gone. Director Zhang of the Supernatural Bureau pushed his glasses up and murmured with a smile before hurrying away himself. His stride appeared steady, yet Sun Xing sensed the turbulent currents churning beneath its seemingly calm exterior. The Earth Dragon essence was a substance powerful enough to drive any faction mad. The Supernatural Bureau was no exception. Soon, the bigwigs gathered around the round table dispersed one by one, leaving only the Sixth Master and the 3 guests he had invited, Xia Li and the others. Creak. Sixth Master gazed at the now empty chamber, letting out a seductive chuckle. What a splendid spectacle. It had been ages since Jincheng had seen such excitement. He swayed his hips as he walked to the bar, pouring himself a glass of strangely colored liquor. Candle Sparrow, Little Monkey, and this honorable magistrate. Master Lu's gaze swept over the trio, finally settling on Yi Bai with a look brimming with amusement. Yi Bai felt goosebumps rise under that stare and instinctively ducked behind Sun Xing. He was scared out of his wits. Earlier in the secret chamber, he hadn't dared breathe a single breath. Director Zhang of the Supernatural Bureau was the highest-ranking official of the Jincheng branch. And here he was, a mere probationary investigator who'd barely passed his trial and hadn't even officially joined the force yet, sitting among a group of demon lords and divine lords, plotting to slay a dragon? If Director Zhang recognized him, forget about becoming a full-fledged investigator, he'd likely be executed on the spot as a demon's accomplice. I must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. Yi Bai screamed inwardly. If only I hadn't followed them into the secret chamber. Wouldn't it have been better to just stay home and play video games? Now look at me, I'm stuck on this sinking ship with no way off. Gentlemen, why not stay here for these 3 days? Sixth Master swirled his wineglass, grinning broadly. My phantom bar may not be the flashiest, but it's undoubtedly the most well-connected and safest place in all of Jinchang. Before we take down the dragon, I don't want any mishaps happening to my partners. Dragon Boss probably wouldn't want that either. His words sounded like an offer of goodwill, but Sun Xing detected a hint of warning. This was to prevent them from running away or causing trouble outside, which could ruin the plan. Thank you for your kindness, Sixth Master. Xia Li spoke calmly. Her current state was dire, her primordial essence damaged, and she truly needed an absolutely secure place to recuperate. Sixth Master's place was undoubtedly the best choice. However, I do not require your protection. Xia Li shifted her tone, her icy gaze sweeping over Sun Xing and Yi Bai. Just keep an eye on them. Don't let them wander off. With that, she strode directly toward the top floor of the bar. There, in the most luxurious suite reserved exclusively for distinguished guests by the Sixth Master, Sun Xing watched her retreating figure, his expression complex. This woman, though always so domineering and seemingly unfeeling. For some reason, he always felt she was protecting them in her own way. Monkey, stop staring. Sixth Master's voice snapped Sun Xing back to reality. You'll never fathom Candle Sparrow's true intentions. If you intend to join this dragon slaying game, what you must do now is use these 3 days wisely to make yourself stronger. Otherwise, at that feast, you won't even have the right to snatch food. You'll just be treated as food and swallowed whole. Sixth Master's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. Sun Xing nodded silently. He walked over to an empty booth and sat down. Yi Bai followed, his face clouded with worry. Old Sun, what do we do now? I feel like we've been swept into a massive whirlpool, ready to be torn to shreds at any moment. Why don't we just get out of here? Yi Bai whispered, urging him. Where do you think we could possibly run to now? Sun Xing shot him a glance. You know damn well we'd be blown to bits by that old bastard Lei Dongti the moment we set foot outside Jincheng. Besides, could you really bear to abandon the Earth Dragon Essence? Yi Bai fell silent. The Earth Dragon Essence. That's a legendary treasure. What if the big shots feast on the meat and I get to sip the broth? Who knows? One stroke of luck could catapult me to the top, marry a rich, beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. No backing out now. Yi Bai slapped his thigh, his face hardening with resolve. Damn it, it's just slaying a dragon. What's the big deal? I've awakened as the Honorable Magistrate of the Azure Sky, a divine tier being. My specialty is slaying demons and exterminating monsters. Slaughtering an immature Earth Dragon? That's practically my specialty. The more he talked, the more fired up he got, already picturing himself wielding the Imperial Sword, riding the Rainbow Cloud, and slaying the Earth Dragon beneath his horse. Sun Xing watched his theatrical display, too disinterested to engage. His gaze drifted toward the direction of the secret chamber. Unconsciously, the final gaze the Dragon Boss had cast upon him surfaced in his mind once more. So familiar. That look, it felt so familiar. As if he'd seen it somewhere before. But where exactly? Sun Xing frowned, lost in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that this Dragon Boss had been shrouded in mystery from the very beginning. Had he truly gathered everyone just to protect the Dragon Vein, with no interest in the Earth Dragon Essence? Sun Xing didn't believe it. In this world, there is no hatred without cause, nor love without reason. Everything must have a purpose behind it. This dragon leader must be plotting something. And that final glance he gave him, it was definitely no accident. Did he recognize me? But I don't even know him. Sun Xing felt his brain was struggling to keep up. He decided to stop thinking about it. As Sixth Master had said, the most crucial thing now was to strengthen his abilities. Only with absolute power could he survive this treacherous chessboard and perhaps even claim a share of the spoils. Sun Xing closed his eyes and began silently circulating the demonic energy within his body. He could sense that the great sage power within him had grown increasingly solid after the previous battles and absorptions. Especially after absorbing that half-treasure of the mountain, his physical body had reached an unprecedented level of strength. The half-demon realm was now completely solidified. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing. Was it combat technique? Or mastery over his power? Sun Xing thought of Yi Bai. That seemingly unreliable fellow could unleash astonishing power at critical moments. Especially that skill of his called Divine Punishment. It could fuse the black and white impermanence into one, unleashing that world-shattering strike. It was a power system entirely distinct from demonic energy. Divine Disciple. Sun Xing opened his eyes and glanced at Yi Bai, who was still lost in his fantasies beside him. Perhaps he could find the breakthrough he needed within this man. But just as he was about to speak, Xia Li's figure reappeared. Yi Bai. She spoke slowly. I need you to make a choice. A choice? What choice? A cold curve touched Xia Li's lips. After all, you're an intern investigator at the Supernatural Bureau, a human. We are demons. I cannot trust you to be with us. Xia Li's gaze turned icy, her overwhelming pressure instantly bearing down on Yi Bai. With the current chaotic situation and the dragon-slaying mission's critical importance, she must be cautious, extremely cautious. Don't panic. Just as Yi Bai was about to be overwhelmed by the pressure, Sun Xing's voice rang out in time. He stood up, placing himself in front of Yi Bai and using his own body to absorb most of the oppressive aura. Xia Li, he's my brother. Sun Xing looked at Xia Li, his gaze serene. I trust him. Besides, it was he who alerted us during the ambush and saved us at the critical moment. Your brother? He helped us this time, but can you guarantee he won't expose us next time? Those who are not of our kind have different hearts. Xia Li's words were ruthless and uncompromising. Yet Sun Xing understood she spoke only to ensure their safety. I trust him. Sun Xing's reply was simple and resolute. I trust he won't betray us. Xia Li gazed into Sun Xing's clear, resolute eyes and fell silent. After a long moment, she slowly withdrew the terrifying aura of authority. Fine. Since you trust him, I'll give him a chance. She looked at Yi Bai and said coldly. A chance to prove himself. Yi Bai's heart leapt with joy at the words, thinking he'd narrowly escaped disaster. Goddess, rest assured. I, Yi Bai, swear to heaven I will never betray you. I. Before he could finish, Xia Li's figure instantly materialized before him. She extended a jade-like finger and tapped it directly against Yi Bai's forehead. Ah! Yi Bai let out a piercing scream. He felt an energy of terrifying intensity surge into his consciousness. That energy was utterly tyrannical, raging wildly within his consciousness as if intent on burning his very soul to ashes. At the center of his brow, a magnificent vermilion phoenix totem, formed of crimson flames, flickered into view. The vermilion bird imprint. This is a fragment of my primordial demonic flame. Xia Li's voice was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. From this day forward, it will remain within your consciousness. Should you ever harbor any thoughts of betraying us or commit any act detrimental to our cause? With a single thought, I can unleash this flame to incinerate your soul to ashes, condemning you to eternal torment. Yi Bai collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. He could feel the flame at his brow like a bomb ready to detonate at any moment, paralyzing him with fear. He had no doubt that Xia Li spoke the truth. This woman was a devil who meant every word she spoke. He knew his life was now completely in her hands. What peak of life? What marrying a rich, beautiful woman? All bull. Just staying alive was good enough. Very good. Xia Li nodded in satisfaction. Sun Xing looked at Yi Bai's pitiful state on the ground, then at Xia Li's cold expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He understood that Xia Li's actions served two purposes, to control Yi Bai and to send a warning to him. She was telling him never to trust anyone lightly, especially in this dog-eat-dog world. For the next 3 days, I'll be in seclusion to heal my injuries and regain my strength. You two had better keep yourselves in line. If either of you dares to cause trouble or disrupt the plan during this time. A terrifying glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes once more. Don't blame me for turning on you. With that, she turned her back on the two of them and strode toward the penthouse suite. In the living room, only Sun Xing and Yi Bai remained, exchanging bewildered glances. After a long while, Yi Bai finally scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of utter despair. Old son, I feel like my life is just one big gray mess. He lamented with a mournful expression. I'm a hostage now. Not only do I have to cover for you, you demon, but your devilish girlfriend also put a restriction on me. I could croak at any moment. This is too much to handle. Sun Xing looked at his pitiful state, torn between laughter and tears. He walked over and patted Yi Bai on the shoulder. Don't lose heart. Look on the bright side. Just think about it, Earth Dragon Essence. If our plan succeeds, it'll be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then, what would you have to fear from the Vermilion Bird brand? Who knows? You might even seize this chance to greatly enhance your strength and turn the tables on her. Sun Xing didn't elaborate further, merely shooting Yi Bai a knowing look. Yi Bai's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. As long as I become stronger than her, that Vermilion Bird brand will just be a useless ornament. When the time comes, I'll have her singing Conquer while I'm standing on her. Hey! Yi Bai's face broke into that familiar, smug grin again. Old son, you're right. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. I'll remember this grudge today. Once I master my divine skills, I'll make her understand who the real boss is. Sun Xing watched him, his fighting spirit reignited, and nodded with satisfaction. But deep down, he felt anything but at ease. Xia Li's domineering nature and deep-seated suspicion, the threats from the Divine Mysteries Bureau and the Lei family, and that enigmatic dragon boss. All these factors formed an invisible net, trapping him tightly within its confines. The only way to break free was to grow stronger. To become stronger than everyone else. A fire unlike any he'd ever known ignited in Sun Xing's eyes. He turned to look at Yi Bai. Big White, there's something I need your help with. Chapter 58, Money Power, Secret Technique Acquired. Help? Yi Bai had just been lost in the sweet fantasy of future revenge against Xia Li, turning the tables to become the master, when Sun Xing's words snapped him back to reality. He eyed Sun Xing warily, instinctively taking half a step back. Old Sun, don't screw me over. I'm a convicted criminal now, my life's in someone else's hands, I can't afford any more trouble from you. He was genuinely scared now. Ever since his awakening, Sun Xing's knack for stirring up trouble had skyrocketed. First the Dog God Society, then the Thunder Magic Clan, and now this so-called Dragon Slaying Plan. And it's only been a few days. If I keep hanging around him, my entire fortune, billions of dollars, might just end up in someone else's hands. Don't worry, it's nothing major. Seeing his cowardly expression, Sun Xing couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. For you, it's just a simple favor. Really? Yi Bai remained skeptical. I need a secret technique manual. Sun Xing cut straight to the point. Secret technique? Yi Bai froze. What do you need that for? Aren't you a demon? Don't you demons rely on your physical prowess and bloodline talents to fight? Mind your own business when it comes to us demons. Sun Xing shot him a withering look. Just tell me, can you get it? He had now fully stabilized his half-demon state, but his physical strength had reached a bottleneck. To advance further, merely consuming blood was no longer effective. He must learn to harness his power more effectively. Especially the thunderous power he had absorbed after consuming Lei Qianfeng's heart. That power had been lurking within him, violent and uncontrollable. He felt like he was guarding a mountain of gold yet had no idea how to mine it. If only he had a thunder attribute secret technique to guide him in harnessing this power, his combat prowess would undoubtedly reach a new level. That's a bit tricky. Yi Bai scratched his head, a look of difficulty spreading across his face. Secret techniques from the Divine Mysteries Bureau were closely guarded secrets, requiring merit points to exchange. As a greenhorn intern just starting out, where would I even get those points? I did learn one technique at the Supernatural Bureau, the one I used, called the Great Blue Sky Technique. It specializes in cultivating an attribute divine power, which is completely incompatible with your golden monkey fur. Besides, our divine adept techniques all require divine power to activate. Can you beasts even practice them? Yi Bai looked thoroughly skeptical. That's none of your concern. I have my own methods. Sun Xing didn't explain the secret behind his ability to cultivate both demonic and divine power simultaneously. This was his greatest trump card, one he absolutely couldn't reveal lightly. Just tell me, besides points, is there any other way to obtain secret techniques? Sun Xing pressed. Other ways? Yi Bai stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. He slapped his thigh hard. Not enough points? Cash will do the trick. How could I have forgotten that? That familiar, sly grin returned to Yi Bai's face. We at the Supernatural Bureau need to make a living too, after all. While we officially prioritize merit above all, the truth is, many things can be solved with money. After all, maintaining world peace requires funding too. With that, he pulled out his phone and deftly opened an ordinary-looking app. The app icon featured an emblem of a golden shield crossed with swords, radiating official authority. But upon opening it, the interface resembled an e-commerce site. A dazzling array of goods filled the screen, everything from various models of standardized magical artifacts to elixirs and talismans with diverse effects. Even the latest model of flying skateboards appeared, accompanied by pop-up ads for limited time discounts. Sun Xing's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't the Divine Mysteries Bureau style a bit too down-to-earth? See? This is our bureau's internal marketplace. Yi Bai boasted proudly. Only internal members can log in. Here, you can buy anything as long as you have money or points. He tapped the secret techniques category, and a long list popped up. Blazing Palm, Icy Thorns, Earth's Fortitude. A dazzling array of beginner-level secret techniques across various attributes. Prices ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Let me look for lightning attribute ones. Yi Bai typed thunder into the search bar. Soon, several lightning attribute secret techniques appeared. Thunder Summoning Technique, priced at 500,000. Thunderbolt Fist, priced at 800,000. Lightning Step, priced at 1 million. Sun Xing stared in disbelief. These weren't secret techniques, they were outright robbery. A basic secret technique costing hundreds of thousands? An ordinary person couldn't earn that much in a lifetime. It seemed this extraordinary world wasn't just cruel, it was also a money pit. Without connections or resources, even if you somehow awaken a technique, you'd just end up as cannon fodder. Found it! Yi Bai suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Thunderbolt Staff Technique. Holy crap! This one's perfect. It's an absolute match for your monkey-like image. Sun Xing's gaze also landed on that secret technique. Thunderbolt Staff Technique, a lightning attribute offensive secret technique. Harnesses divine power to channel thunderbolts into the staff, unleashing strikes as swift and overwhelming as a thunderclap. Price, 3 million. 3 million. Sun Xing felt his heart bleeding. Even though it wasn't his money, it still stung like hell. That's the one. Sun Xing gritted his teeth and declared. This staff technique was practically tailor-made for him. The Great Sage, the Golden Monkey Staff, the power of thunder. Combining these elements would create a vision too magnificent to even imagine. 3 million. Yi Bai clicked his tongue, a hint of pain visible on his face. Though he was wealthy, 3 million was no small sum. Old son, that's my entire month's allowance. If you ever make it big, don't forget about me. Though he said this, his hands moved swiftly. Fingerprint payment, done in one fluid motion. Ding. Purchase successful. Thunderbolt Staff Technique has been sent to your encrypted email. Please check your inbox. Done. Yi Bai tucked his phone back into his pocket, his face radiating confidence. Old son, from now on, I'm your creditor. Remember to treat me well. Sun Xing looked at him, a wave of warmth washing over him. Though this guy usually seemed scatterbrained, in critical moments, he truly treated him like a brother. Thanks. Sun Xing said solemnly. No need to thank me. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. We're brothers, after all, different fathers, different mothers. But seriously, old son, you're a demon. What do you need our divine disciples' secret techniques for? Can you really practice it? Yi Bai's curiosity was piqued once more. I have my own plans. Sun Xing offered a mysterious smile, offering no explanation. He was already itching to begin his cultivation. 3 days, though brief. But for him, it might just be enough to undergo a transformative change. Chapter 59, 3 days of arduous training, thunder technique mastered. Over the next 3 days, Sun Xing plunged into a near-frenetic state of cultivation. He locked himself in the room arranged by the sixth elder, refusing all interruptions including those from Yi Bai, that idiot who constantly tried to drag him into gaming sessions. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, he would sit cross-legged and begin circulating the great sun breathing technique. He could distinctly feel the invisible, scorching essence of the sun in the air rushing into his body, converging into the great sun within his third eye. His divine consciousness was expanding at a visible pace. From a faint, flickering flame at the start, it gradually transformed into a blazing orb of light, radiating a pure and majestic aura. The most tangible benefit of this spiritual growth was that his control over his own power reached an entirely new realm. His thoughts felt clearer than ever before. Every subtle shift in his body, every flow of demonic energy, was now fully within his grasp. Come nightfall, he would take out the Thunderbolt Staff Technique, a precious manual Yi Bai had purchased for him at great expense, and begin tireless cultivation. Sixth Master's room was spacious, featuring a dedicated open-air balcony ample enough for his practice. Lacking a suitable weapon, he improvised with the alloy clothes drying rod found in the room. First form, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. Sun Xing growled softly, gripping the clothesline rod tightly with both hands. The thunderous power within his body surged madly into it, following the methods described in the secret technique. Hum. The unremarkable clothesline rod was instantly enveloped in a layer of silver-colored electric arcs, crackling and popping. He swung the rod with all his might. A thick bolt of lightning shot from the pole's tip, tracing a brilliant arc across the night sky before crashing into the balcony's alloy railing. Boom! A deafening roar. The sturdy alloy railing was forcibly split open by the strike, leaving a charred gash. What incredible power! Sun Xing gazed at his handiwork, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was merely his initial grasp of the technique. If he mastered it fully, the power would be beyond imagination. Yet simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over him. Merely executing that single strike had drained nearly half of the thunder energy he'd painstakingly accumulated within his body. His demonic power had also been drained significantly. It seemed this thunder technique truly lived up to its reputation as a move that wounded the enemy 1,000-fold while inflicting 800 wounds upon oneself. Sun Xing let out a bitter laugh. Yet he refused to give up. He sat cross-legged, circulating the great sun breathing technique once more to restore his depleted divine sense and demonic energy. Once sufficiently restored, he rose once more, continuing to wield the thunderstaff in his hand. Day after day, night after night. Sun Xing was like an unstoppable machine, relentlessly squeezing every last ounce of potential from himself. When hunger struck, he would take a few sips of the high-energy nutrient solution specially supplied by the sixth elder. When thirsty, he would drink a few mouthfuls of demon beast blood. When exhausted, he would practice his breathing technique to restore his spirit. His will was tempered in this grueling training, forged as resilient as steel. And his strength surged at a terrifying pace during this grueling training. The bottleneck of the drip water realm seemed to be loosening. His mastery of the Thunderbolt Staff technique grew ever more refined. From initial clumsiness to later fluidity. He could now seamlessly fuse demonic energy with thunderous power, unleashing even more terrifying might. Yi Bai, meanwhile, hadn't been idle these past 3 days. He spent every day at the Phantom Bar, cozying up to the sixth master to gather intelligence about Dragonhead Mountain and the Earth Dragon essence. Though the sly old fox of a sixth master always spoke in vague, ambiguous terms, Yibai managed to extract some useful intelligence through subtle questioning. For instance, beyond the known factions involved in the dragon slaying operation, numerous wandering cultivators and solitary great demons, drawn by the scent of opportunity, were likely lurking in the shadows. Dragonhead Mountain had now become a massive powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. This only strengthened Yibai's resolve to cling tightly to Sun Xing and Xia Li's coattails. In this chaotic battlefield where powerful forces clashed, without a reliable team, one could die without even knowing how. Time swiftly advanced to the third day. That night, the skies over Jincheng hung with an oppressive heaviness. Dark clouds blanketed the sky, obscuring the moonlight and stars, shrouding the entire city in an oppressive darkness. The air carried a damp, foreboding scent as if a storm were brewing. Crack! A thick bolt of lightning suddenly split the night sky, followed by deafening thunder. Heavy rain poured down in torrents. Sun Xing, who had been practicing on the balcony, snapped his eyes open. Gazing at the wild dancing snakes of lightning in the sky, his eyes blazed with astonishing brilliance. It's here! The opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. The essence of the Thunderbolt staff technique lay in summoning lightning. To channel the thunderous power of heaven and earth and harness it for oneself. In his previous training, he had only ever tapped into the faint thunder energy within his own body, its power always limited. But now, this sky filled with thunder is his ultimate training ground. Come on! Sun Xing let out a long howl and plunged headlong into the torrential downpour. Holding the clothesline pole high, he pushed the lightning summoning technique of the Thunderbolt staff art to its absolute limit. With my body, I summon the thunder of heaven and earth. Thunderbolt, come! His divine consciousness and demonic power erupted without restraint, creating a wondrous resonance with the thunder of heaven and earth. Boom! A bolt of lightning, thicker than any before, seemed drawn by an invisible force. It plunged straight down from the dark clouds, striking Sun Xing's raised clothesline pole with a thunderous crack. Sizzle! The terrifying power of the thunderbolt instantly enveloped Sun Xing's entire body. Silver lightning serpents danced wildly across his body, crackling and popping. Any ordinary person would have been instantly reduced to charcoal under such a strike. But Sun Xing remained unscathed. His formidable physique, forged through Shanbao and repeated demonic transformations, withstood this devastating force. Not only that, he was frantically absorbing this pure thunder energy, integrating it into his body and harnessing it for his own use. Awesome! Sun Xing felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, every cell in his body rejoicing and leaping with delight. He could feel the thunder energy within him surging and growing at a terrifying rate. His understanding of the Thunderbolt staff technique reached an entirely new realm in that instant. Bathed in the blinding lightning, his staff whirled through the air with thunderous force. Every strike, every move, summoned the thunderous might of heaven and earth, carrying an apocalyptic force. He seemed like an ancient thunder god wielding divine punishment, majestic and overbearing. In the penthouse suite atop the bar, Xia Li, who had been in seclusion, seemed to sense the powerful thunderous fluctuations as well, slowly opening her eyes. She walked to the window, watching Sun Xing dance wildly in the thunderstorm. A flicker of unmistakable astonishment passed through her icy eyes. This guy can actually summon heavenly thunder? What exactly is he? He's full of secrets. No wonder, master. Xia Li found herself increasingly unable to fathom this little monkey. He was shrouded in mystery. And just then, midnight had arrived. A melodious, ancient chime seemed to transcend time and space, resonating in everyone's heart. At the peak of Dragonhead Mountain, we'll meet there without fail. The appointed hour had come. Sun Xing sheathed his staff, the thunderous glow fading from his body. He lifted his head, gazing toward Longzhou Mountain, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Earth Dragon, I'm coming. Chapter 60, The Black Water Mystic Serpent. The night was as dark as ink, and torrential rain poured down. At the peak of Dragonhead Mountain, the wind howled, whipping at their clothes until they fluttered wildly. 7 figures appeared silently on the mountain's sacrificial altar, ghostly and unseen. They were the 7 demon kings and divine lords participating in this dragon-slaying mission, led by Dragon Chief. After 3 days of seclusion to tend to her wounds, Xia Li's injuries had healed for the most part. Though the damage to her primordial essence remained unhealed, she had at least regained most of her combat strength. Standing before Sun Xing and Yibai, her icy gaze swept over every person present, brimming with vigilance. Sun Xing and Yibai stood behind her. Sun Xing's gaze immediately locked onto the dragon boss wearing the dragon-headed mask. He sensed the other's gaze linger on him for an instant, faint yet unmistakable. That gaze remained familiar, yet carried an inexplicable complexity. It seems everyone has arrived. Dragon Boss's voice, deep and magnetic, carried clearly through the wind and rain to every ear. Time is short. No need for small talk. He flipped his palm, and the 7 pitch-black dragon-slaying spikes, engraved with golden runes, reappeared before the group. As we discussed earlier. 1 nail per person, each responsible for a dragon lair. I've already marked the locations of these 7 dragon lairs on the spikes. A sweep of your divine sense will reveal them. With a flick of his finger, the 7 dragon-slaying spikes transformed into streaks of light, flying precisely into each person's hand. Sun Xing had no share, so the dragon-slaying nail naturally landed in Xia Li's hand. Xia Li caught the nail and scanned it with her divine sense. A 3-dimensional map instantly materialized in her mind. On the map, a red glowing point clearly marked the location of the dragon lair they were responsible for. Remember. The dragon elder's voice rang out again, now utterly solemn. When an earth dragon takes form, there will be signs. When I give the signal, everyone must drive the dragon-slaying nail into the dragon's lair simultaneously. There is only one chance. Should we miss it, or should anyone falter, all our efforts will be for naught, and we shall have no second chance. Then, what awaits us will be an enraged earth dragon whose power rivals that of a heavenly fiend. The consequences. I needn't elaborate, right? Every face grew grim. They all understood, this mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. Advance. Dragon leader barked the command, his figure vanishing first from the mountaintop. The others swiftly transformed into streaks of light, darting toward their respective dragon lairs. Stay close. Xia Li's warning echoed as crimson demonic energy enveloped Sun Xing and Yi Bai. She too transformed into a fiery streak, vanishing into the rain-soaked night. Their assigned dragon lair lay deep within a ravine on the southern flank of Dragonhead Mountain. The terrain here was rugged and inaccessible, rarely visited by humans. The air was thick with a damp, chilling dampness. This is the place. Xia Li halted, her gaze fixed on the bottomless cold pool before them, her expression grave. The water in the cold pool was as black as ink, radiating a bone-chilling coldness, as if it connected to the netherworld. Pure earth veins of energy surged ceaselessly from the depths of the pool. This place was one of the 7 dragon veins. Such intense spiritual energy. Yi Bai stared at the icy pool, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could sense that the energy contained within this water was purer than any heavenly treasure or rare herb he had ever used before. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a plant growing in the center of the pool. It was a tiny flower, entirely snow-white, as if carved from ice crystals. Crystal dewdrops glistened upon its petals, releasing a refreshingly sweet fragrance. An essence of life energy, pure to the extreme, emanated from that tiny flower. Holy! An ice-heart snow lotus! Yi Bai exclaimed aloud, his face etched with greed. This was the legendary supreme spiritual herb said to purify the marrow and strengthen the meridians, enhancing one's cultivation. He'd struck gold. This time, he'd truly struck gold. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, intent on claiming the sacred flower for himself. Don't move! Sun Xing grabbed him by the arm. Are you out of your mind? Sun Xing's fiery eyes had already opened. Beneath the tranquil surface of the pool, he clearly sensed a terrifying aura lurking, one so powerful it sent chills down his spine. That aura was cold and brutal, like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, poised to deliver a fatal strike to its prey at any moment. A dragon's lair is the very lifeline of the earth dragon. How could it possibly lack guardians? Xia Li's voice was equally cold. If you want to go and die, don't drag us along. Startled by their sharp rebuke, Yi Bai snapped back to his senses. He stared at the spirit flower just inches away, then glanced at the bottomless icy pool, a look of lingering fear creeping across his face. What should I do? Just watch it? He looked utterly unwilling. Lure it out. Sun Xing stared at the cold pool, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He walked to the edge of the pool, picked up a stone the size of a human head, and with all his might, hurled it fiercely toward the center of the pool. Plop! A loud splash echoed as water sprayed everywhere. Yet the cold pool remained utterly still. The terrifying aura lurking at its depths showed no sign of disturbance. Useless. Yi Bai felt a pang of disappointment. Again! Sun Xing refused to give up. He picked up an even larger stone, channeling all his demonic energy and thunder power into it before smashing it down with all his might. Boom! This time, the entire icy pool shook violently. Gushing columns of water shot skyward. The dormant aura at the bottom of the pool was finally roused. Hiss! A bone-chilling hiss echoed from the depths. Immediately after, an enormous black head slowly surfaced from the water. It was a black giant python over 30 meters long, as thick as a water barrel. Its body was covered in a layer of hard, black scales that glinted with a sinister cold light in the dim illumination. A pair of blood-red serpentine eyes, cold and utterly devoid of emotion, locked onto the 3 figures on the shore. A terrifying aura befitting a demon king erupted with overwhelming force. Holy! That big? Yi Bai plopped down onto the ground, his face ashen with fear. This giant python's power was likely no less than Xia Li's. Watch out! This is an ancient species, the black water mystic serpent. Xia Li's expression also turned grim. Its scales were impenetrable, ordinary blades couldn't scratch it. Moreover, the venom it spits corrodes everything it touches. One drop is enough to kill. Hiss! The Blackwater mystic serpent seemed enraged by Sun Xing's provocation. It opened its gaping maw, and a jet of black water shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, hurtling straight toward Sun Xing. The jet carried a foul, fishy stench, and wherever it passed, even the air itself corroded with a hissing sound. Watch out! Xia Li's sharp cry echoed as flames surged around her, forming a crimson wall of fire that blocked the serpent's path before Sun Xing. Boom! The black water bolt collided violently with the wall of fire. Water and fire fused, erupting in a vast cloud of white steam that obscured the surrounding vision. Now! Seizing the moment, Xia Li hissed. Her figure flickered, appearing ghost-like above the black water mystic serpent's head. Her pale, slender hand, enveloped in crimson flames, struck with devastating force toward the black water mystic serpent's vital point. Demon King technique, vermilion bird incinerates the heavens. The black water mystic serpent seemed to sense the deadly threat. Its massive body twisted violently, and its enormous tail lashed out like a steel whip, sweeping towards Xia Li with overwhelming force. Old Sun. It's up to you. Yi Bai finally snapped out of his terror. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations. Heavenly Lord above, I beseech you. Where are the ghost officers? Come swiftly to aid me. Exterminate the demonic fiend. The ghost gate behind him reappeared. Two figures, the black and white impermanent, stepped forth, chains in hand. The chains coiled like venomous snakes, wrapping around the black water mystic serpent's body in an attempt to bind it. Meanwhile, Sun Xing was not idle. He drew a deep breath, channeling the thunderbolt staff technique to its peak. The iron staff he had specially prepared was once again enveloped in silver lightning. Thunderbolt staff technique, thunderclap transformation. His figure flickered, reappearing on the other side of the black water mystic serpent. His staff, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds of thunder, slammed viciously toward its head. The three, in perfect coordination, struck simultaneously. Chapter 61, 7 Kings Slay the Dragon. Boom! Xia Li's vermilion bird demon fire collided violently mid-air with the black water mystic serpent's tail. A terrifying shockwave of energy sent waves dozens of meters high crashing across the surrounding pool. Xia Li grunted as the immense force sent her flying backward, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Already wounded, she suffered the brunt of the clash. The black water mystic serpent fared no better. Its tail was scorched black by the vermilion bird's demonic flames, emitting the acrid smell of burnt flesh. At the same time, the black and white impermanents summoned by Yi Bai successfully coiled their chains around the serpent's massive body. But the black water mystic serpent's strength was truly terrifying. With a single violent thrash of its body. Snap! The two chains, forged from condensed energy, shattered instantly. The black and white impermanents were also thrown back by the immense force, their forms becoming noticeably more ethereal. Put! Yi Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler. When his summoned creatures suffered, their master felt the pain too. Damn it, this beast has skin thicker than a cow's hide. Yi Bai cursed under his breath. Just as the black water mystic serpent prepared to press its advantage and swallow Yi Bai whole, Sun Xing's attack arrived. Thunderbolt staff technique, 10,000 June. The long staff in his hands, channeling the fury of thunderous energy, slammed viciously into the black water mystic serpent's head. Clang! A deafening clang of metal against metal echoed through the air. Sun Xing felt as if he'd struck divine iron itself. The shockwave numbed his palms, nearly wrenching the iron staff from his grasp. Yet the blackwater mystic serpent nearly shook its head. Not even a faint white mark marred its hard, scaled armor. Hiss! The blackwater mystic serpent was utterly enraged. It flung Xia Li and Yi Bai aside, its enormous serpentine eyes locked dead on Sun Xing. In its eyes, this monkey wielding a stick to strike its head was the most despicable. It opened its gaping maw, and a torrent of black venom more concentrated than any previous discharge cascaded down towards Sun Xing like a waterfall. Oh no! Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel the sheer force of this attack enough to instantly dissolve him into a pool of blood. He tried to dodge, but the black water mystic snake was too fast, leaving him no chance. At that critical moment, a crimson figure once again blocked the attack before him. It was Xia Li. Vermilion bird wings. With a fierce cry, the magnificent wings of flame behind her abruptly closed, forming a massive shield of fire that securely enveloped both of them. Sizzle! The black venom erupted into a vast cloud of white toxic mist the moment it touched the flame shield. Under the venom's corrosive attack, the flame shield's glow rapidly dimmed, as if it might shatter at any moment. Xia Li's complexion grew increasingly pale. Sun Xing! She turned and barked at Sun Xing. Its weakness lies in its eyes. Use your strongest power to attack its eyes. Sun Xing's heart stirred at her words. He gazed at Xia Li's pale yet resolute face, and an inexplicable emotion welled up within him. This woman, though always so domineering and sharp-tongued. Yet time and again, in critical moments, she stood before him. I understand. Sun Xing drew a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He poured every ounce of demonic power and thunderous might within him into the staff in his hands, holding nothing back. He even pushed the great sun within his consciousness to its absolute limit. A pure and majestic divine consciousness merged into the staff. Hum! The iron rod in his grasp blazed with intense light. Silver lightning and golden demonic energy intertwined, forming mysterious runes that coiled around the staff's surface. An unprecedented, devastating aura radiated from it. Thunderbolt staff technique. Divine weapon art. Sun Xing roared with fury, thrusting his legs with explosive force. His entire body launched like a golden cannonball, bursting through the gap in the flame shield. His target was the Black Water Mystic Serpent's pair of blood-red, lantern-sized eyes. The Black Water Mystic Serpent seemed to sense the deadly threat as well, its massive body abruptly coiling backward in an attempt to evade. But it was too late. Sun Xing's speed was beyond measure. Die! The staff in his hand, wielded with 1,000-pound force and carrying the might to shatter the heavens, plunged viciously toward the Black Water Mystic Serpent's left eye. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the weapon pierced flesh. The staff pierced through the Black Water Mystic Serpent's fragile eyeball without resistance, plunging deep into its brain. Arg! The Blackwater Mystic Serpent let out the most piercing, agonizing howl of its life. Its massive body thrashed wildly in the icy pool, churning up towering waves. Uncontrolled, frenzied energy erupted from its body, shattering the surrounding rock walls into fragments. Sun Xing, having landed his strike, immediately drew back, evading the serpent's death throes. It was impossible to say how much time had passed. The Blackwater Mystic Serpent's struggles finally ceased. Its massive corpse floated lifelessly on the pitch-black surface of the pool, all vitality extinguished. The pool water was stained a deep crimson by its blood. Pant, pant. Sun Xing knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. That single strike had nearly drained him of all his strength. Yet as he gazed upon the colossal serpent's corpse, his eyes brimmed with exhilaration and satisfaction. He had personally slain an ancient beast comparable to a demon king. Well done. Xia Li walked over, helped him to his feet, and spoke with genuine admiration in her voice. You haven't disappointed me. Yi Bai scrambled over, looking like he'd just escaped death. Holy! Old Sun. You're insane. Is this really the same Sun Xing I know, the guy who peed himself watching horror movies? He stared at Sun Xing as if he were a freak. Sun Xing ignored him, instead fixing his gaze on the ice heart snow lotus in the center of the pool, still emitting its alluring fragrance. Now, the greatest obstacle had been cleared. This treasure was theirs for the taking. Just as the three prepared to step forward and claim their prize, a melodious, ancient chime suddenly echoed from the peak of Dragon's Head Mountain, reverberating throughout the entire valley. It was the Dragon Elder's signal. The Earth Dragon was about to begin its transformation. No! The time has come. Xia Li's expression changed instantly. She had no time for the Ice Heart Snow Lotus. Grabbing Sun Xing and Yi Bai by the arms, she shouted. Quick! Drive in the dragon-slaying spike. She thrust the jet-black spike into Sun Xing's hand. Use all your strength to drive it into the dragon's lair at the bottom of the pool. Sun Xing took the dragon-slaying spike and nodded. He took a deep breath and leaped into the bone-chilling waters of the pool. Following the source of the Earth's vital energy, he dove deeper and deeper. Soon, at the bottom of the pool, he found the dragon's lair, gushing with Earth's vital energy. Without hesitation, he aimed the dragon-slaying nail at the lair and drove it down with every ounce of his strength. Boom! The instant the dragon-slaying spike struck the lair, a terrifying counterforce erupted with a thunderous blast. The entire Dragon's Head Mountain shook violently. It felt as though a slumbering colossal dragon was awakening. At the same moment, the other 6 dragon lairs on Dragon Head Mountain simultaneously erupted with astonishing energy fluctuations. Clearly, the other 6 demon kings and divine lords had also made their move. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden, unexpected change occurred. Roar! A dragon's roar, filled with endless agony and fury, echoed from the depths of the earth, shaking the entire Dragon Head Mountain as if it were about to collapse. The dark clouds in the sky swirled with even greater ferocity. Purple divine thunderbolts, each more terrifying than any before and carrying an aura of destruction, brewed within the clouds. The Earth Dragon, provoked beyond endurance, was forcing its transformation prematurely. An earth-shattering heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Chapter 62, Fortune Lies in Peril. Boom! Purple heavenly thunderbolts, like enraged dragons, descended from the heavens, striking the mountain body of Dragonhead Mountain with brutal force. The earth shook violently, rocks tumbled down, and trees toppled. The entire Dragon's Head Mountain seemed to be facing its apocalypse. At the bottom of the pool, Sun Xing was shaken by the terrifying backlash of the earth's pulse, his blood surging violently, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The dragon-slaying spike in his hand had barely penetrated the surface of the dragon's lair when it was seized by a powerful force, stuck fast and unable to advance another inch. Damn it! Sun Xing gritted his teeth, unleashing every last ounce of demonic power within him without reservation. The veins in his arm bulged, muscles knotted like ropes as he strained with every ounce of strength. But it was still useless. The counterforce emanating from the earth's veins was simply too overwhelming. It felt as though the entire might of Dragonhead Mountain was arrayed against him. Sun Xing! I'm coming to help you. From the shore, Xia Li's voice rang out. Watching Sun Xing struggle to hold on in the pool, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. The crimson flames surrounding her surged skyward once more. A magnificent vermilion phoenix apparition materialized behind her, emitting a clear, piercing cry. She poured her already depleted primordial demonic energy into Sun Xing's body without reservation. Put! Xia Li's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and she coughed up another mouthful of primordial essence blood. Sun Xing, bolstered by this surge of pure demonic energy, felt immense power surge through his entire body. His spirit surged, and he let out a furious roar. Drive it in! The dragon-slaying spike in his hand finally drove downward another inch. At the same time, the other 6 dragon lairs on Dragon Head Mountain were witnessing equally breathtaking scenes. Lin Qingqian's hair stood on end, his body crackling with lightning as he stood firm against the earth vein's backlash, driving the dragon-slaying spike inch by inch into the ground like an ancient thunder god wielding divine punishment. Director Zhang of the Supernatural Bureau removed his glasses, revealing eyes sharp as blades. A righteous aura surged from his body, resisting the earth vein's erosion. 6th Master, Little Wang, Old Farmer. Every demon king and divine lord unleashed their ultimate abilities, giving their all in this battle against the forces of heaven and earth. Roar! From the depths below, the earth dragon's roar grew increasingly agonized and frenzied. It sensed its connection to Mother Earth being severed bit by bit. It refused to accept this. It had cultivated for thousands of years for this very day to transform into a dragon and soar through the 9 heavens. How could it all come crashing down at the very last moment? Break! The earth dragon let out its final roar. It had chosen to burn its very essence, forcibly triggering the transformation tribulation. Boom! In the sky, the long brewing purple divine thunder finally found its outlet. A thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel, carrying world-shattering might, descended like a spear of divine retribution. Its target, the main peak of Dragon Head Mountain. The very location of the earth dragon's true form. No! It's forcing its way through the tribulation. For the first time, Dragon Leader's voice carried a hint of panic. Everyone! Speed up! We must completely seal the dragon vein before the heavenly tribulation strikes. Otherwise, we'll all be buried with it. No reminder was needed. Everyone already sensed the terrifying divine might, powerful enough to obliterate their very souls. They all went mad. One by one, they began burning their very essence, hammering the dragon-slaying spikes into the dragon's lair at any cost. Ah! Sun Xing had thrown caution to the wind. He felt his body straining to the breaking point under the immense pressure of that colossal energy. But he still refused to give up. He channeled every ounce of his will and strength into the nail in his hand. Die! With his last ounce of strength, he let out a final, furious roar. Snap! A crisp sound echoed from the depths of the pool. The dragon-slaying nail was finally driven deep into the heart of the dragon's lair. Simultaneously, similar sounds echoed from the other 6 directions, almost in unison. 7 dragon-slaying nails, all in place, just 1 second before the heavenly tribulation descended. Hum! The entire Dragon's Head Mountain trembled violently. The surging earth vein energy seemed to have its pause button pressed, vanishing without a trace in an instant. The connection between the Earth Dragon and Dragon Head Mountain was severed completely. Roar! A faint, reluctant wail echoed from the depths beneath the earth. In the sky, the purple calamity lightning that had been poised to strike seemed to lose its target. After circling for a moment, it finally dissipated, unwillingly. Success! They succeeded. In the different dragon lairs, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The backlash from the earth's veins proved far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Even mighty demon lords and divine lords like Lin Qingqian and the 6th Elder now wore ashen faces and faltering breaths, clearly having paid a heavy price. Yet none paid heed to their wounds. A single flame burned in every pair of eyes. Greed. The earth dragon was dead, the dragon veins severed. Now came the time to divide the spoils of victory. That was the earth dragon's essence. The very core essence of an earth dragon. A supreme treasure capable of driving even divine lords mad. Then, when everyone gathered together, asking Dragon Boss about the dragon essence's whereabouts. Lin Qingqian was the first to rise. Wiping the blood from his lips, he let out a low, cold chuckle and murmured to himself, "The Earth Dragon is vanquished. This Earth Dragon core belongs to none other than the Long family." Lin Qingqian's tone was utterly domineering, as if the Earth Dragon essence were already in the Lei family's possession. "Old Lei, you're speaking a bit too soon, aren't you?" 6th Uncle swayed his hips as he slowly rose to his feet. Though his face was pale, his aura of sinister charm remained undiminished. "This Earth Dragon was slain by our combined efforts. This Earth Dragon essence should naturally be shared among all who witnessed it. You want to keep it all for yourself? Have you asked the stick in my hand?" On the other side, the old farmer who'd remained silent all along also stood up, leaning on his hoe. Dangerous glints flashed in his cloudy eyes. The atmosphere instantly became tense and volatile. Allies who had fought side by side moments ago now became mortal enemies. Such is the cruel reality. In the face of immense profit, so-called cooperation is nothing but a fragile scrap of paper. Oomph! A rabble like this dares challenge the Lei family? Lin Qingqian snorted coldly, unleashing the Divine Lord's aura once more. Though not at its peak, it still froze the surrounding air. At this critical moment. Enough noise. Dragon Boss's voice, though not loud, reached every ear with crystal clarity. He leapt out of the pool and landed on the shore. Though his aura was equally weakened, that overbearing presence that commanded the world still sent a chill through the hearts of every big shot present. The Earth Dragon essence lies buried deep within the dragon veins, awaiting those destined to claim it. What's the point of arguing here now? Better to use that energy to search the mountains. Dragon Boss's words poured cold water over everyone's heads. Exactly. What if they fight to the death here, only to have someone else snatch the Earth Dragon essence first? At this thought, the murderous intent in everyone's hearts was temporarily suppressed. Lin Qingqian snorted coldly, saying no more. He transformed into a streak of lightning and was the first to dash deep into the heart of Dragon Head Mountain. The others quickly snapped out of their daze, each unleashing their divine abilities and streaking off in different directions at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, only Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Yi Bai remained atop the mountain. Once the others departed, the overwhelming pressure dissipated. Thud! Sun Xing plopped down onto the ground, feeling as though every bone in his body was about to fall apart. He turned to look at Xia Li, only to find her face even paler than before. Not a trace of color remained on her exquisite features, making her resemble a fragile porcelain doll. Are you okay? Not dying. Xia Li waved her hand, her voice still icy, yet tinged with an unmistakable weakness. To help Sun Xing drive in the dragon-slaying nail, she had forcibly burned her primordial essence, compounding her injuries. Her current state was worse than anyone else's. Then, what do we do now? Yi Bai watched the figures of those powerful figures vanishing into the mountains and forests, his brow furrowed with worry. That's Earth Dragon essence. Are we just going to stand by and watch them take it? What else can we do? Xia Li shot him a glance. You actually want to compete with a bunch of demon kings and divine lords for the treasure? Your puny frame, could you even withstand a single finger from them? Yi Bai was rendered speechless. But we can't just give up like this. He protested stubbornly. That's a treasure that could catapult someone to the heavens. What if we got lucky and snatched it? Find? Xia Li scoffed. You think it's trash you can just pick up? Sun Xing remained silent, not joining their argument. He quietly circulated the Great Sun breathing technique within his body, attempting to calm the raging energy. Simultaneously, his fiery golden eyes activated in the shadows, observing the energy flow throughout the entire Dragon's Head Mountain. Though the Earth Dragon had perished, the Dragon Veins' energy had not entirely dissipated. Streams of pure energy still flowed slowly deep within the mountain range, ultimately converging toward an unknown destination. That place might be where the Earth Dragon's essence resided. Go! Sun Xing abruptly stood up, his voice deep and commanding. What? Yi Bai and Xia Li both turned to look at him. We're coming too. Sun Xing's eyes flashed with unwavering resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Even if we can't get it, seeing it firsthand can't hurt. Xia Li stared into Sun Xing's eyes, which burned with a fiery intensity. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. All right. Then let's go see. But let's be clear about this beforehand. Xia Li's gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity. If danger arises, I can't guarantee I'll always be able to save you. Life and death are predestined, fortune and wealth are in the heavens. Yi Bai pounded his chest, declaring with unshakable resolve. Though his legs still trembled slightly. The three exchanged glances, hesitation vanishing. They chose a direction and plunged into the perilous, pitch-black mountain forest. Chapter 63, Splitting Up. The Dragon's Head Mountain stretched endlessly, like the spine of a colossal dragon, spanning the outskirts of Jinchang. On ordinary days, this place was a paradise for hikers, boasting breathtaking scenery and crisp, fresh air. But now, this mountain range had transformed into a veritable battlefield. Countless powerful auras raged through the forests. Demon energy, divine power, and the thunderous clashes of various energies echoed in rapid succession. Piercing screams occasionally pierced the dense forest steps, only to be swiftly swallowed by silence. In their quest for the legendary Earth Dragon essence, all had become bloodthirsty. Not only rival factions, but even fellow disciples and brothers could turn against each other at any moment, drawing blades in the face of immense profit. Weakling lone cultivators and solitary demonic creatures, hoping to snatch scraps, became the first casualties in this bloody feast. Their corpses would soon be devoured clean by the mountain beasts, leaving not a trace of their existence behind. Such was the cruelty of the extraordinary world. Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Yi Bai moved cautiously through the mountain forest, carefully avoiding areas with intense energy fluctuations. Xia Li's injuries were severe. With every ounce of demonic energy she expended, her face grew paler. The energy within Sun Xing still churned violently within him, refusing to settle. Only Yi Bai, the sole healthy member of the team, had become the most useless one at this moment. Trailing behind the other two, he cowered like a frightened quail, barely daring to breathe. Are we really going to keep going deeper? Yi Bai watched as a bolt of lightning shot skyward not far ahead, illuminating half the heavens. It was Lei Dongtian clashing with some foolhardy opponent. The Seven Kings dragon vein slaying was too loud, attracting countless covetous onlookers. This is ing gods fighting. Us mere mortals getting involved is suicide. Shut up. Xia Li spat out the two words coldly. If you're scared, you can leave now. Yi Bai shrank his neck, daring not to speak further. Get lost? Where should I go? Right now, there probably isn't a single safe place on this entire mountain. Sticking with these two big shots might be dangerous, but at least there's a glimmer of hope. They wandered through the mountains for a full day and night. Beyond witnessing countless bloody battles and fields littered with severed limbs, they still had no clue about the whereabouts of the Earth Dragon's essence. Lanzhou Mountain was simply too vast. Searching for a fist-sized pearl within it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. This won't do. We can't keep going like this. Sun Xing halted, leaning against a tree, panting heavily. His complexion was grim. The prolonged exertion, compounded by the conflict within his energy, left him utterly exhausted. We're like headless flies, wandering aimlessly here. Sooner or later, we'll be discovered or simply wear ourselves out. What should we do? Yi Bai's face was etched with despair. Should we just give up? If we head down the mountain now, we might still make it. Give up? Xia Li shot him a cold glance. The word give up doesn't exist in Xia Li's vocabulary. Though gravely wounded, the pride of a demon king remained undiminished. Then what do you suggest we do? Yi Bai felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. Split up and search. Xia Li's answer was simple and direct. Separately? Yi Bai froze for a moment. The three of us splitting up will be more efficient. Xia Li explained. Plus, we'll be less conspicuous and harder for those guys to track. But what if we encounter danger? Yi Bai still felt uneasy. Aren't you the chosen one? A mocking smile curled at Xia Li's lips. What? Scared now? Who's scared? Yi Bai immediately straightened his back, putting on a brave face. I'm just worried about you all. Especially you, Goddess Xia Li, with injuries this severe. Acting alone is far too dangerous. I, Yi Bai, am determined to become your strongest support. Sun Xing listened from the side and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy, even now, he's still thinking about flirting. Still, Xia Li's suggestion really is the best option right now. I agree. Sun Xing spoke up. Splitting up would definitely be more efficient. He turned to look at Yi Bai, his expression turning serious. Big White, be careful. This isn't a game. If you die, you truly lose everything. If you encounter an opponent you can't defeat, run. Don't try to fight your way through. Your life comes first. Yuri met Sun Xing's earnest gaze, and a wave of warmth washed over him. He knew old Sun was genuinely looking out for him. Don't worry. Yi Bai patted his chest, his face breaking into that familiar, cheeky grin. Your brother here may not have many skills, but when it comes to making a clean getaway, I'm absolutely top-notch. Besides, I'm a man destined by heaven. This Earth Dragon essence might just be meant for me. Once I find the dragon essence, my power will skyrocket straight to the sea-bound realm. Then, let's see who dares look down on me. His excitement grew with every word, as if he'd already envisioned himself standing atop the Earth Dragon essence, punching the thunderous heavens, and embracing the goddess Xia Li. Xia Li couldn't be bothered with him, merely nodding to Sun Xing. Be careful yourself. Your demon soul is unique to those creatures, it holds just as much allure as the Earth Dragon essence. Don't let them devour you like Tang Sanzang's flesh. Though her tone still carried a hint of teasing, Sun Xing detected a thread of genuine concern. I know. Sun Xing nodded. The three parted ways. Yi Bai chose the west, Xia Li the south, while Sun Xing ventured alone toward the deepest heart of the Dragon's Head Mountains, the central zone where energy fluctuations were most chaotic. He had an intuition. The Earth Dragon essence must be there. Sun Xing walked alone through the deep, dense forest. The sounds of battle around him seemed to fade into the distance. The deeper he ventured into the Dragon's Head Mountains, the more eerily silent the environment became. An ancient, desolate aura permeated the air, weighing heavily on his chest. Sun Xing knew he had entered the core region of the Dragon Vein. This was the true Forbidden Zone. Weaker independent cultivators and demonic creatures dared not set foot here. Only the absolute elite, like Lei Dongtian, dared to venture here. Sun Xing suppressed his aura to its absolute limit. He activated the Great Sun breathing technique. The Great Sun within the purple palace at his brow emitted a pure divine consciousness, enveloping his entire body and sealing off any leakage of his demonic energy. Simultaneously, his fiery golden eyes remained perpetually open. Through his golden pupils, the energy currents of the entire world were clearly visible before his eyes. Countless strands of chaotic demonic energy and divine power intertwined and collided within the mountain range, forming a tangled web of confusion. Yet at the very center of that vast net lay an eerie void. All energy approaching that area was either swallowed by an invisible force or diverted away. The Earth Dragon essence must be there. Sun Xing was utterly certain of this. But he did not rush in immediately. He knew that area was undoubtedly already being watched by major players from all sides. To go there now would be like a lamb walking into the lion's den. He found a secluded mountain hollow, sat cross-legged, and began silently regulating his breath. He had to completely calm the raging energy within his body before taking action. Otherwise, once the fighting began, this uncontrollable force could very well become his death sentence. Time ticked by second. Sun Xing's breath grew longer and deeper. Under the guidance of his divine consciousness, the demonic power and thunderous energy within him gradually ceased their conflict, beginning to flow slowly in a wondrous rhythm. At that very moment, two powerful auras suddenly breached his sensory range. Sun Xing's eyes snapped open. On the ridge not far away, two figures were slowly approaching the blank area. One wore a fierce dragon-headed mask, towering in stature with steady, deliberate steps. The other resembled an ordinary old farmer, carrying a hoe as he followed closely behind. It was Dragon Boss and that mysterious old farmer. Sun Xing's heart instantly leapt into his throat. These two were here after all. And judging by their demeanor, they seemed to know this area like the back of their hands. They must know the exact location of the Earth Dragon Yuan. A daring thought began to take root in Sun Xing's mind. Follow them. Following them might just lead to the Earth Dragon essence. The very thought startled Sun Xing himself. Are you kidding me? That's Dragon Boss. His power was unfathomable, and his cunning was terrifying beyond measure. With his own meager cultivation, he'd be no better than an ant before him. Follow him? That's practically suicide. If discovered, a single thought from him could obliterate my very soul. But the Earth Dragon essence was a peerless treasure that even Xia Li found irresistible. If I could obtain it, my power would undergo a complete and utter transformation. Then, would I still have to kowtow to that madwoman Xia Li? Would I still have to hide and run scared like this? Fortune favors the bold. I'll take the risk. A resolute glint flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. He pushed the great sun breathing technique to its absolute limit, his entire being merging seamlessly with the surroundings, not leaking a single trace of energy. Then, like the most patient hunter, he silently hung back, trailing far behind Dragon Boss and the old farmer. He dared not get too close, relying solely on his keen eyesight to barely track their movements. Long Lauda and the old farmer seemed oblivious to the small tail following them. They advanced steadily, their pace unhurried, yet each step carrying a peculiar rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very earth veins of Longzhou Mountain. The longer Sun Xing followed, the more astonished he became. This dragon elder's command over the dragon veins was truly terrifying. It felt less like walking through the mountains and more like strolling through his own body. What was his true background? Was he truly a member of the Dragon Clan, that so-called guardian clan of the Great Xia? Sun Xing's mind was filled with questions. Just then, the Dragon Patriarch's footsteps abruptly halted. He stood before a seemingly ordinary deep pool, gazing silently into its pitch-black waters. Sun Xing's heart also began to race. Could it be? At the bottom of the pool? Chapter 64, Internal Strife? The deep pool wasn't large, barely 10 meters across. The water was as black as ink, bottomless, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Dragon Boss stood motionless by the edge, still as a statue. The old farmer behind him had set down his hoe, scanning the surroundings warily. Sun Xing hid behind a massive boulder in the distance, not daring to breathe a single breath. He concealed his entire body within the shadows, only his golden eyes visible as they fixed intently on the two figures by the pool. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. He didn't know how long it had been. Dragon Boss finally moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the bone-chillingly cold pool. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere before quickly settling back into stillness. The old farmer remained steadfastly by the shore, like the most loyal sentinel. Sun Xing's heart pounded wildly. Indeed. The Earth Dragon essence lies at the bottom of this pool. He now faced a difficult choice. Should he continue waiting or leap in after them? Waiting might be safer. But what if the Dragon Boss grabbed the item and escaped through another exit? Wouldn't all his waiting be for nothing? Jumping down was dangerous, but at least there was a sliver of hope. Sun Xing's mind was torn between conflicting urges. Ultimately, his craving for power overcame his fear of the unknown. He decided to take the gamble. Sun Xing took a deep breath. Then, like a fish gliding through water, he slipped silently into the pond. The bone-chilling cold of the water instantly enveloped him. A chilling, keen energy relentlessly tried to invade his body. Fortunately, the demonic power and thunderous might within him were supremely yang and supremely fierce, barely managing to resist the corrosive chill. Sun Xing opened his eyes. His fiery gaze remained effective even underwater. He saw the figure of Dragon Boss rapidly descending. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately followed. The pond was deeper than he had imagined. After descending hundreds of meters, there was still no bottom in sight. The surrounding light grew dimmer and dimmer until, finally, he plunged into pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face. Sun Xing could only barely make out his surroundings with his keen eyesight. He saw the rock walls at the bottom of the pool covered with all kinds of strange aquatic plants, emitting a faint glow. Countless oddly shaped fish darted through the vegetation, seemingly oblivious to the two uninvited guests. Just then, Sun Xing noticed the dragon leader ahead of him come to a halt. Before him appeared a vast, pitch-black opening. Streams of pure earth vein energy surged ceaselessly from within. Without hesitation, dragon leader dived straight into the opening. Sun Xing's heart leapt into his throat. The true treasure lay deep within this dragon's lair. Sun Xing gritted his teeth and chose to follow. Having come this far, how could he possibly turn back now? The moment he entered the dragon's lair, Sun Xing felt as though he had stepped into another world. The space inside was far more spacious than he had imagined. This was a vast underground cavern. Countless bizarre stalactites hung from the ceiling, resembling monstrous creatures lurking in the darkness, ready to devour anyone who approached. An underground river wound its way from the cavern's depths, its gurgling flow echoing through the space. The entire cavern was saturated with an indescribably potent spiritual energy. Sun Xing took just one breath, and he felt the demonic energy within him stir to life. This place was undoubtedly a heavenly realm for cultivation. At the very center of the cavern, a bizarre sight caused Sun Xing's pupils to suddenly contract. A pearl, about the size of a fist, crystal clear and translucent like a longan fruit, floated silently in midair. Within the sphere, golden dragon energy seemed to coil and swirl, emanating an ancient and majestic aura distinctly belonging to dragons. An essence of life energy, pure to the extreme, emanated from the orb, causing Sun Xing to feel his very soul tremble, an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself in worship surging within him. Earth Dragon Essence. This was the supreme treasure that had driven countless demon lords and divine sovereigns to madness. Found it. Finally found. Sun Xing's heart pounded wildly. He watched as the Dragon Lord stepped forward, inch by inch, toward the Earth Dragon Essence. His eyes burned with intense heat and longing. Sun Xing instinctively clenched his fists. He knew this treasure was about to fall into someone else's hands. And all he could do was watch helplessly. This helplessness filled him with unbearable frustration and resentment. Hidden in the shadows at the cave entrance, Sun Xing stared intently at the receding figure of Dragon Boss. His mind raced. What should he do? Charge out and fight for it? Don't be ridiculous. With his current strength, he'd likely be smashed into mincemeat by Dragon Boss's palm before even reaching the Earth Dragon's lair. Text Xia Li? Sun Xing instinctively pulled out his phone. As expected, the screen showed no signal whatsoever. Deep underground, he was completely cut off from the outside world. Could he really just stand by and watch as the treasure he'd risked his life to find was snatched away by someone else? After all the effort he, Xia Li, and Yi Bai had put in slaying the Blackwater Mystic Serpent and driving in the dragon-slaying Spike, was it all just to pave the way for someone else? Had they become free labor for that old schemer, Dragon Boss? Sun Xing's heart burned with resentment and rage. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaws cracked, his fists balled until they creaked. He hated his own weakness, his own powerlessness. Just as Sun Xing was on the verge of despair, the situation on the field suddenly took an unexpected turn. The old farmer who had been trailing behind Dragon Boss like a silent shadow suddenly, a strange red light flashed in his cloudy eyes. Without warning, he raised the hoe in his hand and brought it down with brutal force, striking Dragon Boss squarely in the back. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Though Dragon Boss sensed the danger at the last moment and twisted to avoid the vital areas. But his shoulder still took the full force of the hoe. He grunted, stumbling forward several steps and nearly falling. Are you out of your mind? Dragon Boss spun around, staring in disbelief at the old farmer who had ambushed him. Hey! A strange, vacant smile spread across the old farmer's face. His eyes grew hollow and wild, as if he'd lost his mind. The Earth Dragon Essence is mine. No one's taking this from me. He roared, raising the hoe once more and lunging at Dragon Boss. Damn it! Dragon Boss cursed under his breath, abandoning the Earth Dragon Essence mere inches away. He swung a back fist to meet the old farmer's hoe. Boom! Fist and hoe collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave of energy. Two Demon King-level powerhouses were now locked in a chaotic, frenzied brawl within this tiny cave like two street thugs fighting without a care for form or technique. Every strike was delivered with full force, each blow landing with bone-crushing impact, every move deadly. Yet strangely, every strike perfectly avoided the Earth Dragon Essence suspended mid-air. Sun Xing, hiding in the shadows, watched this sudden spectacle unfold, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? An internal conflict? No! Sun Xing's keen eyes fixed intently on the two figures grappling together. He noticed that both Dragon Boss and Old Farmer's eyes were flickering with the same eerie red glow as the Old Farmer's had moments before. Their faces wore the same vacant, frenzied expressions. Illusion. Both of them had fallen into an illusion. Sun Xing's mind cleared instantly. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the Earth Dragon Essence suspended mid-air. He saw that the surface of the Earth Dragon Essence was emitting concentric circles of strange, invisible spiritual fluctuations. It was this. This Earth Dragon Essence was up to no good. Though the Earth Dragon's physical form was dead and its dragon vein severed. But in its dying moments, it had infused its last shred of lingering soul and resentment into this primordial dragon essence, setting a viciously treacherous trap. Anyone who approached it, seeking to claim it, would be dragged into the illusion it created, their minds shattered, driven to slaughter one another. What a ruthless tactic! What a deep scheme! Sun Xing sucked in a sharp breath. Watching the dragon boss and the old farmer fighting to the death in a bloody, brutal battle not far away, he felt not a shred of sympathy. Serves them right. You schemed against us. Now, karma's come back to bite you. But Sun Xing's gaze fell once more upon the earth dragon essence. Since both of them had fallen victim to it, then, was this his chance? A huge, tempting opportunity had fallen from the sky without warning. It left Sun Xing feeling dizzy and disoriented. Go or not? Sun Xing's heart began to wrestle fiercely once more. Chapter 65, I am the chosen one. The opportunity lay right before him. That earth dragon essence, radiating an alluring glow, lay barely 100 meters away. Dragon boss and old farmer were utterly engrossed in their frenzied battle, utterly oblivious to anything else. If he charged out now, he could claim this supreme treasure for himself. But what if? What if that illusion affected him too? Would he, too, lose his mind and become a bloodthirsty madman the moment he stepped out? Sun Xing's heart was filled with hesitation and inner turmoil. Reason told him this was too dangerous, he should leave immediately and prioritize his survival. But his body's instincts screamed wildly, urging him on. Go! Go get it! With it, you'll rise to the top in one fell swoop. You'll break free from every shackle and trample all those who look down on you underfoot. Sun Xing's breathing grew increasingly ragged. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a burning desire for power. Ultimately, the greed and ambition stemming from his demonic nature overwhelmed his human reason and caution. Damn it! I'll risk it all. The bold thrive, the timid perish. I've already faced death, what's there to fear in an illusion? Sun Xing roared inwardly, all hesitation vanishing. He channeled his demonic power to its absolute limit, launching himself from the shadows like a golden cannonball. His target was none other than the earth dragon essence suspended mid-air. The dragon boss and the old farmer, locked in a frenzied battle, seemed to sense his arrival. Both halted their movements simultaneously, their eyes glowing crimson, swiveling towards Sun Xing in unison. You're asking for death. The two roared in unison, abandoning their fight and launching a deadly attack at Sun Xing. It's over. Sun Xing's heart instantly plummeted to the depths. He never imagined these two could still react to external stimuli within the illusion. Facing the combined assault of two Demon King-level powerhouses, he had not even a shred of chance to resist. Just as Sun Xing believed his death was certain, about to be torn to shreds by those two terrifying forces. The great sun within the purple palace sea of consciousness at his brow suddenly trembled violently without warning. A pure and majestic divine consciousness instantly coursed through his entire body. The next second, the scene before Sun Xing's eyes abruptly shifted. The two demon kings, their hideous faces bared as they lunged toward him, vanished into thin air. In their place stood two ragged, gaunt beggars, their faces contorted in supplication as they bowed and scraped before him. Sir, please have mercy. Please give us something to eat. An illusion? No. No. Sun Xing shook his head violently, his piercing gaze intensifying to its peak. He saw that Dragon Boss and the old farmer were still in their original positions, furiously attacking each other, completely ignoring him. Everything that had just happened was an illusion. It was an illusion created by the Earth Dragon Yuan, specifically targeted at him. It sought to scare him off this way. But why hadn't he become completely lost in it like Dragon Leader and the others? Could it be? Sun Xing subconsciously sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. He saw that the once dull great sun now radiated in unprecedented, blazing brilliance. The cold, sinister spiritual energy of the Earth Dragon Yuan, upon encountering this pure, supremely young divine consciousness, evaporated instantly like ice meeting the scorching sun. The great sun breathing technique. It was this technique that had saved him. An indescribable surge of ecstasy welled up within Sun Xing's heart. He never imagined that this incomplete breathing technique he'd stumbled upon by accident would save his life at this critical moment. Demons cultivate their physical bodies, while immortals cultivate their spirits. Having cultivated both paths, the purity and potency of his divine consciousness far surpassed that of a demon king like Dragon Lord, who focused solely on demonic power cultivation. The Earth Dragon's spiritual assault was utterly ineffective against him. Ha! Sun Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter, his head thrown back toward the heavens. Destiny's choice. I am the true chosen one. With all inhibitions cast aside, he propelled himself to his absolute limit, closing the distance to Earth Dragon Yuan in an instant. He reached out and seized the orb radiating colossal energy, clutching it tightly in his hand. The moment it touched his skin, a surge of icy cold, pure energy flooded into his body. Awesome! So damn satisfying. Sun Xing felt every cell in his body rejoicing, leaping with delight. He had succeeded. He had truly obtained the Earth Dragon Essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xing clutched the Earth Dragon Essence and turned to flee frantically toward the cave's exit. Behind him, the clashes between Dragon Boss and the old farmer continued unabated. They remained utterly immersed in their own illusions, unable to break free. Sun Xing burst out of the dragon's lair, out of the icy pool, daring not to linger for even a moment. Finding a relatively safe spot, he immediately pulled out his phone. Signal. He swiftly sent a message to both Xia Li and Yi Bai simultaneously. I've secured the Earth Dragon Essence. Meet me immediately. In the subterranean cavern. The sounds of combat gradually subsided. Dragon Boss and Old Farmer separated, both bruised and battered, leaning against the cave walls and gasping for breath. The demonic energy radiating from their bodies had noticeably weakened, evidence of the immense energy drained by their fierce battle. Boss, you really went all out, didn't you? Old Farmer rubbed his badly swollen eye socket, looking thoroughly aggrieved. You've nearly beaten my old face into a pig's head. You're telling me? Dragon Boss shot him a disapproving glare, pointing to his shoulder, now covered in bruises from the hoe. Did you swing that hoe to send me packing? Heh, just trying to make it look more realistic. The old farmer chuckled with simple honesty. The foolishness and madness that had clouded their faces vanished, replaced by their familiar demeanors, one steady as a mountain, the other honest and dependable. Where was even a trace of their earlier trance-like state? It was all an act, after all. Big brother, your strategy of pitting them against each other was truly brilliant. The old farmer gazed at the empty cavern and praised sincerely. Not only had they successfully delivered the Earth Dragon Essence into that kid's hands, but they'd also managed to extricate themselves from the situation flawlessly. Now, whether it's that old codger from the Lei family or those from the Supernatural Bureau, they'll all assume we two fought over the treasure until we both suffered losses, allowing that kid to reap the benefits. No one could imagine that you orchestrated all of this behind the scenes. Dragon Boss said nothing, merely walking to the cave's exit. His gaze fixed on the direction Sun Xing had vanished, his eyes filled with complexity. Beneath that fierce dragon head mask lay an emotion no one could decipher, a tangled web of relief and worry. To secure the Earth Dragon Essence for him, you truly spared no effort. The old farmer sighed. First setting a trap to slay the dragon, then staging this entire charade yourself. Weren't you afraid that boy couldn't handle such power and would be torn apart? Or that his character isn't strong enough, that the power will corrupt him and send him down the path of darkness? The old farmer's concern was not without merit. The Earth Dragon Essence is an unparalleled treasure, but it is also a potent medicine. All medicines carry some toxicity. Especially a spirit medicine potent enough to alter a demon's entire existence. A single moment of weakness could allow that overwhelming power to cloud one's mind, leading to self-destruction and ultimately becoming a slave to that very power. I trust him. Dragon Elder's voice was deep and unwavering. If he cannot grow swiftly, disaster looms and death will be inevitable. What should we do now? The old farmer asked. It's time to go out and put on a proper show for those bastards. Dragon Boss smoothed out his slightly disheveled clothes, regaining his domineering and imposing demeanor. Let's go. Let them know that this Earth Dragon Essence was snatched from the jaws of death by an unknown little monkey, right from the hands of us two demon kings. Only then can we truly muddy the waters. The more they fail to find their target, the more frantic they'll become. This stagnant pool of Jinchang is finally about to boil over. A gleam of cunning flashed in Dragon Boss's eyes. Chaos looms on the horizon, demons dancing in the dark. May this Earth Dragon Essence help him grow swiftly. The time left for us is running out. He murmured to himself as his figure slowly vanished into the dark cavern. Meanwhile, Xia Li and Yi Bai received Sun Xing's text message almost simultaneously. When they saw the words "I got the Earth Dragon Essence" on their screens, their reactions couldn't have been more different. Holy! 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 Yi Bai was hiding in a cave, munching on a hardtack biscuit. The moment he saw the text, he leaped 3 feet off the ground, dropping the biscuit from his hand. Is this real? Is old Sun that badass? He snatched the Earth Dragon Essence right from under the noses of a bunch of demon kings and divine lords? Ha! I knew it. I knew my brother Bai's crew weren't ordinary. This is how a protagonist should be treated. Yi Bai was so excited he started dancing around the cave, pacing back and forth. His face was a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Meanwhile, Xia Li remained far more composed. She sat cross-legged atop the canopy of an ancient tree, regulating her breathing to tend to her injuries. After reading the text message, a flicker of shock first passed through her icy eyes, followed by deep confusion. How did he manage this? Xia Li's brows furrowed tightly. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to snatch something from those old foxes. And then there was that unfathomable dragon boss. Though Sun Xing possessed immense potential, his current strength was utterly insignificant before those demon kings and divine lords. How had he managed to pluck this tooth from the tiger's jaws? Xia Li couldn't fathom it. The secrets hidden within this little monkey seemed far greater than she had ever imagined. But now was not the time for such thoughts. A resolute glint flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Regardless of how Sun Xing managed it, the most crucial task now was to safeguard the Earth Dragon Essence and to protect him. She knew that the moment word spread about Sun Xing obtaining the Earth Dragon Essence, he would instantly become the target of every extraordinary power in Jinchang. Then, he would face a crisis more terrifying than any he had ever encountered before. That idiot. Xia Li muttered under her breath, yet a faint, unnoticed curve tugged at the corners of her mouth. Without further hesitation, she replied to Sun Xing's message. Send me your location. I'll be there immediately. Also, hide it well, don't let anyone find it. If you die before I get there, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. After sending the text, her figure flickered and transformed into a crimson streak of light, racing toward the location Sun Xing had sent. Chapter 66, How should this be divided? Deep within Longsho Mountain. Jagged rocks lay scattered, ancient trees towered skyward. Sun Xing hid behind a massive boulder, suppressing his aura to the utmost while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. In his hand, he clutched the Earth Dragon Essence, which still glowed faintly. Vast and pure energy surged continuously from his palm into his body, nourishing his parched meridians and repairing his damaged physique. Merely holding it, Sun Xing felt his strength steadily, yet inexorably, increasing. This thing was practically a walking fountain. Sun Xing's heart burned with fervor. Truth be told, he hadn't been without thoughts of keeping this treasure entirely for himself. If he could find a secluded place to fully absorb this Earth Dragon Essence, his strength would undergo a revolutionary transformation. Then, Xia Li, the Dog God Society, the Thunder Magic Clan, none of them would be a problem. But that thought flickered in his mind for only an instant before he extinguished it himself. No. Setting aside whether he could even protect this treasure now. Even if he could, he wouldn't want to. Yi Bai was his best brother, someone who would risk his own life to save him. Xia Li, though domineering, cold-hearted, and always treating him like a pet, had indeed saved him multiple times in critical moments. One couldn't be that shameless. Besides, they were now a team. In this peril-filled world, going it alone wouldn't get you far. Only by banding together for warmth could they survive and grow stronger. Sun Xing took a deep breath, suppressing all distracting thoughts, and began to wait patiently. Not long after, a disheveled figure scrambled and crawled toward them from the distance. Old Sun. Old Sun. I'm here. It was Yi Bai. Spotting Sun Xing, he threw himself at him as if reuniting with family, tears and snot streaming down his face. Damn it. You scared the hell out of me. I thought those old monsters had torn you limb from limb. Where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? Let me see it. Yi Bai was frantic, his eyes fixed intently on Sun Xing's hand. Sun Xing shot him a look of exasperation and opened his hand, revealing the Earth Dragon Essence. The moment the Earth Dragon Essence appeared, a powerful dragon aura and pure life energy instantly filled the air. Yi Bai's eyes widened instantly. He felt the divine power within his body begin to boil uncontrollably under the stimulation of this energy. Holy! 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 Yi Bai blurted out three holy s in succession, expressing the shock within his heart. His hand trembled as he reached out, desperate to touch the legendary Earth Dragon Essence. Don't move! A cold voice suddenly echoed down from above. A crimson figure materialized before them like a ghostly apparition. It was Xia Li. She still bore the icy demeanor of a goddess, yet Sun Xing could sense the unmistakable flicker of excitement and longing in her cold, clear eyes. Goddess Xia Li. Upon seeing Xia Li, Yi Bai instantly shed his lecherous demeanor, replacing it with a fawning smile. You're here too. Xia Li ignored him, fixing her gaze instead on the Earth Dragon Essence in Sun Xing's hand. After studying it intently for several seconds, she slowly shifted her gaze to Sun Xing's face. How did you manage this? She voiced the question weighing heaviest on her mind. Sun Xing scratched his head and recited the story he'd prepared long ago. I don't know how it happened either. I followed the dragon boss into the cave at the bottom of the pool and saw him and that old farmer fighting over the Earth Dragon Essence. They fought like the world was ending, leaving no light in the sky. Then, when they weren't paying attention, I snatched the thing and got out. Sun Xing's vivid description made it sound utterly convincing. After listening, Xia Li's eyes flashed with understanding. So that's how it was. Those two old foxes were no good at all. When dogs fight, they both get bitten. She didn't seem to doubt Sun Xing's account. After all, Sun Xing's explanation made the most sense. Fine. No matter how you got it, now that we have it, it's ours. A sharp gleam flashed in Xia Li's eyes. Now, let's discuss how we'll divide this treasure. Her words instantly made the atmosphere in the room feel a bit awkward. Yi Bai's smile faded as he watched Xia Li and Sun Xing intently. There was only one Earth Dragon Essence. There were three of them. How should they divide it? Just as Sun Xing and his two companions gathered to discuss how to divide the spoils. Elsewhere in the Dragon Head Mountains, chaos reigned supreme. Lei Dongtian, Director Zhang, Sixth Master, Xiaowang Jinchang's most formidable warriors all raced through the mountains like madmen. They pushed their divine senses and demonic awareness to the absolute limit, searching every inch of the entire mountain range. Not a single suspicious cave or location with abnormal energy fluctuations was overlooked. Boom! A thick purple thunderbolt descended from the heavens, cleaving a small mountain peak clean in two. Thunderous Heaven's hair stood on end as he hovered mid-air, his face darkening to the point of dripping with anger. Nothing. Not here either. He had already searched over a dozen locations where dragon energy converged, even expending divine power to blast open several mountains, yet still found no trace of the earth dragon essence. Damn it! Where the hell is that thing hiding? Lei Dongtian cursed in frustration. Meanwhile, Director Zhang of the Supernatural Bureau led a team through a deep ravine, conducting a meticulous search. Director, we've found nothing here either. A young investigator reported to Director Zhang. All life detectors and energy sensors showed no abnormal readings. Director Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his sharp gaze sweeping over every inch of the surrounding terrain. Impossible. The aura of the earth dragon essence, though faint, could never vanish into thin air. It must be hidden somewhere we've overlooked. Keep searching. Turn the entire Dragon's Head mountain upside down if you must find it for me. Director Zhang's voice carried an authority that brooked no argument. The earth dragon essence wasn't just crucial for his personal cultivation breakthrough, it held the key to the Supernatural Bureau's standing in Jinchang. Securing it would elevate the Bureau's capabilities to a whole new level. Then, whether it was the Lei family, the Great and Little Kings, or any other faction, he would have nothing to fear. Therefore, by any means necessary, he must possess this treasure. The owner of Phantom Bar, Sixth Master, seemed far more relaxed at that moment. Unlike the others, he wasn't running around causing chaos. Seated atop an ancient tree, he sat with his fingers elegantly curled, gently fanning himself with a pink feather fan. A smile played on his lips as he watched the chaotic scene unfolding in the mountains below. Click. What a bunch of fools. If the earth dragon essence were that easy to find, would it even be up for grabs? He seemed utterly disinterested in the battle, more like he was watching a good show. However, his gaze drifted, almost absent-mindedly, toward the direction Sun Xing and the others had departed. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. That little monkey, though, was quite interesting. To actually snatch something from the jaws of the dragon boss. Looks like Candle Sparrow has struck gold this time. This game was getting more and more entertaining. Sixth Master's laughter echoed through the mountains and forests, filled with mystery and eeriness. Time passed, bit by bit. Dawn gradually broke. After a night of frantic searching, everyone came up empty-handed. The earth dragon essence had vanished without a trace, as if it had evaporated from the face of the earth. Everyone's patience was nearly exhausted. A wave of irritation and unease swiftly spread among the various factions. Damn it! Could it be that old schemer dragon boss had already snatched the goods and slipped away? It's possible. That guy's cunning as hell, he'd totally pull something like that. And that old bastard from the Lei family? Not exactly a saint either. Those hypocrites from the Supernatural Bureau can't be trusted either. Mistrust and suspicion festered in everyone's hearts like a plague. The fragile cooperation that had barely held together moments ago crumbled instantly. A larger-scale brawl could erupt at any moment. And none of them knew that the treasure they'd been desperately searching for was now being discussed among three insignificant nobodies, how to divide it up. If they discovered the truth, they'd likely spit blood on the spot. This was the ultimate insult and mockery to them demon lords and divine lords. Chapter 67, A Technical Job. In the forest. Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Yi Bai stood in a circle, their gazes fixed on the earth dragon essence in Sun Xing's hand, radiating a soft, precious glow. The treasure was right before their eyes. But how to divide it? That became a colossal problem. Ahem. Yi Bai cleared his throat, breaking the silence first. Well, I think since old Sun got this thing, it should naturally be up to him to decide how to divide it. Though he said this aloud, his eyes never left the earth dragon essence, the longing in them nearly overflowing. Sun Xing shot him a glance, inwardly amused. This guy was still as cowardly as ever. He clearly wanted it desperately, yet dared not speak up directly. Sun Xing shifted his gaze to Xia Li. In his view, Xia Li was the one with real authority in this team. She possessed the greatest strength, and if not for her having severely wounded the Blackwater Mystic Serpent earlier and then helping him drive the dragon-slaying spike at the critical moment, he would never have had the chance to obtain this earth dragon essence. Therefore, from every perspective, she deserved the most credit. Xia Li felt Sun Xing's gaze. A complex expression flickered across her cool, clear eyes. Truthfully, she was tempted to claim the earth dragon essence for herself. Her primordial essence was severely damaged, desperately needing this treasure to repair it. Absorbing it would not only heal her injuries but potentially elevate her power to a new level. But she looked at Sun Xing, then at Yi Bai, whose face was filled with anticipation. She knew she couldn't do this. This team had been built entirely by Sun Xing. Though she was now the strongest member, Sun Xing remained its core. If she forced her way in today for the earth dragon essence, this fragile alliance, barely formed, would crumble to dust. Then she would revert to being that solitary candle bird demon king, wandering alone in the darkness. She had endured that loneliness long enough. More importantly, she gazed upon Sun Xing's face, still bearing a trace of youthfulness, yet already radiating unwavering resolve and cool-headedness. She realized she didn't quite want to return to those days anymore. Staying by this little monkey's side, though it often drove her half mad with frustration, was undeniably entertaining. Why are you staring at me? Xia Li snapped back to reality, her expression hardening into its usual icy demeanor. You got the stuff. You decide how to split it. Me? Sun Xing froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Xia Li to hand over the decision to him. That wasn't like her at all. Yes, you decide. Xia Li's tone brooked no argument. I'll be watching to see what choice you, the core of this team, will make. Her eyes held a hint of scrutiny and amusement. Sun Xing instantly understood. Xia Li was testing him. Testing whether he possessed the capability to be a competent leader. Testing whether he would be blinded by immense profit and make foolish decisions. Sun Xing's heart sank. He knew every decision he made from here on out would be critical. Not only would they determine the fate of the Earth Dragon Yuan, but they would also shape the future direction of their entire team. He glanced at Yi Bai, whose face was filled with anticipation, then shifted his gaze to Xia Li, whose expression remained impassive, yet whose eyes held a hint of scrutiny. Sun Xing took a deep breath, his mind racing. There was only one Earth Dragon essence. Splitting it directly into 3 parts was out of the question. Once its energy was divided, its effectiveness would inevitably be greatly diminished. Use it for one person? But who? Xia Li? She's the strongest, she could harness its full potential. But then, Yi Bai and I would get nothing, all our effort wasted. For myself? Though he desperately wanted it, he knew his current strength was utterly incapable of fully absorbing such immense energy. It would only be wasted. Yi Bai? Even less likely. The moment he got his hands on it, he'd probably go completely mad with joy and then be blown apart by the energy. After much deliberation, it seemed there was only one solution. I have a proposal. Sun Xing spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Xia Li and Yi Bai's gazes instantly focused on him. This Earth Dragon essence, none of us 3 can claim it alone. We should use it together. Use it together? Yi Bai froze. How exactly would we share it? Are we supposed to take bites out of it like a watermelon? Of course not. Sun Xing shook his head. What I mean is, we find a completely safe place and go into seclusion together. I will take the lead in absorbing the power of the Earth Dragon's essence. Then, I will distribute this power to each of you in a manner I can endure. Sun Xing voiced his plan. This idea was bold and risky. For it required Xia Li and Yi Bai to place absolute trust in him. Entrusting their very lives entirely to his hands. Yi Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This plan is brilliant. Old Sun, you're a genius. This way, all 3 of us benefit, no one loses out. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. In his eyes, Sun Xing was his best brother, there was no way he'd ever harm him. As for Xia Li, she fell silent. She gazed deeply at Sun Xing, her cool, clear eyes flickering with complex emotions. She hadn't expected Sun Xing to propose such a solution, one that was nothing short of perfect. This plan not only resolved the issue of unequal spoils but also bound the fates of all 3 of them together forever. From now on, they would rise and fall together. This little monkey was far more clever and decisive than she had ever imagined. Good. After a long pause, Xia Li finally nodded slowly. We'll do as you say. However, she changed the subject abruptly. Why should I trust you? What if you turn on me after absorbing the power? Her gaze sharpened once more. Sun Xing knew this was the final test. He looked at Xia Li, saying nothing, but silently revealed the great sun within his purple palace before her, holding nothing back. A pure and majestic divine consciousness instantly enveloped Xia Li. Xia Li's body trembled violently. She stared at Sun Xing in disbelief. For the first time, genuine terror flickered within her icy eyes. This was divine consciousness. And such a pure, such a powerful divine consciousness. This guy was actually cultivating both demonic power and divine power? How could this be possible? As the pure and majestic illusory image of the great sun materialized behind Sun Xing, Xia Li felt her entire worldview shatter once more. Her usually serene, icy eyes were now filled with disbelief and horror. Divine consciousness. Such pure, such colossal divine consciousness. She had only ever sensed such power within the most exceptional geniuses of those divine lineage families that had passed down their heritage for millennia. But Sun Xing. He was clearly a demonic creature. A monkey demon who had awakened his demonic soul. How could he possibly possess both demonic power and divine power, 2 utterly distinct, even inherently opposing forces? Demon cultivators focus on the physical body, divine cultivators focus on the spirit. This is the unshakable iron law of this world. Since ancient times, no one has ever been known to cultivate both paths simultaneously. This transcends mere genius. This is nothing short of a monster. A monster that defies the world's rules, one that should never have existed. Chapter 68, Cultivating Both Divine and Demonic Paths. Now, do you believe me? Sun Xing watched Xia Li's face, frozen in speechless shock, and slowly withdrew his divine sense. He knew revealing this ultimate secret was a high-stakes gamble. But to earn Xia Li's genuine trust, to truly unite their fragile team, he had to do this. Xia Li said nothing. She merely stared intently at Sun Xing, her gaze fixed on him as if he were some creature from another world. After a long while, she slowly snapped out of her profound shock. She drew a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within her. How did you do it? Her voice was dry. I don't know either. Sun Xing shook his head, his face wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Ever since the day I awoke, a cultivation method appeared in my mind. I tried practicing it, and that's how it happened. He attributed everything to that mysterious demon sequence 000, Great Sage. This explanation sounded ridiculous, yet it was the only plausible one available. Xia Li fell silent once more. She knew Sun Xing wasn't telling the truth. But she also understood that everyone had their own secrets. Since he didn't want to talk about it, pressing him further would serve no purpose. What mattered was, as she looked at Sun Xing, a fiery intensity unlike anything she'd ever seen began to burn in his complex eyes. She realized she had stumbled upon a true treasure, one powerful enough to reshape the entire world order. A monster capable of cultivating both demonic and divine power. How vast would his future be? Demon King? Divine Lord? No. Even the legendary celestial demons and divine sovereigns might not be his ultimate destination. Xia Li's heart began to pound wildly, beyond her control. She could almost see it now. In the not-too-distant future, this little monkey would ride a rainbow cloud, clad in golden chain mail, wielding the divine needle that calms the sea, and send all the celestial gods and Buddhas scattering in defeat. An unprecedented surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within her. No wonder Master sent her to Jincheng? He must have foreseen Sun Xing's extraordinary potential. Good. She looked at Sun Xing and nodded firmly. This time, her gaze held none of the previous scrutiny or calculation. Instead, there was genuine, equal recognition, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Sun Xing, from this day forward, you are no longer my pet. You are my ally. My man. Her final words were spoken with utmost sincerity, devoid of any trace of playfulness or teasing. Sun Xing froze. He never imagined that merely revealing one trump card would cause such a dramatic shift in this proud woman. Yi Bai, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced from Sun Xing to Xia Li, feeling his brain struggle to process it all. What was going on? Weren't they just dividing the spoils a moment ago? Why the sudden official announcement? And the way Goddess Xia Li looked at old Sun. What was that look like? Like a wolf starved for 800 years spotting a little lamb? Yi Bai instinctively took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Sun Xing. He couldn't shake the feeling that his good buddy was in for a rough ride ahead. Now that we've reached a consensus, it's time to consider the next issue. Xia Li quickly regained her composure. The immediate priority is to absorb the dragon essence as quickly as possible. This place, though remote, is not safe. We must find a place that is absolutely secure and completely hidden. Leave that to me. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai immediately patted his chest and volunteered. My father my family owns a secret estate on the outskirts of Jincheng. That place was where my father used to, keep his mistress hidden away. Most importantly, no one else knows about it except me. Yi Bai wore a look of smug satisfaction. Sun Xing and Xia Li exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of exasperation in each other's eyes. Another villa? Just how many villas does the Yi family own? This spoiled brat really is full of surprises. This place won't do. Xia Li spoke up immediately, flatly rejecting Yi Bai's smug suggestion. Once the dragon essence begins to be absorbed, its energy fluctuations cannot be completely concealed. Then, the place you suggested will be like a lighthouse in the night, drawing every last remnant of thieves still harboring criminal intent in Jincheng. Your so-called golden house will only become our grave. The smugness on Yi Bai's face instantly crumbled. Then, what do we do? At a loss, he instinctively turned to Sun Xing. He realized that, without him even noticing, his good brother had become the one who truly called the shots in this small team. Sun Xing didn't respond immediately. His mind was racing. Xia Li was right, finding an ordinary, inconspicuous spot was completely out of the question. The energy of the dragon yuan was too overwhelming. Trying to absorb it silently was nothing short of a pipe dream. They needed a place that could perfectly mask the dragon essence's aura. A place no one would ever suspect. Sun Xing's eyes gradually brightened. He had an idea. I know a place. Sun Xing spoke in a deep voice, drawing the attention of Xia Li and Yi Bai. The most dangerous place is the safest place. We'll stay at Longzhou Mountain. What? Yi Bai's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Stay on Longzhou Mountain? Old Sun, you haven't lost your mind, have you? This place is a powder keg right now. We're not leaving? That's just waiting to die. No. Sun Xing shook his head, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. On the contrary, this is the safest place right now. He looked at Yi Bai's puzzled expression and Xia Li's thoughtful gaze, continuing his explanation. Though the earth dragon is dead, the energy of its dragon vein lingers. If we return to the dragon's lair where we drove the dragon-slaying nail, the lingering dragon vein energy there will provide the best concealment. It's sufficient to mask the energy fluctuations emitted by the Earth Dragon's essence. Besides, who would ever suspect that the one who took the dragon essence would dare make a return trip to that very place of trouble? Sun Xing's words stunned Yi Bai. He opened his mouth to protest, only to realize Sun Xing's words made damn good sense. Blinded by the lamp. This was the truest definition of blindness under the lamp. A startling spark finally ignited within Xia Li's cold, clear eyes. She gazed deeply at Sun Xing. Her eyes no longer held scrutiny or calculation, but genuine, heartfelt admiration. Good. Xia Li nodded firmly. This time, her voice carried genuine affirmation. We'll do as you say. We're heading back to the dragon's lair. Yi Bai watched the two of them fall into step, finalizing the plan in an instant. He felt his brain was truly not up to the task. What else could he say? He could only grimace and silently follow these two powerful figures. The trio wasted no further time. Back to the dragon's lair. Dragonhead Mountain was now far more chaotic than when they had left. The various factions searching for the Earth Dragon's core had completely lost patience. Suspicion and rage spread like a plague. Small-scale clashes and skirmishes erupted constantly throughout the mountain forests. Piercing screams occasionally rent the night sky, only to be swiftly swallowed by silence once more. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and the eerie aura of demons. Three figures moved through the intricate mountain forests as silently as agile night cats. Sun Xing, relying on his fiery eyes that could perceive energy flows, skillfully avoided one intense battlefield after another. Finally, before dawn, they returned safely to the familiar deep valley on the southern slope of Longzhou Mountain. The bottomless cold pool still radiated a bone-chilling aura. The corpse of the Blackwater mystic serpent they had slain together had vanished without a trace, likely becoming the meal of other demonic beasts. Only the shattered rocks and scorched marks along the pond's edge bore witness to the fierce battle. This was the place. Sun Xing gazed at the icy pool before him, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. Just days ago, they had faced death here. Days later, they returned to this very place, seeking a sliver of hope. Fate truly is a curious thing. Let's go. Xia Li led the way down. Her complexion remained pale, yet her gaze had hardened into unwavering resolve. This time, she would undergo a true transformation here. Yi Bai followed closely behind Sun Xing, feeling as though every gust of wind here carried the wails of ghosts. The three plunged once more into the bone-chilling cold of the icy pool. At the bottom of the pool, the dragon's lair where he had personally driven the dragon-slaying spike remained. Faint, elusive wisps of dragon vein energy slowly seeped from the crevices of the lair, blending into the surrounding pool water. Just as I expected. Sun Xing's heart leapt with joy. The aura here could indeed perfectly conceal the dragon's essence. The three entered the small cavern beneath the dragon's lair. This would be their final sanctuary for secluded cultivation and the division of their hard-won spoils. Yi Bai nervously rubbed his hands together, staring at the earth dragon essence in Sun Xing's grasp, his mouth watering. Xia Li also sat cross-legged, her clear, cool eyes brimming with anticipation. Sun Xing took a deep breath and slowly cradled the earth dragon essence in his palm. The high-stakes gamble. About to begin. Chapter 69, Seclusion, pushing toward a new realm. Silence hung heavy within the cavern. Only the dripping sound of water from the stalactites above echoed through the vast space, sounding particularly clear. The three sat cross-legged, forming an equilateral triangle. Sun Xing occupied the center position, the earth dragon essence emitting a soft, radiant glow floating serenely in the palm of his hand. The vast and pure essence of dragon energy swirled around them like tangible mist, transforming the small cavern into a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Yi Bai's face was etched with both tension and excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Xia Li closed her eyes slightly, regulating her breath as she strived to achieve a state of serene emptiness, as still as an ancient well. She knew the process ahead was crucial, allowing for no room for error. Sun Xing took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over both of their faces. Ready? Ready! Yi Bai nodded first, like a child eager for candy. Xia Li slowly opened her eyes and gave Sun Xing a gentle nod. Her gaze held an unprecedented level of trust. Sun Xing hesitated no longer. He poured all his focus into his own body. Within the purple palace at his brow, the Great Sun visualized through the Great Sun breathing technique began to rotate slowly. A pure and majestic divine consciousness emanated from the sun, like an invisible hand carefully enveloping the earth dragon essence held in his palm. Hum. The earth dragon essence seemed to sense this force, emitting a faint hum. A thread of golden dragon essence, finer than a strand of hair, was meticulously drawn out from the earth dragon essence by Sun Xing's divine consciousness. This force was pure to the extreme, yet also ruthlessly powerful. The moment it entered Sun Xing's meridians, it surged like a raging dragon awakening, violently colliding and attempting to tear everything within him apart. Ugh! Sun Xing grunted, his face instantly flushing crimson as beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. Too overbearing. This force proved far more difficult to control than he had ever imagined. Focus. Calm your mind. Xia Li's icy voice reverberated in Sun Xing's mind like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells. Guide it, don't fight it. You are the master of your own body. Sun Xing's heart lurched at her words. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he abandoned the attempt to suppress it with his own demonic power. Instead, he channeled his divine consciousness, carefully guiding the raging dragon essence to flow slowly through his meridians along the path of the great sun breathing technique. This was an exquisitely delicate and perilous process. The slightest misstep would sever his meridians and cause his body to explode. Sun Xing stretched his concentration to its absolute limit. Time ticked by second. Under the guidance of his divine consciousness, the violent dragon essence power gradually became more docile. Every meridian it flowed through was rapidly strengthened and widened. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy, undergoing a profound transformation. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. He divided this partially tamed dragon essence into 3 streams. The smallest strand, like a trickling stream, he channeled toward Yi Bai. The most colossal portion, like a surging river, he channeled toward Xia Li. The purest and most essential portion he retained within his own body. Ah! The instant Yi Bai received that surge of dragon essence power, he let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. He felt as if he had swallowed a red-hot branding iron, his entire body threatening to burst into flames. His handsome face contorted beyond recognition, veins bulging across his body as if he might collapse and die at any moment. Useless! Can't even endure this much pain. Xia Li's voice rang out again, still icy but tinged with a hint of guidance. Hold your mind steady. Use your divine power to envelop it and refine it. Hearing this, Yi Bai gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and began frantically channeling the Qingqian DFA within his body. Streams of frigid divine power surged from his body, colliding violently with the scorching dragon essence. The clash of ice and fire transformed his body into a brutal battlefield. Meanwhile, Xia Li fared much better. Though the dragon essence power she received was the most colossal, her own strength was equally formidable. A resolute light flickered within her cold, clear eyes. Vermilion Jerome demonic flames surged from her body, intertwining with the golden dragon essence. Far from clashing violently, they blended seamlessly, merging perfectly like water and milk. Her damaged essence was being restored at a visible pace. Her weakened aura began to steadily rise. As the one orchestrating all this, Sun Xing bore the greatest burden. He had to control the dragon essence within himself while simultaneously tending to Yi Bai and Xia Li. His body felt like a balloon being relentlessly inflated, every inch of flesh enduring unimaginable strain. His consciousness began to blur. He felt his body being torn apart, only to be reassembled. This process repeated endlessly, the agony reaching its peak. Yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a single moan. His will, forged in this battle against agony, hardened like steel. He had no idea how long it had been. Sun Xing felt his body finally reach its limit. It was a breaking point, the very edge of shattering. And at that very moment, the demonic power, the mountain treasure's might, the thunder's force, and that overbearing dragon essence within him guided by his divine consciousness finally fused together completely. Boom! A terrifying aura, unlike anything before, erupted from Sun Xing's body. His body began a new, even more profound transformation. Golden monkey fur, like wildly sprouting weeds, instantly grew denser and more dazzling. His stature soared upward, muscles bulging with explosive power. This was a qualitative leap in the very essence of life. Agony. Indescribable agony washed over Sun Xing like a tidal wave. He felt every bone in his body shatter, only to be forcibly reassembled by a colossal force. Every inch of flesh was being torn apart, only to be rapidly filled by newly regenerated cells. This was a metamorphosis born from the very essence of life, a brutal baptism. Sun Xing gritted his teeth, his consciousness drifting in the boundless agony, yet the sliver of clarity within his heart never flickered out. He knew he was experiencing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could endure it, he would witness a whole new world. Ah! He let out a suppressed roar to the heavens, a sound less like a human voice and more like the primal howl of an ancient ape. The demonic energy within him surged relentlessly, shattering one bottleneck after another in the blink of an eye. His body underwent astonishing transformations. His already formidable physique became even more solid, his skin now radiating a faint golden glow, as if forged from divine metal. The long tail behind him grew thicker and more powerful, each lash drawing a piercing crack through the air. His demon-transformed visage grew more imposing, his golden pupils now burning not only with flame but also with a hint of dragon-like dominance and majesty. 9 transformations for the demonic human, 9 metamorphoses for the half-demon. After the 9th transformation, one becomes a great demon. Propelled by the power of the dragon essence, Sun Xing's demonic transformation began to surge at a terrifying speed. Half-demon, first transformation. Half-demon, second transformation. Half-demon, third transformation. Only when his body reached the 3rd tier did that raging demonic power finally begin to subside. A power so immense it made his own heart race now surge through every fiber of his being. He felt as though he could now shatter a small mountain with a single punch. Was this the power of a great demon's 3rd transformation? Sun Xing slowly opened his eyes, his golden pupils gleaming with divine light. He instinctively scanned his body, expecting a new skill to appear. Yet, nothing materialized. Beyond a pure increase in strength, this transformation had not granted him any new innate abilities or divine powers. Ha! Sun Xing froze for a moment, then chuckled to himself. It seemed he had been too greedy. The enhancement of strength was the most fundamental thing. As for those flashy skills, they were merely icing on the cake. Realizing this, Sun Xing's mind cleared instantly. He no longer dwelled on the issue of skills, instead redirecting his focus back to his own body. The Earth Dragon essence, after the earlier expenditure, had shrunk by nearly half. Yet the energy it contained remained terrifyingly vast. His demonic power had reached a bottleneck. To break through further would require more time and accumulation. But what about his divine sense? A startling brilliance erupted in Sun Xing's eyes. He channeled the remaining dragon essence power without reservation, directing it entirely toward the purple palace at his brow. The Great Sun breathing technique surged into frenzied motion. The Great Sun, originally no larger than a fist, began to swell at a visible pace after being nourished by this pure energy. It grew increasingly fiery and dazzling. The bottleneck of the drip water realm crumbled before this force, as fragile as a sheet of paper. Break! Sun Xing roared in his mind. Boom! It felt as though a sun had exploded inside his head. His purple palace sea of consciousness was instantly flooded with boundless golden light. Under the force of this surge, the 361 acupoints within his body were forcibly opened one by one. The divine power, once as scattered as droplets, now coalesced into surging streams, flowing freely through his meridians. Stream realm. The second great realm of a divine disciple. Success! An indescribable ecstasy surged within Sun Xing's heart. Demon cultivators focus on the physical body, divine cultivators focus on the spirit. He had truly forged a path of dual cultivation, one without precedent and perhaps without successor. Chapter 70, The Dust Settles. Just as Sun Xing was immersed in the joy of his breakthrough, beside him, Yi Bai finally regained his composure from the blood-curdling screams. A powerful aura erupted from his body as well. Though nowhere near as overwhelming as Sun Xing's, he too had stepped into the realm of flowing rivers. Holy! I broke through? Yi Bai stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the divine power within him surge to several times its previous strength. He was completely dumbfounded. He'd merely taken a sip of the soup, and now he'd leaped straight from the drip realm to the flow realm? This is faster than riding a rocket. Ha! I really am the chosen one. From this day forward, who dares call me a noob? Yi Bai was so excited he started waving his arms wildly, nearly breaking into a street dance right there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Li slowly withdrew her energy. A sharp gleam flashed across her icy clear eyes. Not only had her injuries fully healed, but even her long stagnant cultivation realm finally showed signs of progress. Though a true breakthrough remained just out of reach, this alone felt like a monumental achievement to her. Watching Yi Bai still grinning foolishly and Sun Xing, whose aura was now completely subdued yet radiated in unfathomable depth, a captivating curve lifted at the corner of her lips. This time, she had made the right bet. This small team, having undergone such a profound transformation, now seemed to possess the genuine capital to stand firm amidst this chaotic world. Holy! 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 Yi Bai was still shouting excitedly like a madman who just won 5 million in the lottery. His smile never left his face as he alternated between staring at his hands and feeling the ceaseless flow of divine power coursing through his body. The flow realm. I actually broke through to the flow realm. This feeling is amazing. Old Sun. Goddess Xia Li. Look at me. Am I radiating an aura of dominance right now? He ran up to Sun Xing and Xia Li, chest puffed out, begging for praise. Sun Xing shot him a dismissive glance, too lazy to acknowledge him. Xia Li shot him a look that screamed, "What an idiot. What a loser." She spat out the two words coldly. Yi Bai's enthusiasm was instantly dampened by half. Goddess, how could you say that? He looked utterly aggrieved. This is a monumental breakthrough. Don't you think it deserves a celebration? If I could get a few more dragon essences like this, I feel like it won't be long before I break through to the Divine Lord realm. When that happens, I'll take you all flying. Yi Bai was already lost in his daydreams again. Divine Lord? Xia Li scoffed. Do you think Divine Lords grow on trees? Just break through whenever you feel like it? Do you think these Earth Dragon essences are like candied hawthorn on a street stall, available in unlimited quantities? Getting just this one was already a tremendous stroke of luck for us. We nearly lost our lives for it, and you're already dreaming of more? You've forgotten the pain as soon as the wound healed. Xia Li's words were ruthless, leaving Yi Bai speechless. Scratching his head, Yi Bai realized his own thoughts had been a bit too far-fetched. Sun Xing watched from the sidelines, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Still, he understood Yi Bai's current state of mind all too well. That sensation of power surging through you could easily make anyone lose their way. Just then, Yi Bai seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out his phone. I need to check what's happening inside the Supernatural Bureau now. Ever since entering the dragon's lair for seclusion, they'd been completely cut off from the outside world. He had no idea how chaotic things had become outside over the past month. Yi Bai deftly opened the bureau's internal app. A barrage of red alerts and emergency notifications instantly flooded his screen. Holy! Is it that chaotic? Yi Bai's eyes widened as he scanned the reports, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. Lei Dongtian of the Lei family had clashed with one of the big shots of the Jincheng demonic faction, that flashy tiger demon, in a battle that shook the heavens and split the earth. The Supernatural Bureau dispatched several ace investigators this time, yet they came back empty-handed. Worse, several members were seriously injured in the melee. Several smaller demonic organizations had clashed head-on over a fake Earth Dragon Essence lead, resulting in their complete annihilation. Yi Bai recited each incident one by one, his expression shifting from initial schadenfreude to profound dread. Only now did he grasp the bloody turmoil that had erupted outside during their month-long seclusion. And the three of them, as the instigators of this storm, had quietly divided up the biggest slice of the pie from the safest place. This feeling was rather thrilling. Looks like our plan worked out perfectly, Sun Xing remarked calmly after listening. The more chaotic the outside world became, the safer they were. It's not just successful, it's perfect. Yi Bai beamed with satisfaction. Right now, everyone believes the Earth Dragon Essence is still hidden in Dragonhead Mountain or has been secretly stashed away by some big shot. No one could possibly guess it's already in our possession. What should we do now? Can we go out? Yi Bai asked. Not yet. Xia Li shook her head. Wait a little longer. Going out now would be too conspicuous. Let's wait until this uproar completely dies down before we leave. Her mind was far more meticulous than Sun Xing's or Yi Bai's. Over the next few days, the trio made no rush to depart. They remained in that small cave, consolidating the newly attained realms they had just broken through. Sun Xing devoted most of his time to familiarizing himself with his surging power. The physical form of a great demon in its third transformation, the divine consciousness of the flowing river realm. These two utterly distinct forces achieved an unprecedented, wondrous equilibrium within him. He felt his understanding of Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage, deepen another layer. Meanwhile, Yi Bai was practicing his Azure Sky Great technique with relentless intensity. After breaking through to the Lu Chuan realm, the ghost officers he could summon had also gained immense power. He could even barely summon the legendary specter of the Judge of the Underworld. Though merely a hazy shadow, its majestic aura of judging all things was enough to strike terror into any demonic entity. As for Xia Li, she spent most of her time meditating and regulating her qi. Though her physical wounds had healed, the depletion of her primordial essence required time to gradually replenish. The power of the Earth Dragon Yuan had pushed open the door to a higher realm for her, but to truly step through it required her own effort. 1 month later, the treasure-hunting frenzy atop Dragonhead Mountain finally began to subside. After paying a heavy price yet gaining nothing, everyone realized that the legendary Earth Dragon essence had likely become truly ownerless, buried in some forgotten corner. Weaker independent cultivators and smaller demonic organizations were the first to abandon the search. Subsequently, the Divine Mysteries Bureau and the Thunder Magic clans also withdrew most of their personnel. Finally, even the most stubborn demon lords and divine lords, those who had pinned their greatest hopes on the Earth Dragon Essence, departed one by one, their disappointment palpable. Rumors circulated that the Earth Dragon Essence had been secretly retrieved by that mysterious dragon lord using some arcane method. But no one dared confront him directly. After all, this was a terrifying entity capable of rallying 7 demon kings and divine lords to join forces in slaying a dragon. Even if he had indeed swallowed the treasure whole, who possessed the power to wrest it back from his jaws? In the end, the matter could only be swept under the rug. Dragonhead Mountain returned to its former tranquility. Yet the scars across the mountain and the lingering scent of blood in the air still whispered of the earth-shattering battle that had unfolded, a testament to its sheer brutality. As the instigators of it all, Sun Xing, Xia Li, and Yi Bai finally departed this land of transformation, slipping away silently only after confirming the outside was completely safe. Chapter 71, The Demon King and Divine Lord's Gambit. Stepping out of Longzhou Mountain once more, Sun Xing felt as though he had crossed into another world. The air outside the mountain remained as stiflingly hot as ever, thick with the clamor of the city. Yet Sun Xing's state of mind was utterly transformed from just a month prior. He was no longer the inexperienced rookie filled with confusion and fear about the future. The dual power of his half-demon, triple-transformed physique and his divine consciousness at the flowing river realm gave him unprecedented confidence. Though the path to becoming a true powerhouse remained long. At the very least, he now possessed the foundational means to protect himself and those close to him in this brutal world. Where are we going now? Yi Bai asked. First, back to your secret estate, Xia Li said coolly. I need a place of absolute tranquility to seclude myself for a while. Got it. Just watch me, goddess. Yi Bai replied with eager enthusiasm. Sun Xing remained silent, his mind racing with thoughts. However, just as they were about to leave the mountainous area and enter the city's main thoroughfare, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens without warning. Holy! What the hell is going on? Yi Bai was utterly shocked. Sun Xing and Xia Li's expressions changed simultaneously. A figure stood suspended in midair on the highway ahead, blocking their path. The figure wore a purple robe adorned with thunder patterns, his hair and beard entirely white, his countenance stern and imposing. None other than the Thunder Clan's divine lord, Lin Qingqian. His eyes, crackling with thunderous energy, fixed coldly on the three inside the car, brimming with scrutiny and suspicion. My friends, it's been a while. Lin Qingqian's voice was flat, yet it weighed on their hearts like a mountain. I wonder if you three have gained anything during your prolonged stay within Longzhou Mountain? The atmosphere inside the carriage instantly froze to a standstill. Yi Bai was so terrified he dared not even breathe. Though he had now reached the Luchuan realm before a divine lord, he still felt like a newborn infant. Sun Xing's heart leapt to his throat. This old fox was indeed suspicious of them. Xia Li met Lin Qingqian's terrifying aura head-on, her fair face as cold as ice, showing not a trace of fear. Thunder God, it's been a while. Her voice was equally cold. What we've gained is none of your concern, is it? My Lei family has suffered a death. You tell me if that has anything to do with me? Your family lost someone, so now you're biting everyone in sight? Xia Li snorted derisively. Are all of you Lei family members born under the dog sign? As for you, Lord Thunder, a venerable elder, yet you've been running amok in Longzhou Mountain over some elusive treasure, turning the place upside down and spilling rivers of blood. If word of this got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Xia Li's words cut deep, sparing Lin Qingqian not a shred of mercy. You! Lin Qingqian's face instantly turned ashen. The thunderous energy surging through his body began to crackle and hum, while an even more terrifying killing intent locked onto Xia Li. What? Can't win with words, so you resort to violence? I haven't had the chance to avenge Shanbao's death yet. Xia Li remained utterly unfazed, crimson flames surging around her. Though wounded, I can still sacrifice my very essence to drag you, a divine lord, down with me. Without you as its backbone, your Thunder Clan would likely be devoured by those demonic creatures in Jincheng, who've been eyeing you greedily, leaving not a single bone behind. Lin Qingqian fixed Xia Li with a piercing stare, his eyes flickering with conflicting emotions. He desperately wanted to act to seize these three suspicious youngsters and subject them to brutal interrogation. But he dared not gamble. He had heard of the Candle Sparrow Demon King's fearsome reputation. This madwoman was truly capable of anything. If he pushed her too far and she chose mutual destruction, he would suffer a tremendous loss. After a long moment, Lin Qingqian finally withdrew the terrifying aura of pressure. Humph, sharp-tongued. Today, for the sake of the Demon King of the Candle Sparrows, I shall overlook your insolence. But mark my words, the murder of my nephew will be avenged, sooner or later. When that time comes, no one will be spared. He shot a cold glance at Sun Xing before transforming into a streak of lightning and vanishing into the horizon. Only after his aura vanished completely did Yi Bai collapse onto the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. I thought I was going to meet my end here today. Sun Xing slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The might of a divine lord is truly terrifying. For that split second, he truly felt as if he were suffocating. What a pathetic sight. Xia Li shot Yi Bai a disapproving look. Let's go. We need to get out of this trouble spot quickly. Yi Bai nodded hastily and began walking toward Jincheng. Along the way, they encountered several more groups of reckless wandering cultivators and demonic creatures. Among them were even agents from the Bureau of Divine Affairs, who interrogated them. Yet the three, their powers greatly enhanced, navigated these challenges with a touch of peril but ultimately emerged unscathed. They were like three dancers walking on the edge of a knife, struggling to find a sliver of hope amidst the shifting currents of opposing factions. Fortunately, they ultimately succeeded in returning to Yi Bai's secret estate. As the heavy alloy gates slowly closed behind them, all three breathed a genuine sigh of relief. At least, they were safe for now. The Yi family's secret estate proved to be an ideal refuge. It covered a vast area, boasted top-tier security systems, and most importantly, offered complete seclusion. Nestled within a private forest on the outskirts of Jincheng, it was surrounded by dozens of miles of uninhabited wilderness, ensuring they wouldn't be disturbed. Upon returning to the estate, the trio could finally relax completely. Xia Li immediately announced she would enter seclusion. Although the Earth Dragon essence had restored her core essence and allowed her to touch the threshold of a higher realm, truly taking that step forward required prolonged quiet cultivation and deepening. She sealed herself away in a secret chamber deep within the estate, instructing Sun Xing and Yi Bai that no one was to disturb her until she emerged. Yi Bai, unusually, shed his usual carefree demeanor. This journey to Dragonhead Mountain had been an immense shock for him, a second-generation rich kid raised in a sheltered environment. He had witnessed countless bloody battles and personally faced life-threatening crises multiple times. This had driven home the brutal reality of the world and the critical importance of personal strength. He too chose to enter seclusion. He needed time to solidify his newly attained Luchuan realm cultivation and to process the experiences of recent days. Thus, the vast estate was left with only Sun Xing remaining. Sun Xing did not choose seclusion. For him, simple meditation and cultivation yielded far slower results than life and death combat. Moreover, having just completed the great demon's third transformation and broken through to the flowing river realm, the chaotic yet surging power within him demanded a process of release and integration. Thus, in the days that followed, the rear mountains of the estate became Sun Xing's personal training ground. By day, he would run and leap through the forests, familiarizing himself with his newly surging strength and speed. He would pound the hard rocks with his bare fists, feeling the terrifying physical strength brought by the great demon's three transformations. At night, as darkness fell, he would practice the thunderbolt staff technique purchased from the Divine Mysteries Bureau's marketplace over and over again beneath the moonlight. His divine perception at the flowing river realm had elevated his mastery of thunder power to an entirely new level. He could now seamlessly fuse demonic energy with thunderous might, channeling it through the staff's shaft. Each strike unleashed the force of a thunderbolt, tearing through the night sky with astonishing power. Beyond cultivation, Sun Xing never neglected his other trump card, the Great Sun breathing technique. Each day, he set aside dedicated time to sit cross-legged, visualizing the Great Sun while inhaling and exhaling the divine energy of the heavens and earth. He could distinctly feel the Great Sun within the purple palace at his brow growing denser and brighter at a slow yet steadfast pace. His divine sense, too, was tempered and refined through this process, growing ever purer and more powerful. This tranquil yet fulfilling cultivation life brought Sun Xing an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He felt like a parched sponge, frantically soaking up knowledge and power, growing at a visible pace. 1 month later. When Xia Li and Yi Bai emerged from seclusion one after the other, they were both stunned speechless by Sun Xing's transformation. If the Sun Xing of a month ago was a newly sharpened blade sharp yet carrying an uncontrollable ferocity, then the Sun Xing of today was a divine weapon sheathed in its scabbard. His aura was restrained, his edge concealed, yet deep within those golden pupils lay a power so unfathomable it could make anyone's heart tremble. Holy! Old Sun! What the hell did you eat? Some kind of immortal pill? Yi Bai circled Sun Xing, whistling in amazement. It's only been a month, but how come you feel more like the chosen one than I do? Though Xia Li remained silent, her icy eyes brimmed with equal astonishment. She could sense that Sun Xing's power had ascended to a new level. The future looks bright. It seems the master's words weren't without reason. Xia Li murmured to herself. Her gaze fixed on Sun Xing, her expression growing intensely complex. There was satisfaction, anticipation, and a hint of apprehension she hadn't even recognized in herself. Facing their shock, Sun Xing merely smiled faintly. He knew how much sweat and effort he had poured into this past month. What's the latest on the rumors outside? Sun Xing changed the subject. It's already died down. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. Longzhou Mountain had been unsealed, and most of the Divine Anomalies Bureau and lay family personnel had withdrawn. Rumor has it that in the end, everyone suspected that mysterious dragon boss had pocketed the Earth Dragon essence for himself, but no one dared to confront him. They could only accept their misfortune. Looks like we can head back. Sun Xing nodded. Though the estate was safe, staying here indefinitely wasn't an option. Ultimately, they would have to return to that chaotic world shared by humans and supernatural beings. Having settled their plans, the three quietly departed the estate and returned to Jincheng. Upon returning to her rented room, Xia Li once again announced her seclusion. She was determined to break through to that higher realm that had eluded her for so long. After idling for several days, Sun Xing and Yi Bai made a decision that surprised both of them. Back to school. As Yi Bai put it, experience life, never forget our original aspirations. As Sun Xing put it, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Thus, the two prodigies whose power was already formidable enough to dominate Jincheng shouldered their backpacks once more and returned to that campus brimming with youth and hormones. Watching their classmates still striving for the college entrance exams in the classroom, Sun Xing and Yi Bai exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a hint of daze and deep emotion. It felt as though the bloody chaos of the past month had been nothing but an unreal dream. Chapter 72, Father Arrives. Life back at school proved far calmer than Sun Xing had anticipated. Perhaps the shock of the Longzhou Mountain incident had been too great. The major supernatural factions on Jincheng's surface had entered an eerie truce, each licking their wounds and gathering strength. The Dog God Society and the Thunder Magic Clan hadn't come looking for trouble again. It was as if they had completely forgotten the incident. But Sun Xing knew that couldn't be true. With Lei Dongtian's vindictive nature and the murderous intent he harbored toward him, he would never let it rest. Beneath this calm surface, a greater conspiracy was surely brewing. Still, Sun Xing welcomed the respite. During the day at school, he blended in like any ordinary student attending lectures, solving problems, and bantering with Yi Bai. At night, back in his rented room, he continued his cultivation. Within him, demonic power and divine consciousness had fused perfectly, achieving a delicate equilibrium. What he needed now was more combat experience to fully transform these powers into his innate fighting instincts. One day, Sun Xing was at home studying the thunderbolt staff technique. His phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar landline number from the countryside. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Hello? Is this Xiao Xing? A slightly hoarse yet unmistakably familiar voice came through the line. It was his father. Sun Xing's nose instantly stung with emotion. Ever since his mother abandoned him, he had grown up in the countryside with his father, who was his only family. Later, to secure a brighter future for him, his father sold everything he owned and pulled countless strings to send him to Jincheng for high school. Meanwhile, his father remained alone in that remote mountain village, eking out a meager existence from a few acres of poor farmland. Dad, it's me. Sun Xing's voice was slightly choked with emotion. Ah, good, good. His father on the other end of the line sounded equally emotional. Xiao Xing, Daddy misses you. I'd like to come see you in the city tomorrow. Is that okay with you? His voice carried a hint of cautious inquiry, as if afraid of interrupting his son's studies. Sure. Of course I'm free. Sun Xing hurriedly replied. Dad, what time will you arrive tomorrow? I'll pick you up at the train station. No need, no need. I'm an old man, I can find my way there myself. No way. I absolutely have to pick you up. Sun Xing's tone brooked no argument. After hanging up, Sun Xing's heart remained unsettled for a long time. Early the next morning, Sun Xing took a day off from work and boarded the first bus to the train station. He waited at the exit for nearly 2 hours before finally spotting that familiar, slightly stooped figure in the crowded throng. His father looked much older than the last time they'd video chatted. Deep wrinkles crisscrossed his dark skin and his graying hair looked disheveled in the wind. He wore a faded, worn-out outfit, his feet in shoes caked with mud. In his hand, he carried a bulging burlap sack filled with potatoes and sweet potatoes from their family farm. Dad! Sun Xing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He hurried forward and took the heavy burlap sack from his father's hands. You actually came? His father looked at him, a simple smile spreading across his face, though deep in his eyes was a look of heartache. You're so busy with school, yet you made a special trip. It's fine. It's the weekend today. Sun Xing forced back his tears and smiled. He took his father for a stroll along Jincheng's busiest commercial street, bought him several new outfits, and treated him to the city's most famous feast. At the table, his father gazed at the spread of dishes and kept piling food onto Sun Xing's plate. Eat more, eat more. You've lost weight. Take good care of yourself out there. Don't skimp on money. I'm still in good health and can work. Don't worry about money. Father chattered on, his words brimming with the simplest, most profound love a father has for his son. Sun Xing ate silently, unable to utter a word, only feeling his eyes sting intensely. Why did he study so hard and strive to become stronger? Wasn't it so that one day, he could give his father a better life, free from such toil and hardship? Yet now, possessing power far beyond ordinary humans, he still dared not reveal his world to the person closest to him. Because he knew his world was filled with bloodshed and danger. He didn't want his father to worry about him. After the meal, his father insisted on returning that very day. There was still so much work left to do in the fields it couldn't be delayed. Sun Xing couldn't persuade him otherwise and could only see him off at the train station. Just before boarding, his father took his hand again and gave him lengthy instructions. Xing, my boy, wherever you go, be a good person. We may be poor, but we must never lose our backbone. Endure the bitterness of hardship and you'll rise above others. Dad believes in you, you'll make something of yourself someday. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a crumpled envelope, wrapped in several layers of handkerchief, and pressed it into Sun Xing's hand. This is the tuition and living expenses I've saved for you. Take it. Dad, I don't need it. I have money, Sun Xing protested hastily. Take it when I tell you to. For the first time, his father's tone turned stern. This is my heartfelt wish. Sun Xing finally accepted it. He knew that if he refused, his father would never be at peace. The train slowly began to move. Standing on the platform, Sun Xing watched the aged figure inside the window, waving at him repeatedly. Tears finally welled up and spilled over his cheeks. Just as the train was about to pull away from the platform, his father seemed to remember something. Leaning against the window, he shouted something at Sun Xing. But the roar of the train was too loud, Sun Xing couldn't make out the words. He could only see his father's mouth moving, his face filled with worry and reluctance. And in the instant his father turned his head, Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. That gaze. That look was so familiar. Deep, complex, carrying a hint of emotion he couldn't quite grasp, a mix of relief and worry. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Where had he seen it? Sun Xing frowned, searching his mind with effort. That's it. It was Dragon Boss. That mysterious Dragon Boss wearing the dragon-headed mask in the secret room at Phantom Bar. That look he gave me when he turned back at the door, that was the exact same gaze. How could that be? Sun Xing startled himself with this absurd notion. He shook his head and gave a self-deprecating chuckle. He really was losing his mind. His father was an honest, hard-working farmer who had barely left the mountains in his entire life. And that Dragon Lord? A terrifying presence whose power was unfathomable, one even demon kings and divine lords feared. How could these two possibly have any connection? He must be hallucinating from the immense pressure lately. Sun Xing banished this absurd notion from his mind. He clenched the heavy envelope in his hand, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. Dad, rest assured. I will make something of myself. I will make sure you live a good life. That day will come sooner rather than later. Chapter 73, Storm Clouds Gathering. Woo woo. The train emitted a dull, throaty roar. Its wheels clattered rhythmically against the rails as it carried a motley crew of passengers toward an unknown destination. The carriage smelled of instant noodles, sweat, and cheap cigarettes, a cacophony of life. Seated by the window, a man dressed plainly, his skin dark and his hands calloused, sat upright, his gaze occasionally darting toward the opposite side. It was the old farmer. Seated across from him was a similarly unassuming middle-aged man, none other than Lin Qingqian, who had just parted ways with Sun Xing. At this moment, he had shed all his usual imposing presence, resembling a father who had worked away from home for years and was finally returning. His face bore a barely perceptible trace of weariness. Big brother Long. The old farmer couldn't hold back any longer. Lowering his voice, he asked, Sun Xing has also awakened his demon soul. Why didn't you tell him? The old farmer's voice carried deep confusion. In his view, since Sun Xing was Dragon Boss's biological son and shared the same nature, they should have acknowledged their father-son bond and been open with each other. That way, Sun Xing wouldn't have to grope alone in the darkness, enduring struggles and pain unfit for his age. Lin Qingqian didn't respond immediately. He simply stared silently out the window at the rapidly receding fields and villages, his gaze deep and piercing, as if it could penetrate the layers of scenery to see far beyond. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. His voice was quiet, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. Tell him? Lin Qingqian snorted softly. Tell him he's my son? Tell him he has a demon king-level father backing him up? And then what? He turned his gaze to the old farmer. Would he feel that the sky would be held up by a tall figure if it fell, relaxing his vigilance and ceasing to strive? Would he believe all dangers would be swept away by me, losing his sense of caution? The old farmer opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. He knew the dragon boss had a point. This world was too dangerous, for both humans and demons alike. The moment one lowered their guard, death could strike at any moment. For now, he was fine. Lin Qingqian's tone softened slightly, even tinged with a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction. He would fight tooth and nail to survive, seizing every opportunity to grow stronger. Only by struggling on the brink of life and death could one unlock their greatest potential. Some say he's an unpredictable variable. Well, then I'll fan the flames within him, let them burn even brighter. Towering trees don't grow in greenhouses. Only those tempered by frost, rain, and snow can truly stand firm. The old farmer fell silent. Having followed Lin Qingqian for so many years, he understood the old leader's profound intentions. It was a cruel kind of love, yet in these chaotic times, it offered the most effective protection. I understand. The old farmer nodded. The carriage once again fell into the rhythmic clatter of its wheels. What's our next move? The old farmer changed the subject. At the mention of business, Lin Qingqian's eyes instantly sharpened, the weary appearance of a laborer vanishing without a trace. This Dragonhead Mountain dragon slaying plan was meant to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Dragon Boss lowered his voice further. First, to prevent the Earth Dragon from taking form and disrupt the Great Xia Dragon vein. Second, to secure the Earth Dragon essence for Sun Xing. Third and most crucial, to lure out the true ruler of Jincheng and gauge his depth. Unexpectedly, that old man proved far more patient than I had anticipated. Lin Qingqian's brow furrowed slightly. From start to finish, the old man hadn't even shown his face. I suspect he may have seen through our plan, the old farmer voiced his concern. Whether he saw through it or not doesn't matter. Lin Qingqian shook his head. What matters is that his absence shows caution, or perhaps he has other schemes, deeming the Earth Dragon essence too trivial to bother with. Rumor has it he possesses something extraordinary, the Demon Emperor's shattered jade. The Demon Emperor's shattered jade? The old farmer gasped. That legendary treasure is a fragment of the primordial power of the ancient Demon Emperor after his demise. Even a tiny fragment contained unimaginable power. If the great king truly possessed such an item, his strength would likely have reached a terrifyingly formidable level. Exactly. A flicker of gravity passed through Lin Qingqian's eyes. Therefore, we must not act rashly now. The waters of Jincheng run far deeper than we imagined. That old fellow, the great king, is the only opponent I truly fear within Jincheng's borders. Until we uncover his true capabilities, our only course is to watch and wait. Let Sun Xing draw fire in the open while we observe from the shadows. This game has only just begun. The train continued its journey, carrying master and servant alike, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Meanwhile, in Jincheng behind them, a far grander and bloodier conspiracy was quietly unfolding. Jincheng, downtown. The Tianwang Group Tower, the city's unmistakable landmark, pierced the sky like a sharp sword. Yet its top floor housed not a modern executive suite, but an architectural complex meticulously replicating an ancient imperial palace. Pavilions and towers, ornate beams and painted rafters, white jade steps and glazed tiles, extravagant and magnificent to the extreme. This was the true royal court of Jincheng's demonic realm. At this moment, within the grandest hall at the very apex, a venerable elder clad in a black tiger-patterned tang suit sat upon an immense and imposing throne. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his features were chiseled and angular, commanding respect without a word. Sitting there in silence, an intangible, sovereign presence permeated the entire hall, thickening the air with an oppressive weight. He was the one dragon Out Yen referred to as the sole great king of Jinchang. A mighty tiger demon. Beside the great king stood two figures, motionless as statues, their presence suffocatingly potent. Their faces were expressionless, their eyes hollow, as if they were soulless puppets. Yet the aura emanating from them was enough to strike fear into the hearts of any demon king or divine lord-level powerhouse. Below the broad white jade steps, a slightly gaunt young man with a pale complexion knelt on one knee. He was the junior king. Great king. Xiao Wang's voice trembled, a mix of reverence and panic at reporting failure. The earth dragon essence from Longzhou Mountain vanished without a trace. Oh? The great king seated upon the throne slowly opened his eyes. What eyes they were, cloudy, yet seemingly concealing a sea of corpses and blood. A single glance was enough to make the young king bow his head even lower. This subordinate has failed in his duty. Please punish me, great king. Xiao Wang dared not offer the slightest excuse. Continue. The great king's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Yes. The young prince steadied his nerves and continued his report. Some speculate that the earth dragon essence was taken by that self-proclaimed dragon family member, Long Outyan. But I do not believe this to be the case. I secretly tested him. From the aura emanating from him, it's clear he did not obtain the earth dragon essence. Therefore, I surmise that the earth dragon essence must have been seized by someone else present at the time, taking advantage of the chaos. A deathly silence fell over the grand hall, broken only by the junior official's slightly tense breathing. Earth dragon essence. The great king finally spoke again, his voice tinged with longing. This object holds immense significance. If I could obtain it, I could harness its essence of the dragon vein to shatter the shackles of the second realm of the demon king and ascend to the third realm. As he spoke these words, a terrifying gleam flared in his eyes, and the temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees. Then, the entire golden city will be transformed beyond recognition, becoming true territory beneath my throne. No longer will I need to kowtow to those useless fools at the Divine Anomalies Bureau. The young prince's heart surged with excitement, but his expression quickly turned grim. Your Majesty, he said, many factions participated in the dragon's slaughter. That divine lord from the Lei clan, the lowly minions of the Divine Mysteries Bureau, and other shadowy figures all could have obtained the earth dragon essence. Tracking them down one by one will likely prove troublesome. Trouble? The great king suddenly let out a cold laugh. The sound echoed through the hall, sounding eerily chilling. If you find it troublesome, then don't bother searching. His voice turned icy, thick with the scent of blood and slaughter. Execute every single one of them, every last participant. The earth dragon essence will reveal itself naturally. Xiao Wang's body trembled violently as he snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with terror. Was this the prelude to a bloodbath targeting every extraordinary power in Jinchang? Great king, this. What? Do you have an objection? The great king raised an eyelid, and a terrifying pressure instantly descended upon Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang felt as if a mountain had crushed him, his bones creaking under the pressure. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Your servant dares not, he cried, slamming his head against the cold white jade slab. Poof. The great king withdrew his pressure, his tone growing eerily solemn. I have laid plans within this golden city for decades, waiting for this very day. The glory of the celestial demon court shall rise again. And I shall lay the very first cornerstone for this magnificent court. He rose slowly from his throne, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire city. Transmit my command, the royal land project is to commence immediately. Yes. The young prince answered in a trembling voice, though his heart was churning with turmoil. Under heaven, all shall be the king's domain. He knew that from this moment onward, the tranquility of the golden city would be shattered forever. A bloodbath unlike any before was about to unfold. Chapter 74, The Abnormal Black Mountain Demon. The exit of the train station was teeming with people. Sun Xing stood amidst the throng, watching his father's figure merge into the crowd until he vanished from sight. An indescribable emptiness filled his heart. Though this stepfather had appeared mysteriously, arrived abruptly, and departed hastily, the bond of blood was undeniable. He shook his head, banishing the lingering emotion from his mind. In a world where human life was worth less than a dog's, wallowing in melancholy was utterly useless. Survival and growth were the only truths that mattered. He pulled out his phone and habitually opened the chat window with Yi Bai. What's up? Sun Xing sent a message. Almost instantly, Yi Bai's reply popped up. Bro. Don't even ask. On a mission, worn out like a dog. Sun Xing twisted his lips. When was this guy ever not dog-tired? What kind of mission makes a big shot like you have to get involved personally? Don't even ask, it's bad luck. Got stuck with a freaking psychopathic murder case. Immediately after, Yi Bai sent a photo. Sun Xing tapped the image open, and a chill instantly shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The background appeared to be a bedroom in a high-end apartment, lavishly decorated. Yet the focal point of the entire scene was a female corpse lying in a pool of blood. The most horrifying part was that the woman's face, no, her entire face was gone. Only a bloody, mangled head remained, with nothing but gaping black holes where her features should have been, a sight both grotesque and horrifying. This image. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. This scene felt eerily familiar. A memory instantly flashed through his mind. Not long ago, while surfing the web, a user named Black Mountain Old Demon had posted an almost identical photo on a short video platform. At the time, people had dismissed it as some bored individual's prank, or perhaps an AI-generated image, or even a movie special effect. But now it was clear it was real. And Lin Qingqian, that skin-changing demon who nearly took her life, wasn't it also disguising itself with the skin of a beautiful woman? Could it be that there was more than one skin-changing demon? Or could this be a mass-produced demon? Sun Xing's heart sank as an ominous foreboding enveloped him. He immediately dialed Yi Bai's number. Hello? Xing? What's wrong? Yi Bai's weary voice came through the phone, mingled with the chaotic wail of police sirens in the background. The photos you sent me, that case, was it skin stripping? Sun Xing's voice was dry. Holy, how did you know? Yi Bai paused, taken aback. Yeah, it was skinning. Brutal as hell. The entire face was peeled off clean, like taking off a piece of clothing. Not a single scrap of skin left at the scene. Xing, do you know something? Yi Bai immediately sensed the unusual tone in Sun Xing's voice. Sun Xing didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered, is this the first case like this? Yi Bai fell silent for a few seconds on the other end of the line before replying in a grave tone, no. This is the third one this month. The third? Sun Xing's brow furrowed deeply. 3 cases in 1 month, identical modus operandi, all targeting young, attractive women. This was definitely not an ordinary criminal case. Exactly. If it were an ordinary case, we from the Supernatural Bureau wouldn't be involved. Over the phone, Yi Bai's voice brimmed with resignation. The victims were all young women in their 20s, exceptionally beautiful, and from well-off families. The killer's methods were extremely professional, leaving almost no useful clues at the scenes except for the flayed faces. Looks like Jin Cheng has spawned a perverted demon who collects beautiful women's faces. Sun Xing remarked coldly. 9 times out of 10, that's exactly what it is. Yi Bai sighed. Both our Supernatural Bureau and the Municipal Bureau are nearly overwhelmed. This could blow up big or stay contained. The critical thing now is to prevent public panic. Too late. Sun Xing said flatly. Too late for what? Yi Bai didn't catch on. I'm saying it's too late for you to control the narrative. Sun Xing hung up as he spoke, then sent Yi Bai a link. Yi Bai clicked the link in confusion. It was a video currently going viral online. The footage was shaky, as if filmed with a phone in some public square. A man clad in a black jacket, wearing a baseball cap and mask, stood atop a makeshift podium. Addressing the densely packed crowd around him, he delivered a passionate, fiercely inflammatory speech. Everyone. Fellow countrymen. Please quiet down and listen to me. The man's voice boomed through a portable amplifier, crackling with static yet carrying an inexplicable power. I know many of you live in a false peace. You go to work, come home, struggle to make ends meet. Do you really think this world is what you see? I tell you, it is not. His voice suddenly rose, brimming with fury and sorrow. This world is fundamentally unreal. In the dark corners you cannot see, countless man-eating demons lurk. They wear human skin, mingling among us, ready at any moment to tear us to shreds. A stir rippled through the crowd. Some questioned, some scoffed, but more were drawn in by the horrifying scenes painted by his words, their faces etched with disbelief and dread. I know you don't believe me. Those high and mighty ones have been deceiving us all along. They block information, cover up the truth, just to keep us caged like pigs and dogs in ignorance, to be slaughtered silently. But I refuse to accept it. The man slammed his fist against his chest, his expression wild. I, the Black Mountain Demon, will stand up today and tear apart this false peace. I will be a guide, helping everyone live with clarity and understanding. We have the right to know the truth about this world. The video abruptly ended there. Yet those words, I, the Black Mountain Demon, landed like a sledgehammer, striking Sun Xing's heart with brutal force. He was the Black Mountain Demon? The Black Mountain Demon who posted skinning photos on Douyin? However, Sun Xing felt neither approval nor disapproval toward the Black Mountain Demon's actions. If the world truly learned the truth about this realm, that monsters lurking nearby could devour them at any moment, what would become of it? Panic? Riots? Or would humanity lose all trust in one another, plunging into endless suspicion and mutual slaughter? Sun Xing dared not imagine it. Yet he understood equally well that the truth could not be concealed forever. As the creatures appeared with increasing frequency, the truth would inevitably come to light. Perhaps letting events unfold naturally was the best course of action. Patience brings resolution. Xing, where are you now? What do you think about this? Yi Bai's message came through again. I'll go check it out. Sun Xing replied with 4 words, then tucked his phone away. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the square shown in the video. He wanted to see for himself what this so-called Black Mountain Demon was really made of. 10 minutes later, the cab pulled up at Jinding Plaza in the city center. From a distance, Sun Xing could see a dense crowd filling the center of the plaza. The Black Mountain Demon still stood on the makeshift platform, spittle flying as he ranted. Beside him hung a massive banner emblazoned in bright red characters, "Expose the truth of demons. Restore our real world." Surrounding him was a crowd of men and women who appeared equally indignant. They held their phones aloft, cheering and shouting with fervor, clearly the Black Mountain Demon's most devoted followers. Sun Xing kept his distance, standing at the edge of the crowd, observing coldly from afar. This Black Mountain Demon knew exactly how to stir up public sentiment. Every word he uttered struck precisely at the deep-seated anxieties and fears of the unknown within modern people. Sun Xing sneered inwardly. This fellow was wasting his talents not by running a pyramid scheme. A thought struck him, and he quietly activated the demonic power within his body. A faint golden light flashed in his eyes. Fire eyes. When he looked again at the Black Mountain Demon standing on the platform, revered as a hero by countless people, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. Under his fiery golden gaze, the Black Mountain Demon, standing on the high platform, speaking passionately and vowing to rid the people of harm and expose the truth about demonic beings, was enveloped in an inky black demonic aura so dense it seemed impossible to dispel. That aura was cold, sinister, and carried an inexplicable scholarly air? A demon. This Black Mountain Demon, he himself was actually a demon. Sun Xing felt his worldview shatter into pieces once more. What the hell kind of fantasy plot was this? A demonic creature standing here, indignantly rallying everyone to fight against demonic creatures? The thief cries thief, but not like this. Moreover, Sun Xing could sense that the demonic aura emanating from this Black Mountain Demon was incredibly potent, far stronger than that of Go Fei, whom he had encountered before, or even Zhao Kuan, who had been instantly killed by Xia Li. As for what kind of demon it truly was, Sun Xing couldn't discern. Its true form was shrouded in a dense, inky aura. Even his fiery golden eyes couldn't fully penetrate it. This indicated that the Black Mountain Demon was at least a half-demon level, and possibly even higher. What was this formidable demonic being up to, putting on such a show here? Moreover, Sun Xing's gaze fell once more upon the Black Mountain Demon. He suddenly realized that the demonic aura emanating from the Black Mountain Old Demon bore a striking resemblance to the lingering demonic energy on Lin Qingqian's body. A terrifying thought began to take root in Sun Xing's mind. Could it be the murderer who skinned victims and painted their faces was none other than himself? Had he killed someone, then fled here himself to exploit the incident, spreading rumors, stirring up public opinion, and creating panic? That bastard. Sun Xing sucked in a sharp breath, feeling his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. This Black Mountain Demon is not only immensely powerful, but also cunning to the extreme. What exactly is his purpose in doing this? To revel in the thrill of manipulating the masses like puppets? While reveling in the thrill of slaughtering beauties and sowing terror, he simultaneously disguises himself as a victim and a rebel, standing on the moral high ground to bask in the adoration and worship of the ignorant masses. This isn't just perverted, it's the pinnacle of depravity. Interesting. Truly fascinating. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sun Xing's lips. Chapter 75, Arrest Failed. Sun Xing didn't dwell on it. In this situation, it was up to the Supernatural Bureau to handle things. He'd just sit back and watch the show. So, Sun Xing sent Yi Bai a text message. Big White, the Black Mountain Demon, he's a demon. When Yi Bai received Sun Xing's message, he was sitting with several colleagues in the Supernatural Bureau's office, staring at a pile of surveillance footage with a grim expression. The online frenzy surrounding the skinless corpse case had spiraled far beyond their expectations. Speculation and rumors were running rampant, piling immense pressure on them. Headquarters had issued a strict order: quell public opinion and apprehend the killer within 48 hours. Yet after days of investigation, they had nothing substantial beyond confirming the killer was a demonic entity. Just as he was at a complete loss, Sun Xing's message struck like a thunderclap, exploding in his mind. The Black Mountain Demon, a demon? Yi Bai's first reaction was disbelief. That was absurd. But then he remembered Sun Xing's extraordinary eyes. He now trusted Sun Xing's judgment implicitly. If the Black Mountain Demon was indeed a demon, then everything would make perfect sense. Why could he pinpoint the crime scene photos with such precision? Why could he declare with such certainty that a demon was responsible? Because he was the murderer himself. This realization sent a chill down Yi Bai's spine. This demonic creature was too cunning, too twisted. Damn it, I finally caught you with your tail between your legs. Yi Bai slammed his fist on the table, his troubled expression vanishing instantly, replaced by unprecedented excitement. Just when he was at a loss for how to deal with this stubborn Black Mountain Demon, clinging like chewing gum, now his chance had arrived. He wasted no time, immediately reporting this major discovery to his direct superior, Captain Zhang Chen of Action Team 3, Jincheng's Supernatural Bureau. Zhang Chen was a man in his 30s, with a stern, unsmiling face. After hearing Yi Bai's report, a flicker of surprise crossed his hawk-like, piercing eyes. Is the information reliable? He asked in a deep voice. Absolutely reliable. Yi Bai pounded his chest in assurance. It came from one of my informants. I trust his capabilities. Zheng Chen studied Yi Bai's earnest expression, pondered for a moment, and ultimately chose to believe him. Very well. Since the enemy is a demon, everything else falls into place. A cold gleam flashed in Zheng Chen's eyes as he made his decision instantly. Notify all brothers on standby near the square, seal off the area immediately and prepare for capture. Remember, the target is a demonic entity of unknown strength. Exercise extreme caution. Also, avoid exposing our identities and powers to ordinary people whenever possible. Make it quick and decisive. If exposure occurs, confidentiality agreements must be signed immediately. Yes. The order was swiftly relayed through encrypted channels to every supernatural bureau agent deployed around the square. An invisible net silently closed in on the Black Mountain Demon, who was still passionately addressing the crowd from the elevated platform. In the square. After sending the message, Sun Xing did not leave. He blended into the crowd, waiting quietly. He trusted that the supernatural bureau would act soon. Sure enough, within minutes, Sun Xing keenly sensed the atmosphere around him begin to feel off. Some individuals who had previously blended in as ordinary tourists and passers-by suddenly sharpened their gazes. Without drawing attention, they slowly converged toward the central platform in the square, forming a loose encircling perimeter. It was the Divine Anomalies Bureau. They were about to make their move. Sun Xing's heart leapt into his throat. He was curious to see how these state-sanctioned awakened would handle a demonic creature of considerable power. The Black Mountain Demon on the platform seemed to sense the danger as well. His speech abruptly halted. Those seemingly ordinary eyes scanned the crowd below with alertness, a fleeting, barely perceptible smirk flickering within. It seemed guests had arrived. He murmured to himself, his voice low yet clear enough to reach Sun Xing's ears. The next second, a sudden change erupted. Strike! A low command rang out from within the crowd. Over a dozen members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau attacked simultaneously. They no longer concealed their auras. Surges of powerful divine energy rippled skyward. Some conjured flaming swords from thin air, others were encased in layers of solid ice, while still others had their hands crackling with lightning. A kaleidoscope of supernatural abilities erupted without restraint in that instant. Ordinary citizens nearby were utterly terrified by this sudden spectacle, letting out waves of horrified screams as they scattered in all directions. The entire square instantly descended into utter chaos. Want to capture me? Yet the Black Mountain Demon on the high platform showed no fear in the face of this apocalyptic onslaught. He let out a sinister, cackling laugh. With a bunch of useless trash like you? He stomped his foot violently. Boom! A jet-black demonic energy erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward like a shockwave. The members of the Supernatural Bureau charging at the forefront were struck by this demonic energy. They all let out muffled groans, flying backward, their faces instantly turning deathly pale. What overwhelming demonic power! Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. This Black Mountain Demon's power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Since you all want to see demons so badly, I'll give you your fill. The Black Mountain Demon roared, his body beginning to undergo violent transformations. His body, like a pool of melted ink, rapidly flattened, elongated, and twisted. Finally, he transformed into a massive brush over 2 meters long, entirely pitch black and radiating an ominous aura. A brush demon. So he was a brush demon. A single stroke painted him into a demon. No wonder some deceased beauties became painted skin demons. This brush demon was the instigator. That enormous brush now hovered mid-air, its tip pointing distantly toward the ground. Today, I'll show you all the ultimate artistry of this Black Mountain Old Wang. It cackled eerily as the massive brush tip plunged downward with a sudden, violent thrust. Centered around it, countless black ink marks spread across the ground within a 100-meter radius like living creatures, swiftly forming intricate and eerie runes. A colossal formation, composed entirely of ink, materialized in an instant. No! Retreat! Zhang Chen, captain of the Supernatural Bureau, paled visibly and roared in fury. But it was already too late. The moment the formation activated, a powerful restraining force erupted with a thunderous roar. Every member of the Supernatural Bureau trapped within felt their bodies grow leaden and unbearably heavy, even the circulation of divine power within them becoming sluggish. Jia, welcome to my canvas. Now, the game begins. The enormous brush swept wildly through the air. Sharp ink blades, formed from the flowing ink, lashed out like a raging storm, slashing furiously at the trapped members of the Divine Anomalies Bureau. Splatter! Splatter! Blood instantly stained the black formation crimson. Screams of agony rose in waves. The Divine Anomalies Bureau's arrest operation had collapsed in an instant. Retreat! Everyone, get out of the formation now! Zheng Chen's eyes bulged in fury. He never imagined this brush spirit's power could be so overwhelming. While directing his men to retreat, he pulled a silver glowing talisman from his robe and crushed it without hesitation. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Target, peak level half-demon brush spirit, extremely powerful. Our team has suffered heavy casualties. Repeating. Requesting backup. Yet, the very instant he sent out the distress signal, the massive brush dancing wildly in the air abruptly changed course, transforming into a black streak of light as it frantically fled toward the square's exit. He actually chose to flee? Despite holding absolute dominance, it chose to flee? This move left everyone stunned. Even Sun Xing was momentarily caught off guard. But the next second, he understood. This Black Mountain demon had never intended to fight the Divine Anomalies Bureau to the death from the very beginning. He had orchestrated this chaos and killed several Bureau agents solely to establish his authority and escalate the situation to its absolute limit. His goal was to create even greater panic. This madman. Don't let him escape. Zhang Chen was the first to react, roaring as he gave chase. But the Black Mountain demon's speed was simply too swift. The black streak he had transformed into vanished into the city's night sky in mere flashes. The capture operation had utterly failed. Chapter 76, the final artwork. The Black Mountain demon had escaped. Despite being surrounded by over a dozen members of the Supernatural Bureau, he not only inflicted severe injuries on them but also departed unscathed and with complete composure. This news detonated like a magnitude 12 earthquake, instantly rocking the entire supernatural world of Jincheng. Everyone was utterly stunned by the brush demon's power and audacity. The Supernatural Bureau's reputation lay utterly shattered. Online, public opinion spiraled completely out of control. Though the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs swiftly sealed off information about the earth-shattering battle in the square and deleted all related videos and photos, countless eyewitnesses took to social media platforms, vividly recounting the apocalyptic scene. I'm telling you, I was right there. That scene was more thrilling than any Hollywood blockbuster. A guy in black just poof turned into this massive brush. Then with a few swipes, he sent a dozen superheroes wielding lightsabers flying. Seriously? You must be dreaming. Believe it or not. I'm buying it. This world definitely has superhumans. Or demons. All kinds of speculation and discussion were running rampant. Though most dismissed it as hype and rumor, seeds of doubt had already quietly taken root in people's minds. As the instigator of it all, the Black Mountain demon, after escaping, did not choose to vanish into obscurity. Instead, he grew even more brazen and frenzied. That very night, every phone in Jincheng received an encrypted livestream link from an unknown number. Clicking the link revealed a dim, damp basement on the screen. The Black Mountain demon, restored to wine diffused sleazy appearance, stood before the camera, his face twisted into a sickeningly maniacal grin. Behind him, a young female investigator from the Supernatural Bureau, curvy, beautiful, and dressed in uniform, was bound tightly to an iron chair. A cloth was stuffed in her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and despair. She was the Supernatural Bureau agent snatched by the Black Mountain demon amidst the chaos at the square earlier. Good evening, everyone. The Black Mountain demon flashed an eerie grin at the camera. I know you must be wondering why I'm doing this. I can tell you quite clearly. I am creating a work of art. A final work of art powerful enough to overturn the entire world. He walked up to the bound female investigator, extending a finger to gently trace her trembling cheek, quivering with fear. Look at her, what perfect material. Young, beautiful, brimming with the essence of life. And this uniform, symbolizing so-called justice and order. Tear it all apart, destroy it, and then paint anew upon a flawless canvas of human skin. How exquisite, how utterly intoxicating that would be. His voice brimmed with perverse excitement. The live stream exploded in an instant. Though most assumed this was some perverted internet celebrity staging a vulgar stunt for attention. Yet many were still terrified by his deranged words and the eerily real scene. Inside the Supernatural Bureau, chaos reigned. Captain, have you located the target's position yet? Yi Bai stared at the screen showing his bound female colleague, sweat pouring down his forehead. Still tracking. The target used a virtual IP. The tech department nearly burned out the servers just to pinpoint a rough location. Zhang Chen's face darkened to the point of dripping with anger. This was a blatant provocation. This pen demon had delivered the most vicious insult to the entire Supernatural Bureau. Since the world refuses to believe in demons. In the live stream, the voice of the Black Mountain demon resounded once more. Then I shall enter the fray myself and prove it to them. Under the gaze of the masses, I shall demonstrate live how to transform a beautiful human maiden into an eternal work of art. The entire process will be broadcast live, uncensored. Let everyone witness firsthand how a demon paints. Let everyone know how laughably fragile their notion of reality truly is. And I, the Black Mountain demon, shall become the god of this new world. He spread his arms wide and let out a maniacal laugh. This insane livestream spread like a virus across the internet. The Supernatural Bureau was driven to the brink of collapse. Golden City Branch Command Center, Supernatural Affairs Bureau. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. Everyone stared fixedly at the live feed of the madness on the large screen, their fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Captain, the tech department reports they preliminarily pinpointed the target's location in the abandoned industrial zone west of the city. A young investigator reported loudly. Good. Zhang Chen slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing with icy determination. All task forces, deploy immediately. This time, even if we have to turn the entire industrial zone upside down, we must track him down. We absolutely cannot let him continue broadcasting. Yes. Squad after squad of fully armed paranormal bureau agents shot out of headquarters like arrows from a bow. They boarded specially modified black combat vehicles, blaring piercing sirens as they raced toward the western city limits at breakneck speed. Wait. Just as everyone was preparing to depart, Yi Bai suddenly spoke up. Captain, I think charging straight in like this might not be wise. All eyes turned to the rookie who had only recently joined the team. What's wrong? Zhang Chen asked, frowning. That pen demon, Yi Bai analyzed calmly, has gone to such lengths to orchestrate this grand scheme. He must have made thorough preparations long ago. Yi Bai analyzed calmly. He chose the abandoned industrial zone, a complex terrain littered with derelict factories and pipelines, perfect for hiding in ambushes. Charging in with such a large force would be like walking straight into a trap. Plus, he has a hostage. If we push him too far, he might become desperate and kill the hostages. Then, not only would our mission fail, but the reputation of the Supernatural Bureau would suffer yet another blow. Yi Bai's words poured cold water over everyone's heads. Though reluctant, they had to admit the rookie had a point. So what do you suggest we do? Zhang Chen looked at Yi Bai, a hint of admiration in his eyes. This youngster from the Yi family might seem carefree and irresponsible normally, but in critical moments, his mind truly worked faster than anyone else's. Turn the tables on them. A glint of cunning flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. He wants to livestream? Then let him broadcast. What? Everyone thought they'd misheard. Of course, we weren't actually going to let him broadcast it to the entire world. A sly smile curved at the corners of Yi Bai's mouth. We can create a fake livestream for him. Captain, contact the tech department. Use our privileges to temporarily take control of all Jincheng's network servers. Cut off his real broadcast signal. Simultaneously, use our pre-prepared program to create a fake live streaming environment for him. Hire a massive army of trolls to pose as real viewers, flooding his livestream with comments and bullet chats to make him believe his broadcast is a massive success, capturing global attention. Let him wallow in the euphoria of overturning the world and becoming a new deity, utterly intoxicated. Then, while his guard is down, we'll slip in silently and take him down without a trace. Yi Bai's plan was bold and insane. Everyone was stunned speechless by his wildly imaginative idea. Zhang Chen stared at Yi Bai, silent for a long moment until a startling gleam ignited in his eyes. Good. We'll do it your way. He made an immediate decision and contacted the relevant departments in Jincheng through the internal hotline. West City, abandoned industrial zone, a shadowy underground pipeline. Black Mountain Old Demon stared at the rapidly scrolling comments and soaring online numbers on his phone screen, a maniacally excited grin spreading across his face. Ha! See that? See that? The whole world is watching my performance. They're shocked, they're terrified, they worship me. I am the god of this new world. He was completely unaware that everything he saw was merely a false dream meticulously woven for him by the Divine Anomaly Bureau. Every single one of his live streams had been intercepted. Every viewer he saw, every comment stream, was fabricated by the Supernatural Bureau's troll army, following a script. Alright, my dear viewers. The prelude is over. Now, let's get down to business. The Black Mountain Demon turned and walked toward the female investigator, bound to the chair and now pale as a ghost from terror. Allow me to present to you the most exquisite art of death in this world. He extended his hand, which in an instant transformed into a razor-sharp brush, gleaming with a sinister black light. He was about to begin his painting. Chapter 77, Playing with Fire in the Kitchen. The underground tunnel was cold and damp. The giant brush, transformed from the Black Mountain Demon, hovered mid-air. Its tip flickered with a sinister, dark glow, aimed squarely at the investigator's beautiful face twisted with terror as she was bound to the chair. He reveled in the thrill of controlling another's life and death, unleashing his brutality under the gaze of all. The madness and excitement in his eyes reached their peak. Now, it was time to witness art. He let out a sinister laugh as the brush tip, carrying a sharp gust of wind, was about to strike. But at that very instant, boom! A deafening explosion erupted above his head. The sturdy underground pipeline was violently shattered from the outside by an irresistible, terrifying force, leaving a gaping hole. Sunlight and dust poured down simultaneously. Over a dozen figures, like gods descending from the heavens, leapt through the breach and surrounded the Black Mountain Demon. Leading them was none other than Zhang Chen, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Supernatural Bureau. Pen Fiend. Your time is up. Zhang Chen's voice was as cold as a blade, filled with overwhelming fury. The Black Mountain Demon stared at this sudden horde of unwelcome guests, momentarily stunned before erupting into an even more maniacal cackle. So you were waiting for me here, Jia. Nice acting, lackeys of the Supernatural Bureau. To think you'd try to trick me with a fake livestream truly eye-opening. It seemed he had seen through the Supernatural Bureau's scheme all along. Or rather, he had deliberately lured the Supernatural Bureau agents here from the very beginning. You. Zhang Chen's expression instantly darkened. Don't look at me like that. The Black Mountain Demon's pen tip traced a triumphant circle in the air. Do you really think I care whether those ignorant masses watch my livestream or not? No, I couldn't care less. What I truly relish is watching you self-righteous fools played like puppets in my hands, fuming with frustration yet utterly powerless. This is my most perfect work of art. His twisted psyche was laid bare in that moment. While hunting down beautiful women, he crafted their skins into demonic masks, reveling in the thrill of creation. While simultaneously creating social panic and provoking public authority to gain immense psychological satisfaction. He was a thoroughly twisted madman, utterly warped to the core. Enough talk. Get him. Zhang Chen roared, refusing to waste another word on this lunatic. He struck first, conjuring a flaming longsword from thin air. With an all-consuming fury, he swung it viciously at the Black Mountain Demon. Other members of the Supernatural Bureau launched their attacks simultaneously. Ice spikes, thunderbolts, wind blades. A barrage of diverse abilities descended like a raging storm, sealing off every possible escape route for the Black Mountain Old Fiend. Facing this world-shattering onslaught, the Black Mountain Old Demon showed not a shred of fear. Bring it on! He let out a strange cry as the massive brush shaft whirled through the air at breakneck speed. Countless black ink droplets erupted from his body, each one piercing through like a bullet. Boom! The ink droplets collided violently with the various supernatural abilities, erupting in deafening booms. The entire underground pipeline shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The Black Mountain Demon's strength was truly formidable. Single-handedly, he withstood the assault of over a dozen elite agents from the Supernatural Bureau without showing the slightest sign of weakness. His demonic soul as a pen physical attacks won't do much to him. Use energy attacks. Burn him to ashes. Zhang Chen roared, the flames in his blade surging with threefold intensity. Burn me? The Black Mountain Demon sneered. You're not worthy enough. His massive brush tip slammed down onto the ground. Drawing prison. Boom! Indestructible walls formed from ink surged upward, instantly creating a massive black prison that trapped everyone inside. Immediately, he began drawing rapidly upon the walls of the cage. He drew hideous, snarling demons and venomous snakes with claws and fangs bared. Something bizarre happened. The creatures he had drawn seemed to come to life, leaping from the walls with shrill screeches and lunging madly at the members of the Supernatural Bureau. Bringing drawings to life. This was the most terrifying ability of the Brush Demon. He could imbue his creations with life and command them at will. In an instant, the entire ink prison was filled with wails and howls, demonic energy surging skyward. The Divine Anomalies Bureau agents were instantly plunged into a desperate struggle. And after accomplishing all this, the Black Mountain Demon transformed once more into a jet-black beam of light, piercing through the ink wall he had created. Without a single glance back, he fled into the distance. He had escaped again. It seemed he never intended to settle the score with the Divine Anomalies Bureau. His purpose, from beginning to end, had been nothing but mockery and humiliation. Damn it! Don't let him escape. Zhang Chen cleaved a charging fiend in two with his blade, roaring with eyes bulging in fury. But the Black Mountain Demon's speed was simply too swift. He was about to vanish from sight once more. Yet, just as he was about to escape the abandoned industrial zone and surge onto the city's main thoroughfare, two figures materialized silently like phantoms, blocking his path. One radiated a golden aura, flames burning in his pupils, exuding a wild, domineering presence. The other possessed a handsome face, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, a pitch-black ghostly gate flickered in and out of existence. It was Sun Xing and Yi Bai, who had been circling the perimeter for quite some time. Old man, you're running pretty fast. Yi Bai watched the dark streak hurtling toward them, grinning as he spoke. Too bad you ran into us. Who are you? The black light, transformed from the Black Mountain Old Demon, abruptly halted before Sun Xing and Yi Bai. It coalesced back into the enormous brush, its tip pointing distantly at the two. Its tone brimmed with caution and confusion. He could sense that the two young men before him carried an odd aura. One radiated overwhelming demonic energy, yet it was intertwined with a sacred aura that sent shivers down his spine. The other, though clearly a divine disciple, carried none of that righteous aura belonging to the Divine Affairs Bureau that he despised. Instead, he exuded a carefree, robe-like swagger. The one who'll take your life. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered with small talk. He activated his demonic transformation. Golden monkey fur covered his entire body as he grew taller, his muscles bulging. A domineering aura, characteristic of a powerful half-demon, erupted with overwhelming force. Half-demon? The Black Mountain Demon's brush tip trembled slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. When did Jincheng produce someone like you? But even if you are a half-demon, you dare block my path? You're truly courting death. He let out a fierce cry as the massive brush, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, slammed viciously toward Sun Xing. He intended to use the most direct, most brutal method to smash this insolent brat into mincemeat. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Sun Xing neither dodged nor retreated. He channeled every ounce of demonic power within him into his right fist, its surface now shimmering with a faint golden radiance. Invincible! Bring it on! Sun Xing roared with fury, unleashing a punch of his own. Boom! Fist and brush collided violently midair. A terrifying shockwave of energy rippled outward, tearing up the ground around them. Sun Xing grunted, forced back over a dozen steps by the immense force before barely regaining his footing. The massive brush, struck by his fist, was sent flying backward, its jet-black sheen dimming noticeably. An even match! How could this be? The Black Mountain old demon let out an incredulous shriek. He was a peak half-demon. This little monkey, who looked like he'd just entered the half-demon realm, possessed such terrifying physical strength that he could clash head-on with him and not be outmatched? It wasn't over yet. Sun Xing, having landed a successful strike, pressed his advantage relentlessly. He stomped his foot down hard, launching himself forward like a cannonball. Thunderbolt staff technique. From somewhere, he drew a steel alloy pipe and channeled the thunderous energy within his body into it with frenzied intensity. Hum! Electric sparks danced along the steel tube, crackling and popping. Die! Sun Xing swung his staff with the force of a thunderbolt, smashing it fiercely against the Black Mountain demon's brush. Oh no! The Black Mountain old demon sensed the devastating thunderous force and was filled with dread. Thunder magic was the bane of creatures like them dark, evil demons. He dared not meet it head-on. The massive brush shaft twisted violently, narrowly evading the blow. But Sun Xing's attacks followed relentlessly, each strike faster and fiercer than the last. In an instant, the Black Mountain demon found itself utterly overwhelmed, forced into a desperate retreat. Damn it! Damn it! The Black Mountain old demon was both shocked and enraged. He never imagined he'd be driven into such a desperate corner by an unknown upstart. Kid! Don't get cocky! Seizing a moment's opening, he roared with fury. Let me show you my true power. Night parade of 100 demons. His massive brush tip swept through the air with lightning speed. A sinister scroll formed from ink unfolded out of thin air. Countless hideous specters leapt from the painting, their shrill screeches piercing the air as they surged towards Sun Xing in an overwhelming tide. Sun Xing watched the endless tide of demons, his expression growing grave. At that very moment, Yi Bai's voice echoed faintly. Fooling around with a big knife in front of Guan Yu, playing with little ghosts in front of the king of hell? Don't you think you're showing a bit too much disrespect to us civil servants of the underworld? His hands formed a seal, and the ghost gate behind him burst open with a thunderous roar. Where are the black and white impermanents? Come swiftly to aid me in slaying these demonic fiends. Two chain-wielding ghost officers stepped forth, their aura of darkness denser than ever before. Gazing upon the swirling tide of ghosts filling the sky, their eyes flickered with disdain and greed. These malevolent specters, conjured by demonic power, were nothing less than the most delicious snacks to them. The black and white impermanents let out a fierce cry and plunged directly into the ghostly tide, unleashing a one-sided carnage. What? The Black Mountain demon stared at his night parade of 100 ghosts scroll as it was devoured by the two ghost officers as easily as slicing melons and vegetables, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The great law of the azure sky? He finally recognized Yi Bai's origins. Correct answer, but no prize. Yi Bai chuckled. Today is the day you die. Yin Yang Edict. Divine punishment. Yi Bai repeated his tactic. The black and white impermanents merged once more, transforming into a colossal ghost-headed guillotine blade. With the majesty of one who judges all things, it came crashing down upon the Black Mountain old demon. The Black Mountain old demon sensed the deadly threat and was terrified out of his wits. He tried to dodge, but Sun Xing's attack arrived at that very moment. Thunder rumbles through the 9 heavens. Sun Xing's thunder rod, wielded with overwhelming force, sealed off every possible escape route. No! The Black Mountain demon let out a desperate howl. The next instant, his body was struck simultaneously by the ghost head cleaver and the thunder staff. Chapter 78, The Invitation from the Divine Anomalies Bureau. The massive brush body, its charged shaft covered in spiderweb-like cracks, had long since extinguished its sinister black glow. Only a faint demonic aura clung to life. The judgment force of the ghost-headed cleaver and the destruction force of the thunderbolt staff technique nearly simultaneously obliterated all its vitality. The Black Mountain old demon lay mortally wounded. Yet the brink of death did not fill him with dread. Instead, it ignited the deepest madness within his very bones. The madness in the Black Mountain demon's eyes burned ever brighter. He fixed his gaze on Sun Xing, his voice hoarse and filled with venomous hatred. Boy, I remember you. Remember me? So what? When I saw your comments on Douyin, I thought you were just some naive fool, a neighborly Wang. Never imagined you'd be a genuine psychopath. Sun Xing's tone was flat, as if discussing everyday matters. Yi Bai stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of time was this for Brother Xing to crack jokes? A psychopath? The Black Mountain demon seemed struck at his core, erupting into a shrill, maniacal laugh. Ha! What do you know? Beautiful things should be preserved forever. Their skin is the most perfect canvas. His laughter dripped with a sickening obsession, sending chills down Yi Bai's spine. You're a lunatic. A complete and utter lunatic. Yi Bai couldn't help but shout. The Black Mountain Demon's laughter abruptly ceased, his venomous gaze sweeping over Sun Xing and Yi Bai. You think killing me will end everything? How naive. The Great King has already made his move. The entire city of Jincheng will become a new hunting ground. You, and everyone you care about, will all die. You'll suffer 100 times, 1,000 times worse than me. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The venomous curse echoed through the Chile tunnels like the most vicious prophecy, reverberating painfully in their ears. The Great King? Sun Xing and Yi Bai felt their hearts sink simultaneously. They recalled that little king from the Phantom Bar, the one whose mere presence had suffocated them at first sight. If Xiao Wang's power was already so terrifying, what kind of unfathomable existence must the Great King behind him be? If the Heavenly King group truly intended to unleash a bloody storm upon Jincheng, it was far beyond what they could possibly withstand. A flicker of gravity passed through Sun Xing's eyes, but he said no more. To a dying madman, any words were superfluous. He walked up to the Black Mountain Demon, expressionless, and raised the alloy steel pipe in his hand. The Black Mountain Demon seemed taken aback by his decisiveness, his roar abruptly halting. Thud! Sun Xing gave him no chance to utter another word of nonsense. With a single strike, the pipe landed precisely on the most fragile crack in the pen's shaft. A dull cracking sound echoed. The Black Mountain Demon's pen body trembled violently. Its faint demonic energy, like a flickering candle in the wind, extinguished completely. The world fell silent. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the pipe. A dozen figures charged forward like leopards, led by none other than Zhang Chen, captain of Team 3 of the Supernatural Bureau. They had clearly heard the commotion and rushed over to provide backup. When they saw the scene before them, every one of them froze in shock. The terrifying brush demon that had plunged their entire squad into a grueling battle, even causing casualties, now lay as a cold corpse. Shattered brush handles littered the ground. Zhang Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the youth clutching the steel pipe. Covered in blood, his eyes held a terrifying calm. He couldn't help but take another look at Sun Xing. Yi Bai, who is this? Zhang Chen approached Yi Bai and asked in a hushed voice, his gaze never leaving Sun Xing. Captain Chen, this is Sun Xing, the informant I mentioned earlier, Yi Bai introduced. He was also the first to discover that the Black Mountain Demon was a demon. Oh? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Chen's eyes as he began to truly appraise Sun Xing. Having been in Jincheng for years, he'd heard of nearly every wandering cultivator and awakened individual, big or small. Yet he'd never encountered a figure like Sun Xing. So young, yet possessing such formidable strength. Teaming up with Yi Bai to slay a peak-level half-demon brush demon in such a short time, this was no ordinary individual. Still, he didn't dwell on it. True masters never reveal their true strength. Those who do are not true masters. In this bizarre and ever-changing world, one should never speculate about others, and certainly never underestimate anyone. This was the fundamental principle he adhered to in order to survive within the melting pot of the Divine Anomalies Bureau. This young man was no ordinary figure. Zhang Chen's gaze lingered on Sun Xing for a moment before withdrawing. He walked over to the remains of the Black Mountain Old Demon, crouched down, and began a meticulous examination. The more he inspected, the deeper his astonishment grew. The demon's body was incredibly hard. Their previous attacks had barely made a dent. Yet now, its core had been shattered by sheer brute force. Surrounding battle scars revealed scorch marks from thunderbolts, etchings from cold ghostly chi, and remnants of pure, overwhelmingly domineering demonic power. Zhang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He rose to his feet and turned his gaze back to Sun Xing, his eyes now tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Young brother Sun, to possess such prowess at such a tender age, truly, heroes emerge in youth. Zhang Chen forced a relatively gentle smile onto his face. For someone who rarely smiled, his sudden grin made others feel slightly uneasy. Captain Zhang flatters me, Sun Xing replied with neither humility nor arrogance. It was merely good fortune, coupled with Yi Bai's excellent coordination. He naturally shared half the credit with Yi Bai. Listening nearby, Yi Bai felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Old Sun was just that kind of guy, always thoughtful, never forgetting to give his brothers a lift. Ah, you're too modest, young man, Zhang Chen chuckled. A shrewd operator like him could easily see through Sun Xing's polite deflection. But he chose not to call him out on it. Seeing Sun Xing's formidable strength stirred Zhang Chen's desire to recruit talent. The Supernatural Bureau was currently in dire need of talent. A powerful independent practitioner like Sun Xing, who wasn't the unruly type, was precisely the kind of person they needed to recruit. Brother Sun, Zhang Chen finally voiced his purpose, extending a sincere invitation. Would you be interested in joining our Divine Anomalies Bureau? Our Divine Anomalies Bureau represents the official authority of Great Xia. The benefits and perks we offer are absolutely top-tier nationwide. By joining us, you'll gain access to systematic cultivation techniques and priority exchange rights for rare treasures. With your talent, a little cultivation could unlock boundless potential for your future. The olive branch Zhang Chen extended was undeniably tempting. Any independent cultivator would likely have accepted with wild enthusiasm. Yet, not a flicker of emotion crossed Sun Xing's face. Join the Divine Anomalies Bureau? Only a fool would join the Divine Anomalies Bureau. He sneered inwardly, yet his expression betrayed nothing but flattered surprise. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Zhang. But I'm a man accustomed to the freedom of a wild crane, unbound by constraints. Besides, my abilities are meager. I doubt I could shoulder such a great responsibility. I appreciate Captain Zhang's kindness. Sun Xing offered a few polite refusals before declining the invitation with tact. Zhang Chen heard this and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, but he didn't press the matter further. To each his own. I won't force the issue. However, the doors of our Bureau of the Supernatural will always remain open to young talents like Brother Sun. Should you ever need assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me anytime, he said, handing Sun Xing a business card. Sun Xing accepted the card, exchanged a few more polite words, then made an excuse to leave. He couldn't bear to spend another moment with this group from the Bureau of the Supernatural. Not everyone in the Bureau of the Supernatural is necessarily good. He had nearly been handed over to the Dog God Society like a piece of cargo, meeting his end. Had Xia Li not arrived in time, he would likely have ended up as dinner for that golden-haired dog spirit of the Dog Spirit Society. Besides, while he could conceal his demonic aura, that only worked against ordinary demons and underpowered divine disciples. Just because Zhang Chen couldn't see through him didn't mean the old monsters within the Supernatural Bureau couldn't. What's more, he'd already crossed paths with the Bureau's chief. A demon joining the Supernatural Bureau, an organization dedicated to slaying demons and exorcising evil? Now that would be truly interesting. Sun Xing had no intention of taking that risk. Captain Chen, I'll be heading out too. Seeing Sun Xing leave, Yi Bai hurried after him. Go ahead. Zhang Chen nodded. You two have both done outstanding work this time. I'll make sure your merits are properly recognized by higher-ups. Especially you, Yi Bai. Your performance this time was outstanding. Zhang Chen patted Yi Bai's shoulder, his eyes flashing with genuine approval. Heh, all thanks to Team Leader Chen's excellent command. Yi Bai scratched his head, his face breaking into that familiar, cheeky grin. After bidding farewell to Zhang Chen, Sun Xing and Yi Bai walked side by side back toward the city. Old Sun, why didn't you accept Team Leader Zhang's offer? Yi Bai was still puzzled. That's the Supernatural Bureau. A cushy job everyone's dying to get into. Me, a demon? You want me in the official system? Sun Xing countered. Yi Bai gave an awkward chuckle. He'd been so focused on the benefits of Sun Xing joining the Supernatural Bureau that he'd forgotten his good buddy was still a demon. Or perhaps, deep down, Yi Bai didn't really consider Sun Xing a demon. But whether he was a demon or not, whether he joined the Supernatural Bureau or not, didn't matter. As long as they knew they'd be the kind of brothers who'd stand in front of each other without hesitation when it mattered most. That was enough. Chapter 79, The Sexy Bartender. After bidding farewell to Yi Bai, Sun Xing walked home alone. The night was deep, with few pedestrians on the streets. Only the dim streetlights stretched his shadow long and thin. The venomous curse uttered by the Black Mountain demon before his death echoed relentlessly in his mind. The great king has stirred, Jinchang shall know no peace. A heavy wave of unease rose within Sun Xing's heart. What exactly was the Heavenly King Group planning? If they truly intended to unleash a bloodbath in Jinchang, as the Black Mountain demon had foretold, then both his and Xia Li's situations would become extremely perilous. Especially if their target was also the so-called Earth Dragon essence. Sun Xing's footsteps halted abruptly. No, he couldn't remain passive any longer. He must find a way to uncover the Tianwan Group's true objectives and the background of that mysterious Great King. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. But where could he go to gather information? A place instantly flashed through Sun Xing's mind. The Phantom Bar. The largest gathering place for supernatural beings in Jinchang, the most well-connected intelligence hub. Without further hesitation, Sun Xing hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Phantom Bar. A few minutes later, Sun Xing stood once more before the door, shimmering with an ambiguous purple glow. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Deafening music and blinding lights instantly engulfed him. On the dance floor, the same crowd of wildly writhing demons and monsters continued their frenzy. Sun Xing's gaze immediately darted toward the bar. The effeminate and alluring fox spirit owner, Sixth Master, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was greeted by a stunningly voluptuous bartender clad in tight leather. Her wine-red hair cascaded in voluptuous waves, her lips a fiery crimson. As her eyes flickered, they held a deadly allure. She, too, was a demon. Moreover, judging by the faint yet powerful, restrained aura of demonic energy emanating from her, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Sun Xing walked to the bar and sat down. "What'll it be, handsome?" the bartender asked, flashing him a smile that could steal a soul. "A Bloody Mary," Sun Xing said indifferently. "Oh?" The bartender raised an eyebrow, studying Sun Xing with keen interest. "You don't look that old, but you've got some serious taste." Sun Xing remained silent. The bartender didn't seem to mind. She swayed her hips like a snake as she began mixing his drink. Her movements flowed like water, exuding a sense of beauty. Soon, a deep-hued cocktail with a faint hint of blood was placed before Sun Xing. Your drink. The beautiful bartender pushed the glass towards Sun Xing, leaning forward slightly. Her voluptuous curves nearly brushed against his face. Her breath was sweet as orchids, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Young man, drinking alone is no fun at all. How about letting me keep you company with something exciting? Sun Xing inhaled the scent wafting from her, a blend of perfume and an alluring, almost demonic aura, yet his heart remained utterly still. He lifted the glass, took a sip, then looked at her, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. How exactly do you plan to spice things up? He was eager to see what tricks this woman had up her sleeve. The beautiful bartender seemed taken aback by Sun Xing's reaction, pausing for a moment before bursting into a fit of laughter. Well, you really are a character, young man. She extended her slender fingers, reaching to hook Sun Xing's chin. Sun Xing leaned back slightly, evading her touch. Sis, I may enjoy a good time, but I have my principles, Sun Xing said calmly. After all, he was still Xia Li's boyfriend in name. If Xia Li found out he was fooling around outside, with that crazy woman's domineering temper, wouldn't she tear him to shreds? The mere thought of Xia Li's icy expression made Sun Xing's heart clench, instantly extinguishing any lingering thoughts of recklessness. It was a fear that came from the depths of his soul, unrelated to strength. Oh? The beautiful bartender watched Sun Xing's conflicted expression, wanting to play but afraid to, forcing himself to restrain, and the amusement in her eyes deepened. She seemed to relish the thrill of teasing her prey, watching them wrestle between desire and reason. Still, she knew when to call it quits. Sun Xing had spent some time at Phantom Bar. He didn't recognize her, but she remembered him distinctly. After all, a man who caught the eye of the Candlebird Demon King was bound to be extraordinary. Alright, enough teasing. The beautiful bartender dropped her alluring demeanor and regained a semblance of seriousness. You didn't come here just for drinks, did you, young man? If you have something to ask, just say it straight out. Seeing her get straight to the point, Sun Xing didn't beat around the bush either. I'm here to gather some information. About the Tianwan group. Sure. The beautiful bartender nodded. But the intel I have comes with a price tag. And it won't come cheap. Sun Xing frowned. He'd acted on impulse and carried nothing of value. As for asking her to kill someone on the spot and bring back a blood offering as payment? That was beyond his means. Just as he was feeling a bit stuck, the beautiful bartender suddenly changed the subject. However, Sixth Master specifically instructed earlier. If it's you, brother Sun, he'll provide one free service. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Sun Xing paused for a moment, then understood. It seemed that old fox, the Sixth Master, had long anticipated his arrival. But Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Free intel? Why not take it? I want to know about the king of the Tianwan group, his strength and his identity, Sun Xing asked in a low voice. Hearing Sun Xing's question, the smile on the beautiful bartender's face faded slightly, replaced by a look of gravity. The big boss. She paused for a moment, as if gathering her thoughts. Information about him is scarce. Very little. She looked at Sun Xing and said earnestly, the Great King is an extremely mysterious and low-key figure. Over the years, he has rarely appeared in public, let alone taken action personally. Virtually all matters concerning the Tianwan group, big or small, are handled by Xiao Wang. Many even doubt whether the Great King actually exists at all, suspecting he might be a fictional figure concocted by Xiao Wang to intimidate rival factions. But those of us who truly know the inside story are certain the Great King is real. Moreover, his power is unfathomable. He is undoubtedly a top-tier existence at the Demon King level. Sun Xing listened quietly, not interrupting. Speculation about his identity runs rampant. The beautiful bartender continued. Some say he's an ancient demon who's lived for hundreds of years, witnessing Jin City's century-long transformations. Others claim he is actually a human, a madman who practiced some dark, forbidden art, transforming himself into a demonic being. In short, all manner of speculations exist, yet none can be verified. His true nature remained unknown to this day. Sun Xing's brow furrowed even deeper. This great king was even more mysterious than he had imagined. What about his abilities? Sun Xing pressed. Surely there must be some clues? Well, there are some rumors about that, the beautiful bartender nodded. Legend has it the Great King possesses an extremely bizarre Demon King technique. Called Hu Chang. Tiger Spirit? Sun Xing repeated the name, feeling it sounded familiar. That's right. A hint of apprehension flashed in the beautiful bartender's eyes. Ghost as in ghosts that aid tigers. Legend has it that those devoured by tigers have their souls imprisoned, transforming into malevolent spirits known as ghost servants. These spirits then aid the tigers in harming others. And the Great King's demonic skill was even more terrifying than the legends described. Not only could he turn those he killed into his Shang ghosts, he could even turn demons into his Sha ghosts. These Shang ghosts retain their full consciousness and abilities from life, yet their souls are firmly controlled by the Great King. They remain utterly loyal to him, never betraying him. They become the Great King's most faithful servants, his sharpest claws and fangs, clearing every obstacle in his path. Sun Xing felt a chill run through his heart. Turning humans or demons into his puppets? This power was utterly twisted and unnerving. If this rumor were true, how many unknown, powerful beings had the Great King secretly transformed into ghosts under his command? The thought was terrifying. Beyond this eerie demon king technique, the Great King's faction's strength was equally formidable. The beautiful bartender seemed to notice Sun Xing's shock and continued. Beneath him, besides the already renowned Little King, there are 2 tiger vanguards and 4 demon generals. These 2 tiger vanguards are said to be the first capable lieutenants the Great King ever recruited. Their power is unfathomable, and they too are demon king-level beings who remain in seclusion year-round, rarely intervening. The 4 demon generals, meanwhile, form the backbone of the Great King group. Each possesses the strength of a great demon and handles all the dirty work and heavy lifting for the group. Sun Xing's heart sank deeper and deeper. A mysterious and unfathomable Great King, a powerful Little King, plus 2 tiger vanguards of demon king-level strength, and 4 demon generals with great demon power. And then there was Hu Chang, lurking in the shadows. The might of the Heavenly King group was truly colossal. If they truly intended to target him and Xia Li. Sun Xing felt his breathing grow labored. Brother, the beautiful bartender remarked, noticing Sun Xing's grave expression. I don't know what business you have with the Tianwan group. But let me give you some advice. If you've truly offended the king, you'll lose everything. Of all the strategies, running away is the best one. Get out of here fast, the farther, the better. In this city, no one can protect you. Her voice carried an unprecedented seriousness and warning. Sun Xing fell silent. He knew this beautiful bartender wasn't exaggerating. He picked up the Bloody Mary before him and downed it in one gulp. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet it failed to quench the growing weight of pressure in his heart. Thank you. He set down the glass and addressed the beautiful bartender solemnly. Then he stood up, turned, and left the bar. Not another word was spoken. Watching Sun Xing's retreating figure, a complex expression flickered in the beautiful bartender's eyes. She picked up the glass Sun Xing had used, extended her pink tongue, and gently licked the rim. What an intriguing man. I hope you live a little longer. She murmured to herself, then picked up the shaker once more, resuming her alluring, seductive demeanor as if none of it had ever happened. Chapter 80. What Tianwan Group has in abundance are lackeys. Leaving the Phantom Bar. The Great King's mystery and power, coupled with the terrifying might of the Tianwan Group, weighed on Sun Xing like 2 invisible mountains, crushing his breath. Driven by intense curiosity about the king and the Tianwan Group, mixed with a sliver of reluctance and a flicker of hope, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the perimeter of the Tianwan Group headquarters. The Tianwan Group building stood in the most bustling district of Jincheng's city center, a towering skyscraper piercing the night sky with its blazing lights. Like a sharp sword thrusting through the heavens, it proclaimed its owner's dominance and power. Sun Xing did not approach. He merely found an inconspicuous corner, suppressed his entire aura, and like the most patient hunter, observed silently. He hoped to uncover some telltale clues. Time ticked by, second by second. Just as Sun Xing was about to lose patience, several black minivans slowly emerged from the underground garage of the Tianwan Group. Several men dressed in black suits and sunglasses stepped out. They appeared to be ordinary bodyguards. But Sun Xing's keen eyes clearly discerned a faint yet palpable aura of vicious demonic energy swirling around each of them. The leader among them was exceptionally burly, his demonic aura condensed to an extreme, clearly indicating extraordinary power. Sun Xing's heart stirred. Without a moment's hesitation, he hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, "Sir, follow those black minivans up ahead." "Got it." The driver, a seasoned veteran, glanced at Sun Xing but asked no questions. He stepped on the gas and settled into a steady pace behind the minivans, maintaining a safe yet close distance. The convoy headed west, leaving the bustling city behind, and finally came to a stop in front of an expansive luxury villa in the outskirts. Sun Xing instructed the driver to park at a distance while he crept closer. The moment he neared the villa, an overwhelmingly familiar, pungent doggy stench hit him like a wave. Inugami Kai. This place is actually the headquarters of the Dog God Society. How could the king's men be connected to the Dog God Society? Sun Xing's mind was filled with confusion. He silently scaled the perimeter wall and slipped into the villa compound. The villa's grand hall was brightly lit. The leader of the Dog God Society, Huang Laode, stood before the imposing, suit-clad man with an expression of reverence bordering on trepidation. Huang Laode looked somewhat bedraggled. One arm was suspended in a sling, his face pale, and his demeanor somewhat listless. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. Evidently, he had been gravely wounded in the earlier melee over the mountain treasure at Longzhou Mountain and had yet to fully recover. The dog demons behind him hung their heads dejectedly, silent as mice, their earlier arrogance completely gone. "General Black Bear, I didn't know you were here. What brings you to this humble abode?" Huang Laode asked the man in the suit, bowing low and speaking with reverence. "General Black Bear? One of the 4 great demon generals?" Sun Xing, hiding in the shadows, felt a jolt of shock. It seemed the Tianwan Group had truly begun its operation. "Huang Laode, long time no see. The man known as General Blackbear spoke with a voice as deep and thunderous as a rumble. He pulled up a chair and sat down with a flourish, his gaze sweeping over Huang Laoda with disdain. I've come today for one reason only. I have but one question for you. Did your dog god society obtain the Earth Dragon Essence at Lonzhou Mountain? Earth Dragon Essence. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat. So it was. The Tianwine Group's target really is the Earth Dragon Essence. They'd traced it to the Dog God Society so quickly it wouldn't be long before they tracked down him and Xia Li. A powerful sense of crisis instantly enveloped Sun Xing's entire body. Earth Dragon Essence? Hearing those 3 words, Huang Laoda's expression instantly turned uglier than crying. His face twisted in anguish as he waved his hands frantically. General Blackbear, you truly think too highly of old Huang here. That's Earth Dragon Essence. The legendary supreme treasure. Forget me, even that divine lord of the Lei clan and those folks from the Divine Anomalies Bureau would break their heads trying to get their hands on it. With my meager cultivation, how could I possibly possess the ability to obtain such a divine artifact? Old Huang spoke with such heartfelt emotion he was practically on his knees before the Blackbear general. General Blackbear listened silently, his expression unreadable. Only after Huang Lao finished speaking did he slowly open his mouth, his voice devoid of any emotion. So you're saying it's not with you? No, absolutely not. Huang Lao pounded his chest in assurance. Very well. General Blackbear nodded. In that case, keeping you alive serves no purpose. You may die. The moment the words left his mouth, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, the terrifying pressure of a great demon, exploded forth. The air in the entire villa hall seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Huang Laoda's pupils suddenly contracted, his face etched with disbelief and terror. He never imagined the other would harbor murderous intent toward him over a single remark. You can't kill me. Huang Laoda shrieked in terror. I can lead the entire Dog God Society to pledge allegiance to the Big and Little Kings. We'll be the most loyal dogs, working like oxen and horses for the Tianwine Group. He was already gravely wounded and far from being a match for General Blackbear. Begging for mercy was his only option now. Loyal dog? A cruel smile finally spread across General Blackbear's face. Sorry. What our Tianwine Group lacks least are dogs. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his massive frame vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized before Boss Huang. His fist, larger than a sandbag and shrouded in thick, black demonic energy, slammed toward Huang Laoda's head with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. Protect the boss. At this critical moment, the canine demons behind Huang Laoda suddenly turned bloodshot-eyed. With mournful roars, they charged toward the Blackbear general, heedless of their own lives. With their own flesh and blood, they formed a human wall, desperately trying to buy their leader a sliver of chance. Thud. Thud. The Blackbear general's fist was unstoppable. The charging dog demons crumbled beneath his blows like paper. Some had their skulls crushed in a single blow, others had their chests blown apart. Blood and severed limbs instantly stained the entire hall crimson. Yet not a single dog demon retreated. Knowing full well they faced certain death, they charged forward without hesitation, sacrificing their lives to uphold what they deemed loyalty and righteousness. It must be said, these mad dogs, though ruthless and depraved in their actions, their loyalty to their leader truly lived up to the 2 characters written in blood on the wall, loyalty and righteousness. Sun Xing, watching from the shadows, felt a stir of emotion witnessing this scene. But he did not intervene. He wasn't a saint, he wouldn't save a group of enemies who had once sought his death simply because he felt momentarily moved. He was merely waiting. Waiting for the perfect moment. Ah! Huang Laoda watched his trusted men die one by one before his eyes bulging with rage. The Dog God Society he had built with his own hands, was it really gone? His heart shattered, all will to resist vanished. He spun around and fled for the villa's back door with all his might. Trying to escape? General Blackbear sneered coldly, sending the last obstructing dog demon flying with a single punch. He strode forward, ready to pursue. Now! A sharp gleam flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. Freeze! Sun Xing unleashed his immobilization technique, pinning the Blackbear general to the spot. Though it lasted only an instant, it was more than enough for Huang Laoda. He shot Sun Xing a grateful glance. Then, seizing the opportunity, he mustered every ounce of strength left in him, sprinted out of the villa, and vanished into the vast night. The Blackbear general steadied himself, frowned, and scanned the direction Huang Laoda had vanished before looking around. What just happened? A figment of his imagination? Without dwelling on it, he immediately gave chase. Meanwhile, Sun Xing, like a ghost, silently followed in Huang Laoda's footsteps. Chapter 81, Snatching Food from the Tiger's Mouth. The night was as dark as ink. In the wilderness outside the city, all was silent. Huang Laoda, his body heavy with wounds, frantically darted through the grass. He dared not take the main roads, choosing only the most remote and treacherous paths. Cold sweat and blood had long soaked through his clothes. With every step, the wound in his chest sent a piercing, agonizing pain through his body. But he dared not stop. He could feel the terrifying presence behind him, like maggots clinging to bone, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it! Damn it! Boss Huang cursed furiously in his mind. He couldn't fathom what he'd done to offend the Tianwan group to deserve such a deadly threat. Just as he was about to give up hope, a figure appeared before him like a ghost, silently blocking his path. Big Brother Huang was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body, nearly collapsing onto the ground. But when he recognized the figure before him, he froze in shock, then his eyes blazed with wild joy. It was none other than the person who had saved his life in the villa by intervening for a moment against the Black Bear General. Though he didn't know who this person was or why they had helped him. In this desperate situation, anyone who wasn't an enemy became his lifeline. Brother! Thank you for saving me! Huffing and puffing, Huang Lao bowed his hands to Sun Xing, his voice brimming with gratitude. May I ask your honorable name, brother? For today's kindness, the Dog God Society will repay you 1,000-fold. Sun Xing watched his relieved expression, having narrowly escaped death, his own face devoid of emotion. I saved you not for your gratitude. Sun Xing's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Huang Lao paused, then forced a smile. Of course. Your noble gesture, brother, seeking no reward. This old Huang is truly impressed. I merely wish to ask you one question. Sun Xing slowly advanced toward him. Huang Lao stared into Sun Xing's eyes, which shimmered faintly golden in the moonlight, and a sudden, intense unease welled up inside him. He instinctively took a step back, his voice laced with caution. What question? How much do you know about the big boss of the Tianwan group? Sun Xing asked without beating around the bush. Huang Lao's eyes flickered with confusion and disappointment at the question. The big boss? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother, you really think too highly of me. Forget me. In the entire Jin City demonic underworld, how many people have actually seen the Great King's true face? All I know is he's incredibly powerful beyond belief. Beyond that, I know nothing. Is that so? A flicker of disappointment crossed Sun Xing's eyes. In that case, keeping you around serves no purpose. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished instantly from where he stood. Huang Lao's pupils contracted sharply. A sense of impending danger surged through him. Without a second thought, he spun around, ready to flee once more. But it was too late. Sun Xing's speed was more than double his own. Thud! A razor-sharp hand, enveloped in golden demonic energy, pierced through Huang Lao's back without warning. That hand still clutched a warm heart, still faintly beating. Huang Lao's body stiffened. He looked down in disbelief at the hand piercing his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend it. Why? Why would someone who had been helping him one moment mercilessly kill him the next? Sun Xing withdrew his arm, letting Huang Lao's body collapse limply to the ground. He stared at the heart in his hand, pulsing with immense demonic power. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved it into his own mouth. He needed power. He needed to elevate his strength as quickly as possible. In this world where the weak perish and the strong thrive, he couldn't afford to let any opportunity to grow stronger slip away. Especially when it came to a powerhouse like the leader of the Dog God Society, a true elixir of strength. Yellow Boss, you died with regret. Boom! A surge of energy, purer and more colossal than any he had ever experienced, exploded within him. Sun Xing felt his body like a balloon being relentlessly inflated, every inch of flesh undergoing frenzied transformation and reinforcement. His demonic power surged upward at a terrifying rate. The colossal demonic power surged through Sun Xing's limbs and bones like a flood breaking through a dam. Though severely wounded, Huang Lao was, after all, a long-established demonic powerhouse. The essence of his demonic energy was concentrated within that heart. Now, this energy was being voraciously devoured and absorbed by Sun Xing. Ugh! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a suppressed growl. He felt his body was about to burst from the immense pressure of this colossal energy. Under the stimulation of this immense demonic power, his half-demon body underwent another transformation. Half-demon fourth transformation. Sun Xing did not lose his sanity. Within those golden pupils, alongside the savage ferocity, there now shone a glimmer of human calmness and clarity. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he sat cross-legged and began silently circulating his demonic energy. He guided the raging power along specific pathways within his meridians. This was an extremely perilous process. The slightest misstep would sever his meridians and cause his body to explode. But Sun Xing had no other choice. He must transform this power into his own within the shortest possible time. Just as Sun Xing was pouring all his energy into refining the demon heart, a towering figure swept in from the distance, accompanied by a violent demonic wind. It was none other than the Black Bear General, who had lost track of Huang Lao. When he saw the figure sitting cross-legged not far away, radiating golden treasure light and surging with demonic energy, he froze in shock. Then, when his gaze fell upon the corpse beside that figure, eyes wide open in death, a heart cavity gaping empty, his pupils suddenly contracted. Big Brother Huang. He was dead? And he'd been killed by having his heart ripped out. Black Bear General's mind went completely blank. He'd been chasing him for so long, yet someone had beaten him to it? Who? Who dared snatch the prey from under his very nose? General Black Bear's gaze, like two sharp blades, locked onto Sun Xing, who was currently refining the demon heart. A torrent of rage erupted from his chest. Seeking death. He let out a deafening roar, his massive body hurtling towards Sun Xing like an out-of-control heavy truck. He intended to crush this reckless brat along with the demon heart he'd just swallowed into mincemeat. Sun Xing, who was fully focused on refining the demon heart, sensed the deadly threat. His eyes snapped open, a flash of horror darting through his golden pupils. Had he caught up so quickly? Facing the Black Bear General's earth-shattering strike, Sun Xing knew he absolutely couldn't take it head-on. His body was currently in the most critical phase of transformation and could not withstand such a terrifying assault. He had to evade. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Xing forcibly halted the flow of his demonic energy. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted forth, and Sun Xing's face instantly turned deathly pale. Yet he harnessed the force of the backlash, propelling his body several meters sideways. By the narrowest of margins, he evaded the Black Bear General's deadly charge. Boom! The Black Bear General's charge slammed into empty air, plowing a terrifying trench several meters deep into the ground. He actually dodged it? The Black Bear General was taken aback. He halted, turned, and fixed Sun Xing with a pair of bare eyes, his gaze brimming with cruelty and savagery. I'll see how many more times you can dodge. He roared again and charged forward. A flicker of madness passed through Sun Xing's eyes. He knew this battle was now unavoidable. If that's the case, then let's fight. He forced down the pain from his injuries and unleashed the untamed demonic power within him, power that hadn't been fully refined, without holding back. Come on! He roared with fury, not retreating but advancing instead, charging headlong toward the colossal black bear. Chapter 82, The Fall of the Golden-Eyed God. Boom! A deep, thunderous crash echoed as Sun Xing's body flew backward, slamming violently into the shattered concrete wall and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. A metallic taste filled Sun Xing's throat as a gush of blood surged uncontrollably from his mouth, staining his chest a startling crimson. Cough! The violent coughing rattled every wound in his body, each bone groaning under the unbearable strain. His invincible physique, before the fully awakened Black Bear General, was as fragile as thin paper. Opposite him, the Black Bear General's colossal form, over 4 meters tall, loomed like a moving iron mountain, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The Black Bear General had fully transformed into a demonic beast. Its jet-black fur stood on end like steel needles, and its blood-red eyes burned with pure savagery and murderous intent. He was no longer the demon general in a suit trying to mimic humanity, but had reverted to his most primal, terrifying beastly form. Little monkey, your tricks end here. The Black Bear General's voice boomed like thunder, each syllable causing the air to tremble. Your flesh is too weak. Your demonic power is too chaotic. Before my true demonic physique, you are but an ant I could crush with a single finger. Sun Xing struggled to rise from the rubble, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Yet his golden pupils held no trace of fear, only a burning, intensifying battle intent. He knew the Black Bear General spoke the truth. Half-demon fourth transformation, it sounded formidable, but he remained half-demon. His opponent, however, was a true great demon, one who had cultivated for untold centuries. With its demonic soul fully awakened and able to fully harness the innate power of its demonic physique, Sun Xing was utterly crushed. In strength, speed, and defense, he was outclassed by more than one level. In the previous battle, he had already exhausted every trick in his arsenal. His diamond body had been shattered into countless cracks. The immobilization technique proved nearly useless against such a mighty demon. Though gathering form and scattering chi was bizarrely effective, under the opponent's indiscriminate, frenzied attacks, he could only scramble to evade. Even his divine weapon technique, imbuing a discarded steel rebar with 10,000 gene of force, merely sparked a shower of sparks and left a faint white mark upon the beast when it struck. Faced with the Black Bear General's overwhelming might, Sun Xing seemed utterly helpless. If that's the case, then witness the power of the divine. Sun Xing let out a piercing howl, channeling the chaotic demonic energy within him and the newly awakened divine power into the alloy steel pipe in his hands with unprecedented intensity. Hum! Silver serpents danced wildly along the steel pipe as crackling lightning flashed. A pure and overbearing thunderous force erupted with a thunderous roar. Divine disciple? For the first time, genuine shock flickered in the bare eyes of the Black Bear General. You demon monkey, you've actually cultivated the path of a divine disciple? Divine and demonic cultivation combined? What kind of monstrosity are you? This revelation struck him as even more unthinkable than Sun Xing's ability to withstand his strike. Monster, I'll take your life. Sun Xing roared with fury, his thunderstaff whirling with a fierce wind, carrying the might of 10,000 june of thunder as he launched his attack. Thunderbolt Staff Technique. This staff technique was bold and sweeping, its moves simple and direct, yet brimming with devastating power. Each strike drew upon the air's free-floating electrical charges, unleashing deafening thunderclaps. More crucially, Sun Xing's fiery golden eyes played an indispensable role at this moment. Through his golden pupils, every seemingly chaotic movement of the Black Bear General, each action, each exertion of force, every twitch of muscle was laid bare before him. He could anticipate the enemy's attack trajectory in advance, narrowly evading vital points and trading blows for blows. Boom! The thunderstaff collided with the bear paw once more, sending Sun Xing flying again. This time, however, the black bear general's seemingly indestructible paw bore a scorched patch, emitting the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Thunder magic naturally effective against demonic creatures. Effective! Sun Xing's heart surged with joy, his fighting spirit intensifying. Like a fearless madman, he was knocked down again and again, only to rise each time. With that lightning-flashed steel pipe, he carved one wound after another into the black bear general's massive frame. "Little monkey," the black bear general acknowledged, "you truly surprise me." He shook his numb paw, his blood-red eyes now brimming with murderous intent. "A monster who cultivates both divine and demonic arts, if allowed to grow, you will surely become a great scourge to our demonic race in the future. Therefore, you must die today." He held nothing back. His massive form arched violently as demonic power more terrifying than any previous surge gathered within him. Demon King technique, bear dominates the world. He let out a deafening roar, his entire body hurtling like a black meteorite, crashing violently toward Sun Xing. This strike drew upon his primordial demonic power, causing space itself to violently warp as if it would tear apart under the force of his impact. Sun Xing's pupils contracted sharply. The shadow of death once again enveloped him. He knew this blow was impossible to evade or block. To take it head-on meant certain death. "If that's the case, then I'll show you my true trump card." A flicker of madness crossed Sun Xing's eyes. Instead of retreating, he charged headlong into the earth-shattering collision. Just as their bodies were about to collide, Sun Xing suddenly spoke, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a thunderous question. "Black Bear, are you content to spend your entire life as that tiger's lackey? You are a mighty demon in your own right, standing tall and proud. Yet now you crawl like a dog, branded in your soul to be a slave for eternity. Can you truly justify this to your own cultivation? Don't you yearn to tear your master apart with your own claws and reclaim your freedom?" Each of Sun Xing's words pierced the black bear general's heart like a sharp blade. The black bear general's ferocious assault halted abruptly. A flicker of agonized struggle flickered in his blood-red bear eyes. Freedom? That word felt so distant, so utterly beyond his reach. Of course he was unwilling. How could he possibly accept it? He was a mighty great demon king, powerful enough to dominate a realm. Yet, because of one wrong decision, he had fallen at the hands of that man and been forged into the most loyal and most pitiful tiger ghost. His consciousness remained clear, yet he could not disobey a single command from his master. This agony was worse than death. Roar! The turmoil within his heart lasted but an instant. The next second, the mark of the great king within his soul erupted with overwhelming power, forcibly crushing every last thought of resistance. His gaze was once again consumed by savagery and murderous intent. "Shut up! Kill you, and the great king will surely reward me handsomely." His assault grew even more frenzied, more reckless. Now! Sun Xing had been waiting for this momentary hesitation. He knew verbal provocation could only shake his opponent momentarily to survive. He had to rely on himself. "Golden Eye Divine Fall!" Sun Xing roared inwardly. Within the purple palace at his brow, the great sun visualized through the great sun breathing technique roared into motion. Every ounce of divine consciousness, every shred of spiritual power, poured forth without reserve through those golden-flamed pupils. Hum! An invisible yet colossal mental shockwave instantly traversed the spatial distance, violently crashing into the black bear general's mind. Divine cultivators honed their spirit, demon cultivators strengthened their physique. No matter how formidable the black bear general's physical form, his spiritual realm remained an untamed wilderness, fragile and vulnerable. What? The black bear general's earth-shattering charge halted abruptly less than half a meter from Sun Xing. His massive frame shook violently, his blood-red bear eyes filled with confusion and agony. His head felt as though pierced by 10,000 red-hot steel needles, his very soul torn and crushed by an invisible force. His movements grew increasingly sluggish. His mind grew increasingly sluggish. The world spun violently before his eyes. Success! Sun Xing's face turned as pale as paper, his head feeling hollowed out and throbbing with excruciating pain. Projecting his divine consciousness outward to form a mental attack was a first for him, draining him to the extreme. But he did not stop. Gritting his teeth against the tearing agony, he squeezed out the last shred of demonic energy and thunder power within him. Wielding the thunderstaff with all his pent-up resentment and fury, he brought it crashing down. Boom! 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 Once, then again. No flashy techniques, only the most primal, savage, relentless blows. Under Sun Xing's staff, the massive form of the black bear general recoiled like a defenseless punching bag, driven back step by step, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He wanted to fight back, but the excruciating pain searing deep within his soul robbed him of even the strength to lift an arm. He tried to roar, but all that emerged was a whimpering wail. Finally, with a thunderous thud, the black bear general's mountainous frame crashed to the ground. His bloodshot bear eyes gradually lost their light, leaving only endless bewilderment and resentment. Even in death, he could not comprehend. How could he, a mighty demon king? How could he? Could he have been worn down to death by a mere novice monkey? Chapter 83, Devouring the Black Bear General. The night wind swept through, stirring dust and the scent of blood from the ground. Sun Xing leaned on the bent alloy steel pipe, gasping for breath. Sweat and blood mingled, trickling down his cheeks. His body had reached its absolute limit. The excessive drain on his divine consciousness made his brain feel like it was being stabbed with needles, causing double vision before his eyes. The depletion of both demonic power and physical strength left him barely able to stand. But he had one. Gazing down at the mountainous carcass of the black bear at his feet, his eyes flashed with the exhilaration and madness of a survivor. Weak defeating the strong, overcoming a higher-level foe. This sensation of teetering on the brink of death, only to ultimately slay a formidable foe, made the blood within him boil. Puff, puff. Sun Xing struggled to his feet and staggered over to the black bear general's corpse. Without hesitation, he extended his clawed hand and ripped open its sturdy chest. A fist-sized, still faintly pulsing black heart, radiating immense demonic power, appeared before him. This was the heart of a great demon. Sun Xing's eyes flashed with greed. He knew this thing was priceless to him. Without hesitation, he tore the demon heart from its chest and shoved it into his mouth. It tasted salty sweet and warm, carrying a hint of charred flavor from the lightning's scorching. Boom! A surge of energy, purer and more colossal than any he had ever felt before, exploded within him. If devouring the essence blood of lesser demons was like tossing a pebble into a lake, then devouring this great demon's heart was like detonating a depth charge. Ugh! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a suppressed roar to the heavens. His body felt like a balloon being relentlessly inflated. Every inch of flesh, every bone, was being violently reshaped and fortified by that raging energy. His demonic power surged upward at a visible pace. The bottleneck of the half-demon fourth transformation crumbled before this force, fragile as a sheet of paper, shattered in an instant. Half-demon fifth transformation. The colossal energy continued to surge. Sun Xing's body began a new cycle of transformation. His golden monkey fur grew denser, even gleaming with a metallic sheen. His demonic form stretched taller, muscles bulging with explosive power. He could feel his strength growing at an exponential rate, increasing wildly. The cultivation of the demonic race was this simple and brutal. Slaughter and devour. If you cannot slay other demons, you shall become their prey. A measure of danger, a measure of reward. Risk and opportunity always coexist. Just as Sun Xing's demonic power was about to breach the threshold of the sixth transformation, that surge of energy finally began to subside. So close. A flicker of reluctance passed through Sun Xing's eyes. Indeed, as his cultivation level rose, so did the energy required. The heart of a great demon had only allowed him to break through one realm. But Sun Xing quickly regained his composure. Greed leads to indigestion. To leap from a half-demon at the fourth transformation stage to nearly the sixth transformation stage in one go was already an immense stroke of luck. Had it not been for the Black Bear General's demon heart possessing such pure energy, no other great demon could have achieved such a terrifying effect. Foundations must be solid. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, Sun Xing sat cross-legged. He silently channeled his demonic energy, guiding the partially absorbed power along specific pathways within his meridians to consolidate his newly attained realm. After an unknown span of time, Sun Xing slowly opened his eyes. He exhaled a long, murky breath, one that carried a trace of black demonic aura. He felt stronger than ever before. If he faced the Black Bear General again now, he was confident he could hold his own without resorting to his pupil technique. Now it was time to clean up these minions. Sun Xing stood up, his cold gaze sweeping across the factory's surroundings. The Black Bear General's men, previously cowed by the aftershocks of the two combatants' battle, had been hiding in the shadows, too afraid to show themselves. Now, with the Black Bear General dead, they scattered like wild dogs without a leader, fleeing in all directions. Trying to run? A cruel curve formed at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. He had no intention of letting these potential threats go. To uproot the weeds, one must cut to the roots. His figure vanished instantly from the spot, transforming into a golden streak of light that plunged into the darkness. Ah! Don't kill me! I surrender! Spare me! Piercing screams and desperate pleas for mercy echoed through the abandoned factory. But Sun Xing showed no mercy whatsoever. He was now a killing god crawling out of hell itself. His golden pupils glowed in the darkness like two lanterns demanding souls. Each strike was precise and ruthless, targeting vital points. Those monstrous creatures, formidable in the eyes of ordinary people, were as fragile as lambs awaiting slaughter before him. A dozen minutes later, the factory fell once more into a deathly silence. The air thickened with an even more potent stench of blood. Sun Xing stood amidst a pile of mangled corpses, his body drenched in blood, resembling a demon god. He believed he had eliminated every last enemy. But he failed to notice, in the shadow of a collapsed ruin, a small, monkey-like demon creature clutching its mouth tightly, trembling violently like a sieve, its eyes filled with endless terror. It had witnessed the entire ordeal. From the fall of General Black Bear to Sun Xing's brutal, blood-soaked slaughter. This seemingly insignificant monkey demon had cast an indelible shadow upon his soul. He dared not make a sound, his breath nearly ceasing altogether. Only after Sun Xing's figure had completely vanished from the factory exit did he dare to cautiously crawl out from the rubble. Without looking back, he scrambled and rolled away in the opposite direction Sun Xing had taken. After leaving the abandoned factory, Sun Xing didn't head straight home. He was cautious. Xia Li was still holed up in the rental apartment, and he couldn't bring danger back to her. Besides, his current state covered in blood, clothes torn to shreds would easily cause a commotion. Sun Xing found a secluded creek and scrubbed the blood from his body. Then he went to a 24-hour clothing store and bought a fresh set of clothes to change into. Only after completing these tasks did he find a reasonably clean budget hotel, check into a room, and settle in temporarily. He needed time to fully assimilate the power within him, and he needed to think about how to proceed from here. The death of the Black Bear General would undoubtedly draw the attention of that mysterious Great King. A far greater storm was likely approaching swiftly. He must rapidly enhance his own strength if he was to survive within this impending tempest. Chapter 84, The Great King. Jincheng, deep into the night. At the pinnacle of the Tianhuang Group tower, a structure piercing the clouds like a sharp blade in the city center. Within the gilded palace, incense curled and wafted. Upon the throne, an elderly man clad in a black tiger-patterned tang suit, his hair and beard entirely white, rested with eyes closed. Suddenly, his eyes as deep and still as ancient wells snapped open. A terrifying gleam of sharpness flashed through his eyes. The air within the entire hall seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Black Bear. He uttered 2 words slowly, his voice quiet yet carrying an undeniable authority. Dead. He shared the most direct soul connection with General Black Bear. General Black Bear was a tiger ghost he had forged, one of his most loyal minions. Just moments ago, the imprint originating from the depths of the Black Bear General's soul had completely extinguished. This signified that the Black Bear General had been utterly annihilated, soul and spirit destroyed. Interesting. Not a trace of anger flashed across the Great King's face. Instead, a hint of amused interest appeared in his smile. Someone actually dared to slay my tiger spirit. It seems the stagnant waters of Jincheng are finally about to stir. He rose slowly from his throne. Within that seemingly aged frame lay terrifying power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. With a single step, his figure vanished instantly from where he stood, as if he had never been there at all. At the same moment, not far from the abandoned factory, where the Black Bear General had fallen, space twisted, a figure materialized silently. It was the Great King. His gaze fell upon the massive, now cold corpse of the Black Bear General lying on the ground. His expression remained utterly calm, without a single ripple of emotion. To him, the tiger ghosts were merely tools. When a tool broke, he simply replaced it. What truly concerned him was the one who had killed this tool. His gaze slowly swept across the chaotic battlefield. The air still carried traces of violent thunder energy and a familiar, overbearing demonic aura. Thunder magic? And a monkey demon? The Great King's brow furrowed slightly. To possess both these powers simultaneously and still manage to kill the Black Bear, this killer was no ordinary foe. Just then, his nostrils twitched. He caught a faint, yet startlingly familiar scent. This scent. Earth Dragon Essence. A fiery light finally blazed in the Great King's eyes. Though the Earth Dragon Essence had been consumed and absorbed by Sun Xing and his 2 companions, the residual power lingering on Sun Xing's body could not escape the perception of a mighty being like the Great King. Unexpectedly, after searching high and low in vain, it came to him effortlessly. So quickly, I found the trace of the Earth Dragon Essence. He had assumed it would take considerable effort to wrest the item from the hands of the Lei family or those at the Bureau of Divine Affairs. Yet here it was, snatched away by some unknown nobody. This saved him a great deal of trouble. Ha! The Great King emitted a low chuckle, his laughter brimming with the confidence of one who controlled everything. He watched the direction Sun Xing had vanished, his cloudy eyes glinting with cunning and calculation. He did not pursue immediately. In his eyes, that minor demon or divine disciple who had taken the Earth Dragon Essence was merely a temporary custodian of his treasure. It was not yet time to close the net. This game had only just begun. He wanted to see just how much this unexpected intruder could muddy the waters of Jincheng. He also wanted to see who else stood behind this little demon. Was it that reckless candle sparrow demon king? Or the elusive dragon lord, that enigmatic figure? Or was there someone else entirely? Otherwise, how could a mere minor demon dare covet a treasure like the Earth Dragon Essence after the 7 kings had slain the dragon? The Great King's figure blurred once more, ultimately dissolving into a wisp of blue smoke that vanished into the night. As if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, inside a high-end private tea house in Jincheng, within an antique-style private room, the aroma of tea filled the air. Xiao Wang sat with one leg crossed over the other, elegantly sipping a cup of premium De Hong Pao tea. Across from him sat a middle-aged man with scholarly features and a square jaw. Though he appeared refined and scholarly, his brow carried an air of authority honed by years in high office. If anyone from the Supernatural Affairs Bureau were present, they would be utterly astonished. For this man was none other than Zhou Wenyuan, deputy director of the Jincheng branch of the Supernatural Bureau. A powerful divine disciple renowned for his iron-fisted tactics and fierce hatred toward demons. Yet here he sat, calmly sipping tea alongside a demonic creature leader. The scene was inexplicably bizarre. Deputy Director Zhou, it's been a while, Xiao Wang said, setting down his teacup with a warm smile. Zhou Wenyan's brow furrowed slightly. The look in his eyes as he regarded Xiao Wan was complex beyond measure. There was apprehension, struggle, and a deep sense of helplessness. Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? His voice sounded a bit dry. Nothing major. Xiao Wang waved his hand dismissively, his tone as casual as if they were chatting about everyday matters. Just came to inform you. The Wantu project is about to officially commence. As deputy director, you should start taking action. The Wantu project. At the sound of those 4 words, Zhou Wenyuan's hand holding the teacup trembled violently. Scorching tea splashed out, burning his hand, yet he seemed oblivious. In an instant, his mind flashed back to that unforgettable crackdown operation over a decade ago. Back then, he was a spirited young captain in the Supernatural Bureau, leading an elite squad to hunt down the Great King, who hadn't yet risen to prominence. He had believed it to be a victory as certain as day follows night. Instead, the entire force was wiped out. He alone survived. Not because he was strong, but because the Great King chose not to kill him. The Great King had merely left an indelible mark deep within his soul, one that could neither be erased nor resisted. From that day onward, he ceased to be himself. He became the deepest, sharpest pawn the Great King had planted within the Bureau of Divine Affairs. All these years, the Great King never once contacted him. At times, he even believed the terrifying man might have forgotten him or perhaps abandoned some ambition. He even began to fantasize that he could quietly serve as the Bureau's deputy director for the rest of his life, burying this secret deep within his heart forever. Until today, when Xiao Wang's appearance shattered all his illusions. He understood now that it had all been wishful thinking. He wanted to resist. But the mark embedded in his soul like a maggot gnawing at his bones reminded him constantly. Resistance meant death. And that death would be complete body and soul obliterated, condemned to eternal damnation. What do you want me to do? After a long silence, Zhou Wenyuan finally spoke, his voice raspy as a rusted gear. Chapter 85, Under Heaven, all land belongs to the king. Xiao Wang watched Zhou Wenyuan's dazed and defeated expression, yet one of inevitable submission, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He relished this feeling. To toy with a once mighty divine disciple who had once stood high above all, dedicated to slaying demons and exorcising evil, as if he were a mere pawn in his hands. This thrill was more satisfying than killing him outright. Deputy Director Zhou, no need to be so tense. Xiao Wang lifted his teacup again, sipping slowly. We're partners, aren't we? Partners? Zhou Wenyuan smiled bitterly inside. Master and dog, that's more like it. The king's land plan, its name speaks for itself. Xiao Wang set down his teacup, his gaze sharpening. Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. The Great King's intent is simple. He wants the entire city of Jincheng to become the territory of our Tianwan group. He intends for every demon in Jincheng to bow before his throne. He will turn every devotee in this city into our slaves and sustenance. His voice was not loud, but every word dripped with bloody ambition and tyrannical will. Zhou Wenyuan's heart sank to the depths. Madman. These demonic creatures are utterly insane. They actually dared to dream of transforming a modern metropolis into their demonic kingdom? This is nothing short of a madman's fantasy. Xiao Wang, forgive my bluntness. Zhou Wenyuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Your plan, I'm afraid, won't be so easy to carry out. Jincheng may not be the heart of Great Xia, but it's still a metropolis of millions. Not only is our Divine Anomalies Bureau stationed here, but beyond the city walls lies a thunder magic clan whose legacy spans centuries. These two major powers stand like towering mountains, weighing down upon all supernatural forces in Jincheng. Bypassing them to seize control of Jincheng is utterly impossible. Especially the Lei family. A flicker of apprehension crossed Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. Their patriarch, Lei Dongtian, was a renowned divine lord-tier powerhouse. His mastery of thunder magic was unparalleled, utterly domineering. Not to mention the ancient ancestor of the Lei family lurking behind them, a being whose age was unknown, whose power was said to be unfathomable. Perpetually secluded in seclusion, this ancestor was the true bedrock of the Lei clan. With them in the picture, your kingdom plan is nothing but a pipe dream. Zhou Wenyuan attempted to dissuade the young prince by invoking the might of these two formidable factions. Yet, upon hearing this, the young prince merely smiled. His smile was dazzling, yet chillingly cold. Deputy Director Zhou, I am well aware of what you've mentioned. I understand the might of these two factions even better than you do. That's precisely why I came to see you today. Xiao Wang leaned forward slightly, his piercing eyes fixed intently on Zhou Wenyuan. Since neither of these two mountains can be easily moved, why not let them tear each other apart? Let them tear each other apart. We need only sit back and watch the tigers fight, reaping the benefits in the end. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhou Wenyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. What a ruthless scheme. What should he do? Zhou Wenyuan felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Playing mind games with these demons? His brain felt utterly inadequate. This task falls to you, Deputy Director Zhou. Xiao Wang offered a mysterious smile. Others might fail, but I believe you can pull this off. After all, you are the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau, highly influential and deeply trusted. With just a few well-placed words, a whisper in their ear, I'm confident the existing rift between the Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family will only widen. It'll start with minor frictions like disputes over mission territories or the division of spoils. Then escalate to major incidents framing assassination attempts. I trust that with your wisdom, you will surely make this drama unfold with spectacular flair. Xiao Wang's words, like a venomous snake, burrowed deep into Zhou Wenyuan's heart. He knew he had no room to refuse. From the moment the soul mark was implanted, he had no path to retreat. I understand, Zhou Wenyuan nodded with difficulty. Very good. Xiao Wang smiled with satisfaction. Of course, you alone won't be enough. I'll lend a hand from my end. I'll have my people get involved too, stirring up this pond even more. A three-way battle, now that's where the real excitement begins. Xiao Wang licked his lips, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. Oh, and there's one more thing I need you to confirm for me. Xiao Wang shifted his tone. The Earth Dragon Essence. I need you to find out exactly who ended up with that Earth Dragon Essence. Is it your Divine Anomalies Bureau or the Lei family? Of course, there's one other individual worth keeping an eye on. A cold gleam flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. The Candle Sparrow Demon King, Xia Li. She too is highly suspect. This woman, though seemingly just a demon king, possessed bizarre powers and a mysterious background she must be guarded against. If we could confirm the Earth Dragon Essence is in her possession, that would be even better. A calculating gleam flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. Then, all we need to do is discreetly leak this information to the Lei family and the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. I'm confident they'll be more than willing to help us eliminate this troublesome presence. Using others' blades to kill. Zhou Wenyuan's heart grew cold once more. Xiao Wang's scheme was ruthless and meticulously planned, each step interlocking seamlessly. He felt himself completely ensnared in an inescapable web. I'll do my best. Zhou Wenyuan could only respond thus in the end. Not your best effort, it's a necessity. Xiao Wang's tone turned icy. Deputy Director Zhou, don't forget your position. The Great King's patience is limited. If you fail to handle this matter, I won't hesitate to visit your Supernatural Affairs Bureau headquarters personally for a proper discussion. A blatant threat. Zhou Wenyuan's face instantly drained of color. He lowered his head, unable to meet Xiao Wang's gaze. Very well. Xiao Wang leaned back in his chair, picked up his teacup and resumed his calm and collected demeanor. Then I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Leaving the tea house, Zhou Wenyuan walked home in a daze. The night wind blew past him, yet he felt not a hint of its chill. His heart felt colder than this winter night. Back home, he locked himself in his study and stayed awake all night. At dawn, he emerged from the study. The struggle and pain etched on his face had vanished. In their place stood the familiar, stern and unyielding presence. He had made his choice. Or rather, he had no choice at all. Since resistance was futile, he could only resign himself to the inevitable. From that day onward, the extraordinary world of Jincheng began to stir with hidden currents. Eerie friction began to quietly emerge between the Divine Affairs Bureau and the Lei FA clan. Initially, they were mere trifles. For instance, a Divine Anomalies Bureau patrol team accidentally trespassed onto the Lei family's territory while on a mission, leading to a minor altercation. Or when a young disciple of the Lei family got drunk in a bar and came to blows with an investigator from the Divine Anomalies Bureau over a woman. Though these incidents were temporarily smoothed over by Zhou Wenyuan's behind-the-scenes mediation. But seeds of suspicion and discontent had already taken root in both sides' hearts. Chapter 86, Dogs Fighting Among Themselves. Supernatural Bureau, Director's Office. Director Zhang Yang, a man in his 50s with an imposing countenance, frowned as he studied a report in his hands. The Lei family is getting more and more out of hand. He slammed the report down on the desk with a loud thud. Last night, a team from our 3rd squad was pursuing a rampaging wolf demon in the western part of the city. We were on the verge of success when the Lei family meddled. Not only did they snatch the wolf demon away, but they also injured 2 of our brothers. Do they even acknowledge the existence of our Supernatural Bureau? Is there no law left in this world? Director Shang's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Zhou Wenyuan, standing opposite him, wore an expression of righteous indignation. Director, the Lei family has always been like this, arrogant, tyrannical, and utterly contemptuous of others. They rely on their status as a divine clan with deep-rooted heritage, completely disregarding our Supernatural Bureau. This matter absolutely cannot be swept under the rug. Otherwise, they'll only grow more brazen. Where is the authority of our Supernatural Affairs Bureau? Every word Zhou Wenyuan spoke struck a chord with Director Zhang. So what do you suggest we do? Director Zhang looked at him, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. In my view, we must teach them a lesson. A cold gleam flashed in Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. If they won't play fair, don't blame us for playing dirty. Jincheng doesn't belong to the Lei family. I've heard the Lei family recently opened an illegal demon beast arena in the southern part of the city, using it to amass a fortune in illicit funds. They've been extremely discreet about this, thinking they're operating under the radar. We can. Zhou Wenyuan leaned close to Director Shang's ear and whispered his plan. Director Shang's eyes lit up upon hearing it. Excellent. Let's proceed this way. Wenyuan, this task is yours to handle. Make sure it's clean and efficient, leave them no room to pin anything on you. Yes, Director. A cold, sinister smile spread across Zhou Wenyuan's face. That same night, south of Jincheng City, an underground arena disguised as an abandoned warehouse was suddenly ambushed by a large group of masked intruders of unknown origin. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. In the end, the arena was razed to the ground, and the dozen or so disciples from the Lei family responsible for guarding the place suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the creatures imprisoned in cages intended as beast-fighting monsters were all set free, sparking considerable chaos in the southern part of the city. The next day, Lei Clan Hall, Council Chamber. Family head Lei Dongtian stared at the dozen or so bodies covered in white cloth on the floor, his face darkening to the point of dripping with anger. A terrifying thunderous aura brewed within him, making the air in the entire hall feel unbearably oppressive. Investigate. Investigate immediately. I'll see who has the audacity to lay a finger on my Lei family. Lei Dongtian's roar echoed through the chamber like rolling thunder. Soon, the report came back. Master, we've found them. An elder rushed in, his face twisted with fury and disbelief. It was the work of the Divine Anomaly Bureau. Though they left no trace, we discovered a miniature tracking rune specially crafted by the Divine Anomaly Bureau at the scene. The Supernatural Bureau. A terrifying murderous intent instantly flared in Lei Dongtian's eyes. Good. Very good. They've formally declared war on the Lei family. Transmit my orders. All Lei family disciples, keep a close watch on every single member of the Supernatural Bureau. If they dare leave the city on missions, beat them to death. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Lei Dongtian's orders swiftly spread throughout the entire Lei family. A frenzied campaign of retaliation against the Supernatural Bureau had begun. The conflict between the Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family, fueled by Xiao Wang and Zhou Wenyuan, snowballed into an ever-growing crisis. What began as minor friction had gradually escalated into a blood feud where neither side would rest until the other was destroyed. Today, you destroyed my operation. Tomorrow, I'll ambush your investigators in the wilderness. You kill one of my disciples, I cripple two of your members. The two sides traded blows, reveling in the carnage. The entire extraordinary world of Jincheng plunged into a sea of blood and carnage. Countless lone cultivators and minor demonic factions were swept into this conflict, becoming cannon fodder in the struggle between the two great powers. Jincheng was utterly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Xiao Wang, sat leisurely atop the Tianwan Group headquarters. Perusing the intelligence in his hands, he grinned with unbridled delight. Zhou Wenyuan, that fellow, was truly a talent. This dog-eat-dog spectacle was playing out brilliantly. He passed the intelligence report to the great king beside him. The big boss merely gave it a cursory glance, his face utterly expressionless. Any further news on the Earth Dragon Yuan? No word yet. The young king shook his head. The Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family have been too busy with their internal struggles to pay attention to the Earth Dragon essence. However, my informant within their ranks reports that both sides suspect the other holds the treasure, which is one reason their conflict has grown so fierce. As for that Candle Sparrow Demon King, she vanished completely after the incident at Longzhou Mountain. No one knows where she's hiding. I suspect the Earth Dragon essence is very likely in her possession. She must be secluded somewhere now, absorbing the power of the Earth Dragon essence. A flicker of amusement crossed the great King Candlebird's eyes. This woman is indeed no ordinary foe. Continue the investigation. I will not tolerate any unforeseen complications before my kingdom project is completed. Though the great king had already obtained some intelligence regarding the Earth Dragon essence, he preferred his subordinates to provide the most precise information. After all, he was the exalted king, how could he personally attend to every detail? Yes, your majesty. The young prince replied respectfully. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Bureau of Divine Affairs and the Lei family escalated further. Both sides were fighting with bloodlust, with reports of casualties coming in almost daily. Initially, it was merely skirmishes between peripheral members and young disciples. But as hatred festered, the intensity of the clashes escalated. Finally, on a moonless, windswept night, a senior captain of the Divine Anomaly Bureau was ambushed by an elder of the Lei clan while leading a raid on a demonic stronghold. A colossal battle erupted between the two sides. In the end, the Divine Anomalies Bureau captain was gravely wounded, and his entire squad was wiped out. This news detonated like a bomb, igniting a firestorm of rage within the Supernatural Bureau. This is outrageous. Outrageous. Director Zhang raged in his office, furious beyond measure, smashing his most cherished purple clay teapot to pieces. That old bastard Lei Dongtian. Does he really think the Supernatural Bureau is a soft target to be toyed with at will? Transmit my orders. All task forces, go to level 1 combat readiness. I'll make the Lei family pay in blood for their crimes. Yet when the order was issued, the captains of each task force all wore expressions of deep concern. Director, we're already severely understaffed. Team 3 Captain Zhang Chen spoke up, gritting his teeth. We've been in constant conflict with the Lei family lately, while also dealing with the endless demonic disturbances plaguing the city. Our brothers are already stretched thin, suffering heavy casualties. Currently, each of our teams can field less than half their original combat strength. If we keep fighting like this, we'll collapse before we can do anything to the Lei family. Zhang Chen's words gradually replaced the anger on Director Zhang's face with resignation. He understood the situation all too well. But the dignity of the Supernatural Bureau could not be challenged. This battle must be fought and won. If we lack manpower, we'll recruit more. Director Zhang slammed his fist on the table, making a difficult decision. In the name of the Supernatural Bureau, issue a recruitment order to all independent cultivators and divine followers across the city. Tell them, whoever joins us as auxiliary agents of the Supernatural Bureau to combat the Lei clan and demonic creatures. The Supernatural Bureau will offer them unprecedentedly generous rewards. Techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts, whatever they earn through merit, they shall receive. I refuse to believe that such generous rewards won't attract a few fearless warriors. This decision sparked considerable controversy within the Bureau of Divine Anomalies. After all, the Supernatural Bureau has always held itself in high regard, maintaining extremely strict standards for member selection. To them, those wandering cultivators were nothing but a rabble of weaklings with lax discipline. Now, they were expected to lower their standards and recruit them? This was hard for many of the Bureau's official members to swallow. But it was the only option left. The recruitment decree swiftly spread through every channel, reaching every corner of Jincheng's extraordinary world. In no time, applicants poured in. For those struggling to make ends meet, willing to risk everything for cultivation resources, a position within the Divine Anomalies Bureau was something they had long yearned for. Now it was being offered to them. Why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 87, Tempting Conditions. Under the night sky, Jincheng glowed with neon lights, its streets bustling with traffic. At a roadside food stall, plastic stools and greasy tables were filled with the aroma of cumin and chile. Sun Xing skewered meat skewers expressionlessly, while Yibai across from him fidgeted nervously, unable to even chew the kidney meat in his mouth. Old Sun, my brother, what's your decision? Yibai lowered his voice, his face earnest. Join our Supernatural Bureau. I'm telling you, it's a win-win situation with nothing to lose. Not interested. Sun Xing spat out 2 skewers, his reply crisp and decisive. Ever since the Lei family and the Supernatural Bureau had a falling out, Yibai had been like a cult leader, nagging him about this every single day. No way. Yibai grimaced, nearly dropping to his knees before Sun Xing. Old Sun, I'm begging you, okay? If you join, we can officially team up. With you by my side, I'll finally feel safe. Your demonic form is invisible to others anyway, and with me covering for you, it's foolproof. Besides, look at the terms the Supernatural Bureau is offering. Yibai pushed his phone towards Sun Xing like presenting a treasure. The screen displayed the benefits page for the Bureau's internal recruitment. Spiritual herbs, elixirs, even mountain treasures that aid in cultivating divine power, all exchangeable with sufficient contributions. Not to mention secret techniques, even the most fundamental visualization methods for cultivators. With each word Yibai spoke, Sun Xing's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he remained unmoved. These things sounded tempting, but their appeal was limited for Sun Xing. Spiritual herbs and medicines? He could evolve faster by simply sucking blood. Secret techniques and visualization methods? He possessed Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage, that was his ultimate trump card. Besides, he already possessed the Great Sun Contemplation method. This was no ordinary contemplation technique. Sun Xing sometimes marveled at his own luck. Casually snagging a discarded item from a Divine Anomaly Bureau disciple had landed him a treasure. Seeing Sun Xing unmoved, Yibai grew frantic, sweat pouring down his forehead. He knew he had to pull out the big guns. Leaning close to Sun Xing's ear, he lowered his voice and whispered in a tone dripping with temptation, the most crucial thing is the weapon. The Divine Anomalies Bureau's armory provides weapons crafted from special materials. They slice through iron like mud, shatter any fortress. They can even channel divine power, multiplying their might. Weapons. Those 2 words held a certain allure for Sun Xing. Sun Xing's breathing instantly quickened. Indeed, what he lacked most now was a reliable weapon. He practiced the Thunderbolt staff technique. Yet he didn't even possess a single decent staff. Every time he got into a fight, he either used steel pipes scavenged from construction sites or clothes-drying poles dismantled from other people's homes. It was utterly pathetic. If only he had a divine staff specially crafted by the Bureau, one capable of channeling the power of thunder. A divine weapon specially crafted by the Bureau to channel the power of thunder. Yibai keenly caught the shift in his gaze, his heart leaping with delight. This was promising. He pressed on, Old Sun, think about it, you're destined to become that kind of man. You can't keep lugging around a steel pipe forever. That image is just too embarrassing. Sun Xing shot him a glance but remained silent, though his resolve was already wavering. Yi Bai was right. As the possessor of the Great Sage Demon sequence, how could he possibly be without a properly satisfying golden monkey staff? I'm in. Any restrictions? Sun Xing finally relented. No restrictions. Absolutely none. Seeing this, Yi Bai was overjoyed. He immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Your situation is unique, and the Supernatural Affairs Bureau is short-staffed. I've already spoken with our captain. I can arrange for you to be granted an unofficial personnel status. In plain terms, it's just a nominal position. You won't be bound by the Bureau's rules and regulations, enjoying complete freedom of action, coming and going as you please. You can do whatever you want normally. When there's a mission, I'll notify you. Whether you take it or not is entirely up to you. Of course, once you complete a mission, you'll receive every single point of the reward. This arrangement certainly sounds tempting. Freedom, resources, and the ability to trade for weapons. Sun Xing pondered for a moment before finally nodding. All right. I accept. But I'll only communicate with you directly. I won't report to the Divine Anomalies Bureau headquarters. Sun Xing added. He still didn't trust the Supernatural Bureau. That place was too treacherous, he didn't want to put himself in danger. No problem. Deal. Yi Bai slapped his thigh excitedly. Done. He'd finally secured the most powerful ally to his cause. From now on, when he went out to slay demons and exorcise evil spirits, he wouldn't have to walk on eggshells anymore. Sun Xing watched his pathetic expression and shook his head, shoving the last piece of meat into his mouth. His decision to join the Supernatural Bureau wasn't just about the allure of weapons, there was another, deeper reason behind it. He needed an identity. An identity that would allow him to openly investigate the truth in this perilous world, while continuously growing stronger. The Supernatural Bureau was undoubtedly the best choice. Just as the two reached an agreement and prepared to settle the bill and leave, Yi Bai's phone suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen, his smile instantly freezing. What's wrong? Sun Xing asked. We've got a job. Yi Bai turned the phone screen towards Sun Xing. On the screen was an urgent mission directive from the internal system of the Supernatural Bureau. Target, Lei Family Textile Factory, South City. Mission details, suspected demonic creature sighting. Proceed immediately for investigation. Mission level, C class. Lei family? A cold gleam flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. What a small world. Jincheng, Supernatural Affairs Bureau Branch. Inside Director Zhang Yang's office, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Zhang Yang stared at the intelligence his subordinate had just presented. His usually stern, square face was now so dark it seemed ready to rain. The Lei family. The Lei family again. Bang! He slammed his palm down on the mahogany desk, making the teacup buzz. Do they really think the Supernatural Bureau is just for show? How dare they openly harbor supernatural creatures within their own property? Standing opposite him was Zhang Chen, captain of the 3rd Squad. Zhang Chen's face was stern and unsmiling. Upon hearing this, he merely said flatly, Director, the Lei family has always been like this, arrogant, overbearing, and contemptuous of others. They pride themselves on being a divine lord lineage with deep-rooted heritage, and they simply don't regard us as worthy of their attention. Oomph. Divine lord lineage? Zhang Yang sneered coldly, his eyes burning with contempt and fury. So what? Princes who break the law are punished like commoners. Conspiring with demonic creatures is an unforgivable crime. This matter absolutely cannot be swept under the rug. Otherwise, where would the face of our Supernatural Affairs Bureau be? Zhang Chen fell silent. He knew the director was truly enraged. The Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family had long-standing animosity. For decades, both sides had engaged in open and covert struggles within Jincheng's territory, each vying to become the sole ruler of this region. This time, the Lei family had dared to cross the red line by colluding with demonic entities, providing the Supernatural Bureau with the perfect excuse to strike. Zhang Chen. Zhang Yang's gaze settled on his most trusted subordinate. Yes, Director. I don't care what methods you use. Zhang Yang's voice turned cold and decisive. You will personally lead the investigation. I don't want any suspected evidence. I want them caught red-handed, with ironclad proof. I will silence that old bastard Lei Dongtian. I will bring utter ruin and disgrace upon the entire Lei family. Understood. Zhang Chen nodded, a fleeting gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. He knew the commissioner was getting serious. A storm targeting the Lei family was about to descend. Chapter 88, A Nest of Snakes and Rats. The night was as dark as ink. South City Textile Factory. Abandoned for years, its crumbling walls and overgrown weeds gave it the eerie aura of a lurking beast in the night breeze. Several shadowy figures slipped silently into the depths of the factory like ghosts. At the head was Zhang Chen, captain of the 3rd Squad. Following him were 2 full members of the Supernatural Bureau, along with Sun Xing, Yi Bai, and 2 other freelance cultivators recruited on short notice. Captain, a young investigator whispered, intelligence indicates the strongest demonic energy emanates from that warehouse ahead. Zhang Chen nodded and gestured for them to encircle the area. The group immediately understood, splitting into two teams as they silently crept toward the massive warehouse. Sun Xing followed behind Yi Bai, suppressing his aura to the absolute limit. His fiery eyes were already activated. Within his golden pupils, the entire energy flow of the textile factory was clearly laid out before his eyes. He could see that within the warehouse, indeed, swirled strands of cold, eerie demonic energy. And there was quite a lot of it. But strangely, though these demonic energies were cold, they weren't particularly powerful. They were also impure and jumbled, as if someone had forcibly gathered them together. More importantly, none of these demonic energies contained the signature, overbearing thunder power of the Lei family. A flicker of doubt stirred within Sun Xing's mind. Were these truly the demonic creatures cultivated by the Lei family? Or was this a trap? As he pondered, the warehouse door suddenly burst open from the inside. Over a dozen massive serpent demons, their bodies covered in dark green scales, hissed and lunged out, charging toward them. Attack! Zhang Chen barked, charging forward first. Chaos erupted in an instant. The members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau and the two independent cultivators were clearly seasoned veterans. Divine arts and magical artifacts flowed effortlessly from their hands, their coordination seamless. Icicles, fireballs, wind blades, a kaleidoscope of energy interwove through the night sky, forming a deadly net. Though the serpent demons outnumbered their opponents, their strength varied wildly. The strongest among them had only undergone 7 or 8 transformations, utterly no match for these divine disciples. The battle was a one-sided slaughter. Sun Xing and Yi Bai did not charge in immediately. They were positioned on the periphery, tasked with maintaining vigilance and eliminating any stragglers. Old Sun, something's off here, Yi Bai whispered from behind a broken wall, his voice hushed. These snake demons are way too weak. It feels like they've been deliberately kept in captivity, just waiting for us to come and kill them. Sun Xing nodded. He felt the same way. Let's observe first. The battle quickly drew to a close. Over a dozen snake demons were slaughtered, leaving only the last one. It was pinned to the ground by 2 of Zhang Chen's men, unable to move. The 2 full members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau, Li Feng and Wang Lei, both at the Flowing River realm, found subduing a mere snake demon effortless. Talk! Li Feng's voice was icy as he pressed his foot down on the snake demon's head. Did the Lei family keep you here? The snake demon trembled violently, its eyes filled with terror. Glancing at the corpses of its companions scattered around, then at Li Feng's utterly expressionless face, its will to survive overcame its terror. And no, it wasn't the Lei family, the snake demon stammered in a trembling voice. It was you people from the Divine Anomaly Bureau. What? The revelation sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Even Zhang Chen, standing nearby, froze in shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Feng's expression darkened as he planted his feet firmly. Snap! The serpent demon's skull emitted a series of cracking sounds. I'm not lying, the snake demon wailed in agony. It was that Deputy Director Zhou. He ordered us to stay here. He said if we just play along with this charade, pinning the crime of colluding with demons on the Lei family, he'll spare our lives. Deputy Director Zhou? Sun Xing and Yi Bai exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. They knew the Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family were at odds, but never imagined it had escalated to this level of mutual frame-ups. Shut up! A flicker of panic and murderous intent flashed in Li Feng's eyes. He seemed determined to stop this snake demon from speaking further. Spreading demonic lies to deceive the masses' death is no punishment. He raised his hand, lightning flickering in his palm, ready to end the snake demon's life. Wait! Just then, the 2 wandering cultivators who had remained largely silent suddenly spoke up. One of the burly men, carrying a massive axe on his back, spoke in a deep voice, brotherly, I think something's fishy about this. Killing it before we get to the bottom of things, isn't that a bit rash? Another man, slender and sharp-eyed, holding a compass, chimed in, yeah, what if it's telling the truth? We'd just be pawns in someone else's power struggle. Li Feng and Wang Lei exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a cold, sinister gleam. Pawns? Wang Lei sneered coldly, slowly rising to his feet and brushing dust from his hands. You two ask too many questions. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Knowing too much isn't always a good thing. His voice was soft, yet it instantly made the 2 wandering cultivators feel as if they'd fallen into an ice cave. What do you mean? The burly man with the axe took a wary step back, gripping his weapon tightly. Nothing. Li Feng's face twisted into a cruel smile. I was going to let you live a little longer, but since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Kill you, then kill that monkey demon. Then we'll report it, say the 3 of you died heroically fighting the snake demon kept by the Lei family. We'll even collect a hefty compensation payment on your behalf. As for the credit? That naturally belongs to us brothers. Wang Lei's words sent Sun Xing and Yi Bai's hearts plummeting to the depths. Not only were these 2 ruthless, but they actually intended to silence witnesses and claim all the glory for themselves. From the very beginning, they never considered these temporarily recruited lone cultivators as their own. In their eyes, these freelancers were nothing more than expendable cannon fodder. You dare! The burly man with the giant axe roared, his divine power surging as a formidable aura shot skyward. Beside him, the slight man holding the compass swiftly activated a spell. A golden shield formed from Bagua runes instantly enveloped both of them. Though they were merely independent cultivators, being recruited by the Divine Anomaly Bureau meant they were no pushovers. Yet, in the presence of two official members at the Flowing River Realm, their resistance seemed utterly futile. Dare? Wang Lei's face brimmed with contempt and mockery. In this world, there was nothing the Divine Anomalies Bureau dared not do. Especially killing cannon fodder like you who don't know their place. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized behind the burly man wielding the giant axe. In his hand, a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a cold light, had materialized. The blade cut through the air without a sound. The blade sliced through silently, without stirring a whisper of wind. Splash! The burly man with the giant axe didn't even have time to react before a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. His eyes widened in disbelief, his throat managing only a gurgling sound as he tried to speak. Blood gushed from his neck like a fountain. His massive frame swayed twice before crashing to the ground. One strike, one kill. Chapter 89, Human Hearts Are More Evil Than Demons. Old Zhang. The gaunt man watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging with fury as he let out a heart-wrenching howl. Without a second thought, he bit through his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the compass in his hand. The 8 trigrams spin, heaven and earth reverse. Seal it. Hum. The compass blazed with intense light. A colossal Tai Chi diagram descended from the heavens, radiating an awe-inspiring might that crushed all things, bearing down fiercely upon Wang Lei. Trivial trick. Wang Lei neither dodged nor retreated, merely letting out a cold laugh. He extended his hand, and a vortex formed from flowing water materialized in his palm. Water whirlwind. The swirling vortex grew as it met the wind, instantly transforming into a ferocious water dragon. Roaring, it charged toward the descending Tai Chi diagram. Boom! The water dragon and the Tai Chi diagram collided violently mid-air. A terrifying shockwave of energy shattered the surrounding ruins into dust. The slender man was struck with such force that he flew backward, the compass slipping from his grasp as its glow dimmed. Before he could hit the ground, Li Feng on the other side moved. Fire serpent bind. Li Feng formed seals with both hands, conjuring a vivid fire serpent composed of pure flame. It coiled around the slender man's body like lightning. Sizzle. The sound of flesh scorching filled the air, accompanied by piercing screams of agony. In mere seconds, the frail man was reduced to a charred husk, emitting a pungent, acrid stench. In the blink of an eye, 2 formidable independent cultivators were disposed of with ruthless efficiency. The entire process unfolded with fluid precision and ruthless decisiveness. Yi Bai watched from the sidelines, his body growing cold, his limbs turning icy. Are these people even part of the Divine Anomaly Bureau? Slaughtering innocents, murdering their own colleagues, how were they any different from those demonic creatures? Yi Bai trembled with rage. He never imagined that the Divine Anomalies Bureau, which he had always admired as a symbol of justice and order, could harbor such a filthy, dark underbelly. Sun Xing's expression was equally grim. Gazing at the 2 corpses with eyes wide open in death, the last shred of his faith in humanity shattered completely. Demons aren't necessarily evil. Humans aren't necessarily good either. For a mere scrap of merit and points, they could ruthlessly slaughter their own kind without hesitation. These so-called divine followers were more vicious and terrifying than those beasts who acted purely on instinct. Alright, 2 troublesome individuals taken care of. Li Feng clapped his hands, turning his gaze toward Sun Xing and Yi Bai with a cat toying with a mouse grin. Now it's your turn. One is a lone cultivator, the other a spoiled young master. Killing you lot should net me quite a haul, right? Wang Lei approached, licking his lips greedily. Especially you. He pointed at Yi Bai, the young master of the Yi family. I hear your family has nothing but money. Hand over everything valuable you're carrying, and we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. You shameless scum. Yi Bai's face flushed crimson with fury. Don't you fear the chief finding out and punishing you for this? Punish us? Li Feng burst into maniacal laughter as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Kid, you're so naive. After we kill you, we'll report that you all died heroically fighting a snake demon. The chief won't punish us, he'll commend us. As for the truth? Wang Lei shrugged. Dead men tell no tales. You. Yi Bai was so enraged he couldn't speak. He finally understood what he was up against, 2 utterly depraved, lawless lunatics. Why waste words with them? Sun Xing's voice suddenly rang out, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. He slowly straightened his body, his golden pupils blazing with furious rage. If they want to die, then we'll grant them their wish. By yourself? Li Feng looked at Sun Xing with contempt. By me. A cold curve lifted at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. He no longer held back his power. Ah! He let out a roar that didn't sound human, his head thrown back. A fury of demonic power erupted from his body with overwhelming ferocity. A dazzling golden radiance instantly enveloped his entire body, bathing the dark, abandoned factory in a golden glow. His body began to transform at a visible pace, changing with frenzied speed. Golden monkey fur, like rampant weeds, instantly covered his entire body. His frame grew taller, muscles bulging, bones creaking under the strain. A tail covered in golden scales whipped out from behind him, like a whip forged from divine iron, lashing the air with a series of explosive crackles. His face transformed completely into that of a monkey, yet it bore not the savage ferocity of a beast, but rather an uncanny majesty. Especially those pupils, burning with golden flames and silver lightning, seemed capable of piercing the depths of the underworld and seeing through the cycles of reincarnation. The fifth transformation realm of the half-demon. This was the new realm Sun Xing had attained after devouring the Black Bear General. A terrifying aura emanated from him, powerful enough to make both Li Feng and Wang Lei's hearts tremble. This is... The smiles on Li Feng and Wang Lei's faces froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and sheer terror. Half-demon? How could that be? Didn't your personal records say you were just a drip realm independent cultivator? You're actually a demon. Then killing you is our sacred duty. This aura is incredibly powerful. Stronger than any half-demon we've ever encountered. But what of it? A half-demon? After a moment of shock, greed and madness once again filled Li Feng's eyes. Kill him. His demon heart and essence blood would be an absolute tonic. Perhaps it could even allow us brothers to break through directly to the sea return realm. Wang Lei snapped out of it too, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Though this monkey demon proved unexpectedly powerful, the rewards of slaying him would be equally unimaginable. Kill. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated no longer and struck simultaneously. Water prison technique. Wang Lei formed hand seals, instantly drawing moisture from the surrounding air. It coalesced into thick streams of water, like agile pythons, coiling towards Sun Xing from all directions, attempting to trap him in place. Fireball explosion. Li Feng opened his mouth, unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of human heads, blazing with intense flames. They rained down like cannonballs, overwhelmingly bombarding Sun Xing. One controlled water, the other wielded fire. Their seamless coordination revealed they were seasoned partners in battle. Water and fire converged, offense and defense intertwined. An ordinary half-demon warrior would likely not even last a single exchange against this combined assault. Yet, they faced Sun Xing, a monster who had awakened. Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage. Bring it on! Sun Xing watched the overwhelming deluge of water and flames, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Far from showing any fear, he let out an excited howl. He was eager to test just how powerful his newfound strength truly was. Break! He didn't dodge. Instead, he chose the most direct, most violent approach. Head-on collision. He channeled his demonic power into his fists. Golden fists, like two blazing suns, slammed fiercely into the torrent of water and flames. Boom! 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 Dull explosions echoed relentlessly through the empty warehouse. The torrential water, powerful enough to shred steel, proved as fragile as paper under Sun Xing's iron fists. It shattered instantly, dispersing into a misty haze. The fiery explosions, powerful enough to melt rock, couldn't even come close to Sun Xing's body. Instead, they were ripped apart mid-air by the furious fist winds, exploding into dazzling fireworks. Impossible. Li Feng and Wang Lei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Their prideful combined assault had been brutally shattered by the most savage means? What the hell was this guy's body made of? Is that all he's got? Sun Xing's voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed in their ears. Bracing against the combined onslaught of water and fire, his figure shot forward like a golden bolt of lightning, closing the distance to Li Feng in an instant. Too slow. He unleashed a punch. Li Feng's pupils contracted. Without hesitation, he instantly formed a shield of flames before him. Flame shield. Crack. Yet that shield, strong enough to withstand cannon fire, shattered like glass before Sun Xing's fist. Sun Xing's fist, unstoppable, slammed squarely into Li Feng's chest. Thud. Li Feng let out a piercing scream. His body flew backward like a... Li Feng! Wang Lei watched the scene unfold, his eyes bulging in fury. He could never have imagined that his companion, a powerful practitioner at the Flowing River realm, would be instantly killed by a single punch. Fear instantly gripped his heart. All traces of his earlier greed and arrogance vanished. He turned and tried to flee. Trying to run now? Too late. Sun Xing's icy voice echoed behind him. He hadn't noticed when Sun Xing had appeared behind Wang Lei. That golden fist, drenched in Li Feng's blood, rose high once more. No! Don't kill me! Terrified out of his wits, Wang Lei let out a desperate wail. Yi Bai! Save me! We're both from the Supernatural Bureau. You can't just stand by and watch me die. He actually began pleading for help from Yi Bai, who had been watching from the sidelines. Yi Bai froze upon hearing this. Then, the expression of detached interest on his face was replaced by a cold, mocking sneer. He slowly walked up to Wang Lei, towering over him as if looking down on a pitiful insect. Save you? Yi Bai laughed. When you killed those two independent cultivators earlier, did it never occur to you that they were also your colleagues? When you wanted to kill us and claim the credit for yourselves, why didn't you think of us as members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau? Now that you can't win, you want me to save you? Do you really think that's possible? Yi Bai's words came out one by one, each like a knife stabbing deep into Wang Lei's heart. Remember this, those who kill will be killed. The moment you chose to turn on your own comrades, your fate was sealed. I'll apply for your death benefits. Rest easy on your journey. With that, Yi Bai turned away, retreating to the side. Wang Lei's eyes brimmed with endless despair and venomous hatred. He never imagined he'd meet his end at the hands of a rookie he'd always dismissed as cannon fodder. I'll fight you to the death. Wang Lei let out a frenzied roar, channeling all his divine power into a razor-sharp water blade that slashed viciously toward Sun Xing's head. This was his final, mutually destructive strike. Yet Sun Xing merely watched him coldly, his eyes utterly unruffled. He didn't even flinch. Just as the water blade was about to pierce him, Sun Xing opened his mouth. Still. A simple yet commanding syllable escaped his lips. Hum. Wang Lei's body stiffened abruptly. His thrust, delivered with every ounce of strength, halted abruptly less than an inch from Sun Xing's brow, unable to advance even a fraction further. His eyes were filled with utter horror. What was happening? Why can't I move my body? Rest in peace. Sun Xing's voice sounded like the Grim Reaper's verdict. He swung a punch, striking Wang Lei precisely in the heart. Thud. Wang Lei's body burst like a punctured balloon, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 90, The Power of Water and Fire. In the silent warehouse, only the thick stench of blood lingered in the air. Yi Bai stared at the two corpses, now unrecognizable as human, then shifted his gaze to Sun Xing, who radiated a golden divine light, resembling a demon god descended from the heavens. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Old son, what kind of monster are you now? His worldview felt shattered once more. In just a few days, Sun Xing's power had surged to such terrifying heights. One punch, one Ryukawa realm opponent. This was more fantastical than anything in novels. Sun Xing didn't answer him. He slowly released his demonic transformation, the golden aura fading from his body as he reverted to human form. As the power receded, an overwhelming sense of weakness and hunger surged through him. He walked over to the two corpses, his eyes glinting with greed. Two Ryusen realm devotees. To him, they were two potent elixirs of complete restoration. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his sharp claws, ripped open Li Feng and Wang Lei's chests, and tore out their still faintly beating hearts, each pulsing with immense divine power. Then, under Yi Bai's horrified gaze, he shoved them into his own mouth without a second thought. Crunch, crunch. Sun Xing chewed expressionlessly, as if savoring some earthly delicacy. The salty sweet blood, containing two utterly distinct energies, water and fire, exploded in his mouth, then transformed into two pure torrents surging into every limb and bone. Boom! A surge of power more terrifying than any he had ever felt erupted within him. If devouring Lei Qianfeng's heart had been like merging a small stream into a mighty river, then devouring the hearts of these two stream realm disciples was like flinging that mighty river directly into the boundless ocean. Ugh! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a pained yet exhilarating roar to the heavens. He felt his body like a balloon being relentlessly inflated, every inch of flesh and bone being violently reshaped and fortified by that raging energy. His demonic power surged upward at a visible pace. The bottleneck of the half-demon fifth transformation crumbled before this force, fragile as a sheet of paper, shattered in an instant. Half-demon sixth transformation. Propelled by the colossal energy, his cultivation level finally broke through the half-demon sixth transformation tier. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than before, radiated from him, making Yi Bai beside him feel a bit short of breath. Holy! Yi Bai couldn't help but curse under his breath. This level of advancement, does he even want anyone else to survive? But it wasn't over yet. Just as Sun Xing's cultivation stabilized at the half-demon sixth transformation stage, another transformation occurred. He could distinctly sense that within his body, beyond the overpowering golden demonic energy belonging to the great sage and the raging thunderous power, two entirely new forces had emerged. One was as gentle as water, ever-flowing and life-sustaining. The other was fiery and scorching, filled with the aura of destruction. Water and fire. The primordial energies of those two divine disciples. After devouring their hearts, I had absorbed their primordial divine power as well, transforming it into my own. Though these two primal forces of water and fire were still faint, like two tiny sparks. But Sun Xing knew that as long as the sparks remained, sooner or later, they would ignite a raging wildfire. This meant he now possessed the rudimentary ability to wield the powers of water and fire. This discovery filled Sun Xing with overwhelming joy. Thunder, water, fire. The unique powers he had awakened were growing ever more numerous. Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage. This cheat code he possessed was simply too godlike. Devouring demonic creatures allowed him to evolve his demonic physique and enhance his demonic power. Devouring divine disciples even allows me to plunder their primordial essence and harness it as my own. This is nothing short of a divine demon double kill. Sun Xing's heart swelled with unprecedented ambition and resolve. He could already envision the near future: thunder in his left hand, flames in his right, water beneath his feet, transformed into a great sage, utterly defeating all the gods and immortals in the heavens. Old son, are you okay? Yi Bai watched Sun Xing, whose expression shifted between agony and ecstasy, his face a whirlwind of emotion. Concern crept into his voice. He feared Sun Xing might be torn apart by that immense power or succumb to madness. I'm fine. Sun Xing slowly opened his eyes. Golden pupils shone with divine light, fleeting flashes of aqua blue and fiery red dancing within. I feel better than ever before. He stood up, feeling the surging power within him, so immense it threatened to overflow. A sense of mastery over everything welled up within him. He looked at Yi Bai and suddenly smiled. Let's go. Time to report back. In the distance, Zhang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, waiting silently. His stern face betrayed no emotion, yet a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of anticipation flickered in his deep, piercing eyes. He was confident that with Li Feng and Wang Lei's abilities, plus 3 cannon fodder, dealing with a few insignificant snake demons would be a piece of cake. Soon, he would return to report to the chief with ironclad evidence of the Lei family's collusion with demonic creatures. Then, a major achievement would be his, and a promotion with a raise would be just around the corner. Just as he was lost in these calculations, 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows of the warehouse. It was Sun Xing and Yi Bai. Zhang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Why were only the 2 of them returning? Where were Li Feng and Wang Lei? And those 2 independent cultivators? Captain Zhang. Yi Bai approached Zhang Chen, his face a mix of relief and lingering fear after narrowly escaping danger. The mission is complete. What about the others? Zhang Chen's voice was icy. Yi Bai glanced at Sun Xing, his face clouding with grief and anger. They all sacrificed themselves. What? Zhang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Sacrificed? What happened? Captain Zhang, something's off about this mission. Yi Bai's face burned with righteous indignation. Once we went in, we discovered those snake demons were far more powerful than intelligence reports indicated. Especially that Snake King, its power likely reached the peak of a half-demon. Brother Li and Brother Wang fought the Snake King to the death to protect us, ultimately perishing together with it. Those 2 independent cultivators were also tragically ambushed by other snake demons during the fight and killed instantly. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we likely would have. Yi Bai said, squeezing out a few tears. His acting was Oscar-worthy. Sun Xing watched from the side, inwardly exclaiming, good heavens. This kid, it's a shame he didn't become an actor. Zhang Chen listened quietly to Yi Bai's report, his expression shifting between light and shadow. He walked to the warehouse entrance and peered inside. Inside, the warehouse was a complete mess, littered with traces of battle and the severed limbs of the snake demon. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and the eerie aura of demons. Amidst it all, the familiar divine energies of Li Feng and Wang Lei mingled. It certainly looked like the aftermath of a brutal battle. But Zhang Chen's gaze settled on Sun Xing and Yi Bai. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, seemed poised to pierce through them completely. You 2 managed to survive a battle against a peak half-demon snake demon? His voice dripped with skepticism. Yi Bai felt uneasy under his intense scrutiny. Just then, Sun Xing spoke up. We got lucky. Sun Xing's tone was calm. After that Snake King went down with Brother Li and the others, he was barely hanging on. We 2 just got lucky and delivered the final blow. Then Sun Xing shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. Captain Zhang, don't you find this whole thing rather peculiar? Those snake demons, though not weak, didn't seem like they were bred by the Lei family. Their demonic energy was chaotic and impure, more like a motley crew cobbled together from all corners. Moreover, when we interrogated the last survivor, it claimed Deputy Director Zhou of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau ordered them to stage this charade here. Sun Xing repeated the snake demon's words verbatim. He wanted to see how Zhang Chen would react. Sure enough, at the mention of Deputy Director Zhou's name, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Chen's eyes. Though fleeting, Sun Xing's keen eyes didn't miss it. This Zhang Chen likely knew some of the inside details all along. Worse still, he might even be one of the participants in this scheme. Nonsense! Zhang Chen snapped sharply, cutting Sun Xing off mid-sentence. How could you possibly trust the words of a demonic creature? I think you 2 have been scared out of your wits. He seemed to be using this tactic to mask his own unease. Perhaps. Sun Xing didn't argue further. He merely remarked calmly, at present, the Jincheng Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family are locked in a bitter feud, locked in a fight to the death. Is this truly the outcome our Bureau of Divine Affairs desires? Or is it the outcome desired by certain demonic forces lurking in the shadows? When 2 creatures fight over a clam, the fisherman gains the advantage. Captain Zhang, who do you think will be the fisherman in the end? Sun Xing's words struck Zhang Chen's heart like a series of heavy blows. Zhang Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. He stared intently at Sun Xing, his gaze shifting restlessly. This young man possessed a depth of thought far beyond his years. He had managed to deduce so much from such a small clue. I will report your suspicions and doubts to the chief in full. After a long pause, Zhang Chen spoke slowly, his voice dry. Though both of you survived this mission, you have earned credit for your service. Upon your return, I will recommend you for commendation. It's getting late. You two should go back and rest. He seemed unwilling to exchange another word with Sun Xing. Yes, team leader Zhang. Yi Bai responded promptly, grabbing Sun Xing's arm and dashing off in a flash. Watching their retreating figures, a complex gleam flickered in Zhang Chen's eyes. He walked deep into the warehouse, staring at the two corpses. Those of Li Feng and Wang Lei corroded beyond recognition by demonic energy. He stood in silence for a long while. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Deputy Director Zhou? It's me, Zhang Chen. There's been a slight complication with the plan. Chapter 91, Secret Manual and Origin. On the way back to the city, Yi Bai drove a flashy sports car, his face beaming with excitement. Old son, you were absolutely incredible just now. Just a few words, and you completely intimidated that Zhang guy. The way he looked at you at the end, he practically treated you like his own father. Sun Xing leaned back in the passenger seat, eyes closed in quiet reflection, saying nothing. He was still processing the conversation. He was almost certain that Zhang Chen was definitely up to no good. And Deputy Director Zhou, the man behind him, was likely one of the masterminds orchestrating this entire scheme. The Supernatural Bureau wasn't a monolithic entity either. This pond was far murkier than he had imagined. Oh, right, old Sunday. Yi Bai suddenly remembered something. What are you planning to exchange your mission points for this time? Help me exchange for a staff-type weapon the finest material available. Sun Xing said calmly. And get me a fire attribute secret technique. Fire attribute? Yi Bai froze. Aren't you a lightning user? Why the sudden switch to fire? Mind your own business. Fine, whatever. You're the boss. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. The sports car sped through the night, quickly returning to the city center. Yi Bai dropped Sun Xing off at a nearby 5-star hotel. Stay here for now. Your rented place definitely isn't safe right now. We'll figure things out once the dust settles. Sun Xing nodded, accepting without objection. Thanks. No need to thank me. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. I'll head back to the bureau now and help you exchange the items. With that, he floored the accelerator. The sports car roared to life and vanished into the night. Sun Xing entered the hotel and booked a presidential suite. He now needed a space of absolute silence and complete privacy. He needed to thoroughly study the two newly awakened primal forces within him, water and fire, to uncover their true potential. The presidential suite was brightly lit, the luxurious crystal chandelier bathing the entire room in light as bright as day. Sun Xing sat cross-legged on the plush wool carpet, eyes gently closed, his mind fully immersed within himself. Within his spiritual sea, a surreal spectacle was unfolding. A golden sun, formed from pure divine consciousness, hung high in the center of his consciousness sea, radiating resplendent divine might. Surrounding this great sun, three distinctly different forces occupied their own separate domains. One was a raging, domineering silver thunder, writhing like a serpent of lightning, filled with an aura of destruction. This was the power he had gained after devouring Lei Qianfeng. The other two were a pool of clear, spirited water and a cluster of fiery, dancing flames. Though still faint, like two newly born stars, they too contained pure primordial essence. These three forces coexisted with his own golden demonic power, originating from the great sage, neither encroaching upon one another yet subtly interconnected, forming a wondrous equilibrium. Water, fire, thunder. Sun Xing murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. He could distinctly sense that these four forces felt like extensions of his own body, ready to be summoned at will. With a flicker of his thoughts, a faint flame ignited at his fingertip. The flame was crimson red. Though no larger than a bean sprout, it emitted astonishing heat, scorching the surrounding air until it warped and twisted. Another thought flashed through his mind, and a crystal-clear sphere of water appeared in his other palm. The sphere constantly shifted form, transforming into a swimming fish one moment and a soaring bird the next, brimming with sentience. Was this the power of the primordial source? Sun Xing felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new world. Though he could manipulate lightning before, it was more of an instinctive, crude, and direct application. Now, however, he felt he possessed a deeper understanding of the three elements: water, fire, and lightning. It seemed as though he could now command them to manifest in myriad forms and display boundless power at will. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. Sun Xing dispersed the water and fire in his hands and shook his head slightly. These two primordial forces were, after all, freshly plundered. Their foundations were still shallow, and the power they could unleash was extremely limited. To truly cultivate them, he would likely need to train for much longer or devour more powerful beings possessing the same elemental attributes. Seems I'll need to find a few more water and fire enthusiasts to exchange ideas with. A cold smile curved the corners of Sun Xing's mouth. An unknown amount of time passed. The doorbell rang. Sun Xing walked over to open it, finding Yi Bai standing at the doorway, his face aglow with excitement, clutching a black metal box. Old Sun. Got you the stuff. Yi Bai handed the case to Sun Xing, his face beaming with pride. Sun Xing opened the case to find a long, pitch-black staff lying inside, emitting a chilling, eerie glow. The staff stood taller than a man, its grip icy cold and incredibly heavy, weighing at least several hundred pounds. The shaft was densely engraved with intricate golden runes resembling lightning bolts, which shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light. This thunderclap staff is top-tier gear from our bureau's armory. Yi Bai explained from the side, forged from celestial meteorite iron blended with the core of lightning-struck wood. It took our bureau's most skilled weaponsmith 49 days to complete. Not only is it indestructible, but it also greatly amplifies the power of thunder attribute divine energy. To swap you this staff, I blew all my mission points and even dipped into my personal funds. Yi Bai said, a hint of pain visible on his face. Sun Xing gripped the thunderclap staff in his hands, clearly sensing the thunderous power within him begin to stir and grow more active under its influence. What a marvel! This divine weapon was absolutely tailor-made for him. Thanks. Sun Xing patted Yi Bai's shoulder and said solemnly. No need to thank me. Yi Bai waved his hand dismissively. Oh, and I got you that fire attribute's secret technique too. He handed over a USB drive. The heaven burning art, he explained. It's one of our divine anomaly bureau's top-tier secret techniques. They say when mastered to its highest level, it can scorch rivers and boil seas. Its power is limitless. However, it requires fire attribute divine power to activate. Yi Bai looked at Sun Xing, hesitating to speak. I have my own methods. Sun Xing took the USB drive without further explanation. Fine, whatever. You're impressive. Yi Bai shrugged. Since you've given me what I came for, I should head back. Things have been hectic at the bureau lately, especially with the Lei family causing more trouble than ever. I need to head back and keep an eye on things. If anything stirs, I'll notify you immediately. You be careful too. That Zhang Chun, I just can't shake the feeling he's no good. Yi Bai offered a few parting words before hurrying away. Sun Xing closed the door and plugged the USB drive into the hotel computer. Soon, an illustrated digital manual appeared on the screen. The Burning Heaven Technique. Sun Xing scanned through it at a glance. This secret technique was indeed exquisitely crafted. It detailed how to transform divine power within the body into supremely yang, supremely fierce flame energy, and how to wield this flame to unleash various powerful attack techniques. From the most basic fireball technique, to the advanced flaming blade, all the way to the ultimate secret art, Burning Heaven's Wrath, it covered everything. Sun Xing's heart surged with excitement. He committed every word of the manual to memory without omission, then eagerly began his cultivation. He sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness deep within his body. He attempted to slowly circulate his faint primordial flame energy according to the methods recorded in the Burning Heaven manual. At first, it felt awkward. The flame power acted like a mischievous child, refusing to obey his commands. It raced wildly through his meridians, making his entire body feel as though it were on fire, causing him excruciating pain. But Sun Xing refused to give up. He tried again and again. Each failure was followed by another attempt. His will, tempered through countless trials, proved crucial at this moment. He lost track of time. Just as Sun Xing felt he was about to be driven to the brink of mental collapse by that searing flame power. The primal flame energy within him finally began to flow obediently along the path he had set, like a tamed wild horse. A fiery, crystalline energy formed a perfect cycle within his meridians. Success! Sun Xing's eyes snapped open, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the air before him. Fireball spell. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball, blazing with intense flames, materialized out of thin air. With scorching heat, it whistled through the air and slammed hard into the opposite wall. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The wall, constructed from special fire-resistant materials, was shattered by this tiny fireball, leaving behind a charred, gaping hole. What incredible power! Sun Xing stared at his creation, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was merely the most basic fireball spell. If he mastered the advanced techniques like Flaming Blade or Heaven's Scorching Wrath, the power would be beyond imagination. Water and fire, two utterly contrasting forces. After some thought, Sun Xing decided to focus on mastering the fire element first. After all, the power of thunder focused on fury and destruction. Flame, however, possessed formidable destructive power of its own. Combining the two would create a synergistic effect. As for water attributes, he would seek out a water attribute secret technique to cultivate when the opportunity arose. Sun Xing dismissed the thought and immersed himself once more in cultivation. He needed to master this new power as quickly as possible. For he knew the waters of Jinchang were growing increasingly murky. A greater storm could erupt at any moment. Chapter 92, I Will Crush the Lei Clan. Zhang Chen's car was an unremarkable black sedan, low-key like his men, yet radiating an unsettling coldness. Inside, the atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Zhang Chen drove in silence, his stern face betraying no emotion. Yet the knuckles of his hand gripping the steering wheel had turned slightly white from the force of his grip. He was still mulling over Sun Xing's final words. When two fish fight over a shrimp, the fisherman profits. Captain Zhang, who do you think will be the fisherman in the end? This young man was terrifying. His mind wasn't that of a teenager at all, but rather like an old fox who'd lived decades sharp, ruthless, able to sniff out the scent of conspiracy from the tiniest clues. He naturally harbored suspicions about the deaths of Li Feng and Wang Lei. Two powerhouses at the flowing river realm level. Even if they truly encountered the Snake King at the peak of the half-demon realm, shouldn't have been completely unable to escape, forced into a mutual destruction. And what about Sun Xing and Yi Bai? Those cannon fodder managed to survive? He couldn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. He even suspected Li Feng and Wang Lei had met their end at the hands of these two young men. Especially that Sun Xing. That faint, almost imperceptible aura emanating from him, one that made even his own heart skip a beat, was absolutely not something an ordinary independent cultivator should possess. Hello, Deputy Director Zhou? Zhang Chen slipped on his Bluetooth earpiece and dialed the familiar number. It's me, Zhang Chen. On the other end of the line, a steady, middle-aged man's voice came through. How's the job going? There was a slight complication with the plan. Zhang Chen's voice sounded dry. Li Feng and Wang Lei are both dead. A moment of silence hung on the line. What happened? Deputy Director Zhou's voice remained devoid of emotion. Zhang Chen repeated Yi Bai's account of the mutual destruction with the Snake King verbatim. Of course, he also reported his suspicions about Sun Xing and Yi Bai, along with Sun Xing's cryptic final words. Deputy Director Zhou, that young man named Sun Xing is definitely suspicious. I suspect the deaths of Li Feng and Wang Lei are connected to them. In fact, I suspect they were the ones who did it. And that Sun Xing, his abilities are too bizarre. A note of gravity crept into Zhang Chen's voice. Intelligence reports indicate he's merely a drip realm independent cultivator, yet I can't shake the feeling that he hides a power so unsettling it makes my heart race. I've combed through every record in the Supernatural Bureau's archives. Among all the notable young talents in Jinchang, there's no one matching Sun Xing's profile. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. A prolonged silence fell over the office. Deputy Director Zhou took another drag from his cigarette, then crushed it in the ashtray before finally lifting his head. Zhang Chen, are you suggesting my men were outmaneuvered by two upstarts? His tone was flat, devoid of emotion. I wouldn't dare, sir. It's just that this matter is too peculiar to ignore. Deputy Director Zhou leaned back in his white leather chair, his fingers interlaced over his abdomen. He pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing something. The deaths of Li Feng and Wang Lei are insignificant. He finally spoke, his voice as cold as a block of iron. They were nothing but two useless fools. Their deaths merely represent their final contribution to the great cause of the Supernatural Bureau. What matters is how is our plan to frame the Lei family progressing? Zhang Chen's heart sank. He immediately reported, it's going smoothly. All evidence left at the scene points to the Lei family. I've already submitted the report accusing them of keeping demonic creatures and murdering Bureau investigators. Now, the entire Bureau is seething with anger, just waiting for Director Zhang Yang's order. Very good. A cold smile curved Deputy Director Zhou's lips. He rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, turning his back to Zhang Chen as he surveyed the glittering city lights below. That bastard Zhang Yang has long wanted to take down the Lei family, but he lacked a sufficiently weighty excuse. Now, we've handed him the knife, he has no reason not to use it. As for that Sun Xing and Yi Bai you mentioned, Deputy Director Zhou's voice grew eerily quiet. Since they've begun to suspect, it means they've become unstable factors in the plan. He turned, shadows once more obscuring his face, leaving only a pair of eyes glinting with cold light. Keep a close eye on them. The plan to frame the Lei family must proceed flawlessly. Our entire subsequent operation hinges on it. If those two kids make any suspicious moves or uncover something they shouldn't. Deputy Director Zhou paused, and an unmasked intent to kill instantly filled the entire office. They must be eliminated. Zhang Chen's heart clenched violently. He bowed his head and replied respectfully, yes, Director Zhou. One more thing. Deputy Director Zhou seemed to recall something else. Since you suspect Sun Xing's identity, investigate him. Scour every last detail of his background. I'll see just who this divine being is who dares to be an uncontrolled pawn on my, Zhou Wenyuan's, chessboard. Understood. Zhang Chen acknowledged the order and hung up. Deputy Director Zhou lit another cigarette, drew a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Supernatural Bureau, Director's Office. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. Zhou Wenyuan stood before his desk, his face bearing just the right measure of grief and fury as he briefed Zhang Yang on the operation that had suffered such devastating losses. Director, this is the sequence of events. Comrades Li Feng and Wang Lei, in protecting their comrades, fought to the death against the demon king cultivated by the Lei family and ultimately made the ultimate sacrifice. Our agents discovered the Lei family's unique thunder magic aura at the scene, along with numerous remains of serpent demons. Both eyewitness accounts and physical evidence are conclusive. The Lei family's actions are utterly lawless. They show no regard whatsoever for our Supernatural Affairs Bureau or for the nation. Zhou Wenyuan's voice rang out with righteous indignation, as if he truly grieved for the two fallen subordinates. Bang! Zhang Yang slammed his palm hard onto the rosewood desk, causing the teacups to rattle. His usually stern, square face was now so dark it seemed ready to drip with anger. The Lei family. Always the Lei family. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Zhang Yang trembled with rage. Previously, though minor frictions had been constant, both sides maintained a delicate balance. They had never truly broken ties, much less witnessed the fatal incident of a formal member's death. But now, the Lei family dared to openly harbor a demon and even killed 2 of his capable lieutenants at the Ryukawa realm. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant slap in the face to the Divine Anomalies Bureau. A slap in the face to him, the head of the Jincheng branch. If he failed to handle this properly, not only would his own authority plummet, but the entire Supernatural Bureau's standing in Jincheng would be severely undermined. Director, please calm your anger, Zhou Wenyuan advised insincerely. The Lei family has always been like this, arrogant and tyrannical. We've known this for a long time. In my opinion, we must teach them a bloody lesson. Otherwise, they'll only grow more brazen. They must understand who truly holds the power in Jincheng. Every word Zhou Wenyuan spoke struck a chord with Zhang Yang. He had long harbored resentment toward the Lei family. This so-called Divine Lord family had entrenched itself in Jincheng for centuries, deeply rooted and operating as a faction entirely independent of the Divine Affairs Bureau's authority, a veritable state within a state. For Zhang Yang, with his intense desire for control, this was utterly intolerable. He had long sought an opportunity to uproot the Lei family, this thorn in his side, once and for all. And now, the chance had arrived. Wenyuan, you're right. A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Zhang Yang's eyes. To repel external threats, one must first secure the interior. It was time to eradicate the toxic tumor that was the Lei family once and for all. But Director Zhou Wenyuan's face betrayed a hint of concern. After all, the Lei family was a Divine Lord lineage with centuries of heritage and profound foundations. Their patriarch, Lei Dongtian, was a renowned Divine Lord powerhouse. Wei? Divine Lord? Zhang Yang sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Does that Lei Dongtian even deserve to be called a Divine Lord? He's nothing but a fake Divine Lord, never even set foot on a sacred mountain, never received divine investiture, just forced his way up using family secrets. If it came down to a fight, he wouldn't even last a single move against me. Zhang Yang's tone brimmed with overwhelming confidence. Even among Divine Lords, there were distinct tiers. Those like him who passed the Divine Mysteries Bureau's internal trials, ascended the sacred mountain, received divine blessings, and cultivated the true aura of a Divine Lord were worlds apart from wildcard upstarts like Lei Dongtian. As for the so-called patriarch of the Lei family, a cold smile curled the corners of Zhang Yang's mouth. I've already investigated. That old fossil entered Nirvana 10 years ago. The Lei family today is nothing but a paper tiger ready to burst at the slightest touch. Once Lei Dongtian is dealt with, the rest of those worthless dogs and chickens are no threat at all. Zhang Yang's words sent a chill through Zhou Wenyuan's heart. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to even know about the Lei family patriarch's death. It seemed the power of the Supernatural Bureau was far greater than he had imagined. But perhaps that was for the best. The more overconfident Zhang Yang became, the more likely he was to let his guard down. Then, this spectacle of dogs fighting among themselves would unfold all the more spectacularly. Zhou Wenyuan sneered inwardly, yet his face wore an expression of sudden understanding and admiration. So that's how it is. As always, Director, your foresight is truly remarkable. What should we do now? Gather the team. Zhang Yang's eyes flashed with icy resolve as he made an immediate decision. Notify the 4 top investigators of Jincheng, return to headquarters immediately. In 3 days, I will personally lead the charge to wipe out the Lei family. I'll make sure everyone sees what happens to those who cross the Divine Anomaly Bureau. Zhang Yang's voice was thick with the bloodthirsty aura of an iron-fisted warrior. He could already envision himself trampling Lei Dongtian underfoot, the Lei family bowing in submission. Then, not only would he seize complete control of Jincheng, but he could also leverage this achievement to secure more cultivation resources from headquarters, propelling his own strength to the next level. At this thought, the rage in his heart transformed into boundless ambition and desire. Yes, Director. Zhou Wenyuan responded loudly, a barely perceptible smirk of triumph flashing across his eyes. Chapter 93, The Mystery of the Divine Lord. News that the Supernatural Bureau was moving against the Lei family spread like wildfire throughout Jincheng's extraordinary world. In an instant, every faction was shaken to its core. Were these 2 titans finally tearing off their masks to clash head-on? Countless independent cultivators and small demonic organizations began stirring with anticipation. Some hoped to profit from the chaos, fishing for gains in troubled waters. Others trembled in fear, terrified of being caught in the crossfire of the Immortals' battle, and fled Jincheng early on. The entire city of Jincheng was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, like a storm gathering on the horizon. Meanwhile, one of the instigators of this turmoil, Xiao Wang of the Heavenly King Group, sat leisurely upon his throne on the top floor. Perusing the intelligence in his hands, he grinned with unbridled delight. Your Majesty, the fish has taken the bait. He respectfully handed the intelligence to the elderly man beside him, who sat with eyes closed in meditation. The Great King slowly opened his eyes, a hint of amusement flickering in his cloudy gaze. That fool Zhang Yang is even more impatient than I imagined. Zhou Wenyuan has proven to be a useful pawn. Keep watching. I'll see just what kind of bloody mess these two dogs can create. The Great King's voice was flat, yet brimming with the confidence of one who controlled everything. In his eyes, both the Divine Mysteries Bureau and the Lei family were nothing more than pawns on his chessboard, to be manipulated at will. Yi Bai stared at the bright red level 1 combat readiness notice pinned at the top of the Supernatural Bureau's internal forum on his phone, letting out 3 expletives in quick succession. Old Sun. Something big's happened. Without a second thought, he dialed Sun Xing, who was still cultivating in the hotel. Our bureau chief is taking a team to take down the Lei family. When? Sun Xing's voice remained calm on the other end, betraying no hint of agitation. 3 days from now. Are you serious? Absolutely true. All 4 ace investigators have been recalled. This operation is more bustling than the New Year's celebrations. Yi Bai's voice brimmed with both excitement and apprehension. The excitement stemmed from finally witnessing a real, no-holds-barred showdown between Divine Lord-level powerhouses. The worry was that if a fight broke out, might it drag an innocent little fish like them? A battle between Divine Lords? Sun Xing hung up the phone, walked to the window, and gazed toward the Lei family's estate outside the city. A deep spark of curiosity flashed in his eyes. He had always been curious just how powerful were these Divine Lord-tier warriors? Why was it said that beneath the Divine Lords, all were mere ants? This time, perhaps he would get a chance to witness it firsthand. He also yearned to know what kind of earth-shattering power a Divine Lord truly possessed. Let's go see. Old Sun, have you lost your mind? You actually want to go see? Yi Bai's voice cracked over the phone upon hearing Sun Xing's suggestion. That's a Divine Lord brawl. A single spit could drown us. Getting involved would be like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. Fortune favors the bold. Sun Xing replied calmly. A battle of this caliber is a once-in-a-century spectacle. Missing it would be a colossal loss. What loss? Yi Bai nearly cried in frustration. If we lose our lives, what loss are we talking about? Old Sun, listen to me. We should stay put in the hotel until the dust settles. Your rented place isn't safe now. I booked you a presidential suite. It's one of the safest spots in Jincheng. Sun Xing felt both amused and exasperated. He knew Yi Bai was concerned for his safety, but the guy's nerves were seriously too thin. Relax, I wouldn't risk my own life, Sun Xing reassured him. I just want to observe from a distance, learn some experience. I won't get too close. Besides, haven't you been bragging about being the chosen one? What's this? Backing down at the crucial moment? Who's chickening out? Yi Bai retorted immediately. This is a strategic retreat. To preserve our fighting strength. Enough with the nonsense. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to argue. Tell me this, how much do you actually know about the Divine Lord realm? Divine Lord? Yi Bai froze. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure about that. All I know is that Divine Lord is the 4th major realm in a Divine Disciple's cultivation path, following the Dripping Water realm, Flowing River realm, and Returning Sea realm. To break through to Divine Lord, solitary cultivation alone isn't enough. You must go to a place called the Divine Mountain. Divine Mountain? Sun Xing's brow furrowed slightly. Another term he'd never heard before. Yes, the Divine Mountain. Yi Bai's tone grew solemn. It's said to be a sacred mountain range floating above the clouds, the dwelling place of the gods. Only those who pass the most rigorous trials of the Divine Bureau or achieve extraordinary merits for the nation are deemed worthy of being recommended to ascend the Divine Mountain. Upon the Divine Mountain, one receives the deity's baptism and investiture, enabling the true Divine Lord's aura to coalesce and break through to the Divine Lord realm. Divine Sovereign's form? Exactly, the Divine Sovereign's form. Yi Bai explained, you can think of it as a divine ability akin to emulating heaven and earth. It allows one to condense their divine power into a colossal, ethereal image of a deity, harnessing the power of the gods to fight its might is boundless. It's said that Director Zhang Yang of our Divine Anomalies Bureau possesses a divine sovereign form of a war god wielding a spear a single thrust could pierce the heavens. Yi Bai spoke with such vivid enthusiasm, as if he'd witnessed it firsthand. Sun Xing felt a stir within his heart. Sacred mountains, deities, divine forms. This world seemed far more complex and grandly sweeping than he had ever imagined. What about Lei Dongtian of the Lei family? He's also a divine lord. Did he ascend the Divine Mountain too? Sun Xing pressed. Him? Yi Bai scoffed. He's a fake divine lord. I heard from the old hands at the bureau that although the Lei family is a lineage of divine lords, Lei Dongtian and his kind cultivate their own thunder arts. Their path diverges from ours at the Divine Anomalies Bureau. They don't believe in deities, only in themselves. Therefore, Lei Dongtian never actually ascended the Divine Mountain, nor did he cultivate a genuine Divine Lord's aura. His Divine Lord status was artificially inflated by his family's vast hoard of rare treasures, a sham, all show and no substance. He can't hold a candle to a properly chosen individual like our Director Zhang. Yi Bai's tone brimmed with pride for the Divine Anomalies Bureau and contempt for the Lei family. Sun Xing listened, his expression thoughtful. It seemed the cultivation system of divine disciples wasn't monolithic after all. The Divine Anomalies Bureau represented the official, orthodox path of divine worship. The Lei family, or ancient lineages like Lei Dongtian's, represented another path, an unconventional one relying on bloodline and secret techniques. Which path was superior remained to be seen. But one thing was certain, the battle between Zhang Yang and Lei Dongtian would be nothing short of spectacular. Alright, I got it. Sun Xing hung up the phone. His resolve to witness the battle only grew stronger. This wasn't merely to satisfy his curiosity, but to uncover deeper secrets of this world. Know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Meanwhile, atop the Tianwan Group headquarters, within the Gilded Palace of Splendor, Xiao Wang respectfully presented the newly received intelligence to the great king seated upon the throne. Your Majesty, the Supernatural Bureau has assembled its forces, led personally by Zhang Yang. It appears they truly intend to take action against the Lei family. Ha! The great king emitted a low chuckle, filled with amusement and disdain. Zhou Wenyuan, this pawn of mine, still has some tricks up his sleeve. Little Wang kept his head bowed, not daring to respond. He knew that in the great king's eyes, both the head of the Supernatural Bureau and the head of the Lei family were nothing more than sacrificial pawns to be disposed of at will. But that was fine. The great king slowly rose from his throne, walking to the massive floor-to-ceiling windows to gaze down upon the bustling city below. Let them fight. Let them tear at each other. The fiercer the fight, the better. The fiercer the bite, the better. Ideally, they would destroy each other, both perishing in the process. Then we shall emerge to clean up the mess. His voice was cold, dripping with bloody ambition. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 94, The True Divine Lord. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, the darkness was as deep as ink. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, leaving only a few scattered cold stars peering through the gaps in the clouds at the land soon to be engulfed in blood and fire. Outside Jinchang, at the Lei family manor. This sprawling estate, covering hundreds of acres with its pavilions and towers, once a sight of grandeur, now lay shrouded in deathly silence. The once glowing lights of daily life had long since vanished. Instead, boundless darkness and oppression reigned. It felt as though a man-eating beast lurked in the shadows, waiting for its prey. Suddenly, streams of light sliced through the night sky like a meteor shower, descending from all directions around Lei family manor. As the streaks of light dissipated, figures clad in black uniforms emerged, their expressions solemn. They were the elite investigators of the Supernatural Bureau. At their head stood Zhang Yang, the director of the Jinchang branch. His specially tailored black trenchcoat flapped in the night wind, his square face radiating a cold, murderous intent. Behind him stood 4 men whose auras were equally formidable. They were the 4 ace investigators of the Jincheng Supernatural Bureau, each possessing peak return to see realm strength, serving as Zhang Yang's most trusted right-hand men. Form the formation. Zhang Yang stared at the Lei family estate looming like a colossal beast in the darkness, uttering 2 words coldly. Yes. The 4 elite investigators responded in unison. Each drew a golden command banner, palm-sized and engraved with intricate runes, then swiftly dispersed to occupy the estate's 4 cardinal directions. They thrust their flags into the ground, murmuring incantations. Hum. All 4 banners simultaneously erupted with dazzling golden light. The golden light shot skyward, intertwining mid-air to form a vast, translucent golden dome that enveloped the entire Lei family manor. Heavenly Net Array, activate. With Zhang Yang's low command, the golden canopy instantly solidified, completely isolating the estate from the outside world. This Heavenly Net Earth web formation was a signature array of the Divine Mysteries Bureau. Not only could it trap enemies and prevent their escape, but it also isolated all energy fluctuations and sounds within the array, ensuring battles between extraordinary beings remained unknown to ordinary people. Only after completing these preparations did Zhang Yang begin his approach, step by step, toward the vermilion gates of the Lei family manor. With each step, his aura grew more formidable. By the time he reached the gates, a terrifying pressure befitting a divine lord surged forth like a mountain collapsing and a sea raging, crushing down upon the entire estate. Lei Dongtian. Come out and die. Zhang Yang's voice boomed like rolling thunder across the entire estate. In the distance, atop a small hill, Sun Xing and Yi Bai were hiding in a thicket of grass, watching from afar. Holy! What a grand gesture! Yi Bai stared at the golden light barrier enveloping the entire estate, unable to suppress a gasp of awe. Is this the Heavenly Net formation? Damn impressive. Looks like Director Zhang is serious this time. He's even pulled out this ace up his sleeve. Sun Xing remained silent. His keen eyes were already wide open. He could clearly perceive the powerful, pure divine energy coursing through the golden barrier, forming a perfect energy cycle that transformed the entire Lei family estate into a colossal prison. He could also sense the terrifying, mountain-like weight of pressure emanating from Zhang Yang. Was this the power of a divine lord? Sun Xing's heart was filled with shock. Before this overwhelming pressure, he felt as insignificant as an ant, unable even to muster the will to resist. At that very moment, creak! The tightly sealed vermilion gates of the Lei family estates slowly swung open. A figure clad in a purple Taoist robe, with snow-white hair and beard, emerged slowly from within. It was Lei Dongtian, the head of the Lei family. Behind him followed dozens of elite young disciples of the Lei family, each wielding magical artifacts, poised for battle. Zhang Yang, what is your purpose in storming the Lei family estate in the dead of night with so many men? Lei Dongtian's voice was equally cold, brimming with undisguised hostility. Though he asked this question aloud, his mind was as clear as a mirror. Li Feng and Wan Lei of the Supernatural Bureau had died on his territory. Though not by his hand, the Bureau of the Supernatural would undoubtedly hold him accountable. He knew this confrontation was now unavoidable. What's the point? Zhang Yang sneered coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt and mockery. Lei Dongtian, stop feigning ignorance. Your Lei family openly harbors demonic creatures and brutally harms official members of my Supernatural Bureau. Your crimes are heinous and beyond measure. Today, I come under the nation's mandate to execute these lawless criminals right here on the spot. Zhang Yang's voice rang with righteous indignation, radiating moral authority. It was as if he truly stood as heaven's avenger. Nonsense! Lei Dongtian roared, his body crackling with lightning. The Lei family is a lineage of divine lords, guarding Jinchang for generations, slaying demons and exterminating evil. How could we ever associate with monstrous creatures? It is your Divine Anomalies Bureau that acts with despicable methods and vile tactics. To suppress dissent, you resort to framing others utterly shameless. Don't you know exactly how those two subordinates of yours died? Lei Dongtian wasn't a fool. Though he didn't know the exact details, he suspected this was likely a staged performance orchestrated by the Divine Anomalies Bureau. Their goal? To find an excuse to strike against the Lei family. Still talking tough when death is upon you. A murderous intent flashed in Zhang Yang's eyes. No more words. Today, your Lei family will perish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he materialized before Lei Dongtian. He unleashed a punch. That seemingly ordinary fist was enveloped in a layer of intense golden divine power, carrying the might to split mountains and shatter rocks, as it slammed viciously toward Lei Dongtian's face. Bring it on! Lei Dongtian neither dodged nor retreated, meeting the blow with a fist of his own. His fist was coiled with raging purple thunder, crackling with explosive energy. Boom! Golden divine power and purple thunder collided violently midair. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the two combatants, spreading wildly in all directions. The surrounding ground instantly peeled away, the hard blue stone slabs shattering into countless cracks. Beneath their feet, the ground caved in, forming a massive crater several meters deep. The single strike sent both of them staggering back over a dozen steps before they could barely steady themselves. A stalemate. Not bad. Zhang Yang looked at Lei Dongtian, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected this pseudo-divine lord, Lei Dongtian, to actually withstand his punch head-on without being pushed back. Same to you. Lei Dongtian snorted coldly, rubbing his slightly numb fist. Though his words carried a casual tone, his heart was equally filled with gravity. Zhang Yang's strength proved several notches stronger than he'd anticipated. The warm-up was over. A confident smile returned to Zhang Yang's face. Now, I'll show you what true divine lord power truly is. What it truly means to be a divine lord. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying aura, more formidable than any he had ever unleashed before, erupted from his body. An earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Chapter 95, Divine Lord's Countenance. Boom! 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 The muffled explosions echoed relentlessly within the space enveloped by the heavenly net formation. Zhang Yang and Lei Dongtian, the two men standing at the pinnacle of Jinchang's extraordinary world, finally engaged in a true, no-holds-barred, fight to the death. Their figures moved with extreme speed, transforming into two streaks of light that collided and separated in midair. Each collision unleashed earth-shattering energy blasts. Golden divine power and purple thunder intertwined, illuminating the night sky in dazzling splendor. Surrounding structures crumbled like paper under the terrifying energy ripples, collapsing in waves into ruins. The distant spectators, members of the Lei family and the Divine Anomalies Bureau, stood transfixed, their hearts pounding in terror. Was this what a battle between divine lords looked like? Every gesture carried the power to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. They felt utterly insignificant before these two monstrous beings, like mere ants. Even the slightest touch of the battle's aftershock would reduce them to dust in an instant. On a distant hillside, Yi Bai watched the scene unfold like the apocalypse descending, his face drained of color. He clamped his hand over his mouth, terrified he might scream from sheer shock. Holy, are these even human? His worldview was shattered once more. Is this what a battle between divine lords looks like? Sun Xing remained silent. He merely stared intently at the two figures locked in combat at the center of the battlefield, his fiery eyes straining to their limit. Through his eyes, every movement of Zhang Yang and Lei Dongtian, every exertion of force, every flow of energy within their bodies, all was crystal clear to him. He observed that Zhang Yang's divine power was balanced and serene, vast as the ocean, radiating the solemn authority of official orthodoxy. Every strike and maneuver was bold and sweeping, radiating a domineering, masculine force. Lin Qingqian's thunder techniques, however, were far more violent and destructive. Each of his attacks summoned the thunderous power of heaven and earth, as if intent on obliterating everything in its path. Though their fighting styles differed, their prowess was evenly matched. In the short term, neither could gain the upper hand. Lei Dongtian. Is that all you've got? After prolonged attacks yielded no breakthrough, Zhang Yang seemed to grow impatient. He roared in fury, his golden divine powers surging once more. Behold the supreme art of our divine mysteries bureau. Divine might palm. He struck out with a palm. A colossal golden palm, formed from pure divine energy and as large as a house, materialized out of thin air. With an overwhelming, world-crushing might, it slammed down fiercely toward Lei Dongtian. Trivial trick. Lei Dongtian snorted coldly, neither dodging nor retreating. His hands formed seals as he chanted incantations. Heavenly thunder of the nine skies. Heed my command. Thunder dragon descends. Boom. A purple divine thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel descended from the heavens. Under his command, it transformed into a ferocious thunder dragon, roaring as it charged toward the descending golden palm. Boom. The thunder dragon and the giant palm collided violently mid-air. Terrifying energy erupted in an instant. The entire heavenly net formation shook violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. The golden palm shattered inch by inch under the thunder dragon's impact. The thunder dragon, struck by the palm, dimmed in brilliance before finally dissipating into a sky filled with arcing lightning, vanishing into the air. Another stalemate. Zhang Yang. You're nothing special. Lei Dongtian let out a long, piercing RO, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Since you've unleashed your ultimate technique, I'll show you the Lei family's legendary thunder arts. 5 thunder strikes. He raised both hands high, gathering 5 distinct colored thunderbolts gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into his palms. They coalesced into a rapidly spinning, multicolored thunderball. Though no larger than a fist, the destructive power contained within sent a chill through Sun Xing, who stood thousands of meters away. Go! Thunderous heaven roared, violently thrusting the multicolored thunder sphere from his hands. The sphere grew as it met the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal thunderstorm over 10 meters in diameter. With world-shattering might, it engulfed Zhang Yang. No! Zhang Yang's expression finally changed. He could sense that the force of this strike far exceeded what he could withstand head-on. The Lei family truly lived up to their reputation as a divine lord lineage passed down for centuries. This ultimate thunder technique was terrifying indeed. Seems I'll have to bring out the real deal to subdue you, you old bastard. A flicker of madness crossed Zhang Yang's eyes. He held nothing back. The might of a divine lord commands heaven and earth. Divine oracle, manifest. He let out a roar that sounded nothing like a human's, echoing toward the heavens. A pressure more terrifying and more sacred than any he had ever unleashed before erupted from his body with a thunderous roar. Radiant golden divine light enveloped his entire body, illuminating the night sky shrouded in darkness with a brilliant golden glow. Behind him, a vague, gigantic silhouette over 100 meters tall slowly materialized. The Colossus wore golden armor, wielding a spear that pierced heaven and earth. Its countenance was majestic, its eyes like 2 burning suns, radiating a divine aura of judgment over all creation. A terrifying aura of supreme dominion and control over life and death emanated from the giant's phantom, causing everyone's souls to tremble and stirring an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This was. Yi Bai stared at the colossal divine form standing tall as the heavens, utterly speechless with shock. Divine sovereign's form. Sun Xing murmured, his eyes filled with horror. He finally understood why it was said that beneath the divine lord, all were but ants. Before this colossus, who seemed like a deity descended from the heavens, these so-called powerful beings were laughably insignificant. Thunderous heaven. Zhang Yang's voice boomed from the colossal divine figure's mouth, like the tolling of a great bell, reverberating painfully through the eardrums. Today, you, this pretender to the title of divine lord, shall witness what true divine power truly is. The colossal divine form behind him stirred. The golden spear piercing through heaven and earth, radiating an unmatched aura of might, thrust viciously toward the howling 5-colored thunderstorm. This thrust seemed poised to pierce a hole through the very fabric of the cosmos. The spear shot forth like a dragon. The golden spear, forged from pure divine might and bearing the sacred majesty of divine judgment, collided with the world-shattering 5-colored thunderstorm in midair. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Nor was there dazzling, blinding light. Only an extreme, eerie silence. As if time itself had been paused at that very moment. The next second. Snap. A crisp sound, like shattering glass, echoed through the air. The multicolored lightning storm powerful enough to level a small mountain collapsed instantly before the golden spear, like a punctured balloon. It shattered into chaotic arcs of electricity, scattering wildly in all directions. The golden spear, unstoppable and undiminished in its might, continued its relentless thrust toward the thunderous heaven on the ground. How could this be? Lei Dongtian watched in disbelief as his pride and joy, the 5 thunder strikes, was so effortlessly countered. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could never have imagined that the true form of a divine lord could be this powerful. This is no longer a gap in strength levels. It was a crushing disparity at the very level of existence. Watching that golden spear capable of pinning his very soul to the ground draw ever closer. A flicker of terror and madness finally crossed Lei Dongtian's eyes. Chapter 96, The Lei Clan Patriarch. You want to kill me? Not so fast. He let out a roar of defiance. The Lei Clan may not be the rightful heirs, but we are no lambs to be slaughtered. The thunder god descends. Illusion, condense. He bit through his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of essence blood that merged with the purple thunder surging around him. Boom! An equally frenzied aura erupted from his body. Behind him, a colossal phantom giant, equally 100 meters tall and composed of pure purple thunder, slowly coalesced into form. Though less solid than the ostentatious divine lord's form, its features blurred, the thunder giant radiated a fury no less intense, a destructive aura of thunderous might. Break! Thunderous heaven roared, and the thunder phantom behind him likewise unleashed a fist, colliding head-on with the piercing golden spear. Boom! This time, it was truly earth-shattering. A terrifying energy storm erupted, sweeping madly outward from the two combatants at its center. The entire heavenly net formation groaned under the force, its surface cracking like spiderwebs, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Far away, Sun Xing and Yi Bai were blown off balance by the storm's aftershock, nearly sent flying. Holy! Is this thing going to tear Jin Chang apart? Yi Bai clung desperately to a large tree to steady himself, his face etched with terror. Sun Xing wasn't faring much better. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter from the impact. Was this the full force of a divine lord's attack? Even the aftershock alone was terrifying. Gazing at the two colossal figures standing tall in the center of the battlefield, he felt utterly powerless. In the face of such power, all his tactics seemed laughably futile. At the center of the battlefield, the golden divine spear and the purple thunder fist locked in a stalemate mid-air. Crack! Crack! The thunder phantom behind Lei Dongtian began shattering inch by inch under the golden divine spear's impact. Cracks spread like spiderwebs, rapidly engulfing the phantom. His face grew increasingly pale, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth grew thicker. Was it truly impossible after all? Was the gap between a pseudo-divine lord and a true divine lord truly this vast? Lei Dongtian's eyes brimmed with bitter resignation and utter despair. Lei Dongtian is finished. Zhang Yang's voice was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. A counterfeit is, after all, just a counterfeit. Before the true power of the divine, all your struggles are futile. The war titan behind him surged forward once more. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The thunderous phantom behind Lei Dongtian finally crumbled beyond repair, exploding into a burst of purple lightning that scattered across the night sky. Thud! Lei Dongtian was struck as if by a heavy blow. His body flew backward like a... He struggled to rise, but after several failed attempts, he collapsed. He had lost. Defeated utterly. The family head. The Lei family disciples watching from afar, their eyes bulging with fury, let out anguished shouts of grief and rage. They wanted to rush forward to rescue him, but were held back by the members of the Divine Mysteries Bureau. Zhang Yang descended slowly from midair, looking down with the air of a victor upon Lei Dongtian, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Lei Dongtian, any last words? Behind him, the war god once more raised his golden spear, its tip pointing directly at Lei Dongtian's heart. With a single thought, that spear would plunge without hesitation, erasing Lei Dongtian from this world forever. Lei Dongtian lifted his head, his gaze fixed intensely on Zhang Yang, his eyes brimming with endless venom and unwillingness. Zhang Yang, don't gloat. Even if the Lei clan perishes, we will never let you off easy. You will regret this. You will absolutely regret this. Is that so? Zhang Yang sneered coldly with disdain. Too bad you won't be around to see it. He wasted no more words on this dying man, a flash of murderous intent darting through his eyes. Behind him, the war titan's golden spear, wielded with the majesty of judgment, was about to strike. The entire world seemed to fall into deathly silence at that very moment. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the final fate of the head of the Lei family. Yet, at this critical juncture, a thunderous roar, brimming with boundless authority and fury, suddenly boomed forth from the depths of the rear mountains of the Lei family estate. You insolent brat! How dare you! The voice seemed to echo from the heavens above and the depths below, carrying an undeniable, terrifying power that commanded absolute obedience. Where the sound waves passed, space itself twisted violently. Behind Zhang Yang, the 100-meter-tall, imposing war god statue shattered like a punctured balloon under this roar. Without even a flicker of resistance, it instantly disintegrated into a sky-filling golden light, vanishing without a trace. Put! Zhang Yang's body convulsed violently as he too spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. His eyes widened in utter disbelief and horror. How could this be? A storm of shock and disbelief raged within Zhang Yang's heart. His invincible divine lord's form, bestowed by the gods themselves, shattered by a single roar from his opponent? What the hell kind of power was this? This was absolutely not the kind of power that fake divine lord Lei Dongtian could possess. Could it be? A terrifying thought began to take root in Zhang Yang's mind. He snapped his head up, his horrified gaze fixed on the rear mountain of the Lei family estate that perpetually cloud-shrouded Forbidden Zone. There, the skies darkened violently, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Purple divine thunderbolts, several times thicker than those previously summoned by Lei Dongtian, darted and intertwined wildly within the clouds, as if welcoming the arrival of their sovereign. Then, a colossal divine form, larger and more solid than the war god Zhang Yang, emerged slowly from the rear mountain. Composed entirely of purple thunder, it stood like a titan. This thunder deity stood hundreds of meters tall, towering over the earth as if poised to trample the entire sky beneath its feet. Clad in armor forged from condensed lightning, it wielded a halberd composed of myriad thunderbolts. Though its features remained indistinct, its eyes formed from pure lightning radiated an overwhelming, world-shattering majesty and dominance. A terrifying pressure, tenfold, 100-fold more dreadful than the Divine Lord's imposing aura, seemed to emanate from the primordial chaos itself, instantly enveloping the entire Lei family manor. Under this crushing pressure, every soul trembled within them, as if crushed to dust by this force in the next instant. Some weaker members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau could barely stand, their legs buckling as they collapsed to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Yang stared at the terrifying divine form, which seemed like an ancient thunder god descended from the heavens, so shocked he could barely speak. His face was etched with disbelief and terror. The ancestral patriarch of the Lei clan? Didn't he already pass away in meditation? His prized intelligence, his meticulously planned scheme at this very moment, they all became a colossal joke. The legendary ancestor of the Lei family, rumored to have lived for hundreds of years, was not only still alive but possessed power far more terrifying than any tales had suggested. This overwhelming pressure, this divine presence. This was absolutely a power transcending ordinary divine lords, a higher tier entirely. Could it be the second heaven of divine lords? Or even higher? Zhang Yang dared not dwell on it further. A chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him frozen to the bone. He knew he'd hit a brick wall this time. And it was the kind of iron plate that could send him straight to hell, coffin and all. Chapter 97, Get Lost. On the distant hillside. Yi Bai had long since collapsed in terror, his body shaking like a sieve. He couldn't even manage a coherent. He felt like a tiny boat tossed in a raging storm, ready to be torn to shreds by that terrifying pressure at any moment. Sun Xing wasn't faring much better. He could feel his bones creaking under the crushing weight of that pressure, as if they were about to snap. The demonic power within him was utterly suppressed, not a single thread of it able to stir. Was this what a true powerhouse felt like? Merely through sheer presence, they could crush any hint of resistance. Bitter resentment filled Sun Xing's heart. He had believed that by devouring Lei Qianfeng and absorbing the mountain treasure, his strength was already quite formidable. But now, in the presence of these true ancient monsters, he was still nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at will. Ancestor! On the ground, Lei Dongtian, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly burst into wild joy the moment he caught sight of that thunder god's divine form. Struggling to his feet, he bowed his head reverently before the divine image. Unworthy descendant Lei Dongtian humbly welcomes the ancestor out of seclusion. The thunder god statue paid him no heed. Those indifferent eyes, formed entirely of pure thunder, slowly turned toward Zhang Yang. A single glance. Zhang Yang felt his soul struck by 1,000 bolts of thunder, leaving his mind blank in an instant. He wanted to flee. But he discovered that under this terrifying pressure, his body couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch helplessly as the godlike figure of thunder slowly raised the thunder-forged halberd in its hand. The shadow of death enveloped him completely. It's over. Despair flooded Zhang Yang's heart. He never imagined that what began as a confident anti-bandit operation would ultimately become his own funeral. Had he known this would happen, he would never have gotten involved in this mess. Yet, just as the thunder-forged halberd was about to strike, the thunder god's movements abruptly halted. It seemed he was in no hurry to kill Zhang Yang, the chief culprit. His indifferent, thunder-filled eyes slowly swept across the entire battlefield. Over the trembling members of the Divine Bureau, over the indignant sons of the Lei family. Finally, his gaze pierced through the distance of space, landing upon the rats lurking in the shadows, watching the battle unfold. Whether it was Sun Xing and Yi Bai hiding on the hillside, Xiao Wang concealed within the clouds, or the other spies from various factions who had come merely to watch the spectacle unfold. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were being seen through and through by a pair of all-seeing eyes. A chill rose from the depths of their souls. A bunch of ants. A voice, aged yet commanding, echoed in every heart. How dare you spy on the Lei family? The voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable, terrifying power of force that commanded absolute obedience. Then, a single word thundered like a bolt from the heavens, exploding in everyone's mind. Get out! One word, begone. It seemed to contain the most primordial, law-enforcing power of the universe. The sound waves spread out, leaving visible ripples in the air wherever they passed. Put! 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 A series of muffled groans erupted simultaneously from all corners of the battlefield. Those spies lurking in the shadows, whether demonic creatures or divine followers who thought themselves undetected, were struck in that instant as if by an invisible sledgehammer, hammering viciously against their chests. One by one, they spat blood and tumbled out of their hiding places like kites whose strings had snapped, falling awkwardly to the ground. Their faces were etched with boundless horror and terror. A single word had inflicted severe injuries upon these skilled practitioners, each at least at the drip realm or stream realm. What terrifying power was this? Yuan Shan. Xiao Wang's face, usually adorned with a hint of a carefree smile, had now turned as pale as paper. He too spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly weakening considerably. So incredibly strong. He stared at the towering thunder god, his eyes filled with profound dread. The power of this ancient ancestor of the Lei family was far more terrifying than anything their intelligence had predicted. It seemed this plan had encountered a minor hiccup. However, he wasn't overly concerned. For he knew that behind him stood an even more terrifying presence. He instinctively glanced beside him. There, the great king who had been resting with eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, remained as serene and detached as ever. The terrifying sonic attack vanished without a trace the moment it approached within 3 feet of his body, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Not even a single strand of his hair was stirred. Interesting. The great king slowly opened his eyes, and a flicker of approval passed through his cloudy gaze. So it seems not all of Jincheng is worthless. This old man is indeed still alive. He has the qualifications to be my opponent. A hint of amused interest curled the corners of his mouth. This probe had been a success. Not only had he uncovered the Divine Anomaly Bureau's trump card, but he'd also inadvertently flushed out the Lei family, the deepest hidden big fish of all. Everything was now within his grasp. On the small hill. Put. Yi Bai predictably coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. His meager cultivation was as fragile as paper against the sonic assault of such a formidable opponent. Sun Xing fared slightly better. The instant the sound wave struck, the great sun within the purple palace at his brow began spinning frantically. A surge of pure divine consciousness shielded his mind. Simultaneously, his formidable half-demon physique absorbed most of the physical impact. Even so, he felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place. His blood surged violently, a metallic taste coating his throat as a mouthful of fresh blood rose to his lips. He forced the blood down, his face turning deathly pale. He stared fixedly at the thunder god's form, his heart filled with utter helplessness. Was this the power beyond that of a divine lord? A single word carried such divine might. If he were to truly unleash his power, what kind of world-shattering devastation would it bring? Sun Xing dared not think about it any further. His only thought now was to run. The farther away, the better. Staying here meant certain death. Without a moment's hesitation, he hoisted the unconscious Yi Bai off the ground, channeling his demonic power to its absolute limit. He spun around and began a frantic descent down the mountain. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Zhang Yang's situation was undoubtedly the most dire. He bore the brunt of that thunderous roar, absorbing the overwhelming majority of its power. He felt his very soul was nearly shattered, his consciousness blurring for an instant. Staggering backward several steps, he collapsed onto the ground, his face twisted with humiliation and bitter resentment. He, the esteemed director of the Jincheng branch of the Divine Anomaly Bureau, a true divine sovereign-level powerhouse. Today, he had been driven back by a single word? If word of this spread, what face would he have left to navigate Jincheng's extraordinary world? But circumstances were beyond his control. He knew he was finished today. If he didn't leave now, he might truly meet his end here. Let's go. He ground out the 3 words through clenched teeth, his voice thick with endless resentment and unwillingness. The members of the Divine Anomaly Bureau, as if granted a royal pardon, hurriedly helped their wounded comrades to their feet and carried the bodies of their fallen members. One by one, they retreated in disarray toward the exit of the Heavenly Net formation. The Thunder God statue did not pursue them further. Perhaps, in its eyes, these mere ants weren't worth another strike. Or perhaps he was issuing a warning to all factions within Jincheng. The Lei clan is not to be trifled with. Today is merely a warning. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Soon, the agents of the Supernatural Bureau retreated without a trace. The Heavenly Net formation enveloping the entire Lei manor was likewise dismantled. The terrifying pressure that had hung over the estate gradually dissipated. The colossal Thunder God statue, towering as high as the heavens, slowly retreated back into the rear mountains. The entire world seemed to return to its former tranquility. But everyone knew that from this day forward, the skies over Jincheng would change. The Lei family now had 2 divine lords stationed within its ranks. One of them was an ancient ancestor whose power was unfathomable. This news alone was enough to reshuffle the entire extraordinary power structure of Jincheng. As the instigator of it all, the great king vanished silently into the distance, carrying the little king with him. His objective had been achieved. While the clam and the snipe fought, the fisherman reaped the benefits. Now, he need only watch quietly as the Divine Anomaly Bureau and the Lei family 2 rabid dogs now blinded by fury tear each other apart. Then, when both were left battered and broken, he would emerge to devour them along with the entire city of Jincheng in one gulp. Sun Xing carried Yi Bai on his back, sprinting frantically. He dared not pause for a moment, racing dozens of miles in one breath. Only after confirming no one was pursuing did he find a remote, abandoned factory and hide inside. He laid Yi Bai on the ground and collapsed onto his own butt, gasping for breath. The scene he'd just witnessed had left him utterly shaken. The word "get out" still echoed in his mind, its voice filled with supreme authority. Was this what power felt like? Sun Xing murmured to himself, his eyes burning with an unprecedented hunger for power. For the first time, he understood with crystal clarity that in this world, without strength, you were nothing. All your so-called wisdom and schemes seemed laughably feeble in the face of absolute power. Only by possessing power strong enough to crush everything can you truly grasp your own destiny in your hands. I must become stronger. A blazing fire ignited in Sun Xing's eyes. He would grow stronger. At any cost. Chapter 98, Pressure. Cough. A violent coughing fit snapped Sun Xing back to reality. Yi Bai slowly regained consciousness on the ground. Rubbing his dazed head, he looked around in confusion. Where am I? Are we still alive? The sight of Sun Xing beside him suddenly jolted back the terrifying scene from moments before. A shiver of fear shot through him, and he sprang to his feet. Sun! Run! That old monster is coming for us. His face twisted with terror as he grabbed Sun Xing, ready to flee again. Alright, stop yelling. Sun Xing rolled his eyes at him impatiently. We're safe now. Safe? Yi Bai froze for a moment before realizing they were no longer at Lei family manor. He exhaled a long breath of relief, collapsing onto the ground, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. Holy crap, that scared the hell out of me. He patted his chest, still trembling with fear. I thought I was going to kick the bucket there today and go back to inherit my billion-dollar fortune. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to respond. He walked to the factory window, gazing at the night sky in the distance, now restored to calm. His eyes grew profoundly deep. The Lei family patriarch. That thunder god figure, as if a deity had descended upon the mortal world. That thunderous word, resounding with supreme authority. All of it felt like a massive boulder crushing down on his heart, leaving him gasping for breath. For the first time, he truly understood what despair felt like. Faced with that world-shattering power, all his struggles seemed utterly futile and laughable. Old son, what realm do you think that old guy is in? Yi Bai leaned in closer, his face still tinged with lingering fear. Second realm of divine sovereign? I reckon even the dragon lord back in the day wouldn't have been any better. Sun Xing shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that right now, in his presence, we're not even worth a single ant. Sun Xing's voice was low and somber. This spectator experience not only failed to teach him anything, but nearly shattered his very resolve. That immense, insurmountable gap in power was enough to crush the spirit of any proud genius. Yi Bai fell silent upon hearing this. Though he usually appeared carefree and reckless. But deep down, he knew Sun Xing was speaking the truth. Damn it, this was unbearable. Yi Bai slammed his fist hard against the wall. I've awakened the divine sequence of the celestial magistrate. The future king of hell. How could I be intimidated into submission by some old geezer with just one word? If word got out, how could I ever hold my head up in the underworld? His face twisted with indignation. Sun Xing shot him a glance but said nothing. He knew Yi Bai was all talk. If he were forced to face the Lei family patriarch again, he'd probably be the first to wet his pants. Still, Yi Bai's words did give Sun Xing pause. Yeah. I refuse to accept it. Why should they? Why are they born to stand above us, holding the power of life and death over others? Why must we live like ants, trampled underfoot? I, Sun Xing, have awakened as Demon Sequence 000, the Great Sage. The one who dared challenge all the gods and immortals, piercing a hole through heaven and earth, the Great Sage equal to heaven. How could I, here, be cowed by some paltry old ancestor of the Lei family? An indomitable pride, born deep within his bloodline, erupted violently within Sun Xing's heart. Fierce flames once again blazed within his golden pupils. This fire no longer held the confusion and fear of before. Instead, they burned with a thirst for power and an unyielding defiance against fate. One day, Sun Xing stared toward the direction of the Lei family manor, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. I too will stand at that height. Even higher than him. His voice was quiet, yet it carried an unquestionable, unwavering resolve. Yi Bai stared at Sun Xing beside him, who seemed like a completely different person, momentarily stunned. He could sense that the previous despondency and resentment had vanished from Sun Xing, replaced by a sharp, unyielding, and overpowering aura. In this moment, Sun Xing seemed to merge with the legendary figure who dared to defy the heavens. Old Sun, you. Let's go. Without another word, Sun Xing turned and strode toward the factory exit. I should be heading back. Go back? Yi Bai froze. Back where? The hotel. I have more important things to attend to. A gleam of determination flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. He was going to cultivate. To train like a madman. He would channel every ounce of pressure from witnessing that battle into fuel for his own growth. Back at the hotel, the first thing Sun Xing did was lock himself in his room and retrieve the thunderclap staff he'd swindled from Yi Bai. Gazing at the swirling golden runes etched into the staff's surface, he felt the pure, concentrated thunder energy within it, his eyes burning with fervor. Previously, he had only roughly imbued the thunder energy within his body onto the staff. Now, he intended to make this staff an integral part of his very being. He sat cross-legged, resting the thunderclap staff horizontally across his knees. Then, he began silently circulating the Great Sun breathing technique. Streams of pure divine consciousness emanated from the Great Sun within his purple palace at the brow, like trickling rivulets slowly seeping into the thunderclap staff's core. He intended to use his divine consciousness to carve his own mark upon this staff. It was an intensely taxing process. Yet Sun Xing found deep satisfaction in it. He could distinctly feel that as his divine consciousness penetrated deeper, his control over the thunderclap staff grew ever stronger. He could even sense the dormant thunder runes within the staff being awakened one by his divine consciousness. He lost track of time. When Sun Xing felt his divine consciousness was nearly depleted. Hum. The thunderclap staff in his hand suddenly emitted a clear, resonant hum. Blinding streaks of golden lightning erupted from the staff's surface, bathing the entire room in a brilliant golden glow. Success! Sun Xing snapped his eyes open, his gaze blazing with intensity. He could feel a profound, blood-bound connection forming between himself and the thunderclap staff. It felt as though the staff was an extension of his own arm. Come! He growled, and the thunderclap staff in his hand instantly danced, leaving trails of afterimages. Each strike carried the force of a thunderbolt, tearing through the air with deafening booms. The thunderous power within him surged unimpeded through his arm into the staff, unleashing a force several times more potent than before. Ha! That feels good. Sun Xing let out a hearty laugh of satisfaction. With a weapon that truly suited him, he felt his combat power had increased by at least 30%. If he were to face Li Feng and Wang Lei again now, he was confident he could easily slaughter them without even resorting to his trump cards. But that still wasn't enough. Far from it. Sun Xing sheathed the thunderclap staff and crossed his legs once more. He sank his consciousness deep into his purple palace sea of consciousness. Observing the two faint strands of primordial water and fire energies suspended around the Great Sun, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Thunder's power, centered on fury and destruction, perfectly complemented the domineering path of his great saint demon power. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize mastering thunder techniques. Sun Xing focused all his attention on the silver-hued thunder energy. He began attempting to use his divine consciousness to untangle and master this raging force. This process proved far more difficult and dangerous than refining the thunderclap staff. The thunder power raged like an untamed wild horse, charging wildly through his meridians. The slightest misstep could tear his body to shreds. Yet Sun Xing showed not a shred of fear. His eyes held only an endless hunger for power. He would grow stronger. Chapter 99, The Eve of the Storm. Lei Family Manor. After the terrifying thunder god's form vanished, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, it grew even more eerie. Deep within the forbidden rear mountain, in a rustic stone chamber, the Lei family patriarch, an emaciated old man who appeared to be on his deathbed, sat cross-legged atop a massive piece of lightning-struck wood. He was the terrifying presence who had just struck fear into the entire gathering, repelling the director of the Supernatural Bureau with a single word. Now, having withdrawn all his imposing aura, he appeared as an ordinary old neighbor. Yet, the purple lightning flashes that occasionally flickered in his eyes still sent shivers down spines. Cough, cough. He suddenly began coughing violently. With each cough, his body shook violently, as if it might fall apart at any moment. An unnatural flush spread across his deeply wrinkled face. Ancestor! Lei Dongtian knelt beside him, his face etched with deep concern. Are you all right? Not dying. The Lei clan patriarch waved his hand, his voice hoarse. I merely forced my way out of seclusion, depleting my vital energy. It will take some time to recover. He looked at his descendant, a flicker of disappointment passing through his cloudy eyes. Dongtian, you have disappointed me greatly. Lei Dongtian trembled at the words, burying his head even lower. It is my incompetence that has brought shame upon the Lei family. What you've tarnished is not merely the Lei family's honor. The voice of the Lei family's elder grew stern. You have disgraced the very roots of the Lei clan. I have told you time and again, the Lei clan's thunder arts are peerlessly domineering, the supreme path embodying the most potent and yang energy in all creation. To cultivate this art, one must possess an unstoppable spirit revering no gods or Buddhas, trusting only in one's own invincibility. But you? In pursuit of some so-called title of Divine Lord, you dared to imitate those charlatans from the Divine Mysteries Bureau, attempting to conjure some worthless divine image. The result? You failed miserably, creating a monstrous illusion that defies all classification. This isn't merely straying onto a crooked path, you're destroying your very foundations. The voice of the Lei clan patriarch thundered like a bolt of lightning, striking Lei Dongtian's heart with brutal force. Lei Dongtian trembled in fear, not daring to utter a single word of protest. And that Zhang Yang from the Bureau of Divine Affairs, how dare he come knocking on our door so brazenly? The Lei family patriarch asked coldly. It might be because of the Earth Dragon essence. Lei Dongtian lifted his head with difficulty, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. I suspect Zhang Yang believes the Earth Dragon essence is in our Lei family's possession, which is why he's targeting us. The Lei family patriarch's brow furrowed slightly. Earth Dragon essence? Mountain treasure? Precisely. Lei Dongtian gave a bitter smile. The story began a month ago. He began detailing everything that had transpired during this period to the patriarch. It began with minor friction between the Divine Affairs Bureau and the Lei family. From trivial turf wars to the bar brawl between investigators and Lei family disciples. Each incident, seemingly coincidental, was in fact being deliberately escalated by someone pulling strings behind the scenes. At first, I thought it was just youthful pride and rivalry. Lei Dongtian's voice carried regret. But later, I realized someone within the Supernatural Bureau seemed to be deliberately stirring up trouble. Their deputy director, Zhou Wenyuan, repeatedly stirred the pot in front of Zhang Yang, claiming our Lei family was arrogant and didn't hold the Supernatural Bureau in any regard. And that Zhang Yang fellow, already harboring resentment toward our Lei family, was further inflamed by such provocation. The Lei family patriarch listened quietly, the lightning in his eyes flickering on and off. Continue. 3 days ago, the Supernatural Bureau suddenly discovered a demonic creature stronghold in the southern part of the city. Lei Dongtian's expression darkened. They claimed it was a demon creature we Lei family had bred, and they even found traces of our family's thunder magic at the scene. But ancestor, I swear by the names of our Lei family's ancestors, those demons were absolutely not raised by us. Our Lei family has dedicated generations to slaying demons and exterminating evil. How could we possibly associate with such creatures? A cold gleam flashed in the Lei family patriarch's eyes. Framework. Exactly. Lei Dongtian gritted his teeth. Someone deliberately framed us. Moreover, during that operation, 2 Stream Realm investigators from the Supernatural Bureau perished. Zhang Yang seized this as an excuse, accusing our Lei family of colluding with demons to slaughter Bureau of Divine Affairs agents, demanding vengeance for his fallen comrades. And that led to tonight's spectacle. The Lei family patriarch pondered for a moment. Who do you think is the mastermind behind this? I suspect. Lei Dongtian hesitated. It's the Tianwan group. The Tianwan group has indeed kept a very low profile. If we engage in a fight to the death with the Supernatural Bureau, the greatest beneficiaries will undoubtedly be the Big and Little Kings. A flicker of deep contemplation passed through the eyes of the Lei family patriarch. Moreover, if they planted a mole within the Supernatural Bureau, secretly sowing discord between us and the Bureau to pit us against each other in a fight to the death, such scheming and cunning should not be underestimated. Moreover, the fact that he dared to target our Lei family demonstrates his profound confidence in his own capabilities. Ancestor, are you suggesting? I suspect the king may be planning a major move soon. The Lei clan patriarch rose slowly to his feet. Ancestor, what should we do now? For now, we hold our position. The Lei family patriarch walked to the stone chamber's window, gazing at the distant night sky. Tonight, I struck a blow to intimidate Zhang Yang. For the time being, the Supernatural Bureau should not dare to act rashly again. But that great king won't let this rest. Having gone to such lengths to sow discord between us and the Supernatural Bureau, he must have grander ambitions. Our task now is to observe and wait for him to slip up. Lei Dongtian nodded. Understood, ancestor. Supernatural Bureau headquarters. The atmosphere in Director Zhang Yang's office was equally oppressive. Zhang Yang sat at his desk, his face ashen, his eyes dark and menacing. Today's battle had been nothing short of a humiliating defeat for him. Not only had he failed to take down the Lei family, but he'd been driven back by their ancestral elder who'd seemingly appeared out of nowhere with a single command, shattering his divine lord's seal. His face was utterly ruined. Director, please don't take it too hard. Zhou Wenyuan stood beside him, offering insincere consolation. Who could have imagined that old monster from the Lei family was still alive and so powerful at that? This time, it was our intelligence failure. It's not your fault. Oomph. Zhang Yang snorted coldly, slamming his palm down on the table. Intelligence failure? I'd say someone deliberately fed me false intelligence. His piercing eyes fixed intently on Zhou Wenyuan, as if he intended to see right through him, inside and out. Zhou Wenyuan felt a jolt of alarm, but his expression remained impassive. Director, what exactly are you implying? I, Zhou Wenyuan, have been utterly loyal to the Supernatural Bureau and to the nation the heavens and earth can bear witness. How could I possibly give you false intelligence? His face wore a look of grievance and righteous indignation, his acting so convincing it could have earned him an Oscar. Zhang Yang stared at him, silent for a moment, before finally withdrawing his scrutinizing gaze. Though he harbored suspicions about Zhou Wenyuan, he lacked concrete evidence. Besides, now was not the time to pursue such matters. The immediate priority was salvaging the Supernatural Bureau's reputation and preparing for the Lei family's potential retaliation. I will personally report this matter to headquarters. Zhang Yang's voice was heavy with exhaustion. Now, the Lei family had 2 divine lords stationed there, one of whom possessed power that was unfathomably deep. The strength of our Jinchang branch alone is insufficient to handle this. It seems we have no choice but to request reinforcements from headquarters. He knew that once headquarters intervened, his authority as branch director would be significantly diminished. But now, he had no other choice. Chapter 100, Everything's a Problem. The corridors of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau headquarters were brightly lit, yet the gloom in Zhou Wenyuan's heart remained undimmed. Emerging from Director Zhang Yang's office, his back was drenched in cold sweat. That final look from Zhang Yang filled with scrutiny and suspicion felt like 2 sharp knives, nearly slicing him open. Damn it, that old fox has started suspecting me. Zhou Wenyuan cursed silently as he walked. He knew Zhang Yang well, a man of extreme suspicion. After tonight's disastrous failure at the Lei residence, Zhang would undoubtedly investigate every single person involved to the bone. Though he deplayed his part flawlessly, stirring the pot before Zhang, traces had inevitably been left behind. Intelligence failure? I'd say someone deliberately fed me false intel. Zhang Yang's words still echoed in Zhou Wenyuan's ears. This was no longer a hint, it was a blatant warning. What troubled him even more was Zhang Yang's intention to request backup from headquarters. Once headquarters personnel arrived, the situation would become far more complicated. The headquarters of the Supernatural Bureau was a den of hidden talents. Those monsters within possessed unfathomable power and were as cunning as monkeys. Could his undercover identity as a tiger spirit agent possibly remain concealed before such individuals? The more Zhou Wenyuan thought about it, the more anxious he grew. He felt like he was walking a tightrope, with a bottomless abyss below. One misstep, and he'd be crushed to pieces. All these years, under the guise of deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau, he had secretly carried out countless tasks for the Great King, building the foundation for this very moment. With the Great King's Kingdom plan about to launch, he couldn't afford any missteps at this critical juncture. A flicker of struggle passed through Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. He refused to spend his entire life as that tiger's puppet, manipulated at will. He craved freedom, yearned to reclaim control over his own destiny. Yet the indelible mark deep within his soul bound him like a shackle. Resistance meant death. Rying. Just as Zhou Wenyuan's mind was in turmoil, his private phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was an encrypted number. Zhou Wenyuan retreated to a secluded corner and answered the call, his voice regaining its usual composure. Speak. Chief Zhou, it's me, Zhang Chen. On the other end came the signature voice of 3rd Squad Captain Zhang Chen, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. What is it? Zhou Wenyuan frowned. A call from Zhang Chen at this hour couldn't be trivial. Chief Zhou, I've made a major discovery. Zhang Chen's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. This caught Zhou Wenyuan off guard. Zhang Chen was a trusted confidant he had personally promoted, renowned for his composure. For him to lose his poise like this meant the matter was truly extraordinary. Get to the point. Zhou Wenyuan lowered his voice. It's about that Sun Xing. Zhang Chen paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. I followed your instructions and looked into his background. What I found is absolutely staggering. Oh? Zhou Wenyuan's eyebrow shot up, his interest piqued. Commissioner Zhou, you'd never guess. Zhang Chen took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his own shock. 3 months ago, Sun Xing was just an ordinary high school student, average grades, reclusive personality, nothing unusual. But starting 3 months ago, his life trajectory underwent a complete and utter transformation. It was as if a switch had suddenly flipped in him. His abilities began surging at an astonishing, almost unbelievable rate. Zhou Wenyuan listened quietly, offering no interruption. He knew the real show was yet to come. Director Zhou, do you realize? Zhang Chen's voice trembled with excitement. According to our current intelligence analysis, that Sun Xing wasn't even an awakened being 3 months ago. But now? Not only has he awakened, but his strength has reached at least the flowing river realm. Luchuan realm? Zhou Wenyuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This news truly stunned him. 3 months from an ordinary person to the Luchuan realm? How could that be possible? Even those divine disciple clans with centuries of heritage, piling on countless rare treasures and divine herbs, couldn't possibly cultivate such a terrifying monster. Divine disciple cultivation demanded steady, incremental progress. Awakening, water droplet, flowing river, and return to the sea. Each major breakthrough required immense time and resources to refine. At the water droplet realm, one must condense divine energy into droplets circulating throughout the body. Even those with exceptional talent require 1 to 2 years to achieve this. The river flow realm is even more arduous, demanding the divine power to open all 361 acupoints, allowing divine energy to surge like 100 rivers. Without 3 to 5 years of grueling cultivation, it's simply unimaginable. Yet this Sun Xing achieved it in just 3 months? Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? Zhou Wenyuan's voice grew solemn. Absolutely correct. Zhang Chen's tone was unwaveringly certain. We've combed through every record on him, school files, hospital records, even his hometown household registration. For the first 18 years of his life, he was as unremarkable as a glass of plain water. All the changes began within these last 3 months. This transcends mere genius. It defies all logic. It violates the ironclad laws of cultivation. Zhang Chen's voice brimmed with bewilderment and incomprehension. Zhou Wenyuan's mind raced. Defies common sense? The world was full of things that defied common sense. Take himself, for instance. A deputy director of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau who should despise demons as mortal enemies had instead become the Demon King's most loyal lackey. Or take that enigmatic dragon boss, shrouded in mystery beneath his dragon-headed mask. Or take Di Longyuan, that fleeting figure who appeared on Dragonhead Mountain yet stirred up the entire Jincheng region. Di Longyuan. A terrifying gleam erupted in Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be? Besides himself, what about the people around him? Zhou Wenyuan's voice was slightly urgent. Have you investigated the people around him? We did. Zhang Chen replied immediately. And what we found was even more shocking. That new recruit we brought into the Supernatural Bureau, Yi Bai, the one who's always been by his side. His situation is equally bizarre. Yi Bai? Zhou Wenyuan recognized the name, a rich kid who got in through family connections. His awakened divine sequence was rather interesting, called Honorable Magistrate, but the guy himself was as timid as a mouse, with weak abilities. He was basically just coasting through life. What's wrong with him? Big problems. Zhang Chen's voice rose again. When Yi Bai joined the Supernatural Bureau, his registered power level was that of a newly awakened agent. Yet, during the recent mission at the South City Textile Factory, the one where Li Feng and Wang Lei sacrificed themselves, his power had surreptitiously broken through to the Flowing River realm. Another Luchuan realm cultivator. And all within just a few short months. If Sun Xing was an anomaly, an exception. But now there's Yi Bai too? To claim there was nothing fishy behind this, Zhou Wenyuan wouldn't believe it himself. Have the two of them been getting close lately? Zhou Wenyuan asked. Very close. Zhang Chen replied. They're practically inseparable. And I've discovered something even more interesting. Speak. While investigating Sun Xing's social connections, I found he also shares an unusual relationship with another person. Who? A woman named Xia Li. Xia Li? Zhou Wenyuan frowned. The name seemed familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. What's so special about this Xia Li? Commissioner Zhou, do you recall the incident at Dragon's Head Mountain a month ago? Zhang Chen's voice grew incredibly solemn. Of course I remember. How could Zhou Wenyuan forget? That grand spectacle orchestrated by Dragon Boss, where the 7 demon kings and divine lords joined forces to slay the dragon, only to devolve into a massive, city-wide battle across the entire Jincheng supernatural realm after the earth dragon essence vanished without a trace. At the time, on Dragonhead Mountain, besides Lei Dongtian of the Lei family, our bureau chief Zhang from the Supernatural Bureau, and Xiao Wang from the Heavenly King group, there was another incredibly powerful demon king who joined the fray. Zhang Chen reminded him. A crimson figure instantly flashed through Zhou Wenyuan's mind, accompanied by the swirling vermilion demon flames of the vermilion bird that consumed all in their path. The Candle Sparrow Demon King. Zhou Wenyuan gasped in shock. That's right. Zhang Chen's voice grew even lower. That Zhurong Demon King, her real name is Xia Li. Moreover, according to our latest intelligence, since the Dragon's Head Mountain incident, the Demon King Zhuke, Xia Li, has completely vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. And that Sun Xing only began frequent contact with her and Yi Bai shortly before the Dragonhead Mountain incident. One by one, seemingly unrelated clues rapidly connected in Zhou Wenyuan's mind. A mysterious youth named Sun Xing, whose powers surged from ordinary human to the Luchuan realm within a mere 3 months. Yi Bai, the wealthy second-generation heir who, within the same brief span, had broken through from a newly awakened novice to the Flowing River realm. And Xia Li, the formidable Candle Sparrow Demon King who vanished mysteriously after the Longzhou Mountain incident. These 3 individuals had somehow come together? Zhou Wenyuan felt as though he had touched upon an earth-shattering secret. His breathing grew slightly ragged. Chapter 101, Deputy Director Zhou's Suspicions. You mean Sun Xing and Yi Bai's sudden power surges are both connected to that Candle Sparrow Demon King, Xia Li? Zhou Wenyuan forced himself to calm down, yet his voice still carried a barely perceptible tremor. This deduction was too astonishing. The Candle Sparrow Demon King was a legendary Demon King level powerhouse, formidable in strength and proud in nature. Why would such an entity involve itself with 2 obscure juniors? Chief Zhou, this is merely my conjecture. Zhang Chen's voice was equally uncertain, yet every clue pointed in this direction. Moreover, I've uncovered something even more terrifying. Go on. Zhou Wenyuan felt his heart pounding in his chest. While investigating Sun Xing's past, I discovered he not only has deep connections with Xia Li and Yi Bai, but also appears to be intricately linked to several major cases that have recently occurred in Jincheng. Take the recent spate of high school student disappearances near First High, for instance. We initially assumed it was ordinary demonic interference, but now it appears those vanished students all attended the same school as Sun Xing, even the same class. Furthermore, the deaths of Wu Kuan and Zhao Dali, the two investigators we dispatched to probe the high school student deaths, and the Lin Qingqian skin-changing demon incident were equally shrouded in mystery. Zhang Chen's voice grew increasingly icy. Commissioner Zhou, this isn't over yet. As if the shock he'd delivered to Zhou Wenyuan wasn't enough, Zhang Chen dropped an even more explosive bombshell. You should remember Zhao Dali's background, right? Zhao Dali? Zhou Wenyuan's brow furrowed deeply. Of course he remembered. Though Zhao Dali was merely an ordinary investigator at the Luchuan realm, his background was far from ordinary. His aunt held a high-ranking position at the headquarters of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. It was precisely because of this connection that Zhao Dali, after making a mistake, wasn't expelled but instead reassigned to the Jincheng branch to atone for his sins through service. This was also why Sun Xing was able to snatch the Great Sun breathing technique, because Zhao Dali's status was unique. Unexpectedly, he met his end at Xia Li's hands. Though we've concealed Zhao Dali's death, headquarters has discovered it and begun investigating. Zhang Chen's voice was heavy with gravity. Zhou Wenyuan's heart sank abruptly. If headquarters pursued accountability, Zhou Wenyuan himself would be implicated, given his intricate connections to the Dog God Society. After all, Zhao Dali and the other had gone to report to the Dog God Society largely under his direction. This was serious trouble. Understood. Zhou Wenyuan's voice betrayed no emotion. I'll handle this matter. Continue with your findings. Yes. Zhang Chen acknowledged before continuing his report. Synthesizing all these clues, I've developed significant suspicions about Sun Xing. An ordinary high school student whose abilities skyrocketed within just 3 months, accompanied by an equally mysterious rich kid, and even linked to the missing Candle Sparrow Demon King. He must be hiding a colossal secret. Therefore, I've taken the liberty of formulating a second and far bolder hypothesis. Commissioner Zhou, is it possible that Sun Xing's displayed divine disciple power is nothing but a disguise? Could he, in fact, be a demon himself? Zhang Chen's conjecture plunged Zhou Wenyuan on the other end of the line into complete silence. Divine beings and demons follow different paths. This ironclad law is etched into the very bones of every divine disciple and demonic creature. How could a divine disciple ever be on equal footing with a demon king? How could a divine disciple amass such terrifying power in just a few short months? Unless he wasn't a divine follower at all. If Sun Xing were also a demon, then everything would make sense. Zhang Chen's voice carried a hint of excitement. Only demonic beings could mingle with the demon king. Only demonic beings could rapidly advance through that unorthodox cultivation method of devouring and evolving. But Zhou Wenyuan raised his own doubt. Even as a demon, it was impossible to grow from a newly awakened human-demon hybrid to a being capable of slaying a Luchuan realm powerhouse in just a few short months. This also defied the cultivation laws of the demonic race. Unless he had obtained an extraordinary opportunity. Zhang Chen immediately picked up the thread. Though separated by the phone call, their thoughts converged with startling precision at that moment. A single word, one that made their hearts skip a beat, simultaneously surfaced in both their minds. Earth Dragon Essence. Earth Dragon Essence. Zhou Wenyuan and Zhang Chen uttered these 3 words almost in unison. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. On both ends of the line, only the sound of their heavy breathing remained. This conjecture was utterly shocking. And far too tempting. The Earth Dragon Essence, a supreme treasure forged from the essence of an entire dragon vein, nurtured over millennia. Forget them, even a divine lord like Lei Dongtian, or the mighty demon lords of the Heavenly King group, would go mad for it. If this Earth Dragon Essence truly fell into Sun Xing's hands, it would make perfect sense for their power to surge dramatically in such a short time. Chief Shou. Zhang Chen's voice grew hoarse with intense excitement. If our suspicions prove true, this would be an immense achievement. If we could seize the Earth Dragon Essence from Sun Xing's group, whether to hand it over to the Divine Anomalies Bureau headquarters or... Zhang Chen dared not think further. He knew only that his future would be forever altered by this. Zhou Wenyuan remained silent, but his inner turmoil was far more turbulent than Zhang Chen's. Merit? What he ever wanted was never some damn credit. What he craved was freedom. Freedom to break free from the Great King's control and truly live for himself. And this Earth Dragon Essence might be his only and final chance. He understood better than anyone the terrifying power of the Earth Dragon Core. Within it lay an immense energy capable of driving even demon kings and divine lords mad. If he could obtain it. A fiery light, more intense than ever before, flared in Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. Perhaps, with this opportunity, he could gain the qualification to ascend to the Divine Mountain and become a Divine Lord. Then, he might even have the standing to challenge that lofty Great King. He could even turn the tables, trampling the man who had planted a mark within his divine soul beneath his feet. The moment this thought took root, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Calm. He must remain calm. Zhou Wenyuan admonished himself over and over in his mind. This matter concerned his very life and livelihood. There was no room for error. Forcibly suppressing the wild excitement surging within him, he issued an order to Zhang Chen on the other end of the line in a tone brooking no argument. Zhang Chen, listen carefully. Yes, Director Zhou. From this moment on, every single word you spoke to me today, every last one must be buried deep inside you. Not a word to anyone, not even Director Zhang Yang. Understood? Zhang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Though puzzled, he immediately replied, understood. He knew Deputy Director Zhou was going solo. But he didn't care. He knew he had been personally promoted by Deputy Director Zhou. As long as he clung tightly to this powerful ally, he was certain to get his share of the spoils. Very well. Zhou Wenyuan's voice turned cold and decisive. Right now, drop everything you're doing. Gather your most trusted men and keep a close watch on that Sun Xing. Remember, keep watch, don't tip him off. I need to know his every move, who he meets, where he goes, what he says. I want it the moment it happens. Yes. And one more thing, Zhou Wenyuan paused, his voice growing even colder. If, during surveillance, you spot that Candle Sparrow Demon King Xia Li appearing near Sun Xing, report it to me immediately. Do not act rashly. But if Xia Li isn't there, then move immediately. Bring him back to me. Dead or alive. Zhou Wenyuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Candle Sparrow Demon King Xia Li possessed formidable strength. Even he himself would struggle to match her power. But if only those two juniors, Sun Xing and Yi Bai, are present. A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Zhou Wenyuan's mouth. They were nothing but lambs led to the slaughter. He would personally interrogate Sun Xing, prying every detail about the Earth Dragon essence from his mouth. Yes. We will complete the mission. Zhang Chen's reply was firm and resolute. After hanging up, Zhou Wenyuan stood in the deserted corridor, lost in thought for a long while. Gazing out at the deep, dark night beyond the window, he felt his own life mirrored the darkness filled with uncertainty and danger. But this time, he refused to wait passively. He would take the offensive. He would grasp his destiny firmly in his own hands. Chapter 102, You're here to hand over your head. Meanwhile, upon receiving Zhou Wenyuan's orders, Zhang Chen sprang into action immediately. Leveraging all his authority and connections within the Supernatural Bureau, he swiftly tracked down the hotel where Sun Xing was staying. Target, Golden Ding International Hotel, Presidential Suite, Room 8808. All personnel, move out immediately. Zhang Chen stared at the location data on the screen, his eyes flashing with a cold, icy glint. Accompanied by 3 trusted subordinates, all fellow Luchuan realm practitioners, he rode in an inconspicuous black van. Like ghosts in the night, they moved silently toward the Jinding International Hotel. A deadly operation to capture Sun Xing was now underway. At this very moment, Sun Xing remained utterly unaware. He sat cross-legged in the hotel's presidential suite, training with frenzied intensity. The battle at the Lei family manor, the earth-shattering roar of the Lei family patriarch, had brought him unprecedented pressure. Yet, it had also ignited his most primal craving for power. All his focus was now directed at the jet-black thunderbolt staff. His immense divine sense surged like tidal waves, repeatedly washing over the staff's surface, attempting to fully awaken the dormant thunder runes embedded within. This process was intensely taxing on his mind. Yet Sun Xing reveled in it. He could distinctly feel his mastery over the thunderclap staff rapidly increasing at a visible pace. He could even sense the thunderous power within his own body resonating in a wondrous harmony with the thunderclap staff. Man and staff as one. This was the pinnacle of divine weapon mastery. Then, he began cultivating the burning heaven decision. He lost track of time. A faint, icy killing intent appeared without warning in his perception. Sun Xing's eyes snapped open, a flash of lightning darting through his golden pupils. Someone was coming. The door to the hotel's presidential suite was silently opened from the outside using a special technique. For shadowy figures slipped inside like ghosts. Leading them was none other than Zhang Chen, captain of Team 3 of the Supernatural Bureau. His stern face bore no expression, yet his hawk-like eyes instantly locked onto Sun Xing, seated cross-legged on the carpet. Sun Xing? Zhang Chen's voice was icy and hoarse. Sun Xing slowly rose to his feet, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded the 4 uninvited guests. He recognized Zhang Chen. They had crossed paths during the Black Mountain Demon incident. The Supernatural Bureau? What business did they have with him? Captain Zhang, Sun Xing said calmly, his tone devoid of emotion, what brings you and this large group to my room in the dead of night? As he spoke, he discreetly grasped the thunderclap staff, now attuned to his will, within his hand. Nothing major. Zhang Chen forced a smile that looked worse than crying. We just have some matters we'd like to discuss with Brother Sun over a cup of tea at our Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Tea? Sun Xing sneered inwardly. Did this look like an invitation for tea? More like a trap. Sorry, my stomach's been acting up lately. I can't handle your Bureau of the Supernatural's tea. Without a second thought, Sun Xing flatly refused. What kind of joke is this? Sending a demon like me to the headquarters of the Supernatural Bureau, the very place dedicated to slaying demons and exterminating monsters? That'd be like throwing meat buns at a dog, no chance of coming back alive. Though he didn't know their intentions, even a fool could tell it wouldn't be anything good. Had his earlier remarks about the struggle between the clam and the snipe upset someone? Or had they uncovered his true identity? Sun Xing's mind raced. Brother Sun, I advise you not to refuse a kind offer and end up facing the consequences. Zhang Chen's expression darkened instantly, his tone losing all politeness. Our captain personally came to invite you, that's giving you face. An investigator behind him, who looked hot-tempered, stepped forward, pointed at Sun Xing's nose, and barked harshly. Favor? Sun Xing shot him a cold glance. Favor was earned, not given. And who the hell do you think you are, yelling at me like this? You. The investigator flushed crimson at Sun Xing's retort, his divine power surging as he prepared to strike. Hold it. Zhang Chen's low command halted his impulsive subordinate. He turned his gaze back to Sun Xing, his eyes growing profoundly deep, as if he intended to see right through him, inside and out. Sun Xing, let's be clear. There's no need for you to keep up the act. We know everything about you. Zhang Chen's voice cut through the air like a frigid wind from the underworld, causing the temperature in the entire room to plummet several degrees. Sun Xing's heart sank abruptly. They know? What did they know? That he was a demon? Or had the matter of the Earth Dragon essence been exposed as well? Xia Li, Earth Dragon essence, skin-changing demon, Li Feng, Wang Lei. Zhang Chen slowly uttered each name, one by one. With each name uttered, Sun Xing's expression darkened further. By the time Zhang Chen finished, Sun Xing's gaze had turned utterly icy, and an unmasked killing intent radiated from him. He knew this matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. His opponent had come prepared, and with the clear intent to take his life. I'm curious, Sun Xing said coldly, staring at Zhang Chen. How did you find out about this? He had believed his actions were sufficiently concealed. Especially the matter of the Earth Dragon Yuan. Apart from Xia Li and Yi Bai, there was absolutely no way a fourth person could know. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. Zhang Chen sneered coldly. You think your plan is flawless, but before our Divine Anomalies Bureau's powerful intelligence network, no secret can remain hidden. Sun Xing, you colluded with the Demon King and harmed your colleagues. Your crimes are heinous. Now, in my capacity as captain of Team 3 of the Supernatural Bureau, I formally arrest you. I advise you not to resist. Come with us peacefully. Otherwise, blades have no eyes, no mercy for casualties. Zhang Chen spoke as he drew a pair of handcuffs from his robe. Forged from a special metal and engraved with intricate runes, they were the Divine Anomalies Bureau's specialized restraints for powerful supernatural beings. Once fastened, they completely sealed off the wearer. These shackles were specifically designed by the Supernatural Bureau to subdue powerful supernatural beings. Once fastened, they would completely seal off the wearer's energy, rendering them as useless as a cripple. Arrest me? Sun Xing burst out laughing as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. Zhang Chen, did you get your head stuck in a door? You think you can arrest me with this bunch of misfits? You think you're here to arrest me? Sun Xing's eyes instantly filled with mockery and derision. You're here to deliver your own heads. Chapter 103, with just the lot of you? The air in the hotel's presidential suite seemed to freeze solid. The three Ryusen-level investigators behind Zhang Chen could no longer contain their rage after hearing Sun Xing's contemptuous remark about delivering a sacrifice. They were elite agents of the Supernatural Bureau, the sharp blades that slew demons and exorcised evil. Wherever they went, weren't they met with awe and respect? When had they ever been so openly humiliated by a kid who looked like he hadn't even grown any facial hair yet? Foolhardy brat. Today, you'll learn what it means to know your place. The most hot-tempered investigator was the first to lose his composure. He roared, divine power surging through his body as a blade forged from pure flame materialized instantly in his hand. The searing heat warped the surrounding air. Flame slash. Gripping the blade with both hands, he leapt high into the air and brought it down in a sweeping strike. A crimson blade of light, several meters long, blazed toward Sun Xing's head with an all-consuming fury. Simultaneously, the other two moved. Icebound spear. An investigator with a cold, grim expression clasped his hands together. Moisture in the air rapidly condensed, forming an icy spear that glinted with a sinister, chilling light. The spearhead aimed straight for Sun Xing's heart as it shot through the air. Lightning flash. The last man, his hands coiled with crackling lightning, emitted a series of sharp pops. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, moving at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Circling behind Sun Xing, his fists, enveloped in thunder, aimed straight for the vital point at Sun Xing's back. Flaming blade, icy spear, thunderous fist. Three powerful streams of energy, each at the peak of the flow realm, launched a deadly assault on Sun Xing simultaneously from three different directions. Their seamless coordination revealed they were clearly seasoned in joint combat. This combination attack sealed off all of Sun Xing's escape routes, creating a near-certain death trap. They could almost see Sun Xing being instantly torn to shreds and reduced to ashes under this terrifying assault, powerful enough to demolish an entire building. Yet, facing this earth-shattering assault, not a trace of panic flashed across Sun Xing's face. He didn't even feel the slightest urge to fight back. He stood perfectly still, his gaze calmly fixed on the three attacks closing in on him. His gaze was as if he were watching three clowns putting on a ridiculous performance. Is that all? A cold, unmasked sneer even curled the corners of Sun Xing's mouth. Not even worthy of tickling me. The moment the words fell, he moved. Not to dodge, nor to defend, but to attack. He no longer held back his power. A fury-fueled demonic force erupted from his body with overwhelming ferocity. Boom! A dazzling golden radiance instantly enveloped his entire body, bathing the luxurious presidential suite in a golden glow. He hadn't activated his demonic transformation, yet the overbearing aura emanating from the great sage caused the temperature in the entire room to plummet several degrees. Divine weapon technique. Sun Xing growled, channeling his demonic energy and divine consciousness into the thunderclap staff in his hands. Hum! The jet black staff erupted with blinding golden light. The dormant thunder runes along its length seemed to awaken completely in that instant, each one igniting like stars in the night sky. An aura as heavy as mountains and as violent as thunder surged forth from the thunderclap staff. Break! Sun Xing gripped the staff with both hands and, in the simplest, most direct, and most violent manner, swept it horizontally toward the oncoming blade of flame. No flashy techniques, only raw, unadulterated power. Boom! The thunderclap staff and the fiery blade collided violently midair. The crimson blade, powerful enough to cleave a tank in two, crumbled before the thunderclap staff like a block of tofu. Snap! A crisp snap. The blade's glow shattered instantly, scattering into a sky of sparks. The thunder rod, its momentum unabated, continued its relentless descent toward the investigator wielding the flaming blade. What? The investigator's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He could never have imagined that his prideful, full-power strike would be so easily deflected by his opponent. As the lightning-flashed staff loomed larger and larger in his vision, an unprecedented sense of mortal peril engulfed him completely. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. Thud! A dull, thunderous sound, like a watermelon exploding, echoed through the air. The investigator's head was struck squarely by the thunderbolt staff, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Red and white splattered across the ground. His headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. One strike, instant kill. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The other two investigators attacking Sun Xing froze mid-motion, their expressions solidifying in shock. They stared in disbelief at the headless corpse on the floor, then shifted their gaze to the youth wielding the long staff. Covered in blood, he stood like a demon god descended from the heavens, his eyes filled with boundless horror and terror. What the hell kind of monster is this? One strike, and he killed a Ryukawa realm expert? Even Zhang Chen, who had stood by coldly observing the entire time, finally showed a change in his expression. For the first time, genuine gravity flickered in his hawk-like eyes. He knew he had severely underestimated the strength of this young man before him. The intelligence was wrong. This Sun Xing was definitely more than just an ordinary Luchuan realm cultivator. To effortlessly annihilate a peer of equal rank, his power must be approaching the Sea Return realm. He might even be a Guihai realm powerhouse himself. This realization sent a chill through Zhang Chen's heart. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Sun Xing's icy voice, like a death warrant from the underworld, echoed in the ears of the remaining two investigators. He gave them no time to react. His figure flickered as he charged toward the investigator wielding the frost spear. Thunderbolt staff technique. His thunderclap staff whirled, leaving trails of afterimages. Each strike carried the force of a thunderbolt, tearing through the air with deafening booms. The thunderous power within him surged unimpeded through his arms into the staff, unleashing a force several times more devastating than before. Oh no! The investigator was terrified out of his wits. Without a second thought, he hurled the frost spear at Sun Xing with all his might while simultaneously leaping backward to create distance. Yet Sun Xing nearly let out a cold laugh, lightly flicking his thunderclap staff. Clang! The frost spear, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, was deflected by his flick and slammed into the ceiling. Sun Xing's figure followed like a shadow, instantly closing the gap on the fleeing investigator. Die! He swung his staff, striking the investigator's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. The investigator's chest caved in at a terrifying angle. His body flew backward like a... In the blink of an eye, two of the three elite Ryukawa realm investigators were dead. Only one remained, the investigator whose hands flickered with electric light. Now, he was utterly petrified. He stood frozen in place, staring at the corpses of his two comrades who had met their gruesome ends before his eyes in mere seconds. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and a stream of yellow liquid flowed down his pant leg, pooling on the floor. He had literally pissed himself in terror. Useless. Sun Xing shot him a glance, his eyes cold and devoid of pity. Step by step, he approached the investigator who had lost all will to fight. No, don't kill me. The investigator finally snapped out of it, letting out a desperate wail. He turned to flee. But how could Sun Xing possibly give him that chance? Freeze! Sun Xing unleashed the great sage's divine power, the immobilization technique. The investigator's body stiffened abruptly, frozen solid in place, frozen in mid-flight, unable to move an inch. His eyes brimmed with boundless terror and dread. Sun Xing stepped before him, raising the thunderbolt staff high in his hand. Stop! At that moment, Zhang Chen, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His stern face was now covered in a frosty glare. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than that of his three subordinates combined, erupted from him, the overwhelming presence of a peak-level Ryusen realm cultivator. He fixed Sun Xing with a deathly stare, his voice as cold as steel. "Release him, and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 104, Tastes Good. A quick death? Sun Xing turned his head as if hearing the most absurd joke, his gaze fixed on Zhang Chen's icy expression, brimming with mockery and derision. "Zhang Chen, did you get your head stuck in a door? Do you even have the right to negotiate with me now?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thunderclap staff in his hand came crashing down without hesitation. Boom! The investigator, frozen in place, didn't even have time to scream before his head exploded like an overripe watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across Zhang Chen's face. Zhang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He glared at Sun Xing, the rage in his chest nearly consuming his reason. "You're asking for death." The words were ground out between his teeth, his voice thick with endless venom and murderous intent. He had no more hesitation. He knew this matter could not be resolved peacefully today. "It's either you die or I perish." Boom! Zhang Chen's figure vanished instantly from where he stood. The next second, he materialized before Sun Xing. He unleashed a punch. That seemingly ordinary fist was enveloped in a layer of golden divine power so dense it seemed almost tangible. With the force capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, it slammed viciously toward Sun Xing's face. A full power strike from the peak of the Ryukowo realm. The force behind this single punch far surpassed the combined might of his three subordinates. The very air groaned under the immense pressure of the blow. Yet, facing this earth-shattering blow, Sun Xing neither dodged nor retreated. He met it head-on with a fist of his own. Golden demonic energy and silver thunder intertwined and coiled around his fist, forming a force even more frenzied and utterly devastating. Boom! Two fists, both enveloped in golden light, collided violently mid-air. A terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward from the two combatants, spreading wildly in all directions. Every pane of glass in the entire presidential suite shattered instantly. The walls were covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if they might collapse at any moment. Thud! 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 Sun Xing and Zhang Chen both staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining their footing. A dead heat. How could this be? Zhang Chen stared at Sun Xing, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was a peak-tier powerhouse at the Ryukowo realm. He was but a single step away from entering the Sea Return realm. He had absolute confidence in the power of his punch. Yet this kid before him had actually taken his punch head-on without flinching? What the hell was this guy's body made of? Is that all he's got? Sun Xing shook his slightly numb fist, a look of disappointment crossing his face. "I thought you, as the team captain, would be something special. Turns out, you're nothing special. You." Zhang Chen's face flushed crimson at Sun Xing's retort, his anger flaring. "Kid, don't get cocky. Today, I will kill you." He roared and charged forward once more. Divine power manifestation, Vajra staff. His hands formed seals as divine power surged wildly within him. A Vajra staff, formed from pure divine power and shimmering with golden light, materialized out of thin air. With an aura of authority that could subdue all things, it crashed down fiercely toward Sun Xing. "Bring it on!" Battle intent surged in Sun Xing's eyes. He was eager to test where his current limits truly lay. Vajra body. He pushed his demonic power to its absolute limit, instantly enveloping his body in a faint golden aura. Simultaneously, the thunderclap staff in his grasp erupted once more with dazzling bolts of lightning. Thunderbolt staff technique, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. With a single strike, he met the descending Vajra staff with a force as mighty as 10,000 thunderbolts. Boom! Staff and mace collided once more with a thunderous crash. This time, an energy storm erupted, more terrifying than any previous clash. The entire floor of the presidential suite was literally peeled away. Crack! A sharp crack echoed. Zhang Chen's indestructible Vajra staff, under the thunderous blow of the thunderclap staff, actually developed a tiny crack. Put! Zhang Chen was struck with such force that he spat out a mouthful of blood, sent flying backward, and smashed a gaping hole through the load-bearing wall behind him. He struggled to rise, but after several failed attempts, he collapsed. He had lost. Defeated utterly. Sun Xing, wielding the thunderclap staff, stepped forward slowly toward Zhang Chen, who lay collapsed amid the rubble. He looked down at the once arrogant captain of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau with icy eyes, devoid of any emotion. "Now, who do you think came here to throw away their life? Who are you?" Zhang Chen stared at Sun Xing, his eyes filled with terror and resentment. He couldn't fathom why he had lost. Why had he fallen to an unknown nobody? "Who I am doesn't matter." Sun Xing's voice was calm. "What matters is who sent you here. Don't expect to get any information out of me." Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, his face set in resolve. "Is that so?" A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Sun Xing's mouth. He extended his foot and stomped down hard on Zhang Chen's uninjured arm. Snap! The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly. "Ah!" Zhang Chen let out a piercing scream, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. "I'll ask again, who sent you?" Sun Xing's voice remained calm, yet it felt like a cold blade stabbing deep into Zhang Chen's heart. Just kill me. Zhang Chen trembled in agony, yet his words remained defiant. Kill you? Sun Xing laughed. That would be too easy for you. He raised his foot and stomped down hard on Zhang Chen's other leg. Snap. Ah! A piercing scream echoed once more through the empty floor, sounding eerily chilling. I'll talk. Under Sun Xing's inhuman torture, Zhang Chen finally broke down. His so-called integrity and loyalty proved utterly worthless in the face of absolute agony. It was Deputy Director Zhou. He uttered the name in a trembling voice. Zhou Wan Yuan? A flicker of understanding passed through Sun Xing's eyes. It was him, after all. He not only wanted to kill me, but also sought the Earth Dragon essence within my body, correct? Sun Xing pressed on. Yes. Zhang Chen nodded with difficulty. He already knows. The Earth Dragon essence is on your body. Very well. Sun Xing nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He crouched down, staring at Zhang Chen as if he were already dead. Thank you for your cooperation. You promised to give me a quick death. Zhang Chen looked at Sun Xing, his eyes filled with pleading. I did promise. Sun Xing nodded. But I never said when. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he thrust his claws forward without hesitation, slicing open Zhang Chen's chest. A heart still faintly beating, brimming with colossal divine power, appeared before him. You? Zhang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched helplessly while his own heart was ripped from his chest. Then, in endless terror and despair, he watched as Sun Xing, without a moment's hesitation, shoved that heart into his own mouth. Crunch! Crunch! Sun Xing chewed expressionlessly, blood trickling slowly from the corners of his mouth. He stared into Zhang Chen's eyes, which were gradually losing their light, and said coldly. Deputy Director Zhou's dog tastes quite good. Chapter 105, Your head is mine. Zhang Chen died. He died with his eyes wide open. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how he, a captain of the 3rd Squad of the Supernatural Bureau, a peak-level powerhouse in the Ryukawa realm, could meet such a wretched end. Not only did his mission fail, but he was tortured to death, his heart ripped out and devoured on the spot. It was an utter disgrace. Sun Xing chewed the heart in his mouth expressionlessly, savoring its immense divine power. It must be said, the heart of a peak Ryukawa realm powerhouse tasted far superior to those previous inferior specimens. Its energy was also far purer. Boom! A surge of energy more terrifying than any he'd ever experienced erupted violently within him. If devouring the hearts of those 3 Ryusan realm investigators had merely fed a small stream into a great river, then devouring Zhang Chen's peak Luchuan realm heart was like that great river crashing directly into the boundless ocean. Ugh! Sun Xing couldn't help but let out a pained yet exhilarated howl to the heavens. He felt his body like a balloon being relentlessly inflated, every inch of flesh and bone being violently reshaped and fortified by that raging energy. His demonic power surged upward at a visible pace. The bottleneck of the half-demon 6th transformation crumbled before this force, fragile as thin paper, shattered in an instant. Half-demon 7th transformation. Propelled by the colossal surge of energy, his cultivation realm finally broke through once more. A terrifying aura, several times more powerful than before, radiated from him, causing the entire precarious floor to tremble. Yet, it was not over. Just as Sun Xing's cultivation stabilized at the 7th transformation of the half-demon, another transformation occurred. He could distinctly sense that within his body, beyond the overpowering golden demonic energy belonging to the Great Sage, the raging thunder energy, and the 2 faint primordial forces of water and fire, a completely new force had emerged. It was a golden force brimming with sharpness and a murderous aura. It was Zhang Chen's primordial divine power. Vajra power. After devouring his heart, he had also absorbed his primordial divine power, transforming it into his own. This discovery filled Sun Xing with overwhelming joy. Thunder, water, fire, metal. The special powers he had awakened were growing ever more numerous. Demon Sequence 000, Great Sage. This cheat code was simply too god tier. Devouring demonic creatures could evolve his demonic physique and enhance his demonic power. Devouring divine disciples even allowed him to plunder their primordial essence and harness it as his own. This is nothing short of annihilating both gods and demons. Sun Xing's heart swelled with unprecedented ambition and resolve. He could already envision the near future, thunder in his left hand, flames in his right, water beneath his feet, golden light crowning his head transformed into the Great Sage, utterly routing all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Sun Xing was immersed in the exhilaration of his surging power, a frantic ringtone suddenly pierced the air. Sun Xing's gaze fell upon the mangled corpse of Zhang Chen lying nearby. The ringing emanated from his pocket. A thought struck Sun Xing. He walked over and pulled the still vibrating phone from Zhang Chen's pocket. The caller ID displayed an encrypted number with no saved contact information. But Sun Xing knew without a doubt who was calling. He glanced at the corpse lying on the ground, its eyes still wide open in death, and a cold smile curled his lips. Then he pressed the answer button. Hello? Zhang Chen, how's the mission going? On the other end came the steady, yet slightly impatient voice of a middle-aged man. It was Zhou Wenyuan, deputy director of the Supernatural Bureau. He had already received Zhang Chen's report confirming Sun Xing's location. In his view, with Zhang Chen's peak Luchuan realm strength, plus 3 trusted subordinates also at the Luchuan realm, dealing with an obscure youngster should be a piece of cake. He was calling now to inquire about the outcome, so he could proceed with the next phase of the plan. Yet, the voice on the other end was not the one he was familiar with. Instead, a young, eerily calm voice spoke. Deputy Director Zhou? Zhou Wenyuan's brow furrowed sharply. Not Zhang Chen? Who is this? His voice instantly turned wary. Ha! A low chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. That laughter was filled with undisguised mockery and murderous intent. You want to kill me, yet you don't even know who I am? Deputy Director Zhou, your memory isn't what it used to be. Boom! The words exploded like a thunderclap in Zhou Wenyuan's mind. His pupils suddenly contracted, his face etched with disbelief and horror. Sun Xing. It's actually Sun Xing. Why would he answer Zhang Chen's call? Where was Zhang Chen? Could it be? A terrifying thought began to take root in Zhou Wenyuan's mind. He dared not think further. Without a moment's hesitation, he hung up the phone. Beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Sun Xing's face twisted into a cold, disdainful smirk. Zhou Wenyan was decisive, at least. But do you think hanging up the phone means you're off the hook? The game has only just begun. Sun Xing tossed the phone onto the floor and crushed it under his foot. He knew that he and Zhou Wenyuan had now completely severed ties. From now on, the other side would undoubtedly use every means at their disposal to come after him. But he didn't care. The Supernatural Bureau was severely weakened by its internal strife with the Lei family, suffering from a critical shortage of manpower. Even if Zhou Wenyuan wanted to target him, he likely couldn't spare many men. Moreover, his current strength was no longer what it once was. His half-demon 7th transformation physique, his stream realm divine consciousness, and the 4 primal forces of thunder, water, fire, and metal. Even if a sea-returning realm powerhouse came, he dared to face them. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Zhou Wenyuan, you just wait. Your head is already mine. But first things first, he must escape this place of strife. Sun Xing cast a glance at the presidential suite, now utterly reduced to ruins. Without lingering, his figure flickered and he leapt through the gaping hole in the wall, vanishing into the vast night. His decision to confront Zhou Wenyuan head-on stemmed from an even more crucial motive. He intended to take advantage of the chaos in Jincheng to fish in troubled waters. The conflict between the Supernatural Bureau and the Lei family was escalating. The forces lurking behind the scenes were stirring restlessly. The entire city of Jincheng was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere, like a storm gathering on the horizon. For him, this was a crisis but equally, an opportunity. Only in the most chaotic times could the mightiest heroes emerge. He, Sun Xing, would become that ultimate power. Chapter 106, Follow Me. Special Cultivation Chamber, Divine Anomaly Bureau. Yi Bai sat cross-legged, a faint, chilling aura swirling around him. Behind him, the pitch-black ghost gate flickered in and out of view. 2 ghost officers, the black and white impermanents, each holding chains, stood silently flanking him like door gods. Ever since absorbing the earth dragon essence and breaking through to the flowing river realm, Yi Bai felt his life had reached its pinnacle. Now, his favorite daily activity was staying in the Divine Anomalies Bureau's cultivation chamber. He reveled in the ceaseless flow of divine power surging within him, watching the ghost officers he summoned grow more solid and powerful with each passing day. This feeling was awesome. Ha! I truly am the chosen one. Remember when I was just a greenhorn too scared to kill even a demon? Now I'm a big shot at the flowing river realm. The Lei clan? The great and little kings? Once I break through to the divine lord realm, I'll wipe you all out. Yi Bai basked in the sweet fantasy within his mind. He'd even begun scheming. Once he became a divine lord, should he first capture a few beautiful female demons as maids, or should he first take that old bastard of the Lei family and grind him into the ground? Ha! The mere thought of that old bastard Lei Dongtian kneeling at his feet, begging for mercy, made Yi Bai burst out laughing. Just as he was lost in his daydream, utterly captivated by his own fantasies. Bam! The heavy door of the cultivation room, forged from special metal, was kicked open from the outside. A tall woman in a form-fitting black combat suit, radiating an icy aura, slowly stepped inside. Her hair was cut short and sharp, her face cold and beautiful, her eyes piercing like knives. A powerful divine energy fluctuation surged from her body, strong enough to make Yi Bai's heart race. Damn it! Who the hell is that? So rude! Yi Bai's pleasant dream was abruptly shattered, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. He opened his eyes, ready to explode, but the moment he recognized the intruder, his irritation instantly melted into a fawning smile. Sis Qin Qinlan? Yi Bai's voice even stuttered slightly. Why are you here? The woman before him was no ordinary person. Her name was Qin Lan, one of the 4 elite investigators at the Jincheng branch of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Her awakened divine sequence was 076, Fist of Fury, and her strength had long since reached the Sea Return realm. She was one of the most formidable fighters in the entire Supernatural Bureau, second only to Director Zhang Yang. Legend had it she once single-handedly smashed a great demon's skull with her bare fists. Her fearsome reputation was well known, few within the Supernatural Bureau dared to cross her. A rookie like Yi Bai dared not even breathe heavily in her presence. Xinlan remained silent, merely appraising Yi Bai from head to toe with her icy eyes. Her gaze was devoid of emotion, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Yi Bai felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, utterly uncomfortable. "Sister Xinlan, did you need something from me?" Yi Bai asked cautiously. "Deputy Director Zhou wishes to see you." Xinlan finally spoke, her voice as cold and crisp as she was. "Deputy Director Zhou?" Yi Bai froze for a moment. "Zhou Wenyuan? That deputy director renowned for his iron-fisted tactics and demonic hatred? What could he possibly want with me? Hadn't he done anything wrong lately? Could it be about old Sun?" Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. He recalled Sun Xing's earlier warning: the Supernatural Affairs Bureau wasn't a monolithic entity. This Deputy Director Zhou didn't seem like a good person. "Sister Xinlan, what does Deputy Director Zhou want with me?" Yi Bai forced a smile that looked worse than crying, trying to pry some information out of him. "You'll find out when you get there." Xinlan didn't give him the chance. "Come with me." With that, she turned and headed toward the door. Yi Bai watched her unquestioning back, his heart pounding. Go, or not go? This ing question was a death sentence. Go, and I might die. Not going meant certain death now. Yi Bai wrestled with himself for 0.01 seconds before finally choosing to follow his heart. No choice, he couldn't fight back. With a grimace, he reluctantly followed behind Xinlan. Xinlan remained silent the entire way, and Yi Bai dared not ask any questions. The cultivation room was located on the third basement level, while Zhou Wenyuan's office occupied the top floor. The two rode the dedicated high-speed elevator upward. The atmosphere in the elevator was oppressively heavy. Yi Bai felt like a condemned prisoner being led to the execution ground, breathing with utmost caution. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Xinlan led Yi Bai out of the elevator. The top-floor corridor was carpeted in plush red, its walls adorned with valuable calligraphy and paintings a world apart from the tech-driven, austere atmosphere of the lower floors. This was the true power center of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. Xinlan stopped before a door bearing the plaque Deputy Director's office. She knocked on the door. "Come in." A steady, middle-aged male voice came from inside. Xinlan pushed open the door and addressed the figure inside with respectful deference. "Director Zhou, the person is here." Then she stepped aside and gestured for Yi Bai to enter. Yi Bai steeled himself and stepped inside. The office was spacious, decorated in an antique style that exuded scholarly elegance. A middle-aged man wearing a Zhongshan suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined and scholarly, sat behind a large rosewood desk, smiling at him. This was Zhou Wenyuan, Deputy Director of the Supernatural Affairs Bureau. "Yi Bai, you've arrived." Zhou Wenyuan's face bore a warm smile, making him appear like a kind elder. Sit down, sit down. Don't stand there." He gestured toward the chair in front of the desk, inviting Yi Bai to sit. Yi Bai observed his seemingly harmless demeanor, yet his guard remained firmly up. He couldn't shake the feeling that behind that smile lurked an invisible blade. "Deputy Director Zhou, hello." Yi Bai sat down stiffly, daring only to rest half his weight on the chair. "No need to be so tense." Zhou Wenyuan smiled and personally poured Yi Bai a cup of tea. "I called you here today for no other reason than to have a chat. I hear you recently performed a great service at Longzhou Mountain. To reach the flowing river realm at such a young age, truly formidable young talent, truly formidable." Zhou Wenyuan's face was full of admiration. Yet Yi Bai felt no joy at all as he listened to the praise. He couldn't shake the feeling that this old fox was setting a trap for him. "Deputy Director Zhou, you flatter me. I was just lucky." Yi Bai replied modestly. Luck is part of one's capabilities, after all." Zhou Wenyuan sipped his tea, then abruptly changed the subject. "By the way, I hear you're on good terms with that independent cultivator named Sun Xing? Here it comes. Here comes the real topic." Yi Bai's heart instantly leapt to his throat. Chapter 107, Earth Dragon Essence, we're splitting it. Sun Xing? Hearing that name, Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive as he feigned confusion. "Oh, you mean that informant I worked with on a mission? We're just casual acquaintances, nothing special." He tried to distance himself from Sun Xing. He knew that since Zhou Wenyuan was asking this, he must already know something. Right now, the more he said, the more likely he was to slip up. The best approach was to play dumb. "Is that so?" Zhou Wenyuan watched Yi Bai's obvious attempt to deny the obvious, and the smile on his face turned slightly amused. "But I've heard that the two of you were practically inseparable. He even ventured alone into Longzhou Mountain to save you. Even that long-lost candle sparrow demon king, Xia Li, had a deep connection with him." Zhou Wenyuan slowly laid out each piece of information, one by one. With each revelation, Yi Bai's expression darkened further. By the time Zhou Wenyuan finished, a fine sheen of cold sweat had broken out on Yi Bai's forehead. He knew he couldn't keep up the charade any longer. The other party had thoroughly investigated their background. Deputy Director Zhou, what exactly are you trying to say? Yi Bai's voice was dry and strained. He felt like a monkey stripped bare, with no secrets left hidden from the other man. You know exactly what I want to say. Zhou Wenyuan's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening like two razor-sharp blades, almost slicing Yi Bai open. Yi Bai, I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me everything you know about Sun Xing, about Xia Li, about Long Yuan. Otherwise. He didn't finish the sentence, but the threat in his eyes was unmistakable. Yi Bai's heart sank to the depths. He knew that today, his fate was likely grim. His thoughts turned to Sun Xing. That brother who seemed cold and distant most of the time, yet always stood in front of him when it mattered most. He thought of Xia Li. That domineering, cold-hearted goddess who had saved him countless times. He couldn't betray them. A surge of courage, its source unknown, welled up within Yi Bai. He lifted his head, meeting Zhou Wenyuan's icy stare, and gritted his teeth. I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Earth Dragon Essence? I've never even heard of it. I know nothing about Sun Xing and Xia Li either. If you want to kill me, just do it. Stop ing talking. Yi Bai stiffened his neck, his face etched with a death-defying resolve. This was the first time in his life he'd ever shown such backbone. Zhou Wenyuan stared at his unyielding, death-defying stance and froze for a moment. Then, he smiled. A smile that was both joyful and cruel. Spine. He clapped his hands in admiration. What I like most are young people with backbone like yours. As he spoke, he rose to his feet and walked toward Yi Bai. Then, under Yi Bai's horrified gaze, he slowly raised his hand. Smack! A resounding slap landed hard across Yi Bai's face. The force of the blow sent Yi Bai flying from his chair, crashing into the wall before tumbling to the floor. Stars danced before his eyes as one side of his face swelled up. Put! He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with 2 teeth. You dare hit me. Yi Bai was both shocked and furious. Hit you? Zhou Wenyuan looked down on him from above, as if observing a pitiful insect. Today, I won't just beat you, I'll kill you. He said this, giving Lan standing by the door a meaningful glance. Lan immediately understood, walked over, and lifted Yi Bai off the ground like a little chicken before slamming him hard onto a cold iron chair. Zhou Wenyuan. You bastard. If you dare touch me, the Yi family won't let you off. Yi Bai began spewing threats without restraint. The Yi family? Zhou Wenyuan snorted derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt. A long-declined family, nothing but an empty shell left with money. You think I care? He spoke as he pulled a black box resembling a medical kit from his desk drawer. He opened it to reveal rows of bizarre, coldly gleaming instruments of torture. There were whips with barbed hooks, blood-stained forceps, and other things Yi Bai had never even seen before, things that made his scalp crawl just looking at them. Yi Bai, I'll ask you one last time. Zhou Wenyuan picked up a slender, silver-glinting steel needle and waved it before Yi Bai. Where is the Earth Dragon Essence? Yi Bai stared at the needle, trembling violently. The courage he had just mustered evaporated instantly in the face of these terrifying instruments of torture. He was terrified. He was truly terrified. He didn't want to die. And he certainly didn't want to endure such inhuman torment before dying. I. Yi Bai's voice trembled with tears. I'll say anything, I'll say everything. If only we'd done this sooner, wouldn't it all be over? Zhou Wenyuan smiled with satisfaction. You insisted on refusing the wine and choosing the punishment instead. Speak up. Where is the Earth Dragon Essence? It's inside our bellies. Yi Bai managed to say. The 3 of us, we've already divided it up and absorbed it. What? Zhou Wenyuan's smile froze instantly. He stared at Yi Bai in disbelief, his voice cracking. Absorbed? You absorbed the Earth Dragon Essence? Yes. Yi Bai nodded. Zhou Wenyuan's expression instantly turned grim. He froze for a moment, then a torrent of rage erupted from his chest. Wasteful. You bunch of wasteful fools. He trembled with rage. Earth Dragon Essence. That was an unparalleled treasure, forged from the essence of an entire dragon vein over 1,000 years. Something powerful enough to drive even demon kings and divine lords mad. His only hope to break free from the Great King's control and reclaim his freedom. And now, these 3 wet behind the ears youngsters were treating it like candy, sharing it among themselves? How could he not be enraged? Yet, after the peak of his fury, a strange, savage grin spread across his face. Ha! He stared at Yi Bai, letting out a series of low, bone-chilling laughs. Absorbed? So be it. Absorbed, well then. Yi Bai watched his maddened expression, a wave of intense unease rising within him. What do you want to do? What? Zhou Wenyuan's smile grew increasingly icy. Reclaim it, of course. Chapter 108, Touch my brother, and you're asking for it. Reclaim? Yi Bai froze upon hearing those 2 words. What do you mean, recovered? It's already in our stomachs, how could we possibly recover it? Are you suggesting we should just spit it back out? He blurted out instinctively, his tone laced with a hint of relief at having narrowly escaped disaster. In his view, since the items had already been absorbed, no matter how furious Zhou Wenyuan was, he couldn't do anything to them now. Surely he couldn't just kill them? After all, he was a full-fledged member of the Supernatural Bureau and the sole heir of the Yi family. He refused to believe Zhou Wenyuan would risk headquarters investigation to kill him outright. Yet he was still too naive. He had no idea he was facing a madman so utterly depraved that he'd stop at nothing to obtain power. Spit it out? Zhou Wenyuan watched Yi Bai's innocent expression, his cold smile growing deeper. Too slow. And far too wasteful. He spoke as he retrieved an object from the box filled with torture instruments. It was a peculiar-looking device. Resembling a small funnel crafted from an unknown metal, its lower section was connected to a slender, hollow metal tube that glinted with a sinister, icy sheen. At the tip of the tube sat an extremely sharp, drill-like spike. The entire contraption radiated an aura of evil and bloodshed. Zhou Wenyuan, what are you doing? Yi Bai stared at the bizarre torture device, finally sensing something was terribly wrong. A chill rising from the depths of his soul surged through him. Don't be afraid. Zhou Wenyuan's face wore a demonic grin. It'll be over soon. It won't hurt a bit. He spoke as he aimed the bizarre torture device at the spot where Yi Bai's heart lay. No. Don't. Yi Bai finally grasped the other's intent, terrified out of his wits, and began struggling frantically. But his body was pinned down by Qin Lan on the iron chair, completely immobilized. He could only watch helplessly as the drill-like spike drew closer and closer to his heart. Thud. A faint sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The sharp metal tube pierced Yi Bai's chest without resistance, precisely driving itself into his violently beating heart. Ugh! Yi Bai let out a piercing, inhuman scream. His body arched violently, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Indescribable agony radiated from his heart throughout his entire body. He felt as though his very soul was being torn to shreds by this agony. Yet this was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that he could clearly feel the blood within his body, the purest essence of his life, the heart's blood imbued with the power of the earth dragon being drawn drop by drop from his heart through that hollow metal tube. Drip! Drip! The crimson blood, still glistening with a hint of golden light, flowed slowly down the metal tube, dripping into a crystal-clear glass vessel Zhou Wenyuan had prepared beforehand. With each drop that fell, Yi Bai's complexion grew paler. With every drop that fell, the strength within him ebbed away. He felt his life slipping away, bit by bit, along with that blood. See? A sickly fervor and excitement spread across Zhou Wenyuan's face. He gazed at the golden blood in the glass vessel, its alluring sheen captivating him as if he were admiring the most perfect work of art. Though much of its essence was wasted by being absorbed by you worthless fools. But it doesn't matter. Once I collect the heart blood of all three of you and refine it using my unique secret technique, I will still obtain the purest dragon essence. His voice brimmed with greed and madness. Yi Bai's consciousness began to blur. Staring at Zhou Wenyuan's face, twisted with excitement, Yi Bai's eyes brimmed with endless despair and venomous hatred. He could never have imagined that his final moments would end this way. Used as a blood bag, drained dry of his very heart's blood until death. This was more agonizing and humiliating than being killed with a single blow. He regretted it. He regretted his own spinelessness. Had he held out just a little longer, perhaps this would not have been his fate. Alas, the world knows no ifs. Rest assured, I won't let you die so quickly. Zhou Wenyuan seemed to sense Yi Bai's despair. He slapped Yi Bai's face and whispered in his ear with a demonic tone. I'll drain your blood slowly, drop by drop. You'll slowly, in endless agony and weakness, walk toward death. This is the fate you deserve for squandering my treasure. As for your so-called good buddy, Sun Xing. A cold smile curled the corners of Zhou Wenyuan's mouth. Once I'm done with you, he'll be next. I'll make him watch you die before my eyes. Then, I'll make him taste the same despair in exactly the same way. No. Yi Bai mustered his last ounce of strength to force a single word from his throat. Tears of regret welled in his eyes. I'm sorry, old son. It was me who ruined you. After uttering these words, his head lolled to the side as he slipped into unconsciousness. Zhou Wenyuan looked down at the unconscious Yi Bai and snorted coldly with disdain. He paid no further attention to this worthless man, focusing all his attention instead on the glass vessel holding the heart's blood. He could sense the immense life energy contained within. If only he could obtain it. An unprecedented, searing light erupted from his eyes. He could already envision himself breaking through to become a divine lord, trampling that lofty great king beneath his feet. Freedom! The freedom he had craved for countless years was now within his grasp. For this goal, he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter not just Yi Bai, but the entire city of Jincheng itself. In the night, Sun Xing's figure darted through the city's buildings like a ghostly apparition. After leaving the Jinding International Hotel, he neither returned home nor went elsewhere. He knew Zhou Wenyuan, having suffered such a crushing defeat, would never let it rest. That old fox was cunning and ruthless. He would undoubtedly spare no effort to exact revenge. And the greatest bargaining chip he could wield was Yi Bai. Sun Xing's heart sank abruptly. He hadn't thought things through thoroughly enough. If Zhou Wenyuan dared to target him, he would certainly go after Yi Bai too. Though Yi Bai now possessed the strength of the flowing river realm in the treacherous den of the Divine Anomalies Bureau, he was utterly insignificant before a cunning old fox like Zhou Wenyuan. Damn it! Sun Xing cursed inwardly. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Yi Bai's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. The cold, mechanical voice of the system announcement echoed through the phone. Sun Xing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Something's wrong. Yi Bai must have gotten into trouble. A flash of panic and self-reproach flickered in Sun Xing's eyes. It was all his fault, he'd been too careless. He'd thought that with his enhanced abilities, he could act without restraint. But he'd forgotten that in this world, the most terrifying thing is never overwhelming power, it's the treacherous nature of human hearts. Just as Sun Xing was consumed by panic, unsure of what to do, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a text message from an unknown number. The message contained only a video link. Sun Xing's heart skipped a beat as a strong sense of foreboding washed over him. He took a deep breath and clicked the link. The video was dimly lit, as if filmed in a secret chamber. In the scene, Yi Bai was bound in suspended mid-air, covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. A strange metal tube was inserted into his chest. Golden droplets of blood trickled down the tube, slowly dripping into a glass container below. His breath was faint to the extreme, as if he might cease breathing at any moment. Yi Bai. Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted, and a torrent of rage erupted from his chest. His golden eyes instantly turned blood red, and an unmasked killing intent radiated from him, making the surrounding air feel as if it were freezing solid. At the end of the video, a familiar face wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared before the camera. It was Zhou Wenyuan. He stared into the camera, a cold, smug smile playing on his lips. Sun Xing, have you seen what your good friend has become? Doesn't it break your heart? Want to save him? Then come to the 7th secret base in the western part of the city. I'll be waiting for you there. Remember, you only have 1 hour. If you're late or try any tricks, your buddy, your best friend, will bleed out and die. Ha! The video abruptly ended, cut off by Zhou Wenyuan's bone-chilling laughter. Thud! Sun Xing's fist slammed hard into the wall beside him. The solid concrete wall was shattered by his blow, leaving a gaping hole. Zhou Wenyuan. Sun Xing ground the name out between clenched teeth, his voice thick with endless murderous intent and icy coldness. The Supernatural Bureau. These so-called champions of justice, their actions were so despicable, so vile. They were more beastly than those creatures who acted purely on instinct. He knew it was a trap. A trap set specifically for him, a den of danger. Zhou Wenyuan must have already set up an inescapable trap at that so-called secret base, just waiting for me to walk right into it. What should I do now? Xia Li was still in seclusion, striving to break through to a higher realm utterly unreliable. Going alone to infiltrate the Divine Anomaly Bureau's secret base? Wouldn't that be suicide? Reason told him the best choice now was to flee Jincheng immediately, find a place to hide, and return for revenge only when his strength was sufficient. But Sun Xing's mind flashed back to Yi Bai's face, usually smug and cocky, yet in critical moments, he'd step forward without hesitation to shield Sun Xing. Old Sun, you go first. I'll cover your retreat. Old Sun, with me here, no one will lay a finger on you. Old Sun, we're brothers. Each phrase echoed in Sun Xing's ears. A surge of blood rushed straight to his head. Screw reason. Screw the lion's den. No one touches my brothers. Zhou Wenyuan, you just wait. Today, even if I have to punch a hole through the sky, I'll rescue Yi Bai. A mad gleam flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. He hesitated not a moment longer. He charged to the roadside, spotted a black SUV parked there, and without a second thought, smashed the window with a punch and climbed inside. He ripped the wiring out with brutal force, then rewired it. Buzz. The engine roared to life. Sun Xing slammed his foot on the accelerator. The SUV roared like a raging beast, tearing toward the western outskirts of the city at breakneck speed. He knew this journey meant facing certain death. But he feared nothing. Because he was Sun Xing. Today, he would show these so-called gods what true, unrestrained might truly meant. Dare to touch my brother, and you're asking for death. Chapter 109, Into the Lion's Den I Go. The night wind howled as the black SUV raced madly down deserted streets, its roaring engine shattering the city's silence. Sun Xing's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on his knuckles. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, as if he could burn through the darkness itself. His mind raced with unprecedented clarity. Rage had not consumed his reason. On the contrary, he was more lucid than ever. Zhou Wenyuan, Deputy Director of the Supernatural Bureau. This position meant the resources and power he could command were absolutely terrifying. Secret base number 7? Even a fool could see the place was now swarming with the Bureau's elite, bristling with high-tech surveillance equipment and powerful talismanic arrays. To charge in so brazenly would be tantamount to suicide. Forcing my way in is the worst possible option. He had to devise a plan, a clever one. Sun Xing drove while mentally calculating his trump cards. His half-demon, 7th-stage transformed physique had elevated both his strength and defense to unprecedented heights. His divine perception at the Ryusen realm, combined with the Great Sun breathing technique, granted him senses and mental power far surpassing those of his peers. The 4 primordial forces thunder, water, fire, and metal were still faint, yet they might prove unexpectedly useful in critical moments. Then there were the various divine abilities of the Great Sage, immobilization techniques, the Vajra body, divine weapon arts. These were his pillars of strength. But his opponent's strength was equally formidable. Zhou Wenyuan himself possessed unfathomable power, at least a master of the Sea Return realm, and possibly even a divine lord. Then there was Qinlan, the woman who could crush a great demon's skull with a single punch. Add to that the unknown number of elite investigators from the Divine Anomaly Bureau. This battle would be no walk in the park. Sun Xing's gaze fell upon the pitch-black thunderclap staff resting in the passenger seat. Perhaps he could first create chaos to catch them off guard. A reckless plan began to take shape in his mind. He thought of Xia Li. If that mad woman were here, things might be much simpler. With her Demon King level power, charging straight in would likely make Zhou Wenyuan think twice. Sun Xing instinctively dialed Xia Li's number. As expected, her phone was still turned off. She was still in seclusion. Unreliable. It seemed today's battle would have to be fought alone. Sun Xing took a deep breath, placing all his hopes squarely on his own shoulders. He pushed aside all distracting thoughts, focusing his entire attention on the road ahead. The off-road vehicle headed west, quickly leaving the bustling city behind and entering the desolate suburbs. Using the vague background information revealed in Zhou Wenyuan's video and the built-in map navigation on his phone, Sun Xing quickly pinpointed the approximate location of the 7th secret base. It was an abandoned military restricted zone nestled among the mountains. From the outside, it appeared as nothing more than a desolate wasteland of crumbling ruins. Yet Sun Xing's keen eyes clearly discerned that beneath this ruin lay a massive underground fortress, cast from steel and concrete. The entire fortress was enveloped by a powerful energy shield, completely isolating it from the outside world. Countless subtle yet potent auras lurked in every corner of the fortress. This place was indeed a den of danger. Sun Xing parked his vehicle in a concealed mountain hollow several kilometers from the base, then crept forward silently. He concealed himself on a hillside, suppressing every trace of his presence. Like the most patient hunter, he watched his prey in utter stillness. The base had only one entrance. A heavy alloy door disguised as an abandoned air raid shelter. 8 fully armed members of the Supernatural Bureau stood guard at the entrance. Each exuded a steady aura, their temples bulging prominently, clear signs they were all masters at the Dripwater realm or above. Surrounding them were various high-tech surveillance devices, infrared, thermal imaging, energy sensors covering every angle without blind spots. Not even a single person or a fly, for that matter, could slip past their watchful eyes. Looks like I'll have to find another way in. Sun Xing silently calculated his options. His gaze swept toward other sections of the base. Although most of the underground fortress lay beneath the surface, some ventilation shafts and exhaust ducts remained exposed above ground. These presented his best opportunity for infiltration. Sun Xing settled on his target, a massive exhaust pipe located on the base's rear hillside, relatively secluded. He did not act immediately. He knew that since Zhou Wenyuan had dared to set this trap, he must have calculated everything. These seemingly weak points might very well be the most dangerous traps. He needed a sufficiently loud disturbance to draw everyone's attention. A commotion so massive it would force even Zhou Wenyuan to divert his attention. A cold smile curved Sun Xing's lips. He pulled the USB drive from his pocket, the one he traded with Yi Bai, containing the Scorching Heaven technique. Though he had only practiced it briefly, he had already managed to grasp the most basic fireball technique. Perhaps its power was still insufficient. But if... Sun Xing's gaze fell upon the SUV he had driven there, parked not far away. The fuel tank was filled to the brim. If he combined the fireball spell with an entire tank of gasoline, the destructive power would be formidable, wouldn't it? A far more audacious plan began to take shape in Sun Xing's mind. He intended to present Zhou Wenyuan with a grand gift. A gift so monumental it would send shockwaves through the entire city of Jincheng. He quietly retreated to the mountain hollow where he'd parked, retrieving a spare fuel drum from the vehicle. Then, he began laying traps around the base. He would reignite the most dazzling flames of war in this long-dormant military zone. A den of dragons and tigers? So what? Sun Xing, I'm determined to break through today. For no other reason than that one phrase. Old Sun, we're brothers. The night grew deeper. A mountain breeze swept through, carrying a hint of chill. At the entrance to the 7th secret base of the Supernatural Bureau, 8 guards stood rigid as spears, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. To them, tonight's mission seemed easy and tedious. It was merely a matter of playing along with Deputy Director Zhou, staging a trap to lure someone in. That kid Sun Xing, no matter how skilled he was, wouldn't dare storm their bureau's secret base alone, would he? That would be like an old man hanging himself asking for trouble. Seriously, don't you think Director Zhou is making a mountain out of a molehill? A young guard whispered to his companion beside him. To deal with some nobody nobody's ever heard of, they actually pulled our entire task force out here. And now we're stuck out here freezing our asses off. Seriously. Cut the crap. The veteran beside him shot him a glare. Director Zhou's orders, you think you can question them? Just stand your post properly. Don't forget that Sun Xing guy took out Captain Zhang Chen and 3 tough guys at the Luchuan realm. Better safe than sorry. The young guard curled his lip, saying nothing more, yet his face still bore a trace of disbelief. In his view, Zhang Chen and his crew had simply been too careless to get ambushed by some nobody. If it had been him. Just as his mind wandered, a sudden change erupted. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted without warning from the opposite side of the base. Immediately afterward, a massive mushroom cloud like fireball shot skyward, illuminating half the night sky in fiery red. A terrifying shockwave swept through, causing the ground to shake violently as if an 8.0 magnitude earthquake had struck. Holy! What the hell is going on? Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! The 8 guards at the entrance were utterly petrified by this sudden spectacle, each one turning deathly pale. They never imagined anyone would dare attack the Divine Anomalies Bureau's secret base. And to start with such earth-shattering force. Quick! Sound the alarm. Notify Director Zhou. Enemy forces are on the western flank. Requesting backup. The entire base instantly descended into utter chaos. The shrill wail of the alarm echoed throughout the valley. Countless figures burst from every corner of the base, surging madly toward the direction of the explosion. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Sun Xing, stood on a distant hillside, coldly surveying his handiwork. Indeed, that earth-shattering explosion moments ago was his doing. He had removed the fuel tank from that off-road vehicle, filled it with gasoline, and then channeled every ounce of his fire elemental power to forge a fireball spell the size of a human head, a significantly enhanced version which he used to detonate the fuel tank. The fireball spell combined with an entire tank of gasoline, plus all the flammable materials he had pre-positioned around the vehicle looted from inside the car. The sheer force of it was comparable to a small cloudburst bomb. Zhou Wenyuan, did you enjoy this appetizer? A cold smile curled at the corner of Sun Xing's lips. He knew this was merely the beginning. The real feast was yet to come. Taking advantage of the chaos within the base, where everyone's attention was drawn to the western side, Sun Xing's figure, like a stealthy cat, crept silently toward the massive exhaust duct he had previously targeted, located on the rear mountain of the base. Just as he had anticipated. The guards here had all been redeployed elsewhere. Only cold steel and howling mountain winds remained. Without hesitation, Sun Xing pried open the iron grating of the exhaust pipe and crawled inside. Inside the duct, pitch darkness reigned, thick with the scent of rust and dust. Yet Sun Xing's piercing eyes shone like 2 beacons in the darkness, illuminating everything around him with crystal clarity. He descended along the duct. Soon, he entered the base's interior. The interior resembled a vast labyrinth constructed of steel and alloy. Corridors crisscrossed in every direction, leading to countless unknown rooms. Red warning lights flickered along the walls, and the shrill wail of alarms echoed through the empty corridors. Fully armed members of the Supernatural Bureau frequently sprinted past him, rushing toward the explosion site on the western side. But none of them noticed the most deadly, uninvited guest lurking in the ventilation ducts above their heads. Sun Xing rapidly mapped out the shortest route to the top-level control room in his mind, using the background of Zhou Wenyuan's office from the previous video and the base's structural blueprint. Like a phantom, he darted through the intricate network of ducts. His objective was clear. It wasn't to rescue Yi Bai, but to kill Zhou Wenyuan. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Once Zhou Wenyuan was eliminated, the entire base's command system would collapse instantly. Then, rescuing Yi Bai would be a piece of cake. Chapter 110, I'm here to claim your life. Meanwhile, in the top-floor main control room of the base, Zhou Wenyuan stared at the blazing inferno and the base descending into chaos on the surveillance screens, his face darkening to the point of dripping with venom. Useless. Every last one of you is useless. He slammed his palm hard onto the control console and roared. You can't even locate the enemy. What the hell am I paying you for? Qin Lan, standing beside him, frowned deeply. Chief Zhou, their methods are highly unusual. Judging by the explosive force, it doesn't seem like ordinary thermal weapons. It feels more like some powerful fire-based ability. Moreover, the enemy chose to detonate at the Western Fuel Depot, clearly a meticulously planned operation. I suspect this might just be a diversion tactic. Qin Lan analyzed calmly. A diversion tactic? Zhou Wenyuan sneered coldly. Did he really think he could single-handedly turn the tables? Transmit my orders. Seal off all exits and entrances. Activate the class A defensive formation. I just don't believe he could sprout wings and fly away. Zhou Wenyuan's eyes brimmed with overwhelming confidence. In his view, Sun Xing was nothing more than a desperate, clownish figure. Even if he possessed some cunning, against overwhelming might and an inescapable net, he was doomed. Commissioner Zhou, what should we do about that Yi Bai? Qin Lan asked. Keep him for now. A cold gleam flashed in Zhou Wenyuan's eyes. He still has use. Once we capture Sun Xing, I'll make them both enjoy face-to-face the final feast I prepared for them. He licked his lips as a cruel smile spread across his face. What he failed to notice, however, within the ventilation duct above his head, a pair of cold, golden-flamed eyes stared intently at him through the slats of the grating, as if observing a dead man. The atmosphere in the main control room was oppressive. Zhou Wenyuan stood with his hands behind his back before the massive surveillance screen, watching his subordinates darting about like headless flies. The impatience on his face grew thicker by the second. Bunch of useless idiots. After all this time, not even a single trace. He cursed irritably. In his eyes, Sun Xing was nothing more than a turtle trapped in a jar. The only reason he hadn't been caught yet was because his own men were utterly incompetent. Chief Zhou, shall I personally lead a search team? Xinlan asked for instructions from the side. She too felt that waiting like this was not a viable solution. No need. Zhou Wenyuan waved his hand, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. He'll come to us on his own. His so-called good brother is still in our hands. As long as we hold our ground here, he'll come to us sooner or later. Before he could finish his sentence, a disturbance erupted once more. Boom! An even more terrifying roar thundered down from above their heads. The sturdy alloy ceiling was violently shattered by an unstoppable, terrifying force, leaving a gaping hole. Countless fragments of rock and metal rained down like a torrential storm. Who's there? Zhou Wenyuan and Xinlan's expressions changed drastically. Without a moment's hesitation, they leapt backward, narrowly evading the deadly falling debris. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a figure enveloped in golden radiance descended from the sky, wielding a jet-black staff crackling with lightning. It crashed heavily into the center of the control room. Boom! The entire floor trembled. The newcomer was none other than Sun Xing. He slowly raised his head, his pupils burning with golden flames and silver lightning, locking onto Zhou Wenyuan with an icy, emotionless voice. Zhou Wenyuan, I've come to claim your worthless life. Sun Xing. Zhou Wenyuan stared at the youth before him, who seemed like a demon god descended from the heavens. His pupils suddenly contracted, his face etched with utter disbelief and shock. He never could have imagined the other would appear before him in this manner. How had he gotten in? How had he bypassed layer upon layer of guards and surveillance, slipping in here without anyone noticing? A barrage of questions raced through Zhou Wenyuan's mind. But soon, he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, replacing it with boundless rage and murderous intent. Good. Very good. You refused the path to heaven, yet forced your way into hell. I was worried I wouldn't find you, but never did I expect you'd come crawling right to me. A savage grin spread across Zhou Wenyuan's face. Today, I'll show you what it means to walk into a trap. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying aura belonging to a master of the sea return realm crashed down upon Sun Xing like a mountain collapsing or a tidal wave surging. He intended to crush this arrogant young upstart on the spot with the most direct means possible. Yet, faced with this terrifying pressure sufficient to immobilize even an ordinary flow river realm expert, Sun Xing's expression remained utterly unchanged. He stood there silently, allowing the pressure to wash over his body, his stance as steady as a mountain, not moving an inch. Is that all? A faint, disdainful curve touched Sun Xing's lips. The sea returning realm is nothing special. You. Zhou Wenyuan's expression instantly darkened. He never imagined his imposing aura would have no effect whatsoever on the other party. This fellow's strength. Could it be he too is at the sea return realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How old is he? How could he have broken through to the sea return realm in such a short time? Xinlan. Take him down. Zhou Wenyuan roared, issuing the order to Xinlan beside him. Though stunned by Sun Xing's strength, he still refused to believe he could lose to a mere upstart. He wanted Xinlan to test the opponent's depth first. Yes. Xinlan responded, her eyes blazing with combat intent. She had long disliked this Sun Xing. A formidable opponent capable of taking down Zhang Chen, perfect for her to stretch her legs. Fist of Fury. Xinlan growled, holding nothing back. From her seemingly slender frame erupted a savage power utterly at odds with her appearance. Her fists were encased in thick gauntlets forged from divine power. Her figure flickered like a caged tiger unleashed, charging towards Sun Xing with an unstoppable, domineering momentum. Her fist slammed out. The very air itself screamed in a series of piercing explosions under the force of her punch. A full power strike from the peak of the sea return realm. The sheer force of this punch was enough to level a small mountain. Yet, facing this earth-shattering blow, Sun Xing didn't even lift an eyelid. He didn't even draw the thunderclap staff in his hand. Just as Xinlan's fist was about to strike his face, he moved. He countered with a punch of his own. That fist, enveloped in golden demonic energy, appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any flashiness. Yet it carried a terrifying force, one that returned to simplicity, where true mastery lies in effortless execution. Boom! The two fists collided violently mid-air. Time itself seemed to freeze in that instant. The next second. Snap! A crisp, bone-crunching sound rang out clearly. The confident expression on Qinlan's face froze instantly, replaced by endless agony and horror. Her fist felt as though it had struck an indestructible divine iron. An irresistible, terrifying force surged from the opponent's fist, instantly shattering her knuckles, arm, and even her entire upper limb. Put! She spat out a mouthful of blood, her body flying backward like a, slamming violently into the control room wall. The impact left a massive dent in the wall, forged from a special alloy. However, Sun Xing wasn't unscathed either. After all, Qinlan's raw combat prowess was undeniable. Sun Xing's ability to take her down in one move relied entirely on his diamond body. Chapter 111, You're Damn Tough. Dead silence hung in the main control room. Zhou Wenyuan stared intently at the woman who had been sent flying by a single punch, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. Qinlan was a powerhouse at the Sea Return realm. Her awakened divine sequence, Fist of Fury, was renowned for its raw power and destructive force. Within the entire Jinchang branch, aside from director Zhang Yang, no one could match her in hand-to-hand combat. Yet now, she'd been knocked flying by a single punch from some unknown punk? What the hell kind of monster was this? Sun Xing shook his fist, feeling sharp stabs of pain radiating from his knuckles. It hurt like hell. That punch had drawn upon his diamond body, pushing his demonic power to its absolute limit as he met Qinlan's attack head-on. Though it appeared he'd gained the upper hand, defeating her in one strike, his own knuckles had taken a significant hit. They even showed a faint crack. The sea-returning realm, she was no pushover. This woman's power was overwhelming. Had it not been for the diamond body's formidable resilience, coupled with his half-demon 7th transformation physique, any other practitioner at the Flowing River realm would have had their entire arms shattered by that single punch. Cough. Qinlan struggled to crawl out of the dent in the wall. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. The right arm that had clashed with Sun Xing now hung limply, twisted into an unnatural angle. Clearly, every bone in the arm had been shattered. Her gaze fixed on Sun Xing. For the first time, her cold, beautiful face revealed genuine gravity and terror. How could your physical body be this strong? She couldn't comprehend it. Even a physical cultivator of equal rank wouldn't dare to directly absorb her full power strike at the Sea Return realm. Yet this kid not only took it, he shattered her arm in return? This defies all logic. Guess? Sun Xing coldly uttered 2 words, giving Qinlan no chance to catch her breath. He knew that against a powerhouse of this caliber, if he let her recover, he'd be the one in trouble. Strike while the iron is hot. Sun Xing's figure transformed once more into a golden streak of light. The thunderclap staff in his hand traced a pitch-black lightning bolt through the air, accompanied by a deafening crack that tore through the atmosphere. It slammed down with brutal force, aiming straight for Qinlan's head. This strike channeled the full might of the thunderbolt staff technique, powerful, relentless, and utterly merciless. How dare you? Qinlan's expression paled. She hadn't anticipated Sun Xing's attack being so decisive and ruthless, leaving her no chance to breathe. She tried to dodge, but her speed was slowed by more than a beat due to her severe injuries. The long staff, crackling with lightning, was about to come crashing down before her eyes. At this critical moment, Zhou Wenyuan, who had been standing by watching the spectacle, finally moved. He merely raised his hand slightly. Hum. An invisible yet overwhelmingly immense pressure instantly enveloped the entire control room. Sun Xing felt as though he'd suddenly sunk into quicksand. The thunderbolt staff in his grasp grew heavy as lead, its momentum stalling. That split-second hesitation gave Qinlan a chance to breathe. Gritting her teeth against excruciating pain, she lashed out with her left fist. The fist wind grazed the edge of the thunderbolt staff, narrowly missing its vital points. Yet her shoulders still caught the sweeping force of the staff's momentum, emitting a sharp crack as bone shattered. Qinlan was sent flying backward once more, but this time, she used the momentum to swiftly create distance between herself and Sun Xing. She stared at her own left arm, now rendered useless, then looked back at Sun Xing standing rooted to the spot, his gaze cold and unwavering. A flicker of genuine fear finally crossed her eyes. This man was too powerful. Powerful beyond reason. Commissioner Zhou. Qinlan's voice trembled slightly. Useless. Zhou Wenyuan shot her a cold glance, his eyes brimming with disappointment and contempt. You can't even handle a greenhorn? What use are you to me? Qinlan frowned but said nothing. Sun Xing watched Zhou Wenyan warily. This old fox was finally willing to intervene. That earlier wave of pressure was several times more overwhelming than Qinlan's, carrying an eerie, sticky quality. Clearly, he was also a powerhouse at the Sea Surrender realm, and his strength far surpassed Qinlan's. Young man, Zhou Wenyuan admitted, you truly surprise me. Hands clasped behind his back, he strode towards Sun Xing, his face resuming that scholarly, harmless smile. Cultivating both divine and demonic arts, and mastering the primal power of thunder. TSK, truly an extraordinary genius. If given a few more years to grow, you might just bring some unexpected surprises to this world. Zhou Wenyuan's words sent a sudden chill through Sun Xing's heart. This old fox knows me inside out. Seems he's put considerable effort into studying me. What a pity. Zhou Wenyuan's tone shifted, a flicker of greed and regret crossing his eyes. You shouldn't take what doesn't belong to you. You understand the principle that possessing a treasure invites blame, don't you? The Earth Dragon essence is not something an ant like you has the right to touch. Old geezer, you talk too much. Sun Xing couldn't be bothered to argue further. The murderous intent in his heart reached its peak at that moment. Each takes what they need, it's either you die or I perish. Thunderbolt staff technique, thunder shakes the 9 heavens. Sun Xing roared with fury, channeling every ounce of his demonic power and thunderous might into the thunderclap staff without reserve. He would use his most devastating attack to utterly annihilate this looming threat before him. Boom! The thunderclap staff erupted with blinding lightning, carrying the force of 10,000 pounds of thunder as it slammed down toward Zhou Wenyuan's head. Yet, facing this world-shattering strike, Zhou Wenyuan merely chuckled lightly, not even flinching. Just as the thunderclap staff was about to strike him, Xin Lan, whose arms had been crippled, moved once more. Her figure, like a ghostly apparition, instantly blocked Zhou Wenyuan's path. With her own body, she forcibly absorbed Sun Xing's full power strike. Boom! A deep, thunderous crash echoed. Xin Lan's body, like a torn sack, was hurled back once more, slamming violently into the wall, her fate unknown. But Sun Xing's pupils suddenly contracted. For in that instant of being hurled away, he saw a strange, almost liberated smile flicker across Xin Lan's coldly beautiful face. Oh no! He'd fallen for it. A warning bell rang in Sun Xing's mind. Without a second thought, he immediately pulled back. But it was too late. Just as his old strength faded and new power hadn't yet surged forth, Zhou Wenyuan's figure appeared before him. He struck out with a palm. That seemingly ordinary palm carried a terrifying force Sun Xing couldn't resist, slamming into his chest. Put! Sun Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his internal organs were about to shatter from the impact. His vaunted invincible physique proved utterly defenseless against this old fox.